Chapter 1. On the blood-soaked battlefield ravaged by crimson bats, a silver-haired vampire tantalized the battle-worn golden-haired knight before her. Her alabaster visage inched closer to the knight's neck, her crimson lips slightly parted, revealing two pure white fangs. "Human knight, from this moment forth, you shall become my thrall." "No, please don't." A fleeting agony surged from his neck, radiating throughout his body as the knight's golden hair gradually transformed into silver, his blood-red pupils filled with terror as they gazed upon the vampire. "Welcome to our ranks, human knight." A charmingly melodic voice echoed as the golden-haired knight succumbed to unconsciousness. "This is a world where humans, vampires, and beastmen coexist. According to ancient legends, in this realm, deities created beings and endowed them with magical powers. Thus, magic flows through the veins of every living creature." "Stop right there, you little rascal. Dare to steal buns again, and I shall sell you to the slave market." A merchant pursued Bailon from behind. "Help! I've paid. This brute just wants to sell me." Bailon sprinted desperately, fearing capture, as her sister awaited her return home. In this world, the absence of a ragged beggar meant little. Bailon's cries for help went unheard, distracted by her surroundings. She stumbled and fell, colliding with the ground as a group of ruffians encircled her. The leader, panting heavily, taunted, "Keep running, little brat. Why have you stopped? Let's break your legs and toss you onto the streets to beg." Just as they were about to strike, a pair of hands shielded Bailon, effortlessly knocking the assailants to the ground. It was an old knight, his eyes and scarred visage revealing years of battle experience. Scram! The ruffians, intimidated by his presence, fled in terror. He helped Bailon to her feet. "Are you all right, child?" His fury transformed into a gentle demeanor. "I'm fine. Thank you, Grandpa," Bailon replied gratefully, gathering the scattered food from the ground. The old knight assisted her. "Child, my name is Alan. What about you?" I am Bailon. "Thank you for your assistance, Grandpa. Without you, my sister and I would. Why not invite me to your home for a visit?" Bailon suggested out of politeness, despite her reluctance, for their home was filthy, small, and dilapidated. Given my appearance, he wouldn't come, would he? Bailon reassured herself. "Of course, child." Bailon was taken aback by his agreement. The old knight, on their way, purchased numerous items. Bailon thought to herself, how fortunate she was to have encountered such a kind soul. Upon entering their home, "Brother," Baya dashed out and embraced Bailon tightly. "I was so worried you had met with an accident. Didn't I tell you to stay in bed?" "Your foot is injured, you need to rest," Bailon scolded gently, his concern evident as he had been frequently out to care for Baya. "Who is this Grandpa?" Baya peeked from behind Bailon, cautiously inquiring. Bailon ruffled her hair. "This esteemed gentleman is someone I owe much to." Baya, understanding, stepped forward and bowed to the old man. "Thank you, Grandpa." Her pendant, a silver holy sword embedded in a ruby, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. The old man gazed at the pendant, astonished. "No, it cannot be. This pendant is." His shock rendered him nearly speechless. "This pendant is from the first time I met my sister. She was so dirty and couldn't even speak, merely pointing at food clumsily. Since then, I have always kept her close," Bailon continued. As he spoke, a smile crept onto Bailon's lips. "Eventually, I formed a bond with my sister, Baya, who still." Before he could finish, Baya interjected, "Humph, foolish brother, am not foolish." She pouted adorably. The old knight observed the playful exchange with a benevolent smile. Yet he understood the significance of the pendant. It was a gift from the king to the queen, symbolizing love and authority. However, during a treacherous expedition, the queen perished and the princess vanished. The royal family had been searching for her all these years. "How could be found here?" "Ahem. Have you children ever aspired to a better life?" The old knight suppressed his excitement and asked slowly. "Indeed, I wish for my sister to live a life free of suffering." "No, brother, I am not suffering at all. Wherever you are is the best place for me." Bailon and Baya faced each other. "Come with me. You both shall lead a better life, free from this place." Upon entering the palace, chaos erupted. "The princess has returned." The news spread throughout the kingdom. Bailon had yet to grasp the situation. His sister had become a princess. Dressed in finery, they stood there bewildered. His Majesty has arrived. A black-haired man with crimson eyes, around 30, exuded an air of authority. This is our king, King Krei. Let the princess and his majesty have a moment alone. We shall step outside. The old knight ushered Balan away. Baya clutched her brother's hand, unwilling to let go. Be good, Baya. Balan gently released her grip, though he too wished to stay. The king regarded Balan's golden hair, finding it rather unusual. He pondered, after all, she too had golden hair, merely a coincidence. Once outside, the old knight reassured Balan, from now on, no one shall dare to bully your sister. Will I still be able to see her? Balan's heart brimmed with worry. He understood that with such lineage, the palace would not allow an unrelated person to remain. That's uncertain. One question. Do you wish to protect your sister? Balan turned abruptly. Become my pupil, and I shall train you to be the finest knight. Balan's worries turned to joy. Teacher, remember this, the old knight said solemnly. Your teacher's name is Elrod. As a guardian knight of the kingdom for 20 years, he had fought alongside the previous Night King and was his most trusted companion. In the future, Balan would surely achieve great heights. 10 years later, Balan and Baya had grown. Baya thrived in the palace, having become a competent princess, while Balan, under his teacher's guidance, had evolved into an exceptional knight. On the training grounds, Balan was competing against others. Though merely 16, he outperformed knights far older than him. Elrod watched Balan with immense pride. Brother, you're amazing. Beat them, Baya shouted excitedly from the spectator's stand. Your Highness, please keep your voice down. A nearby made caution gently. The king and numerous nobles were present, and the king observed Balan, finding him increasingly familiar. The nobles, however, harbored ulterior motives. After all, the new princess was the king's only daughter, the heir to the throne. If anyone could marry her, Your Majesty, I wish to challenge this exceptional knight. Everyone turned to see the son of Minister Colin, a young man, yet a skilled swordsman. It was evident to all that he sought to impress the king. Baya, however, had different aspirations. She did not wish to be perpetually protected by her brother. She longed for the day when she could safeguard him. Glaring at the arrogant knight, Baya thought, if he harms my brother, I must. Yet, the disparity between nobles and beggars posed a dilemma for many. Very well, I accept the challenge. Balan glanced at Baya, signaling her not to worry. Begin. The knight lunged forward, swinging his sword with disdain towards Balan, who remained remarkably composed and a tribute few possessed. To protect his loved ones, both his swordsmanship and mental fortitude must be formidable. Clang! Clang! The swords clashed. Opening! Balan exclaimed, shattering the knight's weapon, their faces inches apart. The knight nearly crumpled in fright. Thank you. Balan reached out to help him up. Pah! The knight scoffed, regaining his footing independently. Applause erupted. Wonderful, splendid. The king led the cheers, while the nobles echoed, though each harbored their hidden motives. This remarkable individual, a commoner, could not be allowed to rise too high. Each had their own schemes. Your Majesty, Elrod interjected, an exceptional knight requires a sword worthy of their skill. You make a valid point. I was about to reward him. Bring forth the sword. A gleaming blade was presented, its crimson blade radiating a chilling aura, the hilt entwined with a dragon motif, signifying its exceptional pedigree. You should recognize this sword. Elrod certainly did. It was the legendary blade used by the previous Night King to slay the tyrannous dragon, known as Dawn's Crimson. The king intends to bestow this sword upon Balan. Elrod felt a pang of anxiety. The sword was renowned throughout the realm. However, the previous Night King had not perished from battle. Rather, it was his strength and the people's loyalty that had defined him. The king's intentions were clear. No, my student is not yet worthy. He cannot wield this sword. Elrod quickly refused, understanding the king's implications. Moreover, this sword recognizes its master. My student cannot possess it. Before she could finish her sentence, Balan glanced at the dawn. The crimson of dawn? Balan murmured, and suddenly, a brilliant red light surged forth, soaring directly into her hand. A spiraling dragon circled around, guarding Balan closely. This signifies a bond of allegiance. Everyone was taken aback, but soon tranquility returned. Iluoda understood that the king intended to exploit Bailon should she ever become useless. The consequences would be dire. Damn it, I should have foreseen this. Being too good a student is indeed a curse, Iluoda lamented, filled with regret. If it comes to that, I must ensure Bailon's safety. Bailon had garnered significant attention during the sparring session. But was this truly a blessing? The current princess was Bailon's adoptive sister, and due to Bailon's exceptional talents, she had attracted the interest of various noble families. Brother, you have me worried sick. Baya clung to Bailon tightly. If it weren't for you, then I. Foolish girl. If we were to encounter trouble so easily, I wouldn't be able to protect you, Bailon said, her tone affectionate. Your Highness, please be mindful of appearances, a maid reminded from the side. Yet, Baya continued to hold on, reluctant to part. It was only when summoned by the king that she reluctantly released her embrace. She reminisced about her past with her brother, recalling their first encounter, the very beginning of her memories. When she left the palace, she was merely 2 or 3 years old. Her parents' memories were hazy, indistinct, but her brother was always with her. Even then, he was not much older, but seemed to know everything, always safeguarding her. As she walked back to her quarters, her cheeks flushed as memories flooded back. At that time, she understood that her brother was not her blood relative, yet the world felt so small. There was only home and her brother, who belonged solely to her. Now, she realized how vast the world truly was, and she felt a growing distance between herself and her brother. She yearned for her brother to remain by her side forever, but her royal father was secretly diminishing their opportunities to meet. How can they always be together? She mused. Suyin pondered for a moment. Well, Your Highness, I believe as long as 2 individuals cherish each other and their hearts are intertwined, they can remain together forever. At this point, Su Yun felt her own cheeks flush. She quickly inquired of Su Yun, what does it feel like to be in love? It's quite marvelous, a thrilling sensation in short. Your Highness, if you have someone you love, it must be exceedingly blissful. Who is it, Your Highness? Su Yun suddenly became inquisitive. I don't have anyone yet. No, nothing at all. Bai Ya's face turned even redder, leaving her speechless. Yet, she could only bury her feelings deep within, reassuring herself, it's all right. As long as my brother has no one he loves, he will forever belong to me alone. Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Su Mu was diligently honing his skills, sweat soaking his attire. Unbeknownst to him, a small head was peeking over the palace wall, quietly observing Bailon. The little one wished to enter, but found the height daunting, and the stolen ladder was insufficient. Miss, hurry down. It's too high. Be careful not to fall. She heard the maid's voice, and in a moment of distraction, she tumbled from the wall. Miss, the maid shouted loudly. Bailon, quick on her feet, leaped forth, catching the little one who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. The maid rushed over, saying, thank you, Sir Knight. If anything were to happen to the young miss, the Count would. As long as the child is unharmed, that is all that matters. Bailon gently set her down. The little one continued to gaze intently at Bailon. Sir Knight, my family is quite wealthy. Can I buy you? The little one blurted out unexpectedly. Miss, you can't talk nonsense casually. The maid reminded her carefully that it's okay. Bailon stroked her head. Knight brother, my name is Jialon. What about you? The little girl stared at Bailon intently. Well, Bailon, Duddy replied, looking at the little one in front of him. Couldn't help but recall Baya when she was a child, that time. She was also so reckless and innocent. Then when I grow up, can I have you? She asked naively again. Bailon knelt down and stroked her head. In the near future, we will definitely meet again. Jialon waved goodbye to Bailon. The parting, Jialon gave the bracelet to Bailon. This way, I can recognize Knight brother in the future. No, something bad happened and a knight ran over out of breath. Knight Bailon, your teacher has been accused of colluding with the blood race enemy country. Hearing this, Bailon's heart tightened. The teacher had regarded him as his own child. Without him, the siblings he couldn't have colluded with the enemy. It must be a frame-up. How could he, who is upright, possibly do such a thing? Bailon thought to himself. Inside the palace, the ministers were in deliberation. The king sat in the middle, and Baya sat beside him. They were discussing the handling of Erluode. Bailon knocked down the guards and rushed in. Seeing Bailon, The king looked as if he had expected it. Bylon knelt on one knee and pleaded, "Your Highness, please investigate clearly. I believe in my teacher. He couldn't have." Baya had also pleaded with his father many times, but he has already pleaded guilty. The minister beside added, "No, it's impossible. Master must have some hard-to-tell reasons." The Breaking Dawn Scarlet is a world-famous sword, the same time. It has also been prophesied that those recognized by this sword will either achieve great success and become a dominant figure in one area, or bring disaster to the country and create a purgatory in one place. The previous Night King was rumored to have massacred the people because of losing control, but only Erluode, who had fought with him, knew the real reason, which was a frame-up, and there was also a conspiracy within the royal family, and one knew about it. But if the people's hearts inclined towards one person, that was something most people didn't want to see. Since Erluode had pleaded guilty, he would be imprisoned and wait for the next step of the verdict. Just as the king was about to finalize it, Bylon suddenly rushed out, "No, Your Majesty the king. Give me time, but I can find out the real culprit of the collusion and clear my teacher's name." Bylon said firmly. "Erluode has already pleaded guilty, Knight Bylon, even if you cherish the old friendship. You can't shield him like this," Prince Roy, the king's elder brother, said. "Since Nightby is so determined, then give you a chance." The king suddenly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Bylon thanked and left alone. Baya wanted to chase after him, but the king father stopped her. She also wanted to help. She also wanted to save this old grandpa. Prince Roy watched Bylon leave and snorted, "If you want to investigate, what you'll risk is only your life." Recalling what happened yesterday, Erluode met a black-robed man wearing a goat mask and holding a black cane. Hatred welled up in Erluode. Yes, it's one of them. Back then, the old knight and the previous Night King fought side by side and achieved numerous military exploits. When the Night King suddenly lost control and caused wanton destruction, there was also a black-robed man wearing a bat mask. As if casting a spell, he recalled that he was not strong enough and was trapped by that black-robed man. He could only watch helplessly as the Night King massacred and was helpless. What pained him the most was the black-robed man's words. He, just a bunch of ants, and my mercy, it's your honor to die for his coming into the world." The Breaking Dawn Scarlet in the Night King's hand roared painfully, as if trying to break free from the shackles, but the user's strength was insufficient. He also remembered the scene of the Night King being executed. This time, he couldn't be reckless. He must find out the mastermind behind it. Erluode secretly made up his mind. He secretly followed the black-robed man, and finally, he entered Prince Roy's palace. "Prince Roy, it's him. He is the real culprit." Erluode suppressed the anger in his heart. He really wanted to kill them with his own hands. "According to your request, can I control this country?" Prince Roy said. Your Highness, don't worry. As long as you do as I say, soon, you'll be the eternal master of this country." The black-robed man stroked his beard, and the mask couldn't hide his sinister smile. "As long as you can offer sacrifices for the coming of my master, this country, no, even this world will be yours." The black-robed man laughed. "You'd better keep your word." Prince Roy glared at him. After all, he himself had committed too many murders. "Don't blame me, brother. Who asked father to give everything to you?" Prince Roy thought. There's a bug eavesdropping," the black-robed man suddenly said. "Who?" Roy shouted loudly. "No good." Erluode realized the situation had deteriorated and quickly fled. "I must report Prince Roy's conspiracy to His Majesty." Erluode murmured in his heart. "Still want to escape? Boy, go and bring him to me." The black-robed man gave an order, and suddenly, blood surged around him and finally converged into a human form. The blood on this monster was still dripping continuously, extremely disgusting. Humph, so disgusting. Prince Roy unconsciously took a step back. This is my masterpiece that, if you say so, it will be sad," the black-robed man said. This blood man quickly caught up, teleported in front of Erluode, and with a swipe, a blood claw blocked Erluode. Crackling, clang, the blood man and Erluode fought evenly. "This night is not bad. It seems there's new material." The black-robed man waved his hand and lifted his cane. "All things wither and bloom." The black-robed man chanted the incantation, and a strange blood mist swept in. So fast that Erluode didn't even have time to dodge. He realized that this blood mist was rapidly eroding his magic power, and his strength was slowly draining. "Damn it, I can't hold on much longer." Erluode tightly held the sword but couldn't resist the attacks of the Blood Man. Finally, he was defeated. The Black-Robed Man was about to get rid of him when Prince Roy stopped him. Wait, he's still useful. Really? What brilliant idea does your highness have? The Black-Robed Man asked. His student, that Bylon, the Breaking Dawn Scarlet, recognized him. Roy said, "Oh, I haven't been to this palace for a few days, and that broken sword has a new master again." The Black-Robed Man suddenly became vigilant. Yes, aren't you particularly afraid of that sword? Cough, cough. Correction, not afraid. It's easy for me to kill the successor of the sword. It's just, the Black-Robed Man suddenly paused. Prince Roy was listening curiously. But he didn't say any more. Hee, just the last time we forcibly intervened with the Night King, it cost us a lot. If the Night King hadn't been unstable in mind, otherwise, several of us old guys would have to sacrifice our souls too. These things couldn't be known to outsiders, but a mere young and inexperienced little fellow was nothing to be afraid of. Although he said so on the surface, in fact, he had already started to plan how to get rid of Bylon. All right, like this. The Black-Robed Man raised his magic staff. When he wakes up again, what you'll see is your student colluding with the Blood Race Empire and attempting to conspire with foreign powers. Erluode fell into a deep sleep in pain. Well, the recollection is over. Back to the present. Bylon first went to visit his teacher in prison, seeing his teacher on the verge of death. Bylon couldn't help but feel extremely heartbroken. Teacher, you must be innocent. You couldn't have betrayed. Bylon was extremely anxious. No, don't investigate anymore. It's me who did it. Erluode lowered his head and said, even though in memory, Bylon colluded with the enemy country, but Erluode, 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 Erluode. Erluode Bylon shed tears. Time had come, and it was time to leave. The guards drove Bylon away in the following days. Bylon searched everywhere, but found nothing. Time was running out. There was no light in Bylon's eyes. The important person was about to, Sir Bylon, if you can atone for your teacher's mistakes, I can. The king suddenly summoned Bylon. There would be a great war between the country and the Blood Clan. By then, the border would once again be devastated. I can go, as long as I can atone for my mistakes. Right? Bylon asked. Yes, the king nodded. But who knew that in the war with the Blood Clan, only 1 in 10 survived? It seemed that the king also had intentions towards Bylon. Facing Baya's bitter pleading, he firmly refused Baya on the grounds of putting the country first. Looking at Bylon, who was about to go to war, Baya seemed to see the only ray of light in her life gradually fading away until it went out. Baya, be good in the future. We will definitely be reunited. Bylon stroked Baya's head, and the reluctance in his eyes stopped the tears. It was time to go to war. Bylon was personally named by the king, so he had a high status in the army. Many soldiers wanted to curry favor with Bylon. After a journey of thousands of miles, Bylon came to the border with the army. Kind person, give some food, please? Please, just some water will do. The pleading voices continued. Before Bylon even reached the battlefield, the tragic scene in the border town had deeply touched his heart. Sir Knight, can you give some too? To eat? A dirty-faced little girl gently tugged at Bylon's cloak. Don't. The emaciated woman quickly stopped her. The child is young and doesn't understand. Please don't. Get lost. Go beg somewhere else. This isn't the place for you. The accompanying soldiers suddenly started to drive her away. No, wait. Balan stopped the soldiers and took out the food and water he carried with him. Here, hold it well, little sister, seeing that it was from Balan. None of the soldiers dared to say another word. Thank you. May you be safe. The girl and her mother bowed deeply to Balan. Balan watched them leave with a smile, then turned to look solemnly at the knight beside him. Why are there so many refugees on the border? Even during a war, they wouldn't care about this place, right? It's still far from the battlefield, Balan asked. The knight suddenly looked gloomy. You don't know. War requires money, food, everything. The kingdom didn't allocate funds. Balan was angry. There was, but you know what? From the national treasury to here, the officials embezzled as much as they could. There was hardly any. There was a hint of helplessness in the knight's words. He continued, and our city lord, taking advantage of the excuse of war, amassed wealth wantonly. The residents' homes were looted. Years of war and the continuous defeats of a human race have led to the current situation. Where's the city lord? Take me to see him. Balan finally couldn't hold back his anger, and the magic power on his body leaked out. The pressure made the soldiers unsteady. This kind of power. Is it really possessed by a 17 or 18-year-old boy? Maybe he can. The knight thought, struggling to stand up. Please wait a moment. The knight pleaded. Oh, sorry. Balan noticed the plight of the knights and relaxed. Balan's magic power had reached a state of perfection, and this was not even his peak. It was left in the royal palace, and the king demanded that Balan not use it. When they arrived at the border main city, the city lord, Horfei, who was once a rich merchant involved in human trafficking and then, with the help of his noble uncle, came to the border. Had been waiting for a long time. He ordered people to set out good wine and meat, just like he used to deal with those inspectors coming to the border. When they left, he would give them gold and silver. If that didn't work, he would even offer beautiful female attendants. Like this, everything would be safe. Bang! Before the banquet was fully prepared, Balan arrived first and almost kicked the door open. Damn it! Where did this brat come from, daring to break into the city lord's mansion? Guards, are you good for nothing? Why don't you arrest him? Horfei was still immersed in his fantasy, and this shout directly shattered his fantasy. The guards rushed forward. Balan only used the hilt of the sword he carried with him, and, with his flexible martial arts skills, knocked all the guards to the ground in a few moves. Balan looked fiercely at the city lord, and his frightened Horfei's legs to trembled. He slowly retreated and collapsed on the ground in fear. Are you the city lord of this city? Balan slowly opened his mouth, his sharp, humph, knowing that I'm the city lord, why don't you kneel down quickly? Horfei's voice trembled, but hearing that Balan knew him, he still mustered up the courage to shout. Ahem, this is Sir Balan, personally ordered by His Majesty the King to assist in the battle. The others also arrived, and the leader introduced. Hearing this, Horfei felt relieved. So you were Sir by night. I didn't know you would come so quickly. I'm sorry for not greeting you from afar. Balan looked at the magnificent and luxurious house, filled with delicious food everywhere. It seemed that life here was very prosperous. Well, yes. The people here live very abundantly. Even though there is a war, I still do my best to help the king's people. There was a stench in Horfei's words that made Balan disgusted. I won't waste any more words with you. Balan directly drew out his sword and put it on Horfei's neck. Either return the money you extorted from the people, or your head will stay here forever. My lord, please investigate clearly. I am very loyal. He still wanted to make amends. Stop talking. If you can return the things of the people today, I can plead with His Majesty to spare your life. If you can't, then there won't be a city lord named Horfei here tomorrow. Balan warned one last time, and the sword got closer and closer to Horfei. I'll return it right away. The city lord was so scared that he agreed in order to save his life. Well, in this case, the banquet naturally didn't need to be held anymore. City lord Horfei watched box after box of food. Gold and silver treasures gradually move away from him. He was filled with hatred for Balan. Humph, it seems the plan has to be advanced. Balan, you will regret today's decision. He glared at Balan. When Balan turned his head, he immediately changed from anger to a stupid smile. The town received the food, and the refugees were all by Lan's great deeds. Although being alone after all was too reckless and not mature enough. I can send you more slaves, as long as you help me get rid of in the dark basement. The city lord was with the colluding blood clan. Don't blame me, Sir Balan, since you cut off my source of wealth. Don't blame me. The city lord smiled sinisterly. He still like to cooperate with people like you. Don't worry. As long as you can provide enough blood bags, slaves, your city will always be yours, the leader said. As for that night, let him die on the battlefield tomorrow. The next day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a strange red light seeped in from the horizon far away from the city gate. No good. The Blood Clan is attacking. The defending soldiers panicked and shouted. The military camp immediately became chaotic. How could this happen? What were the outposts outside the city doing? The Blood Clan has reached here. The soldier captain couldn't believe it. The outposts were all hidden very secretly, and few people in the military camp knew about them. This kind of secret was only qualified to be known by the city lord and the soldier captain. Could it be? The soldier captain thought of the worst situation. Suddenly, blood-colored bats flew over the city gate, and their cries made everyone feel terrified. Da-da! The soldiers, entangled by the bats, let out painful screams. In an instant, the soldiers' blood was sucked dry, and they groaned painfully on the ground and lost their breath in fear. Soldiers, don't panic. Hold your positions, coat your swords with holy water, and quickly engage the enemy. The soldier captain, having experienced many battles, remained calm in the face of danger. Holy water, provided by the first great faith temple of the kingdom. According to the temple, the holy water was condensed by the Lord in response to the prayers of the people. It could greatly weaken the power of the Blood Clan, including the regenerative ability, and help the disadvantaged humans turn the situation around. The Blood Clan had a higher mastery of magic than humans, including the reserve and use of magic. This was also one of the reasons why humans had been continuously defeated. Swish, swish, the sound of swinging swords came one after another. The bats that had been raging just now were instantly consumed by the holy water. Soldiers, with the protection of the holy water, we will surely win this time. The soldier captain began to boost morale. Open the city gates and engage the enemy. At the far end where the bats are. A blood princess dressed in armor with a beautiful face retracts the hand that released the bats. This holy water is really annoying. She waves her hand again, signaling to the blood knights beside her. Attack! With an order, the blood knights pour out like a tide and charge towards the soldiers. The blood knights are slightly superior to the human knights in terms of physical fitness and combat experience. But with the holy water, the situation is instantly reversed. The Blood Clan begins to feel powerless under the suppression of the holy water. The knights become more and more courageous in battle, especially the knight captain, who fights back and forth in the midst of the Blood Clan army. Not bad. The blood princess suddenly says, "Well, the protagonist hasn't arrived yet. I can't let you continue." She stretches out her hand, and a blood-colored magic power flows out. The terrifying, suppressing power really startles the human side. This magic power, is it from the royal family of the Blood Clan? The royal family actually comes to the battlefield in person? The squad leader is incredulous that in border wars, the royal family generally doesn't come to assist in person. This is troublesome. The squad leader thinks to himself that it seems he can only retreat back into the city for now. The army slowly moves towards the city. Want to leave? The blood princess suddenly teleports behind the soldiers. Can you leave? Seeing the blood princess start to massacre her own soldiers, the squad leader completely loses his mind. Die, vampire! The squad leader shouts angrily and rushes forward with his long sword held high. But how could the blood of the royal family be defeated by a mere squad leader? The squad leader is defeated after just a few moves. The blood-colored bats entangle the long sword, and the holy water also fades in the face of the powerful magic power. All right, it's time for you to step down. The blood princess says expressionlessly, looking at him like an ant. She casually waves her magic. Am I going to die? I can't even hold on for a few minutes. I'm really weak. He slowly closes his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Bang! A sound is heard, and the blood princess's magic is deflected by an ordinary long sword. Am I still too late? But it's not too late. This familiar voice. The squad leader opens his eyes, and Bailon holds a long sword in front of him. The young man he met once at the has now become his savior. What a coincidence, just when the Blood Clan is attacking. He was assassinated. Bailon thinks. From the city to the city tower, Bailon has fought with several groups of people. Well, so you're the interesting toy the fat guy mentioned? The blood princess looks at Bailon in front of her and says with a bit of curiosity, Humph, no need for more words. Die, vampire. Balan doesn't talk nonsense and rushes towards the Blood Princess with the overflowing magic power accompanying the long sword. The huge magic power catches the Blood Princess off guard. He's so young, and this strength is a genius that is hard to come by among the younger generation of the Blood Clan. It seems I have to keep you here forever. Swish! The Blood Princess draws out her blood blade, and the sharp blade makes Balan's heart tremble. Then come on, cutie. The Blood Princess waves the blood blade and starts to provoke Balan. In an instant, the sounds of weapon collisions come one after another, and the magic power confrontation even affects the people around. This the strength of Night Balan. It seems that last time he didn't use his full strength. The squad leader looks at Balan in surprise. The two fight back and forth, but slowly Balan gradually realizes that his magic power is draining, and even his physical strength is starting to run out. You are very good. The Blood Princess can't help but praise Balan. If you were from our blood clan, you would at least be someone who guards the queen. I don't need to. Balan is provoked by her words and uses more force. But little knight, you are still not enough. The Blood Princess suddenly changes her tone. You have a lot of magic power, but don't know how to use magic very well. Seems your teacher is just skilled in martial arts, but nothing else. Balan gets angry. Don't you dare slander my teacher. Balan's mind is not stable enough, which makes his magic power drain even more seriously. Balan feels that his body is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He doesn't want to move anymore, and can't move either. I said so. You're still not enough. With a little trick of mine, using the magic of magic erosion, I've devoured all your magic power. Balan tries to support himself with the sword, and his vision starts to blur. Hurry up. Why don't you kill him? The city lord suddenly runs out of the city. We had a deal. Hurry up and kill him. If he lives, I'm finished. The city lord shouts at the Blood Princess, point one more word from you, and I'll tear your mouth apart. The Blood Princess glares at the city lord. The city lord steps back in fear. I still quite like him. So, this night, I'm taking him away. If you want to kill him, you can come and find me. The Blood Princess threatens the city lord. Since that's the case, then he's yours. The city lord knows that if he doesn't go along with her, he will surely die. Balan looks at the city lord, helpless. The pain in his heart supports him to stand there, staring fixedly at the two of them. The Blood Princess walks towards Balan. Don't look at me like that. Cute knight. Balan spits disdainfully. Knight, do you know that the royal family of the Blood Clan has the ability to turn a servant into a high-level Blood Clan through the embrace? The Blood Princess looks at Balan, and her head is already behind Balan's neck. No, don't. Welcome to become a member of the Blood Clan, young knight. The Blood Princess says. Balan's hair turns white, and his eyes turn red. The pain of the transformation makes him faint directly. When he wakes up again, Balan finds himself in a magnificent mansion, and beside Balan is a Blood Clan maid who is treating his wounds. But this wooden-headed Balan doesn't realize it. Balan jumps up and reverses his hand to capture the maid and presses her under him. Where is this? Where's that Blood Princess? Balan asks the maid who is being pressed. This is the mansion of Duke Irina. She ordered me to take care of you. Please let me go. You're hurting me. The maid pleads. You recovered well. You pinned my person under you as soon as you woke up? Blood Princess Irina suddenly comes into the room. Balan looks at Irina, embarrassedly lets go of the maid, and both of their faces turn slightly red. Out of politeness, Balan still apologizes to the maid, which also makes the maid have some good feelings for Balan. Do you feel full of strength? Irina asks Balan. Only then does Balan notice that his skin is extremely fair. Not good. He quickly looks at the mirror, and what he sees in the mirror scares him. His skin is so fair that it's translucent. His hair has changed from gold to pure white. His eyes are bright red, and there are prominent fangs. He is shocked. What did you do to me? Balan asks angrily. Nothing. The Blood Princess looks Balan up and down. Embrace you as my servant. That is a vampire. Balan feels despaired. He has been captured and even become an enemy of the kingdom. Now, he doesn't even have the possibility of returning to the kingdom. He can't even imagine what Bayu will see when she sees his appearance. Fear, suspicion, and various emotions well up in Balan's heart and finally converge into a sense of hatred. He picks up the tough knife on the table. Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell. Balan shouts. The maid watches the situation get out of control and starts to be at a loss. But there is no trace of panic on Irina's face. She watches Balan raise the knife and slash at her without flinching. Until the blade reaches Irina's neck, it can't get any closer. What? What's going on? Balan is shocked. Hee. Irina explains with a smile that a human embraced by the blood clan has a master-servant relationship in their blood. A servant can't harm their master. Balan doesn't believe it and tries to press the knife closer by releasing his magic power. As a result, a huge repulsive force directly bounces Balan back to the wall. Oh dear, I have to inform them to repair the wall again. The maid looks helpless. Irina walks towards Balan. Don't be too discouraged. Losing to Irina, the first great knight of the blood clan. You don't lose unfairly. Irina raises Balan's chin and says slowly, Bah. Balan shakes his head forcefully and breaks free. Don't be too desperate that I've already made a deal with that fat guy. The people in that city, including those knights present, won't be harmed. Then, she adds, Isha, the name of the maid, take our knight to have a good look around here. Don't worry. With my restraint, he won't do anything to you. After saying that, Irina left first, while Balan still couldn't accept the fact that he had become a vampire. Then come on, Mr. Knight, let me take you out for a walk, Isha said. Balan originally wanted to refuse and struggled to stand up. But then he thought that if he went out to have a look, maybe he could find a way to leave here. Actually, our Miss Irina is quite nice. Isha walked with Balan and said, Hee, cooperating with a beastly lord and trading in human lives. Is this also a good person? Balan replied disdainfully. No. Isha suddenly became emotional. Actually, we vampires don't want to go to war either, but under the influence of the blood curse. The erosion is getting worse and worse, and we need a large amount of blood to maintain a normal state. Blood curse? Balan suddenly became interested. Yes, after our queen sacrificed herself for the country. Now her younger sister is acting as the ruler, and the suppression of the blood curse is getting weaker and weaker. Isha continued. When they reached a certain place, Balan was suddenly shocked. Humans were living happily on the vampire's territory. Why is this? Balan was puzzled. Well, the humans who come to us, as long as they can offer their blood voluntarily every once in a while, they can farm and live freely on this land. Isha replied. Balan still couldn't believe it, but Isha thought she shouldn't have told Balan so much and wanted to stop talking about it. Balan saw what Isha was thinking and then changed the topic. Then, tell me more about the blood curse. The blood curse, according to the most senior vampires among us, comes from the curse of the gods. Once a vampire doesn't drink human blood for a long time, they will become crazy monsters. That's so. Balan pondered. Then what about the suppression? Well, under the rule of our Queen Alice, with the vampire's sacred object, the bloodthirsty spirit eater, the vampires can live normally without drinking blood. Isha said, You should have heard of Queen Alice, right? Balan nodded. Indeed, when he was training in Erlode, he had mentioned that Queen Alice, the most powerful vampire throughout history, possessed both means and strength, with powerful magic and the bloodthirsty spirit eater. The most powerful weapon of the vampires and the symbol of the queen, she once made the vampire empire the most powerful in the era. However, when the queen passed away, everything changed. Isha thought for a while and then continued. After the queen's death, the officials and the people's hearts were not united, and they all had their own ulterior motives. Coupled with the weakened suppression of the blood curse, the vampire's desire for blood became extremely strong. And before that, our vampires were on good terms with humans. So, this is the reason for the vampires to wage war on humans. Balan then asked. Yes, after Queen Alice died, her younger sister, that is, our current acting ruler, Princess Leah, took on this responsibility. Why is she an acting ruler? Doesn't your Princess Leah want to be the real queen? Balan was puzzled. The supreme power was right in front of her eyes. On the one hand, Queen Alice chose to tend the palace that was already in ruins under the enemy's attack for the vampire empire, and especially for her only beloved sister, Leah. And Leah also loved her sister. On the other hand, the vampire's sacred object, the bloodthirsty spirit eater, as the symbol of each queen, has not changed hands yet. What? Balan found it incredible. It hasn't changed hands. Didn't Alice already? Isha looked at Balan, nodded, and then continued. Because of this, Princess Leah has always firmly believed that her beloved sister is still alive. This is also what? Balan pursued. No, nothing. Isha smiled at Balan and didn't say any more. Isha's explanation had greatly changed Balan's impression of vampires. Vampires also have feelings, just like humans. The only thing that makes everyone suffer together is war. I forgot to mention one thing. Isha suddenly remembered. Before Queen Alice died in battle, Princess Leia saw that among the people who her, the leader seemed to be a human knight holding a holy sword, so she hates human knights very much. So, don't wander around if you don't want to get into trouble. Well, Bylon felt speechless. The queen must be very busy with state affairs every day. How could she meet him outside the imperial city? However, this conversation still increased Bylon's favorability towards the vampires. How was the stroll? My dear vampire knight, Irina asked with a big smile on her face. Bylon didn't want to answer this person who had turned him into a vampire. But his impression of the vampires had still changed for the better. It's okay. Just so is so. But compared to someone's mansion, it's like paradise on earth. Bylon replied sarcastically. After hearing this, Irina squinted and smiled, looking like someone who hides a knife in their smile. The two just stared at each other like this, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Isha looked at the two tit-for-tat people and quickly changed the topic. Well, Lady Irina, Mr. Bylon has been in a coma for a long time and hasn't eaten yet. How about Isha asked carefully? Irina thought for a while and whispered in Isha's ear, Okay, but prepare more. Are you really sure? We're not supposed to? Isha hurriedly asked. Just prepare like this. Irina made up her mind. Okay, fine. Isha looked at Bylon sympathetically and went to the kitchen to prepare. Bylon knew that this blood princess must have bad intentions. She wouldn't serve up a basin of blood, would she? Just thinking about it made him feel uneasy that a long half an hour passed. Lunch was ready. Bylon was led by Isha to sit down, while she herself stood aside. Bylon looked at the food served. There was meat and vegetables, but mostly vegetables, and there was also a cup of blood. Although I thought you wouldn't drink this, but to show my sincerity, I still poured a cup. Irina smiled wickedly. No way in hell would I drink this. Bylon directly retorted, Oh really? Knight, if you don't drink this, then you have to finish the rest. Irina then said, Didn't you poison it? Bylon looked at Irina warily. There's no need. Irina said, Mr. Bylon, you can rest assured to eat. I made it myself, and there's no poison. Isha's confident look made Bylon lower his guard. After all, he had a good impression of this girl. Bylon picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth and chewed. That it's really quite delicious, Bylon thought. Irina looked at Bylon eating with relish and smiled wickedly, until Bylon picked up a piece of vegetable. Bylon couldn't help but gag. What is this? How could it be so? Bylon really couldn't hold back. Who said it was good? You have to finish it all. Irina laughed. Vampires can eat meat and drink blood, but they just can't eat vegetables. The feeling of vampires eating vegetables is like humans eating something. It's not convenient to reveal the ellipsis. However, what surprised Irina was that this toughest knight actually put all the vegetables into his mouth. How did this guy do it? How did he hold back from vomiting? Irina was astonished, but actually Bylon's stomach was already churning. Bylon finally couldn't hold back, covered his mouth, and quickly left. Isha and Irina watched this scene and couldn't help laughing. Bylon was really suffering here. He wanted to find a place to vomit. But everywhere was full of vampires, and Bylon didn't want to do it in front of them. After searching everywhere, Bylon ran to a river. Bylon vomited while being angry. He knew that woman had ill intentions. Even the leftover food from a few meals when he was a child wasn't as disgusting as this. Bylon was almost vomiting blood. Hey, don't vomit here. You scared all my fish away, a delicate and coquettish female voice shouted. Huh. Bylon was surprised and turned his head with difficulty to look to one side. The one speaking was a vampire girl. Bylon looked at her. She should be about the same age as him. She was holding a fishing rod in her right hand, wearing a casual outfit, and had a high ponytail. But even so, it couldn't hide the noble and elegant aura on her body. She was definitely a great beauty. Bylon couldn't help but stare at her in a daze that a kind and familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Have I seen her before? Bylon couldn't help thinking. Cough. Rude person. Haven't you seen enough? She noticed that Bylon had been staring at her and put down the fishing rod in her hand and said, Oh, sorry. Bylon also realized that she had been somewhat offensive and quickly apologized. Humph, you're sensible, the young girl said in a slightly tone. Well, you're new to the royal city, right? Bylon nodded. Well, no wonder, the young girl continued. What? No, nothing. Although the young girl said so on the surface, in her heart, she thought, You're the first person in the royal city who hasn't bowed to me. If there's nothing else, go somewhere else and don't disturb me fishing. With that, she picked up the fishing rod again. Is that how you fish? Bailan was a bit confused. Her fishing rod had nothing on it. Could she really catch fish like this? Why not? Bailan's short reply irritated her. She then said, Humph, I used to watch my sister fish like this all the time. After watching for so long, how could I not know how to fish? Alas, Bailan sighed and carefully took the fishing rod from her hand. Did your sister tell you to use beef when fishing? Or rather, steak? The young girl suddenly blushed with embarrassment. This is all I have at home. Let's help you. After all, I scared away your fish. With that, Bailan began to arrange the fishing rod. Soon, all the necessary things were on the fishing rod. Bailan couldn't help asking, why don't you ask someone else? I just like standing next to my sister and watching her fish. It's just that my sister... Speaking of this, the young girl's expression suddenly darkened. Her appearance reminded Bailan of her own sister. Well, I have a sister. She doesn't know how to fish either. When we were young, there wasn't much to eat at home that I liked to go fishing by the stream at that time. My sister also liked to be beside me and, well, make things worse. Speaking of this, Bailan showed a long-lost smile, different from the seriousness when she was fiddling with the fishing. It seems that you love your sister very much. The young girl covered her mouth and asked with a smile. Why, yes, that time. My sister was everything to me. And I think you feel the same way about your sister, right? Bailan looked at the young girl and asked. Yes, no one loves my sister more than me. And my sister loves me the most. Speaking of this, the young girl smiled happily. And the young girl looked at Bailan again, and I think I will definitely see my sister again in the not-too-distant future. Bailan realized that she might be in the same situation as herself, that the person she cared most about was not by her side. The two people who shared the same fate got along very happily. And with Bailan's help, she caught a full bucket of fresh fish. I really haven't been this happy for a long, long time. The young girl looked at Bailan with a smile on her face. Well, me too. The two looked at each other. By the way, I haven't asked her name yet. The young girl suddenly realized. Well, I'm Bailan. What about you? The young girl played a trick and stuck out her tongue with a smile. I won't tell you that you'll know in the future. Bailan didn't ask further. After all, in a foreign land, it was too difficult to meet someone similar to herself. The young girl said goodbye to Bailan. It was almost dusk, and Irina was going to check on her. Bailan had to go back too, but his desire to escape had never changed, and on the way back, Bailan carefully paid attention, hoping to find a way to escape from here. Bang! Without paying attention, Bailan bumped into a passerby. Lowly thing, can't you see? Before Bailan could say anything, the person on the other side started scolding. Bailan looked over and saw a masked person wearing a cloak and a horse-face mask, glaring at Bailan with gritted teeth. Bailan didn't want to cause trouble and was about to apologize when suddenly, the person on the other side raised a magic staff and began to chant a spell that was a language Bailan had never heard before, like the scream of a deep-sea monster. Harsh and unpleasant. Dark green magic quickly overflowed from the masked person's body. This kind of magic felt so familiar, Bailan thought to herself. Yes, she remembered. Bailan had a sudden inspiration when she visited her teacher in prison that day. A similar magic had lingered around teacher Elrod. However, Bailan's perception of this kind of magic was not strong enough at that time. Die, lowly thing, the masked person shouted. The surging magic rushed towards Bailan. Bailan dodged with a sudden movement. I can see it. Bailan thought silently in her heart. The flow of magic could be completely captured by her now. With a dodge, she avoided the attack. Then Bailan quickly drew out her sword and stabbed at the masked person. Humph, you have some skills, the masked person said disdainfully and casually cast a spell. Bailan's sword heavily struck the protective shield of the masked person. Bailan slowly exerted her magic power, and blood-red magic surrounded the sword. Click, click, click. The protective shield was slowly cracking. Bailan didn't expect that her magic power had increased sharply, and the blood-red magic was even more handy to use. Even better than before. Why? Bailan was puzzled. Even though she had been embraced as a vampire by Irina, she shouldn't have had such a huge improvement. This blood-red magic seemed like something she had always had. Bang, boom. The protective shield shattered. The masked person was shocked and didn't even have time to dodge. Bailan deliberately slashed to the side, and the horse-face mask shattered, revealing an old and rotten face. Bailan had never seen such a face before. Disgusting, repulsive. That was Bailan's first impression. The masked person fell heavily to the ground. Balan put the long sword against his neck and began to interrogate. Ha! The masked person suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Kill me, and you will surely be punished beyond redemption. The Lord will take your soul away. But Balan wasn't afraid. Compared to herself, she cared more about the lives of the people around her. You, to be precise, you people, there are also your people among the humans, right? Balan interrogated. The masked person didn't expect Balan to guess their plan and fell silent for a moment. Coughed. A coughing sound came. Please let go of my guest. Balan turned her head and saw a vampire youth a bit older than herself. And Irina. Balan didn't expect Irina to come either. Irina didn't expect that the magic fluctuation just now came from the night she had just embraced. Irina still looked at Balan in disbelief. In that blood-red magic just now, she felt a familiar feeling, very familiar. Who are you? Balan ignored Irina and asked the person beside her. He paused and looked at Balan with a condescending look. Fairmont, also the cousin of the current queen, I'm telling you again, let go of my guest. Irina also gestured to Balan beside her not to cause trouble and put down the sword first. Balan helplessly put away the sword and watched helplessly as the person related to the false accusation of her teacher stood up in front of her eyes. The anger in her eyes couldn't be suppressed. Irina silently walked to Balan's side and whispered, Don't cause trouble. The power of Prince Fairmont is very powerful. It won't do you any good to tear your face with him now. After hearing this, Balan suppressed her anger and forced herself to calm down. Seeing that Balan didn't continue to entangle, the masked person became even more aggressive. What do you think? For a lowly creature like a human to the arrival of our Lord. What an honor it is. When talking about this Lord, a perverted smile appeared on his ugly face. This sentence made Balan think of a lot. The death of humans? It seemed that the chaos in the country definitely had something to do with them. It seems I need to stay in the vampire clan for some time longer, Balan thought, in order to find the truth, seeing that Balan didn't ask for an explanation anymore. Fairmont didn't continue to entangle. Let's go. We have more important things to do. Fairmont whispered to the masked person, but there was a sinister expression on his face. This matter came to an end for now. On the way back, Irina asked Balan, What's going on with your magic power? What's going on? Isn't this your doing? Balan said angrily that I just wanted to do something for my side at that time. Irina quickly said when she heard Balan's words, Your side? What about the other side? Wouldn't it be Prince Fairmont? Balan guessed correctly 9 times out of 10 that you saw it today, right? Fairmont, the cousin of Her Highness Leia, has developed into a force that can other royal families. If he a coup, it will be very difficult for us. Irina said, Humph, who becomes the king of this country doesn't matter, right? He's also from the royal family. Balan smiled and said that he doesn't deserve it. He doesn't have the... Hearing Balan's words, Irina, who is usually good-tempered, suddenly flew into a rage that in my heart, the only empress is Her Highness Alice. Speaking of this, Irina suddenly burst into tears. She is my only sovereign. Besides her, no one else has the qualification. What about Leia? Balan pursued. Her Highness Leia has also been waiting for Empress Alice. Irina replied, It seems that Isha has told you a lot about the Blood Clan. Right? Balan nodded. As long as the sacred object doesn't change hands, then one day, she will definitely come back. Irina said excitedly when she reached this point. Then, what has Alice given you? Balan was puzzled as to why Irina was so loyal to her. She is an irreplaceable existence for everyone in the Blood Clan, and I have come to where I am now because of Her Highness. Irina couldn't stop her tears. Balan didn't catch the last sentence clearly. It is my greatest regret in this life that I didn't die in battle for Her Highness Alice. Watching Irina crying uncontrollably, this Blood Clan girl actually has this side, that I thought she was heartless. Balan still couldn't help but see the girl crying like this in front of him, and casually handed over a handkerchief. So, this is the reason why Fairmont hasn't seized the throne yet, Balan asked. This is only one aspect that, on the other hand, one needs to get the recognition of a sacred object. Fairmont has impure blood, and the sacred object has not changed hands. Why, that's so? Balan lowered her head and thought. Well, I can help you defend the throne until your Empress Alice comes back. Balan suddenly promised. Hearing this, Irina finally showed a smile again. Come on, you can't even beat me now, Balan. Back at Irina's mansion, Irina gave Balan a token. Take this and go to the Blood Clan's royal library. Pick a magic that you are good at there. It's so kind of you. This doesn't seem like you. Balan looked at Ailina and asked with a smile. Hee, go if you want, Ailina said. After all, Balan has chosen to join, and he can't be allowed to become a burden in the future. After a long 30-minute walk through the imperial city, Balan finally arrived at the library. While facing the magnificent library, Balan couldn't help but exclaim. Whether in terms of size or the quantity of books, it is more than that in the human library. Balan didn't rush to look for it, but searched for information in the history section. Biography of Alice. Balan noticed this book. Balan opened this book to learn about the life of this Empress Alice. At the age of 6, she awakened magic, the pure, blood-red magic power, the magic power that can swallow everything. Balan was astonished. What does this mean? He continued to read. The invincible magic power. All the magic on the battlefield. The magic of the defeated will become the nourishment of her own. How could there be such magic power? Balan couldn't hold back completely. Could such an ability still die? For a moment, Balan looked down on this Empress a bit. Cough, you can't make noise in the library. It was an old blood clan who spoke. Balan looked around. Everyone was staring straight at him. Balan had to keep apologizing. Young man, I seem to have never seen you here before. The old man asked. Oh, sir, I just came to the imperial city not long ago. Balan touched his head and replied to the old man with his head down. Really? Remember not to shout here. Sorry. The old man noticed the book in Balan's hand. Well, are you interested in our Empress Alice? Yes, I want to know about this great Empress who is widely. Balan replied. What great? In my eyes, she's just a little girl who has trouble practicing magic. Looking suddenly serious, I don't know why. Seeing him so serious, Balan unconsciously wanted to step back. Always a little scared. Well, sir, is what you said appropriate? Are you? Balan asked. Alas, the old man sighed and said, I am her former teacher. Suddenly, Balan showed respect. To be able to cultivate such a person. Then this teacher must be extraordinary too. Balan thought that it's really the case. Before Empress Alice, looking at her when she was young, she was the #1 mage in the Blood Clan. She used to have the upper hand in competitions with other races. By the way, sir, I haven't asked your name yet. Balan scratched the back of his head and asked. Inakran, the old man replied. Then, Inakran continued to talk about Alice. Since she has become the Empress, she should understand that the Blood Clan can't do without her. She tricked me, an old bone, away, and then, speaking of this, Inakran couldn't help but lower his head and stop talking. It seems that this Blood Clan Empress really cares about the people she values. But why did she do it alone? What exactly was she facing at that time? Balan thought. There were only a few human knights. Kran suddenly said, Balan didn't expect the old man to be able to pick up the conversation. It's not about why I just didn't say it out, just a little magic. This is also considered little magic? Balan couldn't help but exclaim. Please keep your voice down. That a librarian walked over to Balan and said. Sorry, Balan apologized for the second time. Then he looked at Inakran again. Sir, I want to learn magic from you. First, he didn't quite react. Just take on an apprentice like this? But Inakran wouldn't easily agree to this. After all, after teaching Alice, he has never taught anyone magic again. Inakran looked at Balan with a firm expression on his face. Alice. The old man couldn't help but think of Alice. What do you think you have that makes me take you as my apprentice? The old man asked that I want to be stronger, that I want to have the ability to protect the people around me, that if possible, I also want to help Ailina find Alice. Have you seen Ailina? The old man asked. Well, Balan casually shifted his gaze to the side. Inakran. The first embrace? Thinking Ailina actually had the first embrace with a human knight? Through reading thoughts, Inakran understood the general situation of the matter, but still was shocked that it wasn't because Balan was human, but that a human could actually withstand the power of the royal bloodline. This girl Ailina is really reckless. She's not afraid of killing him. But this kind of situation is really rare. After thinking for a while, the old man took Balan to his residence alone. Show me your magic power, the old man said. Balan responded and cast a spell. The blood-red magic power gushed out from his palm. The purity of it startled Inakran. How is this possible? He is a human knight. Even with the first embrace of the royal bloodline, he wouldn't have such pure blood red. Even Alice. Inakran forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. Allow you to be my student. Balan was excited. Teacher. Thinking that with this person as his teacher, perhaps in the future he would have the ability to find out. Then without delay, I'll teach you some basics first. Before he even said what to call it, Inakran suddenly pulled out a ruler. This ruler once hit the empress's hand, Bailon. No, Bailon also felt strange. When he saw this ruler for the first time, his hand unconsciously retracted behind his back. Time ended in a burst of friendly magic guidance. Bailon's hand was swollen. The old man really struck hard. Bailon complained in his heart, but he used to be, and why is it like this now? You want to pick a book and you were gone all afternoon. Eilina sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. Questioning Bailon, well, I met a teacher and studied for a while longer. Did they ask for the book? We probably don't need it. Bailon replied. Teacher? What kind of teacher would take you in? Eilina sneered. Inakran, Bailon said casually. Eilina. Her face showed utter disbelief. You should at least have some sense when joking. Believe it or not. Saying that, Bailon walked into his room and continued to practice. People like you who can't even be likable deserve to be deceived. In Irina's mind, she thought, just in one afternoon, Bailon felt the magic in her body flowing orderly. This feeling was just like the one she had since her birth. Bailon had also mastered the magic of the Inoklan church very well. But as she closed her eyes, suddenly there was a palpitation in her heart. What's going on? Bailon wondered. Thirsty, I'm so thirsty, I want blood. Bailon couldn't help thinking like this in her heart. How could I be like this? How could I? This feeling of thirst and hunger became more and more intense, intolerable, dizzy, and even crazy. I want blood. Irina heard the commotion in Bailon's room and came to see what was going on. But as soon as she entered the door, Bailon directly pushed Irina to the ground and still muttered, blood. Bailon's eyes had lost their luster, and only the desire for blood remained. Irina reacted, and her face turned slightly red. How dare you? She wanted to cast magic backhandedly, but she suddenly realized that her magic power was flowing away. No, accurately speaking, it was gathering on Bailon. Irina was instantly at a loss. The night I embraced. I actually couldn't control her. Irina fell into deep self-doubt. Taking advantage of Irina's distraction, Bailon suddenly got close to her. Just like this, she bit Irina's fair neck and sucked greedily. Stop it, Irina's face was already extremely red at this time. Irina cried out in pain. Let go. Irina was shouting, but Bailon couldn't hear and couldn't stop either. After a while, Bailon returned to normal and saw this scene in front of her. Irina, with disheveled clothes, a blushing face, and slightly tearful eyes. Bailon had never seen such a scene and almost spurted blood, but she immediately realized that if she didn't explain clearly immediately, she might not survive tonight. Well, Blood Princess, this is really a misunderstanding. But if explanations were useful, what would magic be for? Boom. With a sound, Isha was sleeping and was suddenly awakened. Earthquake, but she was so sleepy that she immediately fell asleep again. The scene changed. Bailon knelt in front of Irina. Irina was still crossing her legs and tidying up her makeup. This scene really seemed familiar. Bailon thought helplessly. Irina didn't say a word and just looked at Bailon like this. This is really a misunderstanding. Bailon still wanted to defend herself. But what she didn't know was that among the Blood Clan, cannibalism among the same kind was an act of love. But obviously, Bailon had spent an afternoon in the library and didn't realize this. Irina couldn't say anything for a moment either. After all, she had been sucked blood by someone for the first time. Although it was unintentional by Bailon, Irina still couldn't let him go. She walked towards Bailon with a smile. You could just kneel here all night, right? It seemed like a question, but Bailon knew it was better to follow her. After saying that, she went back to her room in a huff and slammed the door. But once on the bed, hugging the pillow, she buried her blushing face deeply in the pillow. What kind of thing is this? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone in. As a result, Bailon really knelt and slept all night. The next day, Isha found Bailon kneeling and sleeping. Well, do humans like to sleep like this? Isha wondered. Back at the Fairmont mansion, the masked man with a ferocious face changed into a new mask. Hee, Prince Fairmont, you came just in time. The masked man stroked his magic staff. What a trustworthy ally. Fairmont didn't think so that if it weren't for the throne, he wouldn't even want to look at this old thing and cooperate. He didn't want to have too much to do with the crazy people who worshipped the evil god. According to your request, as long as I send more people to your sacrifice ceremony, I can get the recognition of the bloodthirsty spirit eater faster, right? Fairmont asked. Of course, Prince. The masked man's voice was as unpleasant as a clock without a spring. The Lord will grant you the power enough to tame it. You'd better keep your word. Fairmont emphasized the last sentence that, of course. He agreed on the surface, but it was hard to say what was going on under the mask. However, he changed the topic again. What? Fairmont asked that. It seems there's an unexpected bug, that Blood Clan night. Fairmont asked, if you're not strong enough, don't make excuses. Fairmont sneered. That's not it. He said so on the surface, but under the mask. He was already grinding his teeth in anger. His magic power was very strange and gave me a very familiar feeling that, oh, what do you mean? Fairmont asked further. I caught a trace of the breath of devouring in his magic power. The masked man said, how could it be? When it came to this, Fairmont couldn't stay calm anymore. He stood up and slapped the table with his hand. He hadn't heard the word devouring for a long time. The last time was a long time ago, when he designed and instigated these crazy people to incite humans to attack Alice. The magic power that Alice burst out instantly devoured the surrounding magic power. And on that day, he also vaguely saw the god that these crazy people believed in. Thinking of this, Fairmont still had a lingering fear. He covered his heart that no, there can't be a second Alice. He must die. Hee, the same as what I thought, Prince Fairmont. The masked man said. After saying that, a black box emerged on the withered hand of the masked him. And what it was that, what's this? Fairmont asked. This is also a believer of the Lord. The masked man said that open it, Prince. I need your help. But he smiled sinisterly. Is it another sacrifice? Fairmont guessed roughly. Of course. Not much. Just a few royal bloodlines will do. Fairmont led him to the meeting room. Each royal member here supported Fairmont. But at this moment, they didn't realize what was waiting for them. Your Highness, are you ready? Planning to stage a coup? They were discussing in a hubbub. The people who were kept in the dark even had a little expectation on their faces. Fairmont didn't say a word and just sat down with a gloomy face. That he motioned for the soldiers behind him to slowly come in and finally surrounded everyone. After the Blood Clan truly revived. They wouldn't forget each and every one of you who dedicated themselves. That he said, what? Everyone didn't understand what this sentence meant. Your Highness, don't joke, Prince. Each of us sincerely follows you. Fairmont remained silent and lowered his head. Kill. Just this one word wiped out all the hope of life for everyone. Help. Please don't. The screams came one after another. In just a few minutes, there was no more movement in the room. Prince is really decisive in killing. The masked man laughed. Well, stop talking nonsense. You still have to fulfill your promise. Fairmont stood up and looked at him and said, of course, an unpleasant and ear-piercing ancient incantation sounded. The souls of the royal members emerged and were absorbed by the box in a strange posture. The screams and wails came again, but Fairmont couldn't turn back anymore. The box opened and a monster with a huge abyss-like mouth roared out, scaring Fairmont. Ramones, don't scare His Highness the Prince, the masked man said. The monster gradually quieted down. As a creation of the Lord, Ramones has the ability to invade consciousness that it can trap anyone in the dream it creates. Finally, get lost, and then be swallowed by it in one gulp. The masked man laughed very pervertedly. Well, so disgusting, really like master, like servant. Fairmont subconsciously covered his mouth. Well then go, child, go and kill. Wait, Fairmont suddenly interrupted that, if possible, kill everyone in Irina's mansion. Of course, as long as that old guy or clan doesn't find out. It can still do this, the masked man said. After saying that unknown thing gradually disappeared and walked towards Irina's mansion. Inside Irina's mansion, Irina was still sulking. Humph, dead Bylon, stinky Bylon. Even His Highness has never overwhelmed me like this. The small mouth is pouted. After so long, this little girl is still angry that I really don't know what's on a girl's mind. Bylon, this blockhead, still doesn't understand the situation. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure flashed by so fast that Bylon almost couldn't catch it. That familiar feeling, that ugly monster. Bylon sensed the aura of the masked person from that black shadow. This black shadow directly flashed into Irene's room. Not good, Irene. Bylon realized something was wrong and rushed towards Irene's room quickly. Bang! Bylon opened the door. Irene had already collapsed on the bed. Unable to open her eyes, with a pained expression on her face, Bylon tried every method, but waking her up only made the situation worse. Irene became more and more, and her magic power was gradually draining. What should he do? Bylon calmed down and thought. He suddenly remembered the magic of invading consciousness that he had learned from the old master. But it wasn't yet mature. Moreover, Bailon found that the strange magic surrounding Irene was gradually growing stronger. It was as if Irene's soul was gradually disappearing to know there was no time left. Bailon recited the incantation. Enter the dream. When he woke up again, Bailon found himself lying on a grassland. Well, did it succeed? Sister, you're awake. Come and play with me. A little girl's voice came from beside. Sister? Calling me? Bailon was puzzled. He turned to look at the river beside him. The reflection in the river astonished Bailon. Fair skin, delicate face, as cute as a doll. She would surely be... It was this girl. Bailon touched his face, and only then noticed that his hand had become very small and cute. Sister, why are you ignoring me? The girl had already run to Bailon's side and said angrily. This cute appearance reminded Bailon of his sister, but he didn't know how to answer for a moment why he had become like this. Alice, Leah, it's time to go. It's time to attend the banquet seriously. A noble lady shouted in the distance. Alice? Me? That Empress Alice. Bailon was even more puzzled. Even if he had entered the dream, it shouldn't be. Just take one step at a time. The top priority was to find Irene first. So, Bailon took Leah's little hand and followed this noble lady to the banquet. Strangely enough, he had an inexplicable liking for this vampire lady. And so did Leah. No, forget it. She was the future empress. I couldn't. The banquet was truly luxurious. The guests were all dressed in magnificent attire. Bailon didn't like the banquets of the rich, so he made an excuse to go for a walk and look for Irene by the way. On the other side, Irene was wearing tattered clothes and was being surrounded and scolded by several noble vampire girls, and her father had several sons who also treated her very badly. It was common for her to be bullied. Who would have thought that Irene, who had fought through thorns on the battlefield, would be trapped in a shadow of her childhood and couldn't get out? She knelt alone in front of several people like this. Her father walked past her, taking her several younger brothers with him, not even looking at her once. Several people bullying one at that's so glorious? Bailon, Alice, suddenly appeared. Originally, he just wanted to help others and didn't recognize Irene. Several people turned around. Your Highness Alice. They all stood up in awe and panic, while Irene didn't have time to stand up and was at a loss on the spot. Bailon walked past them and helped Irene up. Your Highness, Princess, I'm dirty, so I don't. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but Bailon had already held her hand and pulled her up. Losing her balance, Irene fell into Bailon's arms. As fragrant. Irene sniffed and thought, her face already blushing. She stayed in his arms for half a minute like this. Then that you can, Irene just realized. Yes, sorry, please forgive my rudeness. Your Highness, it's okay. Bailon smiled, and those several girls had already lost their arrogance. Bailon directly drove them away. Thank you, Your Highness. Irene thanked. Why are you thanking me? Bailon suddenly said, I'm going to bully you too. Irene looked at him in disbelief. What do you mean? Bailon pinched Irene's face that if you can't learn to handle things on your own, then you'll just be pinched on the face forever. I got it, Irene replied. Bailon got more and more addicted to pinching. Who made her beat him so badly the first time? Alice, it's time to go. The voice of Alice's mother came from behind. It seems I have to go. Bailon looked back at Irene, hoping that in the future, I can see a different you. Bailon said this involuntarily. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from around. Bailon hadn't reacted yet when the dream suddenly changed. A sea of fire. Screams. Bailon found that he had grown taller, with long hair reaching down to his waist and already covered in wounds. Where was this again? Your Highness, please, let me stay too. A familiar voice came from behind. Bailon looked and saw it was the grown-up Irene, and what Bailon was facing was a monster with a huge, blood-filled mouth. If I was playing the role of Alice, then this should be the place where she died, Bailon guessed. But this monster was not right, Bailon thought. Its aura didn't seem to have that kind of coercion. Would Alice lose to such a monster? No, it should not be the master. Irene begged to stay. Bailon was lost in thought. With his own ability, he should be able to fight that if Irene was with him, it should be okay. Well, then let's do it together, Bailon said. Irene showed a long-lost smile, as if she had been waiting for this day to fight with the monarch she followed, and then die for her. Are you ready, monster? Bailon said. That monster looked at the two of them ferociously, roared, and rushed towards them. Finally, the two of them joined forces and defeated it. The dream shattered again. When he woke up again, Bailon found that Irene was lying beside him. tea should be okay. Balan thought, but Alice, what on earth is my relationship with you? Thinking like this, Balan glanced at Irene. Irene was awake and staring at Balan. Balan. Beauty this time. It's also a misunderstanding. Balan. The monster was thus defeated by Balan in a muddle. But what Balan didn't know was that this creation of the master could quickly erode people's consciousness, awaken the hidden nightmares, and devour and grow stronger after the soul. The degree of disaster was unimaginable. Unless there was a being of high enough status to intervene in the early stage, there was a possibility. As for Balan, just these 2 times, Irene was really driven to despair by Balan. She really regretted turning this human knight into a vampire in a nightmare. Irene saw the Empress Alice she had been longing for. She dreamed of their first encounter and also dreamed of the regret of her life, but she made up for it in the dream. Irene didn't understand. Maybe God was helping me too. Then, Your Highness Alice. You must be watching me too. She unconsciously looked into the distance. Balan looked at Irene. She seemed quite vulnerable in the dream. After all, she was just a little girl. He smiled as he looked at her appearance. Feeling a strange sense of peace in his heart, why Lady Irene? Isha suddenly came in the royal city. Her Highness Leah is going to hold a banquet. Well, I know. Irene suddenly became serious again. Balan sensed something. Was it related to the regime? Well, Prince Fairmont will also go. Most of the royal family members will go. Her Highness Leah will have a showdown with him at this banquet. Irene said, notify everyone and get the troops ready. If something unexpected happens, we can only do this. After saying that, Irene turned to look at Balan again. You, come with me. Why? Balan knew the reason. After all, he had already been involved in this. But he still wanted to know what role he played in Irene's plan. If you still want to know what you want to know. Irene said, alas, I didn't get any information, but instead I couldn't avoid going. Balan felt helpless. After a long time of changing clothes, Ilena was dressed in a black evening dress, with a purplish-red fan paired with rose-colored gloves. The high heels added to her charm, making her look extremely attractive. On the contrary, on Balan's side, this guy's aesthetic sense really needed improvement. After changing into one outfit after another, he was jointly disliked by Ilena and Isha. Stop moving. I'll do it, Ilena said impatiently, grabbed Balan's arm and walked towards the dressing room again, while picking out clothes by the way. This time, Balan was dressed in a dark gray evening dress, with half a rose tied to his left chest, which matched his white hair perfectly. Well, finally looking presentable. This set will do. Ilena was satisfied and ready. The two got into the carriage and drove towards the banquet. And secretly, the army was also on the move out on the Fairmont side. The masked man was still in shock. This was simply impossible. He was created by the Lord himself and couldn't have lost contacts so easily. Could it be that there was a higher-ranked being in this world? But the Alice eliminated by the Lord should have been the last one. The masked man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The Lord was still, and if another one emerged, the plan would. He didn't tell Fairmont about this. Even if he couldn't eliminate those bugs, let them fight among themselves, and then the believers could clean up the mess in the end. Fairmont fixed his makeup, while the masked man changed his appearance and went with Fairmont. This time, not only was Fairmont prepared, but what he didn't know was that the masked man also had his own plan. This banquet was destined to be anything but ordinary. The banquet was held in the magnificent main city, in the main hall, the place that used to be devastated by war, even though it had returned to its former prosperity. Ilena still had lingering fears that what's wrong. Balan noticed that Ilena was not quite right and asked with concern. Nothing, it's just that coming here always reminds me of my own helplessness that day. Ilena tried her best to hide the sadness on her face, but still, it's not your fault. Alice must have had her reasons for doing this. Balan directly held Ilena's hand and said, yes, Her Highness must have had her reasons. Ilena continued, and let go of your hand. Oh, Balan immediately raised both hands in surrender. He, with a silly smile on his face, anyway, I've pinched your face so you can say whatever you want. Let's go, it's time to go in. Ilena suddenly became serious. Entering the banquet, wow. All the royal members were dressed in evening dresses, and the servants were preparing in an orderly manner. The nobles were swaying the wine glasses in their hands, looking noble and pretentious. Which one is Her Highness Leia? Balan asked Ilena. Ilena pointed upstairs with her eyes. Balan looked over and saw a graceful figure in a black evening dress. The red gem on her chest complemented her eyes, looking noble and genuine. Bailon looked up from below. Everything seemed fine, but just at the moment of seeing her face, the fishing girl, Bailon was stunned. No, it shouldn't be a case of mistaken identity. This kind of temperament, and was she the sister she mentioned? I should have thought of it, but Bailon thought as he looked at Leia, is it really appropriate for you? A queen, acting, to go fishing alone? Eilina saw Bailon's shocked expression and thought that Bailon was completely overwhelmed by Leia's beauty. Hey, stop looking, it's impossible no matter how much you look. Eilina turned around and glared at Bailon. Bailon almost cried that it wasn't a matter of whether it was possible or not. Would she remember me? Mocking the queen of the enemy country. Did I still have a chance to live? Leia looked down, and, unexpectedly, their eyes met. Bailon quickly looked away. Don't. There shouldn't be anyone coming out. Calm down. Calm down. It's him. A charming smile appeared on her face. What a surprise. That offhand comment back then actually came true. Was the person next to him Eilina? Well, was he her attendant? Then, Leia walked downstairs. The sound of her high heels clicking echoed through the banquet hall. Everyone was staring at this beautiful queen. Well, except for Bailon. Prince Fairmont looked at the arriving Leia and smiled ly. After tonight, you won't be so eye-catching anymore. With that said, he stepped forward. Bailon looked at Fairmont and the strange green magic surrounding him. What on earth was this crazy guy up to? Bailon wondered. Your Majesty the Queen, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Fairmont suddenly said to Leia, Bailon, I probably know what he wants to do. Leia clearly wanted to refuse. She knew Fairmont had ulterior motives. Sorry, Your Highness the Prince, I already have a dancing partner, doe. Fairmont feigned surprise. Leia looked around, but in this situation, Fairmont's power even overshadowed that of the legitimate royal family. No one stepped forward, no one dared to offend. Who knew whose blood would be shed in the future? Leia looked and pointed at Bailon. It's him. Eilina. Bailon. The nobles were also very surprised. Who was this kid? How could he make the queen? Fairmont glared at Bailon with a black face. Leia, on the other hand, looked at him with a smile, with a hint of apology and helplessness in her eyes. Bailon walked past Eilina, gave Eilina a wink, and was ready at any time. Just then, the music started. Leia held out her hand, indicating for Bailon to hold it. Bailon had no choice but to do so. After all, he also had his reasons to continue. But when their hands met, magic suddenly converged. Both of them were puzzled. This feeling was familiar, and magic flowed between the two of them. Well then, let's start. Leia looked at Bailon and smiled. The graceful dance steps accompanied the music. The blood-red magic bats lingered around the two of them and slowly dispersed, flying around the banquet hall, soothing everyone's hearts. Wow, they danced so beautifully. Everyone couldn't help but praise. Bailon and Leia looked at each other, as if they had met before, and, definitely, were important people in each other's hearts. Just like this, they looked at each other without saying a word and danced on in the dance music. At the end of the song, the applause rang out. Leia also didn't understand why. Although they had only met once, she felt that Bailon was so familiar that it made her feel extremely at ease and willing to dance with him without reservation. At this moment, Bailon's heart was pounding wildly, yet he tried his best to suppress it. Wasn't I supposed to be a mere accompaniment? How did I suddenly become the focus of the whole audience? And Leia, he looked at the girl dancing with him, his mind in a turmoil, but also excited. Was it because she was too beautiful? Bailon thought to himself. Fairmont watched this scene and gritted his teeth in anger. Leia, since you chose to do this, don't blame me. According to the original plan, Fairmont would use the pretext of dancing to invade Leia's consciousness with magic and control her. However, Leia's magic power was also among the top in the vampire race. Although it was still far from that of Alice, that kind of monster, this description wasn't very appropriate. How could a beauty be called monster? Anyway, to minimize the damage, as long as Fairmont could touch Leia, the magic would take effect. However, Fairmont didn't really expect this to succeed. Your Majesty Leia, Fairmont suddenly said, you held this banquet today. Presumably, you have some thoughts on the next vampire king? Fairmont said that Leia's face immediately darkened, and she remained silent. Do you mean that Her Majesty Leia's governance is unqualified? Bailon suddenly interrupted. This comment made everyone look at Bailon. Who do you think you are to dare to interrupt when I'm talking to Her Highness? Just then, Eilina suddenly stepped forward. He's my man. As the first knight of the vampire race, her status carried a lot of weight. Your man? Bailon looked at Eilina. Yes, attendant. Is that okay? Eilena's eyes inexplicably turned red. So the attendant of the night was just dancing with her highness? Everyone was puzzled by the reason. The most confused was still Eilena. She just embraced a human knight out of a feeling in her heart. This guy had taken advantage of her twice, worshipped the most powerful magician, and even danced with the queen. This Bailon guy was making things more and more complicated. Eilena looked at Bailon with a headache. Really, Knight Eilena. Fairmont's face also darkened. But I heard that he was the human knight you embraced? Ah, human. The discussions rose and fell in waves. Since the blood curse had deepened, the relationship between the blood clan and humans had been deteriorating day by day. The blood clan could accept blood bags, but the knights couldn't. A human being still wanted to meddle in the major events of the blood clan. An elderly blood clan elder said that an outsider. Bailon seemingly didn't have the qualification indeed. Well, what should be said? Bailon pondered. Leo was the first to speak. He's the one I recognize. And Leo walked towards Fairmont again. I think, Your Highness the Prince, no one has ever been recognized by the holy relic. Right. Fairmont sneered. If I can get its recognition. Hearing this, both Leah and Elena couldn't help but be startled. Moreover, I also have a way to lift the blood curse of our clan. Let us once again move towards glory. Saying this, Fairmont suddenly spread his arms as if drawing a blueprint. Can the blood curse be lifted? Can His Highness the Prince really do it? These words made the hearts of most people waver. If the blood curse could be completely lifted, the achievements reached would even exceed that of Alice. Looking at Fairmont's eyes full of conspiracy, Leah was the first to speak. Your Highness the Prince. Lifting the blood curse can't be accomplished with just a few words. This blood curse has existed since ancient times. Fairmont smiled sinisterly. If Her Majesty the Queen doesn't believe it, I can lift the curse of a clan member on the spot. And I guarantee it in my name that it's absolutely true. Everyone hesitated, but they didn't want to miss this opportunity. There was a common problem among all races, that is, bypassing the facts and believing in that slim hope. This could be both good and bad. Then Your Highness the Prince, use my old bones that IT was again that blood clan elder. Fairmont walked towards him confidently. Just stand where you are. Saying this, he put his hand on his shoulder. Was it that green magic again? Bailon saw the magic floating in the air. Among the crowd, many outstanding ones could also see it, but Bailon saw more in everyone's eyes. All that could be seen was the blood curse mark emerging on the old man's head. Everyone understood this. Once the blood curse appeared, if one didn't suck blood immediately, they would become a monster. Comma, 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 I can only be behind her. Comma, 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 comma. Inakran let out a loud shout. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed the magic that he had prepared beforehand. The three of them were teleported away from this place in disbelief. As they left, Inakran said, Bailon, you will come to know what you are burdened with. Bailon stared at Inakran and pounded helplessly on the teleportation formation. Boom! A burst of blood-red light shot into the sky, and the three of them left this place. This time, Inakran could no longer hold on completely. Cough! Blood spat out from his mouth. When that monster, Fairmont, was about to kill him. Stop! With an order from the tiger-faced man, that monster calmed down. Inakran, you are an important bargaining chip for us. The tiger-faced man looked at Inakran, who was already exhausted, with a smile. Back to Bailon and the others. When they opened their eyes again, the three of them had arrived at the forbidden area of the blood clan. How do we end up here? Leia couldn't believe it. Bailon listened, looked around, and the blood-red magic kept extending and spreading here, twining and swirling. What a familiar feeling. This familiarity Bailon couldn't recall, yet felt that there was something important to her here. This is where the blood clan's sacred object, the bloodthirsty, soul-swallowing blade, is located. It is also the forbidden area of the blood clan. Irina explained. Since Inakran teleported the three of them here, there must be a reason for it. Let's continue walking inside. Leia said. The three of them walked all the way to the end. The blood-red magic power reached its peak here. Bailon saw a magnificent scene in front of her eyes. The blood-colored sickle was hanging in the center of the huge blood pool. This is the bloodthirsty, soul-swallowing blade, Irina said. The bloodthirsty, soul-swallowing blade? Bailon murmured. Boom! Suddenly, a violent earthquake struck. We really have to thank Inakran. Otherwise, we really wouldn't know how to get here. The three of them were startled and heard the voice of the tiger-faced man coming from behind. Bailon looked and saw Inakran lying limp on the ground, the three followers standing behind him, and the now monstrous Fairmont. Remember, the master has ordered that this sickle must be destroyed, the tiger-faced man said. The three of them could only fight with all their might. Bailon took the lead, and the blood-colored magic power radiated out and fought with that monster. Irina and Leia were trying to rescue Inakran. Why is this monster so powerful? Bailon used all her strength, but couldn't even harm it in the slightest. Perhaps influenced by Fairmont's own emotions, this monster roared even louder when fighting with Bailon. Woo! Bailon didn't expect that even the roars could shake her will. Bailon fought hard to resist. The situation for Irina and Leia was also not optimistic. Just one tiger-faced man could easily handle the two of them. I'm not going to play with you bugs anymore. Saying that, he moved his magic power, and the magic power turned into strange flames and fell towards the three of them. Suddenly, Leia lost her balance and couldn't dodge. She watched helplessly as the huge flames approached. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't find it. Pong! After Bailon took a hit from the monster head-on, she still forced herself to use magic power and blocked this fatal blow. The huge magic power directly sent Bailon flying into the blood pool. The moment of being, Bailon thought of many things. Brother might not be able to go back. Leia and Irina. Meeting you, there are more things to cherish in my life. Sorry, I couldn't. Seeing Bailon seriously injured and falling into the blood pool, Irina and Bayu were extremely sad, although they had known him for not long. The two of them had already had a different feeling for Bailon in their hearts, just like the setting sun reappeared, a long-lost reunion. It's time to send you on your way, the tiger-faced man said. A huge amount of magic power emerged again. Boom! Suddenly, the bloodthirsty, soul-swallowing blade of the blood sickle emitted a surging magic power. What? The magic power directly interrupted the magic power of the three followers. The blood sickle was in the air, and a blood-colored figure emerged, waving the blood sickle and slashing out a knife, sending the followers and the monster flying on Bailan's side. When she woke up again, she had come to another world. The sky was covered in blood color, and the sea of blood reflected her figure that had become a blood clan member. Bailon thought, and walked aimlessly on the sea of blood. No, you haven't yet. A soft and charming female voice suddenly sounded in Bailan's ear. Bailon turned her head, and a blood clan girl walked slowly over. Her snow-white long hair reached her waist, and her graceful figure walked over. The tada sound of her high heels further embellished her charm. Even the reflection in the sea of blood was extremely beautiful. Bailon recognized her. She was Alice, the most powerful queen of the blood clan. Bailon didn't look closely at her in the previous dream. Now, she was a bit intoxicated when looking at her. Sorry for the offense. Cough, cough. Have you seen enough, knight? She said it. Yes, sorry. Bailon realized her offense and was a bit at a loss. You're Queen Alice, right? She smiled and shook her head. No, I'm just the incarnation of the last wisp of her magic power. For so many years, I've also been waiting for her. Waiting for Alice. Bailon found it incredible. Listen slowly, knight, she continued. When Alice knew she couldn't defeat him, she left a backup plan. While fighting with that monster, she used the magic she created herself and preserved her soul and magic power. Her soul was reborn through reincarnation, and the magic power turned into this world of the sea of blood. You've been waiting for her, but it's me who came here. Bailon pointed at herself in disbelief that I myself am. Bailon still couldn't quite accept it. She walked to Bailan's side. No, she knew that the God who created this world didn't allow any living being to be reborn with memories. So, you also have the right to choose. She continued, you are Alice, but you're also Bailon. You have your life in this world. Protecting the blood clan was Alice's lifelong wish. You have the right to choose comfort. I have the ability to send you back to your kingdom. But if you choose to fight, then you have to be prepared to lose your body in this world. Bailon thought of her teacher, Inakran, and also of Irina and Baiwai. And no wonder I'm so familiar with these two girls. Alas, I can't let go. I can't let go. Bailon smiled ly. Well, have you thought it over? She asked. Alice could give her life for the one she loved. Then I, Bailon, as a knight, that if I can't even protect the people I want to protect, then that would be my real death. Bailon made a knight's promise for the people she wanted to protect, even if it means sacrificing everything. She asked again. Yes, until death. She smiled, reached out her hand, and pushed Bailon. Bailon lost her balance and fell into the sea of blood, in the sea of blood. She remembered everything from her previous life, her magic power, and her profound knowledge of magic, and everything she cared about. Her blood clan empire, Irina, Baya. She remembered all the people who had always been by her side. When she woke up again, accurately speaking, it should be her now. Through the reflection that emerged in the sea of blood, her long hair still reached her waist, exactly the same as in the dream. She waved her hand, and the huge magic power of the sea of blood converged towards her alone. She hugged herself tightly and let the magic power flow over her body. Boom! Now in the blood pool. A burst of blood-red light shot into the sky, dispersing the evil god's magic power that had covered the sky of the Blood Clan. She finally came back, the dying Inakran said with all his remaining strength. The three followers also felt something was wrong. Use all your strength. Destroy this place. With an order from the tiger-faced man, the monster rushed towards Leia and the other girl again. Swish, a sharp magic power suddenly slashed at the monster. Boom! With just one strike, half of the monster was cut off. It's been a long time since I used the sickle that I'm a bit rusty. How could I even miss? The voice that Leia had been longing to hear came from behind her. Sister. Leia turned around in shock and saw the bloodthirsty, soul-swallowing blade floating in the air and the graceful figure sitting on the blood sickle. Leia almost cried. She really missed her sisters so much. So did Irina. When she saw Alice, she stood up again and had the faith to fight until the end. On the contrary, the other three, seeing the power of this strike, were so shocked that their legs started to shake. This is even more monstrous than the monster. Don't panic. With the blessing of the Master, we can defeat her. Use all your strength, the tiger-faced man shouted. All your strength? Running away is your best choice. Saying that, Alice swung the sickle again. Slash. With just this one strike, the three of them were once again thrown into a state of ness. Alice, Bailon, slowly lowered the blood sickle in her hand, and the sound of her high heels clicking on the ground was clear and melodious. Sister. Leia hugged Alice excitedly. I really missed you so much. Alice looked at Leia gently, reached out, and stroked her head. Silly sister, I've always been here, was in the past, and am now too. I just can't let you go. And Alice first used magic to heal the injuries of the two, then walked towards Irina. Irina watched the person she had been longing for approaching, and for a moment, she was choked with sobs and couldn't say a word. She just stood there staring at her blankly. Alice reached out and gently tugged at her little face, pouting her lips. Don't hold on if you're okay that you're my first knight, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Irina blushed, touched her face, and nodded nervously without saying a word. Well, you weren't like this when you bullied me. Alice continued. How could I bully your highness? Irina was momentarily puzzled, but still afraid that Alice would no longer trust her. Huffed. Alice covered her mouth. The tooth mark from when you first embraced me is still there. First embrace? Leia and Irina were shocked when they heard this. In a way. Could it be? Irina covered her little face, but still couldn't hide the blush on her face. Yes. Alice tucked her hair behind her ear. I am Alice, and I am also Bailon. This sentence directly stunned everyone present. However, Irina was still immersed in the fantasy of I embrace your highness. I embrace your highness. She was in a complete mess. Whether you're Alice or Bailon, today, even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will get rid of you. The tiger-faced man struggled to stand up. The next second, he directly turned to the back. Hey, it's time for you to offer yourselves for the Lord. The other two believers didn't even have time to react. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Before they could finish their words, the tiger-faced man directly started chanting a spell. Oh, almighty Lord, today your believers voluntarily offer their lives. Please descend and eliminate them. Alice understood what he said. It was an ancient language from a distant past. It seems that the Lord behind this cult might have existed since ancient times. In the final decisive battle, through the body of the human knight, Alice saw the true face of the Lord. It was a being covered in withered bones, with countless tentacles attached to its body. It was extremely disgusting that it relied on those human knights. But Alice still felt that the power of the Lord was far from that. Taking advantage of the time when the tiger-faced man was chanting the spell, Alice exerted her magic power. Well, it seems I can't break it, but I'd better save the teacher first. Thinking this, she used magic power to hide Yinaclan in her own space. The next second, the three believers' bodies directly melted, and their souls strangely merged together. Finally, these strange substances directly merged with the monster of Fairmont. Ugh, so disgusting. Leah saw this kind of monster for the first time and couldn't help but want to vomit. Alice supported Leah and said gently, "Leah, close your eyes. Soon, your eyes will be clear." "Yes, but sister, be careful." Leah grabbed Alice's skirt. She was still worried. "It's okay. Trust your sister." Alice smiled at her. "Then, Your Highness, let me also—" Irina suddenly panicked. She didn't want Alice to be in danger again. She wanted to do something for her at the last moment. "Well, if something happens to you, the pain in my heart will be far more than the physical pain. So don't agree. Please, I'm begging you." Alice directly acted cute. Since she got this life as Bylon, she liked to see Irina's blushing face. Okay. Irina was so flustered that she couldn't even speak properly. Spirit devouring. Alice became serious and summoned the blood sickle. This monster was far more powerful than before. The magic power it spat out forced Alice to swing the sickle with difficulty to barely block it. "Well, it has one or two parts of the power of your lord." Alice smiled, but still, it's far from him. Alice chanted the spell, and pure, blood-colored magic power flowed out. Alice could now freely control her magic power. Devour everything. The blood-colored magic power transformed into several blood-colored giant pillars, and blood-colored bats circled around them. The blood-colored mist even devoured the magic power emitted by the monster. Irina once again witnessed the power of Alice's devouring ability, which was even stronger than last time. Irina thought the power of that monster gradually drained, and the few souls were also struggling to break free. "Well, it seems you're not that great with the Lord." Alice mocked. "It's over, ugly monster." Alice swung the sickle again. This time, Alice used her magic power. This time, it shattered any possibility of the monster's existence. Roar the monster let out a painful scream and disappeared. "Hey, open your eyes, Leah." Alice jumped in front of Leah. Leah opened her eyes again and saw that her sister was safe and sound. "Sister, you're okay." She hugged her tightly again. "Well," Alice suddenly sighed. Leah and Irina quickly asked what was wrong, if she was injured. Alice, Bylon, said, "I haven't worn high heels for a long time, and my feet hurt a bit." Irina. Leah looked excited. "Can I rub your feet, sister?" Saying that, she directly reached out to touch Alice's leg. "Ah, wait, Leah, I was just kidding," Alice quickly explained. "Well, what should I do if my sister loves me so much?" Alice stroked her head and thought helplessly. "Okay, let go of me first. Leah, I still have something important to do." Alice said. "All right." Leah reluctantly let go. After Alice, Bylon, absorbed all the blood lake here, there were signs of collapse at all times. Alice chanted the spell, and Yinaclan appeared in front of her again. "Sorry, teacher, I'm still a bit late." Saying that, she chanted the spell and cast the healing magic that Yinaclan's injuries were slowly healing, and his complexion was gradually improving. Could it be that this strange magic power was beyond even the teacher's ability to handle? Alice thought. After the injuries healed, Yinaclan woke up. "Teacher," Alice shouted with a smile. "Well, so you still know I'm your teacher, right?" Yinaclan's tone suddenly became reproachful. "Huh, what's wrong?" Alice was puzzled. Yinaclan took out the ruler again. "You're really something. In the last life, you sent me away and stayed behind to fight alone. Oh, you still recognize me as your teacher like this." Saying that, he raised the ruler and gently tapped Alice's head. "Ouch, I was wrong." Alice apologized with a smile. "You've always been my teacher in the last life and this life too." Only then did Yinaclan put away the ruler. "Humph, at least you still recognize me as your teacher. Don't do it again. If there's a next time and you dare to send me away, I won't want you as my disciple. I definitely won't dare." Alice said so, but who knows what she was thinking in her heart. After dealing with the teacher here, Alice summoned the blood sickle again. The fierce magic power gathered again. "Take us away from here, bloodthirsty, spirit devouring." A flash of blood light, and when they opened their eyes again, The few of them arrived outside the palace where the civil war of the blood race was taking place. The time wasn't long, but quite a few blood race members had died, and the remaining ones were still fighting. Without hesitation, Alice's blood-colored magic power burst out again. The powerful imperial bloodline and the overwhelming pressure generated by the strongest talent in history pressed all the soldiers down so that they couldn't stand up. "What's going on? Why can't I?" Doubtful voices kept coming. Alice walked up to the soldiers, and her smiling face turned into a one. "The war is over. The people you followed have been wiped out by the evil god. Now, submit to me." "How is that possible? Lord Fairmont is dead." Everyone found it unbelievable, but there was a kind of irresistible magic power in the words of the beautiful blood race woman in front of them. After some explanation, "Yes, do you know? Princess Alice is still alive, that she's back. The person who will lead the blood race to glory is back." Soon, the news that Alice had returned spread throughout the country. Alice cast a spell and used bloodthirsty spirit devouring to suppress the blood curse again. The blood curse was greatly suppressed, and the blood race could return to a normal state of war and life. If in the last life, Alice had been living in the palace, possessing both strategy, strength, and means, then, in this life, Bylon was once one of the most inferior people among humans. He could better understand the beliefs and lives of the common people. The memories of 2 lifetimes made her even more powerful in governing the country. She didn't like to start wars. She loved peace, but she was definitely not afraid of wars waged by foreign races. Alas, actually in this life, I didn't really want to be the empress, that I really wanted to shed this identity and experience the outside world. With the coronation approaching, Alice complained to Irene, who was dressing her up. But she knew her responsibilities well in her heart. "How can you say that? Your Highness?" Irene pouted. "Everyone really misses you." Alice suddenly turned around and brought her face close to Irene's earlobe. "Well, my first night. Do you still hold a grudge against me for pinning you down twice?" Hearing this, Irene's face turned red again. She really didn't expect that the knight she had embraced instinctively was the very person she had been longing for. What's more, she had done something she had always wanted to do, but had been too afraid to do. "Hee, I just like seeing you like this." Without retrieving her past life memories, Bylon was still a blockhead. Now, she had become a vampire who liked to flirt. "Knight? Well, it's getting late. We should go, Your Highness." Irene suddenly remembered and changed the topic on, "Let's go." Alice reached out her hand, and Irene slowly supported it, surrounded by courtiers. They slowly walked towards the main hall. The black clouds gradually dispersed, and the Blood Clan once again another great century. Leah passed the throne to Alice. Alice walked towards the throne. The bloodthirsty spirit swallowing had already transformed into a walking stick. Alice raised it in front of the throne, and the majesty of the monarch emerged once again at this moment. Thousands of subjects looked up at the Blood Clan's emperor before the throne. No one disobeyed. The news of the rebirth of the Blood Clan's monarch, Alice, quickly spread throughout the world as the Blood Clan's old rivals. The humans learned about it the fastest. However, the truth of the rebirth was rarely known, and the speculations gradually deviated from the truth during the spread. The spy the humans had bribed in the Blood Clan reported to the king, from the start to the end of the Civil War. That prominent knight had disappeared, and in her place was Alice. This made everyone couldn't help but speculate that the Blood Clan had sacrificed this young knight to achieve the rebirth of their monarch. Unexpectedly, the successor of Dawn is dead. Yet another Alice has emerged. This familiar voice belonged to the cultist wearing a sheep mask. Having just solved one trouble, another one had popped up, and moreover, they would have to pay an even higher price. In front of the cultist, several other cultists wearing masks appeared in the mirror. The last time they had disposed of her, it had been with the Lord personally intervening. This time, it would probably be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Moreover, 3 of the Blood Clan had already dedicated themselves to the Lord. That's their obligation. Besides, after so long, they still haven't been able to control the Blood Clan's kingdom. What a bunch of useless fools. "Oh, what you mean is that you already," the sheep-faced man said. "Haha, of course. Several our princes fought each other bloody for the throne, and in the end, the remaining one became our puppet. All the sacrifices are in place." Then, the scene suddenly fell silent. A huge black shadow suddenly emerged among the believers. The ominous magic power on it flickered faintly. Next, they would drag the human kingdom into the abyss and let all living beings perish in the war. I will grant you immortality and indestructibility in the not-too-distant future. Yes, my master, the believers replied. The news of Bailon's death was the most painful for Baya. When the news first came that Bailon had been captured by the Blood Clan, Baya still held a glimmer of hope that Bailon was alive. But when this news came, she hated the Blood Clan to the core, and even more so the Blood Clan Empress who had survived by sacrificing her brother. She also hated that she was only a nominal princess and didn't have much power, that if she did, perhaps she would already have the idea of starting a war. The king and the ministers were discussing what to do. After all, when Alice was alive, the Blood Clan had severely suppressed both the orc and human races. Although they advocated peace, who would want to be inferior in terms of strength? Just then, an envoy from the Blood Clan suddenly arrived, and the ministers stopped discussing. Honorable King, Your Highness, our Empress advocates peace and doesn't wish to wage war with your country. Her Highness the Empress is willing to make peace with your country. The envoy, Moro, greeted the king politely. No, impossible. Before the king could say anything, Baya suddenly rushed into the hall. The maidservants behind her couldn't hold her back. She was full of hatred and stared at the envoy who had come. You crazy people, you killed my brother. You have to pay for my brother's life, Baya said more and more hatefully, even stepping forward and grabbing the envoy's collar. Don't make a scene, Baya, the king said. But Baya still didn't let go. Since becoming the princess of this country, she had beautiful clothes and had eaten all kinds of delicious foods, but she had rarely received her father's love. She always felt that now she was even worse off in the days when she had depended on her brother. Moreover, now, her brother was gone, and her initial reliance was gone. The envoy was quite polite and carefully put down Baya's hand. It seems that you are the Princess Baya whom Her Highness the Empress has been thinking about day and night, he said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. What did that mean? Thinking about day and night? The Blood Clan Empress and the princess? The envoy knew that he had revealed the timing wrongly and quickly changed his words. Her Highness the Empress is very honored that your brother could sacrifice himself for her. Therefore, Her Highness asked me to take special care of you. After all, some people in the kingdom don't want Bailon to be alive. But when these words were said, Baya completely collapsed. Was this mocking my helplessness? What a joke, that I couldn't even protect my closest relative. The light in Baya's eyes disappeared. This time. She only had one thought, and no matter what the cost, she just wanted to kill that empress. Oh, and the most important thing, Your Majesty the King. The envoy then turned to the king. Princess Alice has decided to make peace with you for the sake of peace, as a sign of her sincerity. She is willing to come here. Yes, soon as these words were spoken, the palace was in an uproar again. One group thought this was a sign of the Blood Clan's sincerity for peace, while the other thought it was a good opportunity to get rid of a future trouble. Everyone, including the king, didn't notice that Baya had fallen to the ground. She was slowly helped up by the maidservants and left. After discussing for a long time like this, they all agreed to the proposal for Alice to visit, but each had their own ulterior motives. The envoy thought he had conveyed the message, and the next step was to privately inform Princess Baya. After all, they couldn't let the Empress's adopted sister hold a grudge. But what the envoy didn't expect was that the disaster of the gods couldn't match the complexity of human hearts. People from the temple suddenly arrived and disrupted the original plan. The golden magic power of the temple was highly to the magic power of the Blood Clan, unless there was absolute power suppression. This was also the reason why humans still had the confidence to confront the Blood Clan. Just as the envoy was on his way to privately meet Baya, he ran into people from the temple. I can't be negligent in what Her Majesty the Empress has ordered. I need to quickly tell the truth to the princess. His hasty footsteps even left the others behind, just around the corner. He bumped into the law enforcement officers of the temple head-on. The golden magic power instantly surged out, and the envoy didn't even have time to dodge. It seems this is fate, that a deep voice suddenly sounded. We haven't come looking for you, and you've come to us on your own. The one speaking was Carlos, the high priest of the temple. His magic power at his peak was comparable to that of Yinyu. Damn it, how did I run into him? The envoy's palm instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This was bad. But since the envoy had completed his mission, why was he still staying in the palace? Surely he wasn't just wandering around? Carlos said, What does it matter to you? Moro replied forcefully that he knew that the temple would never make peace with the Blood Clan, especially this person who hated vampires. Then I'll just take it myself. Carlos waved his staff and chanted a spell that Moro's memories appeared in front of his eyes. Moro, I hope that while you're on this mission, you don't expose my true identity. Although not many people know, I hope you can keep it hidden and only convey it to the princess of the human kingdom. Alice said. Yes, your highness, Moro bowed and said. Hee. Unexpectedly, Alice's true identity is that night. There's a chance to get rid of her. Carlos laughed sinisterly. He then looked at Moro. This time you're lucky that I won't kill you, but the memories, I won't keep them. Speaking of which, she recited the magic again. A golden light burst forth in his panic. Moro lost this memory and also the proof that he'd never looked for Baya. Poor Baya still didn't know the news that her elder brother still existed. At this moment, Baya was in the imperial palace, thinking about her elder brother. She still didn't want to believe it, but what the envoy said was right there. Cough. Your Highness Baya. This voice was Carlos. From a memory he had snatched from Moro, he could make good use of this princess. Only then did Baya come to her senses. Yes. May I ask who you are? Hee. I am the high priest of the Holy Temple. I was also in the hall just now and saw that your highness seems to care about your elder brother very much. Carlos had a half smile, with his own calculations in mind. Yes, no one cares about my elder brother more than I do. But Baya couldn't continue and lowered her head, clenching her fists tightly. Then do you want to avenge your elder brother? Carlos asked. Yes, of course, at any cost, Baya replied simply. There's no need. As long as you can cooperate with me, we can get rid of the Blood Race Queen. That I in this way, the Blood Race will be in chaos. And then you can avenge your hatred, Carlos said. But Baya hesitated. How can I get in touch with the Blood Race Queen? Don't worry. This queen cares about you very much. After all, you are the sister of the sacrificed person. As soon as these words were spoken, Baya could no longer hold back the hatred in her heart. Yes, I am his sister. Then, what should I do? Baya asked. You just go back to Alice again. Sister, are you really going to the human kingdom yourself? This is too dangerous. I don't want you to... Leah tugged at Alice's sleeve. Alice stroked Leah's head and said with a smile. Good girl. Xiaoya, there are still people I can't let go of there. I must go on this trip. Moreover, I also hope that the war can end soon. But sister, I really miss you that I don't want you to leave again. Leah looked piteous, and tears were about to well up. Yes, your highness, you really need to think carefully this time. Irina reminded Alice beside her. In her heart, she also didn't want her to take risks. Alas, I know, but if we don't get rid of those cultists, our country will never have peace. Alice said earnestly. Yes, besides visiting Leah and rescuing our teacher who is in prison, we also need to find out the origin of this evil god. If he really descends, this world will... Their repeated persuasions still couldn't stop her. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, Alice said at the tea night, Alice Bailon took off her clothes and was about to take a good bath before the mission. Alas, it's been a long time since I've had such a comfortable bath. Alice looked at the two lumps in front of her. In her previous life, she didn't feel anything. Why does it feel a bit heavy this life? So heavy that it's a bit inconvenient. Alas, this is also a kind of annoyance, Alice whispered. What annoyance, sister? A familiar voice sounded. A small head suddenly popped out behind Alice, and her body was pressed against Alice. Leah? Alice didn't have time to react when Leah pressed against her. Fully exposed. No. Xiaoya, why are you here? Alice covered her eyes and peeked through a slit, looking at Leah like this, her face turning red. What's wrong, sister? Didn't we always take baths together before? Leah wondered. No, that it's mainly because... Alice was so nervous that she stammered. It's mainly because the current Alice is not just the former Alice. Could it be? Leah's face looked disappointed. Sister, do you dislike Baya? Coupled with the teardrops on the verge of falling. The lethality was quite high. No. How could I dislike my cute sister? It's just... Alice still couldn't speak smoothly. A smile reappeared on Leah's face. Since that's the case, sister, let me help you scrub your back. Alice didn't have time to react when Leah started directly. No need. Leah's little hands were groping around on Alice's body, and Alice was directly defeated. Alice had no choice but to close her eyes and turn her back to Leah. It's okay. This is just a normal bath between sisters. Right? Calm down, be quiet. Alice thought to herself. Leah slowly stopped. Sister, you have to promise me that you won't have an accident. Please, please, she kept repeating these words in her mouth. Alice knew that she couldn't let Leah worry. She turned around, but it was still not good to open her eyes. She gently hugged Leah. Well, I promise you I will come back safely in the dead of night. Alice and Leah slept in the same bed. Leah hugged Alice tightly. Don't go, sister. Alice gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked up at the blood-red moon outside the window. She also didn't want to, but this is destiny. The next day, the first ray of morning sun shone into the bedroom. Alice woke up reluctantly, stretched slowly, and turned to look at Leah, who was sleeping soundly beside her. She couldn't wake her up, otherwise this girl would cry again. However, parting is a common thing in the world, and perfection is unrealistic. She gently sat up and looked at everything familiar in the room. Even though she hadn't lived here for a long time, it was still the same. Leah often sent people to clean IT, and oh wonder. Magic transformed into bats and lingered around Alice's side, that in an instant. She changed her clothes. Next, she should say goodbye to them too, because Alice knew that although her own power was hard to match by anyone at this time, she still couldn't guarantee. The bats transformed into human form again, and Alice appeared in front of Unuokilin. Unuokilin was studying an ancient book. Teacher. Alice gently patted Unuokilin on the back and looked at him with a smile on her face. Alas, you girl. Unuokilin closed the book and let out a soft sigh. Just so disobedient, just so eager to go back there. There's nothing I can do, master. There are people I can't let go of there. But we can't let you go either. Unuokilin still wanted to persuade her. But since she was so firm, the old man didn't know what to say. He just added, in the end, I only have you as my disciple. Don't worry, teacher. Alice raised her left hand. That I promise you that I will come back safely. The matter with the old man was settled. Next, my cute blood princess. Alice smiled. How should I tease my little blood princess? Thinking about it, Alice came to Irene's mansion. Speaking of which, as the queen of the blood race. Instead of walking through the front door, she sneaked into someone's bedroom secretly. Could it be that she was going to push her down again? Don't say Alice really had this idea. However, she quietly opened the door and tiptoed into the room. What a fragrant smell of wine. Alice sniffed. Wine. She didn't realize what was going on when suddenly she was thrown to the ground by a figure. But she didn't feel any danger, so she didn't use her magic. What's going on? Alice looked at the figure pressing her down. It was Irene. She looked drunk, as if she had drunk a lot. She was still wearing her pajamas, showing charm, her face flushed. Alice was directly stunned. Was the script taken the wrong way? Wait, Nana. What are you doing? This time it was Alice's turn to be at a loss. You might wonder why she didn't use magic. Maybe her mind went blank. Finally found you again. But, Your Highness, why do you have to take risks again? I really wanted to keep you. But since you're my highness, I can only obey your orders. Irene got more and more excited. But the effects of the wine came up, and she directly passed out in Alice's arms, putting her hands around Alice's neck and muttering, "Don't go." Maybe they don't trust humans very much. After all, last time Alice was seemingly killed by a human knight on the surface. Alice gently put Irene's hands down, then slowly picked her up in her arms. Irene was sleeping so peacefully. With a smile on her lips, Alice gently placed Irene on the bed, covered her with the quilt again, and just quietly looked at Irene, hearing Irene whispering in her sleep. Alice quietly leaned closer and listened closely. I like you, Your Highness, whether you are by Lon or Alice. I, like you. Alice couldn't help but quickly raise her head, her face blushing crimson as she rushed out of the bedroom and squatted down on one side of the door, pressing her hands tightly against her cheeks. For 2 lifetimes, this was the first time someone, well, maybe not. What if I'm just imagining things? Perhaps Elena just couldn't bear to part with me. Well, it must be my imagination. Even though Alice deceived herself like this, she already had an answer in her heart. Inside the door, Elena slowly opened her eyes and murmured, Your Highness. She thought to herself that this had somehow been conveyed and that at least one regret could be resolved. She knew that behind the grand welcome ceremony there were always some dark motives. How could the 2 feuding clans easily let go of their hatred? On the way, Alice was still lamenting this diplomatic mission while crying. Alas, humans and vampires seem not so different apart from the matter of bloodlust. After all, it's been 2 lifetimes. Alice thought as she unconsciously arrived at the human capital. Alice sat in the carriage. pulled back the curtain, and quietly observed the familiar yet unfamiliar main city, decorated with lanterns and festoons. Looking at this seemingly enthusiastic welcome ceremony, she couldn't help but smile faintly. The smiles on the faces of the crowd were stiff. And behind them, there was more or less hatred, whether they were victims of the war or onlookers of the border war. Alas, it's normal, weren't things the same in the vampire territory before? Alice didn't like seeing this false grandeur, but still comforted herself silently in her heart. Gradually, Alice grew tired. Since she didn't sense any danger for the moment, she sat back down on the seat. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, and Alice's head jerked forward involuntarily. What happened? Why did it stop suddenly? Alice wondered. Suddenly, a childish shout came from outside. Humph! Vampires, get out of the Imperial City. You're not welcome here. Alice was startled when she heard this, and then she heard a hurried female voice shouting outside. Arthur, what are you doing? Come here quickly and don't block the way. She could tell from the tone that there was full of worry. Hurry up and get out. Can't you see that we're welcoming the honored guest from the vampire clan? Before the vampire envoy could speak, the human minister who was greeting them spoke first. As he said this, he reached out to grab the child's hand, but he still refused to leave. The minister got anxious. Probably afraid of being implicated. If he didn't leave soon, he'd be thrown into prison. I won't. My father died at the hands of you vampires. You scum. Go to hell, Arthur said with increasing hatred, even grinding his teeth. Oh, really? How did he die? A sweet and solemn female voice suddenly rang out. The commoners recognized that it came from the most luxurious carriage, and they all fell silent. The scene suddenly became quiet. The sound of high heels rang out, clear and melodious, as the person slowly descended from the carriage. Everyone saw the stunning beauty of this vampire queen. Her silver hair was as pure as the moon, and her red pupils were like two twinkling rubies. Even the dress couldn't hide her lively charm. Wow, Mom, she's so beautiful. She's like a fairy in the sky. A little girl in the crowd stared at Alice, unable to look away. Exclamations couldn't help but rise from the crowd, but there were more comments like venomous beauty. Vampires were afraid of sunlight, but those with a high enough status wouldn't be burned by it, though they still didn't like it. Alice ignored the reactions of the crowd and slowly walked towards the child named Arthur. Arthur looked at Alice approaching and couldn't help but fall into a fantasy. So beautiful, he suddenly shook his head at no. This vampire must not be a good person either. Arthur's mother spoke first. Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. The child doesn't know how to talk properly. Please forgive him, please. Her voice was trembling, and tears welled up from the corners of her eyes. Alice smiled, and her innocent smile made them feel a bit more at ease. My lord. It was this child who insisted on blocking the carriage. I tried my best to stop him, but he was so disobedient. The human minister beside them flattered obsequiously. Alice gave him a disdainful look, then turned back to Arthur and asked with a smile. So, you hate the vampire clan very much, right? Why, yes, of course. Arthur stammered, a bit nervous at Alice's question. Alice smiled. Then your father was a brave knight who fought in battle, right? Yes. Arthur suddenly became confident he fought to protect us. And he died. Maybe because of Alice in front of him, he didn't continue but lowered his head. Alice looked at him and couldn't help but think of herself in the past. Then, do you think your father would want you to act like this today? He chose to fight to protect you. This question left Arthur a loss for words for a moment. Seeing his silence, Alice continued, Moreover, it's not just you humans who have been hurt. The vampire clan has also been worn down by the war and lost hope and happiness. But my father, even though Alice said so, Arthur still couldn't hold back his tears. Alice slowly knelt down in front of Arthur and stroked his little head that a fragrance wafted towards Arthur, and even the most would pale in comparison. Arthur could see Alice more clearly now. Even so, he could still feel her kindness. As oh beautiful. Arthur blushed involuntarily and dared not look at Alice. Alice said with a smile, None of us can change the past. But you have the present and the near future. You can become the person your father hoped you to be, fight for hope, and protect what you haven't lost yet, instead of directing your hatred at everyone. Arthur was still young and had a lot to understand. Alice didn't want to say more, but seeing Arthur nod, she didn't say anything else. Well, goodbye, future knight. Before leaving, Alice pinched Arthur's little face. So cute. When Alice bid farewell to him, She didn't know how much her words would mean in the future. Arthur looked at Alice's back. That she's really different from those people. Arthur couldn't help but touch the cheek that she had pinched, and his face turned red. Alice was also thinking, alas, you'll understand eventually. Your past isn't the whole of your life. What will you do when the people you love truly need you if you can't move on from the past? Young knight? Thinking like this, Alice got back into the carriage and headed towards the palace. The magnificent motorcade drove towards the palace, and the soldiers along the way replaced the commoners. Alice pulled back the curtain and quietly watched it all. How long has it been? Alice, by long, couldn't remember the day she went to war. But she knew that since that day, there had always been loved ones in this life in her heart. Her Baya and her master. Whether human or vampire, love can connect everything, right? The king and a group of ministers were waiting outside the palace to greet them. Alice thought to herself, when did I ever get this kind of treatment? When I was in this palace before, I didn't get a few cold looks, especially from this king. Alice didn't have much sentiment for all this, but then her eyes suddenly softened. She saw Bailon, the one she had been longing for. Sister? Alice couldn't help but stick her head out. She wanted to see her sister as soon as possible. As soon as possible, ate tea this time. Baya also realized that this vampire queen had been staring at her. Hee, so you like showing off that you're alive and killed someone else's brother? Don't you feel even a bit of guilt? Baya forced a smile, numb and full of shadows, but she tried to stay calm in front of the vampire queen, while her heart was filled with infinite hatred. However, Alice didn't realize this. She still thought that her sister already knew the truth and was looking forward to her arrival. But the truth is always cruel, and everything laid the seeds of future pain. Alice got out of the car, and the king stepped forward solemnly to greet her. Though it's been a long time, Your Majesty, Alice thought in her heart while forcing a smile on her face. Maybe because he was Baya's biological father, Alice still politely returned the greeting. Honorable Queen, Your Highness, I'm honored to make peace with your country. Perhaps because of a situation. After all, Alice was already hard to match by anyone in the world today. Well, for the peace of the two clans, Alice was absent-minded, thinking only of her sister. But then, a familiar magic power was faintly appearing that if you weren't careful, you really couldn't notice it. Golden magic power? This feeling. It's the temple, Alice thought as she sensed the magic power around her. She sneered contemptuously. Just like last life, the temple had always opposed the peace negotiation. However, at present, are you truly capable of resolving? A blood-red magic power suddenly erupted at this moment, and a fierce wind sprang up. How should I put it? Just like the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit is killed, the running dog is cooked. When the flying birds are all gone, the good bough is put away. Why is the wind blowing? The guests on the human side looked completely bewildered. Didn't the weather seem fine just now? Alice's magic power only targeted the holy temple, and others couldn't sense it. However, the people in the holy temple had already been terrified by the huge blood-red skeleton that emerged on Alice's body. This huge figure held a blood scythe and surveyed the surroundings, as if ready to kill at any moment. Wah! What is this? A holy temple believer hiding in the dark shrieked, instantly causing a panic. It seems your faith is not strong enough. The poor holy temple unable to even withstand a mere glance. Alice disdainfully glanced at those hiding in the dark. This the power of the most powerful blood queen? Carlos couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After all, he had never seen Alice's magic power with his own eyes. It's okay. You who love her surely can imagine my trump card. Carlos comforted himself. What's wrong, Your Majesty the Queen? The king asked. No, nothing. Just a few insignificant pests. It doesn't matter. Alice smiled at the king. Pests? The king probably knew that Alice had already noticed. Subsequently, under the guidance of everyone, Alice entered this magnificent palace again. She first came to the main hall, which was the place where he was ordered to attack the blood race. So nostalgic. If it weren't for being ordered to attack, perhaps I really wouldn't have been able to. I really should thank you, Your Majesty the King. Alice suddenly gave the king a meaningful smile, but he didn't understand what it meant. Next came the main event. The peace negotiation was actually going to be held at a ball. Alice didn't expect this either. Well, it's better to be cautious. Even though no one could do anything to her, she still became cautious. Have a great time here, His Majesty the King said, and Alice raised a glass of red wine and gestured to the king. The banquet began to be wide the way. Why hasn't my lovely sister come to find me yet? Could it be that after all these days, only I've been having unrequited love? My heart is a bit broken. Alice felt inexplicably dejected, a tea this time. Baya raised her glass and walked up to Alice. Why has the princess walked up to the Blood Queen? Could there be some connection between the two? The people who didn't know the truth started making wild guesses. Only then did a smile appear on Alice's face. What's wrong, Your Highness the Princess? Before Baya could say a word, Alice's words had already irritated her. He, provoking me to my face. Baya thought to herself, a tea this moment. She had been completely blinded by hatred and had never even thought about being reserved. But she still forced a smile and said, Of course I've missed you to death. So much, Your Highness. This silly girl still hadn't properly understood the reason Carlos told her to say this and always naively believed it. Narrator, me too. Just like that, in full view of everyone, the Blood Queen hugged the princess. However, Baya hesitated at this moment. She always felt so familiar and always felt a resistance deep in her heart. Not allowing her to harm this queen. Absolutely not. All the guests, their faces unconsciously blushed. After all, the two were beautiful women and from enemy countries. This piece came too quickly. He, of course not. Alice hugged Baya. But Baya was thinking something else at this moment. She didn't understand why the Blood Queen hugged her without any defense. The more she thought about it, the more she forgot what Carlos had told her to do. What is she doing? Such a good opportunity. Why not just control her directly? Carlos watched all this secretly. He had long wanted to cast a spell to control Baya, but Alice's eyes could basically detect any flowing magic power. So it had to be Baya herself. After the hug ended, Baya still couldn't bring herself to do it. She had never killed anyone, and this familiar feeling didn't allow. It seems I need to give her a strong dose of medicine. Carlos thought. The intermission arrived, and the first half of the banquet ended like this. Baya left in a hurry, and Alice didn't suspect anything and just started drinking the red wine on her own. Seeing this, Carlos quickly pulled Baya to one side, first masked his aura, and said, What are you hesitating about? Hurry up and do it. Carlos roared at Baya angrily. She gives me a very familiar feeling. I don't want to hurt her in my heart. Baya just said it like that. Could I ask that so? Your Highness the Princess, do you know that the sacrifice is actually how the Blood Queen occupied your brother's body to survive? That's why you feel familiar. Your brother's soul has been erased by her, and to eliminate future troubles, she will definitely come after you sooner or later. Carlos incited. Baya still hesitated. She needed evidence. Carlos knew what Baya was thinking. Humph, I can swear by the name of the Holy Temple Magician, and Carlos took out the magic ball again and pretended to say this is everything that happened at that time. Through the magic ball, Baya saw her sacrificed brother, saw the blood race stabbing Balan to death and throwing him into the blood lake, and heard Balan whispering Baya. At that moment, she completely went crazy. She didn't continue watching but said expressionlessly to Carlos, in the second half, I will end everything to him. Carlos only said one word, but couldn't hide his sinister intentions. The second half soon began. Your Majesty the Queen, may I have the honor of asking you to dance? Baya stepped forward, stretched out her hand, and said to the slightly tipsy Alice, without thinking twice, upon seeing Baya inviting her. Alice didn't show the slightest hesitation or even any sign of defense. She was slightly tipsy and slowly put down the wine glass, thus accepting Baya's invitation. She was always responsive to her sister's requests. After such a long separation, reuniting and dancing together again, Alice didn't have any doubts. All right, Your Highness the Princess. Perhaps due to the effect of the wine, Alice overstepped the mark, grabbed Baya's hand, and pulled her into her arms, saying, Follow my rhythm. When she was the Blood Queen, she learned everything high class. Alice remembered that it was a period she didn't want to recall. Tea was simply tiring. Baya didn't expect the Blood Queen to do this and was momentarily flustered. She had been taught dance, but still did a terrible job. Inadvertently sorry, Baya directly stepped on Alice's high heels, with a slightly apologetic look on her face. This time it was real. It doesn't matter. Alice smiled at the person in front of her and even slowly closed her eyes, showing no sign of defense at all. The two danced in full view of everyone, red and white. Although Baya was a bit clumsy, everything was still okay. The music flowed with the dance in the palace, and the guests couldn't take their eyes off the two of them. Even a goddess descending to the mortal world couldn't be more beautiful than this. Carlos watched all this with a smile. It's almost over, it's almost here, almost here. The dance came to an end amidst applause. Finally, Baya tightly hugged Alice. Just like this, the tragedy happened. Alice still had her eyes closed. She was still enjoying all this, dancing with her sister. Swish! The sound of a sharp blade piercing through from behind broke the silence, and a sharp pain surged into Alice's heart. Alice suddenly opened her eyes, looking at the black face Baya in disbelief. Why? Why? Alice stared into Baya's eyes, and that heartless look made her shudder. Sorry, but you killed my brother. The cold words came out of Baya's mouth, piercing Alice's heart like needles. Only then did she realize that Baya didn't know the truth. That no, it's not like that. Baya. She wanted to reach out and explain, but the fierce throbbing in her heart made her realize that this wasn't an ordinary dagger. Who would have thought that the once all-powerful Blood Queen, whose magic power rivaled that of the gods, would ultimately be taken down by an insignificant person like me? Carlos stepped out from the dark and came to Baya's side. It's the Holy Temple. Alice showed an expression of disbelief. So, it was the Holy Temple that was behind this, Alice thought. But why on earth? Just a single dagger. Why? Alice couldn't even speak at this moment. Haha, are you very confused? This dagger was refined with the blood essence of the previous Holy Maiden of the Holy Temple. Carlos laughed maniacally like a madman. No, it's impossible. Even a Holy Maiden couldn't do it. Alice thought, bloodthirsty, soul-devouring. She attempted to summon Tunling, but suddenly her vision went black, and she was pulled into another realm. We meet again, arrogant empress. That voice, it was that evil god. Alice found it incredible once again. The so-called temple, which prides itself on justice, was actually in league with the evil god. She tried to break free from here, but found that she couldn't mobilize her magic power. How is this possible? Your arrogance and emotions have determined that you are doomed to be a loser in the long river of history. Alice, the evil god slowly revealed its true form. Its huge body seemed ready to devour Alice at any moment. Can even an ugly monster talk? Alice forced herself to stand up and said, stubborn until the end? Let me tell you, this dagger has my blood on it. As long as my blood enters the divine realm, even the gods in this world will be within my grasp. I will erase your soul and become the sole one in this century. The ear-piercing and distorted voice echoed in Alice's ears. Really? Alice forcefully urged the magic power within her body that in reality, the unconscious Alice had already shed blood, and the wound was deepening. The more you use it, the faster I can erode you completely. Even the sacred objects that your blood race takes pride in have, because of your carelessness, been suppressed by me and become useless tools. Alice's soul was steadily disappearing, and the evil god laughed sinisterly here. In reality, Baya and the others watched all this. Looking at the unconscious Alice, no one stepped forward to help. Human hearts are truly hard to fathom. Why? There was still a feeling in her heart. Baya looked at the unconscious Alice. She threw the dagger aside and didn't harm her anymore. She touched her chest, and an indescribable heartache spread. It's better not to continue. Let this empress in history die completely. The Lord will take care of everything. Carlos laughed sinisterly, in the face of all kinds of dangers. In a certain treasure house in the palace, a red sword with a coiled giant dragon was shining brightly at this moment. In an instant, it disappeared from the treasure house. If it were an ordinary person, just holding this dagger wouldn't even allow them to get close to Alice. They would be reduced to ashes in an instant. But now, emotions are truly the biggest difference between gods and mortals. Continuing from the previous episode, Alice's soul was rapidly dissipating, and the evil god just stood there quietly in front of Alice. Watching all this, the once all-powerful you who once faced me as a god, ended up like this today. This is the price of going against me, that in the present world, your majesty the king, now the empress of the blood race has fallen into our hands. The blood race won't dare to act rashly. We can take this opportunity, Carlos suddenly advised the king. Although Carlos had informed his majesty the king beforehand, the king was still hesitating. Moreover, it would involve his own daughter taking risks. But Baya volunteered herself to the king, and the king didn't know what to say. After all, she was his own daughter. However, he couldn't figure out why Carlos was so confident that he could bring down the most powerful person in this era to such a state. At this point, there was no other choice. The king nodded. Carlos ordered the people in the temple to prepare to send Alice to the temple, just as the believers were about to step forward to bind the dying Alice. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and a red sword suddenly appeared. Swish! This sword directly struck the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to shatter instantly. The burst of red pressure directly knocked everyone around back. Red flames rushed out of the sword and ignited the approaching believers. The pain of the burning made the two of them collapse on the ground, screaming in pain. The two were shouting and crawling towards Carlos. "Save me, I don't want to die, High Priest." Their faces were full of fear, reaching out and grabbing the corner of Carlos's clothes. This tug directly caught fire to the clothes on Carlos's body. "Let go of me, it's your honor to die for the temple." Carlos kicked away the burning believer in disgust, without caring about what the guests thought at all, especially Baya. Seeing this scene, the uneasiness in her heart became even more serious. She always felt that she shouldn't have trusted him. His expression was just like the kind of people she had seen in the past. It was uncomfortable, even nauseating. Carlos used his magic power to barely divert the flames. Damn it, what kind of flames are these that can't even be extinguished? Everyone's attention was once again drawn to the sword blocking in front of Alice. The flames around the sword gradually dissipated, revealing its original appearance. Pashaoji Fei. All the guests who were present when the holy sword recognized its master recognized this sword out of course. The most shocked were the king and Baya. How could this be? Isn't Bailan's Pashaoji Fei? Why is it protecting this empress of the blood race? Even if she was born through sacrifice, her soul couldn't possibly be recognized by it again. Could it be? The king broke out in a cold sweat, and an ominous thought emerged in his mind. The same question also arose in Baya's heart. Pashaoji Fei. Baya couldn't believe it. Isn't it her brother's? Why is it here, beside her? Could it be that she is? Baya recalled all the previous behaviors of Alice toward her. She remembered the evaluations of Alice by others. She had the strongest strength and the strongest will. She wouldn't let anyone approach unless she absolutely trusted them. Baya then looked at Carlos. His gritted teeth expression seemed to indicate everything. Couldn't it be? I can't believe it. Baya couldn't believe it. She looked at the fallen Alice. She felt that she had made the biggest mistake in her life. Back to Alice's inner world. The same scene was playing out. In Alice's inner world, Pashaoji Fei suddenly appeared. The evil god didn't expect it. This sword stabbed at the evil god at lightning speed. The evil god didn't have time to react and took this strike head on. The scarlet flames were burning on the evil god's body. This feeling? Is it Pashaoji Fei? The evil god couldn't believe it. Why was this sword here? No matter what, Alice must die today. Saying that, the evil god summoned its magic power. Dark green and strange magic power surged from all directions, slowly covering Alice's mental ocean, directly approaching Alice and Pashao. Unexpectedly, after that battle, you still had the strength to appear in the real world. As soon as he said that, a huge red dragon figure emerged from Pashaoji Fei. The evil god was once again astonished. So, all along, it was you in Pashaoji Fei. How should I put it? A mere holy sword could actually burn out my magic power. So you are still alive. Before the evil god could finish speaking, this giant dragon opened its huge mouth. Dragon breath. In an instant, flames gushed out from the dragon's mouth, burning out the ominous magic power around, directly approaching the evil god. Unexpectedly, I would end up in your hands this time. However, with your current state. Next time, you will lie in eternal sleep with the one behind you. The evil god left a harsh word and disappeared from Alice's mental ocean. The giant dragon watched the evil god disappear from Alice's mental ocean. It didn't relax until the aura gradually faded away. Phew, one more step and I wouldn't have been able to keep up the act. Even so, it still couldn't stop the disappearing Alice at present. It could only use the sword to slowly heal Alice's soul. That it was also running out of strength. Staying here is really not safe. Can this last bit of magic power only be used to cast the transfer magic one more time? And it's random. Alas, it can only depend on your luck, knight. The giant dragon looked at the unconscious Alice behind it and slowly recited the incantation. In reality, Pashao glowed again, right under everyone's noses. It disappeared together with Alice, only leaving behind the remaining wreckage. The remaining guests were all stunned. Where had the empress of the blood race gone? Everyone was puzzled. Carlos came to his senses at this time. The empress of the blood race had escaped. Hurry, she's so badly injured that she couldn't have gone far. Hurry, search the capital. He ordered the believers under his command. The same words came out of the king's mouth. He knew that if Alice returned to the blood race or escaped from here, they would lose their only bargaining chip. When she reappeared, Alice was in a bedroom, still unconscious. However, with the help of the giant dragon, Alice's injury was temporarily stabilized. For now, the situation had eased somewhat. In the mental ocean, Alice's soul slowly stabilized and stopped dissipating. However, at this moment, she could only simply exist, unable to wake up and unable to move. Woo, am I still alive? In the mental ocean, Alice felt her head and struggled to stand up slowly. Where was that evil god? Alice was confused. He had disappeared without a trace. You mean Hypalium? I tricked him away. The seemingly mighty giant dragon in front of her opened its mouth and said, with a confident look on its face, "Really?" Alice cast a skeptical look at it, but didn't want to delve deeper. She had more important things to do. The foremost matter now was to return to reality. Alice recited the incantation. She couldn't detect a trace of magic. Damn it, it seemed the situation was still not optimistic. Alice frowned at my dear sister by a what on earth? But Alice quickly realized that Bai was also being used and was just too concerned about him as a knight. Sigh. Let's put this aside for now. Alice then turned her head to look at the dragon. Although she didn't know who you were, thank you for saving me. Out of politeness, Alice still thanked it. Additionally, do you know how I can leave here? At this moment, the dragon showed a meaningful expression. Of course I know the way. But you need to do me, your savior, a favor. I paid a great price to save you, ditto. Alice keenly sensed that it had saved her with ulterior motives. I can only do my best. The dragon bared its fangs and sneered. Don't worry. You will definitely be able to do it. As it spoke, a door appeared in front of Alice. The decoration of the door was very classical, looking like an ancient object from a long, long time ago. However, the keyhole of the door was rather strange. It was like the scabbard of sword. Alice thought, such a familiar feeling. Dawn, Alice thought of the holy sword. Suddenly, this holy sword miraculously appeared in Alice's mind's eye, right in front of her. Alice was surprised, but the dragon seemed to have expected everything and was looking at the emerging scarlet of dawn. Alice reached out to touch Dawn. The flames surging out of Dawn slowly spread throughout Alice's body. It was warm and comfortable. But she still couldn't leave here. Alice glanced at the dragon. Do you want me to open this door? With Dawn? Alice held Dawn and questioned the dragon with a skeptical look. Of course. This is just the first step. As long as you open it, I will have a way to send you back to reality. The dragon said with confidence. Really? Then what role do you play here? The spirit of the sword? Or, Alice guessed with a high degree of certainty, the dragon coiled on the hill to the scarlet of dawn. The dragon laughed. You've discovered me. That's right. I am the spirit of this sword. Alice looked at the grinning dragon and thought, well, it doesn't have a bit of the quality of a liar. What a bad act. Alice smiled, but she still inserted the sword into the door. First of all, she really had no other choice at the moment. Secondly, it wasn't on the same side as the evil god. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thirdly, it seemed to be afraid of this sword. Click! The door opened. A terrifying aura suddenly hit, and the strong wind suddenly raged over, blowing Alice's hair in a mess. Dawn glowed red at this time. Reducing the aura, Alice slowly stabilized. Alice calmed down and looked into the door. She more or less understood everything. Inside the door, dozens of huge pillars were surrounded by iron chains. The other ends of the chains extended continuously and finally converged at one place, which was the dragon. So, this is your true form. Then, Alice looked at it beside her. You're just a phantom, right? Alice looked at it with a smile. Its face darkened at this time. The dragon's original plan was to use the method of soul division at the moment Alice opened the door and first send a small part of its dragon soul out. The best case scenario was to control the person holding the sword so that it could. However, it was just trying because the previous holders of the sword didn't really receive the recognition of Dawn. Alice was the first one to open this door. Unfortunately, Dawn protected Alice and cut off that wisp of soul force. Mr. Dragon, it seems the situation has caught you by surprise, right? Alice looked at it with a smile. It seems you were sealed in this sword, right? The dragon didn't say a word. It seemed Alice was right, that if I'm not mistaken, only the real holder of the sword is qualified to lift your seal. Right? Alice continued to ask. Alas, if you could tell the truth, maybe I could still help you. That's right, I am the one sealed here. The dragon suddenly became serious. However, to be honest, I've really never seen a real dragon before. Weren't the dragons already extinct? Alice asked tentatively. Try to get information from it. Nonsense, I'm still alive. As long as I'm here, the dragons will one day be able to. The dragon suddenly got excited. Oh, so you're very powerful? That's for sure. I'm the lord of all dragons. Humph. When it said this, it seemed a bit childish. This dragon is a bit unruly. Alice was rather skeptical of it at the moment, but it was still able to trap the evil god, Hyperion, away. So there was still something. By the way, lord of all dragons, what's your noble name? Alice asked with a smile. Humph, you're still polite. The dragon suddenly put on airs at him. Why name is Jarostin. Alice was momentarily speechless. This name somewhat gave the feeling of a servant of the evil god. Should not have helped it. It seems you know a lot about Hyperion. Alice smiled. Jarostin suddenly realized and stopped revealing more information. If you want to know more about Hyperion, as long as you release me, then you can. Then, how can I be sure you won't suddenly turn against me? You just wanted to get rid of me earlier, right? Alice smiled with a hint of sarcasm that it was my recklessness. After all, I've been sealed here for far too long. Now I just wanted Jarostin explained. Apologizing so simply, Alice looked at Jarostin. Well, it's not impossible to release you, as long as you can be my vassal mount. Mainly, I can't guarantee what you'll do after you get out, Alice said with a smile. What? Me, the mighty lord of all dragons, being a vassal of a little blood clan girl. What makes you so arrogant as to say such a thing to me? Jarostin's anger flared up. It's your freedom, Mr. Dragon. Alice smiled and replied politely. Jarostin, no, it's still impossible. Even if I'm trapped here with you forever, I won't abandon the glory of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is all gone. Where's the glory? Alice laughed awkwardly. Alas, after all, freedom couldn't overcome glory. Alice said loudly, It seems I can only watch as the evil god wreaks havoc here. Alice deliberately said it to Jarostin. Jarostin was a bit shaken that It had a rather deep grudge against the evil god. It thought of a way to, I've thought deeply about it. I can temporarily be your vassal. Little girl, but you have to listen to me in everything. Jarostin proposed a condition. Listen to you? Then it would be a complete mess. Alice thought. Alas, forget it. Actually, I don't really need you as my vassal. Alice said, What do you mean? Jarostin asked in confusion. Alice took out the Scarlet of Dawn. I still think this sword is my true belonging, that It can also release magic power, and here 10,000 words about the advantages of Dawn over Jarostin were omitted. Finally, Alice added, Then Mr. Dragon. Alice declined politely. You don't have to be my vassal, that I think Dawn is still more. As soon as these words were spoken, the Dawn in Alice's hand seemed to twinkle nimbly. What? Do you mean I'm not even as good as a sword? Jarostin suddenly flew into a rage. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that the sword is better. Alice said with an innocent look to the mighty dragon lord, condescending to be a vassal, and actually being looked down upon by a little blood clan girl. Jarostin thought, in a way, I'm going to be this vassal. Jarostin suddenly said loudly, But, Mr. Dragon, I can't fulfill the conditions you set. Alice said aggrievedly, I don't care. You set the contract. I'm going to be this vassal. Jarostin said firmly with a determined look. Well, then, Alice showed a victorious smile. Then, I'll recite the contract. Seeing that Jarostin didn't answer, Alice just went on talking to herself. From this day forward, Mr. Dragon voluntarily becomes my vassal and will never go against my will and will always follow me. Alice tentatively uttered the oath and even extended her hand. Jello thought for a moment and then placed his dragon claw on Alice's hand. A magic circle appeared and the contract was formed. At the moment the contract was concluded, Alice felt the profound magic power of the great dragon. Alas, this dragon is quite naive, Alice sighed. Well, since the contract has been made, you should fulfill your promise. Right? After Jello calmed down, he realized that he seemed to have lost big. You haven't told me how to release you yet, Alice asked with a smile. Jello was silent. The IT seemed to just remember that it was sealed. Could it be that you, the old dragon, don't know either? The kind Alice's face turned ugly at this moment. Could it be that I played with you for so long for nothing? Jello was sweating nervously at this time and didn't dare to look at Alice. Cough, actually I still know how to help you leave, but just to make me help you, so you've been taking advantage of me? Alice stopped pretending and just laid it all out. Jello remained silent. Seeing that Jello didn't answer anymore, she directly activated the master-servant contract. Woo, a sharp pain came from Jello's dragon body. You little girl, what are you doing? You're not keeping your word. Huh. Alice sneered. What do you think? It seems that some dragon was so confident, but actually knew nothing. No, I know. Unable to bear the torture of the master-servant contract, Jello finally told the truth. You are the master of daybreak, and your will is his will. But now your magic power is very weak, and you still can't return to reality. So, it is that Alice's situation was indeed like this at the moment. Her own magic power was very weak, and she couldn't even summon a bloodbath. But it's still quite strange. Jello suddenly interjected. Even if Hyperion covered up your magic power, it shouldn't have been suppressed to this extent. Well, it's a bit strange. Forget it, since I don't have any magic power now. Then Alice looked at Jello like she was looking at food. What do you want to do? Jello looked at Alice's eyes and couldn't help but feel a little creepy. Cough, Mr. Dragon. Have you always been this huge? If you could be a little smaller, I could take you out, Alice said with a smile. Oh, really? Jello asked excitedly. Alice nodded. That's what you said. With that, Jello's dragon body gradually shrank until it finally transformed into the appearance of a human. His bright red hair was quite eye-catching. But at this age, Alice thought that having lived for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, the form it transformed into was about 20 years old. It was quite handsome. Alice even suspected that its mind was sealed when it was sealed. So it's really a male, Alice said with a hint of disappointment in her words. What do you mean? What's wrong with being male? I've talked to you for so long, and you don't even know if I'm male or female. Jello was extremely angry and walked to Alice's side and asked. Although Alice was wearing high heels, Jello in human form was still a little taller than her. Alas, how could it be? Alice said with a smile. Mainly, it would be more convenient if you were a beauty. Before Jello could say a word, he was suddenly pulled over by Alice. Lend me some of your blood. Okay. With that, Alice directly bit toward Jello's neck. Before Jello could react, Alice had already taken almost all the blood. Then, Alice saw Jello with a look of a wronged woman. You wanted my blood. You could have just said so. His face turned slightly red, and he covered the tooth mark with his hand. Alice seemed to realize something. Don't mind. After all, it's an obligation for a servant to do something for the master. Besides, before Alice could finish speaking, the sound of her heartbeat suddenly became rapid. This dragon blood is so domineering. Obviously, this time it went a bit too far. The magic power was surging in Alice's body, and even Alice could hardly handle it. Alice could only use her physical strength to resist this magic power. Jello quickly walked to Alice's side and gently supported her with his hand. See if you still dare to be so reckless next time. With that, he helped Alice slowly regulate the magic power in her body. Finally, Alice controlled this magic power. She turned to look at Jello. Cough. Should you let go now? I'm just continuing to fulfill my duty as a servant, Jello said innocently. Alice was speechless, and Jello said coyly, well, it's just that you just took advantage of me when I wasn't paying attention. Could it be that this dragon really has no experience at all? Alice couldn't help but complained that don't think too much. I'm not interested in male dragons. Jello was speechless. After Alice finished speaking, she casually used her magic power and left the mental sea and returned to reality using the power of daybreak. When she woke up again, Alice was lying on a big bed. Woo, this bed is so soft. But where is this? Alice was puzzled. Although Jello had told her that she had teleported casually, it seemed that she hadn't left the main city yet. The room was full of furnishings for human women. Also, she was covered with a quilt. While Alice looked around, diamonds were inlaid on a lampstand, and there were various valuable ornaments. This is even more magnificent than the palace I live in. Just as Alice was still sighing, she didn't notice that the quilt beside her suddenly began to shake slowly. Then, she was grabbed by an unknown substance on her arm. What's this? Alice was startled. Then, a sleepy human girl slowly got up from the side. The other hand was still rubbing her eyes. It seemed that she was quite sleepy. Incidentally, it was already late at night. Woo! Alice was startled and directly rolled off the bed. What's going on here? Seeing Alice wake up, the girl suddenly became excited that you're awake. Although Alice was still quite confused, she felt that she probably hadn't been discovered by the people in the temple and was still safe for the time being. Wait, She suddenly saw a shocking scene in the mirror. Blonde hair and blue eyes, and even the vampire fangs were gone. She lacked the characteristics of a vampire, but her beauty was still no less than that of Alice in her prime. She now looked completely like a normal human. Even her clothes had been changed into pajamas. What's going on? Alice exclaimed in surprise. As for what happened during the time Alice was unconscious, it has to start from when Alice was teleported here. The maid in this house came into the room for daily cleaning, as usual, and then found this silver-haired vampire. A vampire! She was startled. Alice, lying on the ground, had no consciousness and couldn't hear. Her scream attracted the young lady of this mansion. What's wrong? Sister Molly, the maid's name. Hearing the scream, the young lady quickly went upstairs and came here. Miss Jalon, there's a vampire here. Molly pointed at Alice with trembling fingers. Jalon looked in the direction her finger was pointing and saw Alice lying unconscious on the ground. Different from ordinary rich young ladies, Jalon was more approachable and more reckless. Don't, miss, don't go. What if she wakes up? Seeing Jalon about to step forward, Molly quickly tried to persuade her it's okay. Jalon replied with a smile and then walked up to Alice. Woo, so this is what a vampire looks like. Jalon had never seen a blood clan before. It was the first time, so it was inevitable that she would feel curious. What a charming silver hair. With that, Jalon slowly squatted down, gently helped Alice up, and her hand was restless as it stroked Alice's silver hair. What a nice smell. Jalon sniffed and pushed aside the hair beside Alice's cheek, and Alice's face was revealed like this. The weak light outside the door shone on Alice's cheek, under the illumination of a light. Her cheek was full of blush. So beautiful. Jalon couldn't help but blush. Are all vampires this beautiful? With that, Jalon supported Alice with one hand and gently grasped Alice's wrist with the other. What's this? Jalon felt something like a bracelet, a very familiar thing. She slowly lifted Alice's delicate and fair hand, and a string of bracelets came into view. Even though a long time had passed, she could still clearly remember that this string of bracelets was the one she had given to the person she wanted to have. Sir Knight. Jalon still found it a bit hard to believe. The gift she had given to that knight now reappeared in front of her eyes. Along with excitement, there was more suspicion. She wasn't sure if this bracelet belonged to this vampire lady or was a trophy. She still slowly removed the bracelet from Alice's hand, and Alice just lay in her arms like this. Molly saw that the lady was fine and also summoned the courage to step forward, even though she was terrified inside. But still, she praised Alice's beauty. This vampire is really so beautiful. Yes, Jalon nodded, looking at Alice. She didn't know what to do for a moment. I at him. Saying that, she still picked up Alice. She's so light. This was Jalon's first impression. Her face turned slightly red, and Alice's body fragrance made her feel flustered. She slowly put Alice down. Molly watched all this in her memory. It was very rare for the lady to be so intimate with someone. Miss Jalon wouldn't, or should I say, it was probably just my overthinking. Molly shook her head, dispelling the thoughts in her heart. Molly. Yes? What's wrong, miss? Molly came back to her senses and replied, Go get me a new nightgown. Okay. After a while, the nightgown was brought. Jalon personally helped Alice change her clothes like this when she touched Alice. Perhaps just by coincidence, Alice's silver hair gradually faded, replaced by dazzling golden hair. Just as Jalon had seen her arms that day, it was bright and dazzling. Tea lacked a bit of deterrence and instead had a lot of reassuring warmth. In this instant, she saw her with golden hair, and she felt as if she had seen the old acquaintance again. Jalon rarely entered the palace, even though she was the daughter of the richest merchant in the imperial city. But she had few friends. Her father was very strict with her, that he wanted his daughter to inherit his business, but she had other plans. That day, when she entered the palace, and that momentary glance, she seemed to have found the feeling of being in love, which temporarily freed her from the constraints of being a rich young lady, just as her mother had said before she passed away. If one day you meet someone who can protect you and love you again, you give this string of bracelets to him, her, that I hope to escape a fate like mine. Due to her family background, she was married off, and she left all her love to her daughter. Thinking about it, Jalon slowly removed Alice's clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. She couldn't help but touch it, and her cheeks blushed. After all, she had never experienced anything like this before, but this feeling of being in love should be love, right? After changing, Jalon quietly lay beside Alice, silently looking at the unconscious her. She was all right. Just couldn't be woken up. She was willing to wait slowly. Then the news that the Blood Clan Empress had disappeared spread, causing panic in the Imperial City. Who knew what would happen to humanity if the Empress disappeared and the Blood Clan might destroy them? In the square, be quiet. Everyone, don't panic. With our temple here, the vampires can't enter the border, let alone the Imperial City to stabilize the people's hearts. The temple was also forced to announce its participation in the war. As everyone knew, although the temple had a strong magic foundation, it just sat idle and ate up resources in the Imperial City. This time, it finally stabilized the tottering people's hearts. That's how it is. Time passed quickly to the next morning. Alice listened carefully to Jalon's account and learned the whole story. But she still couldn't figure out why she had suddenly become like this. It didn't make sense. Well, ask him. Saying that, she called out to Jello in her heart. That Jello's virtual image appeared in front of her eyes, and then he saw Alice and Jalon in disheveled clothes. There was a bit more blame in his tone. Alice forgot about the current situation. Well, let's not worry about this for now. Old dragon, take a look at me. What's wrong with me now? Jello then began to slowly examine her, blonde hair and blue eyes. Such a familiar feeling. Jello muttered to himself. What do you mean? You now look a lot like a saintess, Alice. This joke is not funny at all. Jello immediately became serious. No, I'm not joking. Blonde hair and blue eyes are the characteristics of the saintesses of past generations, but I'm just an ordinary knight in this life. Then have you seen your parents in this life? Well, my father passed away when I was young. He was ordinary, but I haven't seen my mother. When talking about her father's death, she still felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Really? Hearing Alice's answer, Jello more or less guessed. Then do you think it's possible that your mother... Impossible. My teacher said that each saintess is a person of utmost purity and kindness and is bestowed by their god. They don't have offspring. Well, then I don't know. Can you still feel magic power now? Jello then asked. Well, I can still feel it, but it's still relatively weak. Saying that, Alice stretched out her hand, and then golden magic power began to flow in her hand. Well, this magic powered, I'm afraid even those people in the temple won't believe you're not a saintess. Jello muttered in his heart. Seeing that Jello didn't say anything, Alice said, well, your subordinate is not very useful either. Just as Jello was about to start defending himself, Alice waved her sword and put Jello into it. Then, she looked at Jalon, who was shocked beside her. Jalon watched Alice holding a sword and chatting with the air. She should be okay, right? Jalon comforted herself. Oh, I haven't thanked you properly yet. Alice suddenly remembered and thanked Jalon and no, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Jalon quickly waved her hand and said. Jalon still couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart and tentatively asked, Is it you, Sir Knight? Saying that, she took out that string of bracelets. Alice looked at the bracelet in Jalon, whose face was full of expectation. Is there anyone else in this imperial city who knows my identity? Didn't she give me the string of bracelets? Well, could it be her? Could it be that you're the little girl who wanted to buy me back then? Alice asked her with a smile. Hearing this sentence, Jalon's face immediately turned red. I was still young at that time and not very sensible. Saying that, she took a few steps back and covered her face with both hands. Alice saw this scene and found it quite interesting. She reached out to take Jalon's bracelet and pinched Jalon's face by the way. Well, you've grown up, little girl, Alice said with a smile. Yes, Jalon couldn't hold back her excitement. Sir Knight, I never thought we'd meet again in such a way. Well, I'm no longer a knight. Alice scratched her head, but it's still very lucky to be able to meet you again. When these words came out, Jalon immediately turned around and covered her face. Sir Knight just said it's lucky to meet me again. Does this count as... Alice behind her had a confused look on her face. Oh, I didn't even ask your name back then. Alice only then remembered to ask her, Jalon, what about you, my lord? Well, you can call me Bylon. Well, Alice is fine too. I really can't bear to be called Sir Knight. Alice looked around nervously. But you're my Sir Knight. Jalon looked at her with admiration. Alice looked at Jalon, who was smiling, and there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. It seems that the encounters and fate have brought changes for the future. But now there are still important things to do. Alice suddenly became serious. What, Sir Knight? Jalon quickly asked. I need to send my own news to the Blood Clan first. Otherwise, it would fulfill someone's wish. And that wouldn't be good. You're now the rumored Blood Clan Empress who kills without batting an eye. Jalon suddenly got excited. Well, who said I kill without batting an eye? It seems it's really true. Alice laughed awkwardly. Oh, you need my help? Jalon had an eager expression. Aren't you afraid I'm some kind of bad person now? Alice asked her to know. You're my forever knight, Jalon said without hesitation. Forever knight? Alice couldn't help but look out of the window. Lost in thought, Alice was thinking like this that my lord. Galen called out to Alice when she saw that Alice didn't respond to no. You'd better call me Bylon. Alice smiled. All right, my lady Bylon. Alice wondered how to send a message to the Blood Clan. After all, Alice didn't bring many people when she visited, and she didn't know how the rest were. Alice was thinking when suddenly Molly burst into the room again. Miss, something bad has happened. The one you saved is very likely the wanted Blood Empress. Her reckless appearance is very much like that of one of Alice's friends. Her expression changed. The silver-haired Blood Clan member had been replaced by a blonde human, and she was a bit stunned. It's okay, Molly. Galen's words reassured Molly a bit. Also, what's the situation outside now? Oh, miss, there are portraits of that Blood Clan member posted all over the place. However, I don't think it's the one we saw before. Apparently, Molly still didn't recognize Alice. What do you mean? Alice was the first to ask this. Well, she doesn't seem as beautiful as the one we saw before, Molly said with certainty. Everyone here is rather simple-minded. This was Alice's first impression in her heart. And Molly continued, now the imperial capital is closed off. The soldiers are searching one by one. This is not good. However, for now, I should be safe for the time being. Although I don't know why I've lost my magic power, at least I won't be discovered for the time being. Dead air. Alice asked Molly, what about the attendants of that empress? I'm not very sure, but it seems they've been imprisoned. When Molly said this, she was clearly a bit uneasy. Miss, I think another war is about to start. Molly looked worried. Alas, at this moment, what bothered Alice the most was what to do. Those two of mine are very likely to... Thinking of this, Alice was at a loss. After all, it was her own rashness, but after all, it was and she didn't have any precautions at all. Since it had come to this point, she could only pray that it could take care of the overall situation. Alice suddenly remembered Passia hanging on one side. Although she couldn't even use soul absorption now, there was still old dragon. Alice leaned closer to the dragon body on the sword hilt and asked. Strangely enough, she really couldn't break the seal on Jello, but she could actually draw a wisp of Jello's soul into reality, which was somewhat helpful. Next, Galen and Molly saw another strange scene. Alice was chatting with the air as if there was someone there. What? Can't you even help with such a small favor? Has the duty of a vassal made you forget? Alice asked him angrily. Jello looked wronged. It took a lot of effort for me to be able to sense this beautiful. If I help you for a while, I'm not sure if I can even keep this wisp of soul. Can't you even send a message once? I can, but it's not safe. Jello wasn't lying. The abundant magic power in the imperial capital was obviously set up to block those who wanted to escape through the imperial capital. If they were a bit careless, his soul would be implicated, and Alice would also be exposed. Alas, Alice had no choice. Then can I use my current blood? Jello suddenly also thought of it. With Alice's current appearance and magic power, her magic power value should be able to blend well with the already inflated magic power outside the house. This could be tried. Jello smiled, saying that. Alice placed her hand on Jello's hand. Under Jello's guidance, the magic power in Alice's body slowly gathered. Could this dragon even guide golden magic power? Alice thought. Well, after all, he is the so-called Lord of 10,000 dragons. Gradually, this magic power gathered into a bird. Wow, this dragon is quite reliable. All right. Now just drop your blood on it, Okay. Saying that, Alice dripped her blood on the bird, and the bird began to become lively and circled happily in the room. Next, as long as I write a letter, Leo would definitely recognize her handwriting. Dear sister, I'm safe now. You need to temporarily take care of the state affairs. Don't worry, I'm all well. Unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't conflict with the human kingdom. I need time. After writing, Alice tied the letter to the bird, and it flew away with the wind into the distance. All right, next, Alice temporarily calmed down. She should investigate the temple and the evil god properly. This appearance was quite convenient. However, she still needed an identity to... Galen? Alice called her to... What's the matter, my lady? Does your family still need maids? Hearing this, Galen tried her best to suppress the excitement in her heart. Yes, we've always needed them. Air, miss. I remember you didn't need made a long time ago. Right? Molly muttered with a smile beside her. It's hard to say. Gallon still hasn't woken up from the surprise in less than a day. Her long-cherished wish had come true, and there were many other pleasant surprises. For example, the knight she admired, liked, suddenly appeared in her bedroom. It had been 8 or 9 years since Gallon first saw her. That's just how long it is. The author is just lazy. They say that the feelings in childhood are not very real, but they're very pure, simple, and passionate. And now, that knight was standing right in front of her, wearing the special maid outfit she had chosen herself. Gallon tried her best to hide the strange attributes that had awakened in her heart. Well, Gallon? Alice stood on tiptoe and slowly lifted her long dress. What's the matter? Doesn't it fit, my lady? It seems that this title really can't be changed in a short time. No, it's just that my outfit seems a little different. That's really the case. However, mainly because of Alice herself. In terms of looks, she really looks like a wealthy young lady. Even in a maid outfit, it's hard to conceal her elegance. Gallon also realized this, that it seemed that she could only try to cover her face as much as possible. Your Highness, let me do a little makeover for you. Gallon had a sudden idea to air. Alice didn't know what to say. All right, I'm Your Highness again. Hey, Gallon was really enthusiastic. As soon as Alice sat down, Gallon directly took Alice's long blonde hair in her left hand and held a comb in her right hand. She sniffed. It really smells good. She couldn't help but move closer, right in front of Alice. Hey, Alice seemed to realize something. Gallon? Gallon remembered what she was doing. Yes, sorry. Saying that, she continued to comb the hair. Her face turned a little red. She coiled Alice's long hair up and finally put on a scarf that, something seems to be missing. Alice looked at the mirror. There was still something missing. She was still too conspicuous. Suddenly, a bright idea occurred to her. Use this. Really going to use this, Your Highness? Gallon was now holding the pen for decoration. This should be fine now. Saying that, Alice asked Gallon to help her to some moles. Gallon held the pen hesitantly and didn't want to do it. Such a beautiful face. What a pity. Gallon faced Alice. Alice closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes just appeared vividly in front of her eyes. Gallon looked at Alice and swallowed her saliva. Forget it, since it's Your Highness's request. But if I do it slowly, it should be okay. Gallon's mouth curved up, thinking in her heart. Just like this, time seemed to slow down at this moment. Alice's golden hair was fluttering in the wind in front of Gallon, making it a bit hard for her to concentrate. Calm down. Gallon, don't think, don't look. Even though she said so verbally, Gallon still couldn't help stealing glances at Alice. This seemingly huge project finally came to an end. Alice looked at Gallon in satisfaction and said gently, This is fine. Thank you. Gallon. Gallon held her blushing face. It's my pleasure to serve you. Well, next, Alice continued, reaching out and grabbing Gallon's hand. Miss, let's go for a walk. I also really want to see what it's like here now. Gallon subconsciously agreed. Her hand is so soft, Gallon thought in her heart. Back in the imperial city, His Majesty the King and the people from the temple were almost going crazy. The Blood Empress was still missing. Carlos wasn't in a hurry. He knew that since the Lord had taken action, then even if Alice was alive now, she wouldn't pose too much of a threat. High Priest, a familiar voice sounded at It was ya. She looked very bad now. Moreover, she had a nightmare all night in the dream. She personally sent her brother to his doom. What's wrong, Your Highness? Carlos showed a professional smile. There's still no news of him? It didn't directly ask about her identity. She already had an answer in her heart. She was just afraid and not yet ready to accept it. She? You mean the Queen of the Blood Clan? Carlos asked. Alice nodded. And my brother, Bailon, I didn't expect you to ask about both of them at the same time. No, Alice said seriously. Only one person. Carlos paused for a moment. It seems you know something. He didn't want to hide it anymore. After all, his goal had been achieved. Moreover, this princess in front of him wasn't worth making the king and the temple enemies. The most crucial point. You seem to have an answer in your heart already. Carlos laughed sinisterly. This moment, the light completely disappeared from Baya's eyes. She looked at Carlos in front of her painfully and hatefully. You knew it all along, right? You've been lying to me all along, right? No, Your Highness. This is just for the kingdom. Carlos said this without even blinking. But she came to negotiate peace. Oh, what? A vampire is a vampire. And she's even more of a vampire. Not your brother. Really? Baya said with a trembling voice. She remembered the gentle look in the eyes of that blood clan queen, pure without a trace of falsehood. The way she looked at her, she seemed to have never seen it even once in this huge imperial palace. She remembered the last dance they had. She closed her eyes and enjoyed that moment. Thinking of this, her heart ached, and she couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Carlos actually enjoyed her desperate look, as he slowly squatted down and looked at Bayo with crazy eyes and said, "Your father already knew about this. It seems he never told you." After saying that, Carlos left directly, leaving Bayo alone. "What? I seem to have harmed the only person who cares about me. Is it me? Is it me? Is it?" Bayo's eyes were empty, and she kept repeating this sentence. "No, you all are involved." Bayo suddenly laughed. "I'll make you pay the price. I'll take you all to hell with me. I don't care about the imperial city at all." Bayo stared at Carlos, who was leaving, and the hatred in her eyes couldn't be concealed on the Blood Clan's side. It was quite peaceful. Laya felt much more at ease when she received Alice's letter. However, her sister temporarily wouldn't let her take revenge, which made her a bit unhappy. "Humph, silly sister, is that adopted sister really that important? I'm your own sister." Laya was really unhappy. Alice never mentioned Bayo in front of Laya. This was what she overheard when she secretly climbed into Alice's bed at night. Irina was standing beside Laya, examining this letter. She also recognized Alice's handwriting. However, this golden magic bird made her faintly feel uneasy. Was this really Alice? But Irina thought that according to Alice's character, she really didn't seem like the type to rush to risk the country. Moreover, on Alice's throne, that soul lamp was still burning brightly. Only, there were some golden streaks mixed in with the blood-red flames. "Your Highness, what have you encountered again?" Irina wondered in her heart, suppressing the worry in her heart. While Alice, who knew nothing about everything, was still strolling around the imperial city with Jalan, the daughter of the richest merchant. Jalan naturally had no shortage of money. The two ate from the east of the city to the west. Usually, this city was very lively. However, suddenly a vampire appeared, and it was an extremely powerful one that everyone was in a panic, and there were much fewer people on the streets. Soldiers and the subordinates of the temple were interrogating every household, not sparing even the passers-by. Alice carefully observed the surroundings. Basically, everyone had a bottle of holy water in their hands. The temple was really well prepared, but she didn't know if the current holy water would be effective against herself. Alice sneered and thought in her heart, "Hey, you two, stop. Come for a routine inspection." A soldier beside suddenly came over and shouted. Alice wasn't the least bit flustered. After all, the changes now were really too great. The soldier looked at the portrait back and forth. Well, Jalan passed easily. Next it was Alice's turn. "Take off your hat." After all, being under someone else's roof, Alice had no choice but to do as told. Her coiled golden hair was thus revealed in front of everyone. When the soldier saw the golden hair, he let down his guard and showed a lewd look on his face. Her face must not be bad. Maybe I can. When the two saw the soldier's expression, they both couldn't help but gag. Jalan even stared at the soldier in front of her. Then he saw Alice with black dots all over her face. Her figure's good, but just this face. He reached out to touch Alice. Courting death. Alice was just about to give him a little lesson when Jalan took the lead. Then the passers-by saw a young girl in a blue long dress lift a soldier up and spin him 360 degrees in the air before throwing him to the ground. The soldier was thrown unconscious, rolled his eyes, and foamed at the mouth. Alice looked at Jalan in surprise. "Well, I didn't even get to do anything." Turning to Alice, Jalan immediately changed her appearance. "Are you okay?" "Sister, all right, I'm sister again." Alice thought in her heart. "Well, I'm fine. Thank you." Alice thanked and reached out to stroke her head. Hey, what's going on? Who dares to attack a royal soldier? Don't you want to live?" "Oh, so it's still a royal soldier." Alice continued, "As so the royal soldiers are specially trained to harass the common people." Alice said with a smile. "What do you mean? Can't you tell?" Saying that, Alice reached out and took Jalan's hand. Jalan was surprised. Alice continued, "He actually wanted to take advantage of his position to harass my young lady. Why young lady is still so innocent." While saying, she pretended to cry. The onlookers who didn't know the truth whispered to each other. Some even started scolding directly. "What kind of knight are you?" Only a small number of people who saw Jalan throw the soldier with her backhand remained silent, because Alice understood that the current imperial palace was already extremely corrupt. Who would speak up for them? They were in the wrong for the moment. Seeing that more and more people were watching the excitement, they had no way out. After all, they still had important things to do. They dragged the unconscious soldier and left in a hurry. Alice watched the few who left and smiled. Then she turned to look at Jialan. She's so soft, so soft. Jialan was immersed in her own fantasy. Well, Alice didn't know what to say. However, she had more important things to do now. Since there were no flaws, how could she bridge the gap with the temple? And, on the other side, in the temple. Pope, the holy water is almost used up. Should we? Carlos reported. The holy water was actually diluted from the blood of the saintess, the lucky one chosen by the god that the temple worshipped. The blood of the saintess contained inexhaustible life energy and was a divine medicine for curing diseases. However, this needed to be passed down. There was some trouble with the previous saintess, and the inheritance was interrupted. An old man with already graying hair, but still full of dignity, sat on the high platform looking at Carlos. Well, the current situation really requires choosing a new saintess. However, he showed a difficult expression on his face. Without the thing in that bastard's body, how could I? Carlos, however, smiled and said, Your Holiness, don't worry. These years I've traveled to all the big and small cities in the country, and I've already found the most kind-hearted person who can make the god recognize again. We don't need to. I hope what you said will work. The Pope supported his head with his hand and said tiredly. Carlos turned around and left, showing the characteristic smile of a villain. Although he didn't know why the Lord was so eager to obtain the inheritance of the saintess, but since he needed it, then, for eternal life, I can give everything. Here, Alice and Jialan returned home. Jialan hadn't been this relaxed for a long time. She had a great time playing with her knight. Obviously, she forgot about a certain serious person at home. He was sitting on the sofa at the moment. And beside him, Molly was standing worriedly. Has the young lady finished all her things today? You didn't even remind her and let her go out at this time. The words were filled with censure. Yes, sorry, Your Grace. The young lady misses me so much that I really couldn't bear it. Humph. Even so, she should shoulder the responsibilities of a duke's daughter. What kind of behavior is this? Incidentally, Garan's mother is the granddaughter of a highly respected old duke, while Garan's father is a merchant. Even though he is extremely wealthy, the status of a merchant was not high at that time, which is why Garan's father tried so hard to climb up the social ladder. Well, even if their love was not deep, they could still get by. After all, Garan's father was busy with business, and now he is all alone. He was even ready to scold his disobedient daughter. Your Grace, the young lady has returned. Well, let her come to see me directly. Alice was beside Garan at this moment. She watched Garan's smiling face gradually fade and knew what had happened. Well, he must be Garan's father. Alice sized him up from the side. Again, God, he spoke. Do you know what time it is? You're already grown up, but still like this. When will you ever take on your responsibilities? He slapped the table hard and scolded Garan. Responsibilities? We're already so wealthy. What additional responsibilities could there be? Alice muttered in her heart. Alice suddenly stepped forward and interrupted. Your Grace, the young lady went out just to help you assess the current situation. After all, with the whole country on high alert, the young lady told me that the business trend is not good and wanted to share the pressure for you. One of the things a merchant cares most about is trade. As long as war doesn't reach their doorstep, war doesn't even seem important. Usually, no one dares to interrupt when the Duke is scolding. This time, it directly aroused the Duke's suspicion. Humph. Since when did a servant dare to interrupt? And who are you? The Duke suspected. He had never seen a blonde maid in this huge mansion. Your Grace. Alice began her act again. With tears in her eyes, she said, The servant's mother is seriously ill. The young lady took pity on me and paid off my mother's medical expenses. In order to repay the young lady, I voluntarily came. Perhaps because the word mother was mentioned, both Garan and her father's hearts trembled. Well, this seems like something this girl would do. The Duke glanced at Garan, but he still took note of Alice. A merchant's eyes are very sharp. He knew that a daughter from an ordinary family wouldn't be so good at talking. But he didn't expose it that he still felt a bit guilty toward his wife. Don't let it happen again. The Duke rubbed his forehead. First, go back. Yes, father. Garan gave Alice a grateful look. Right? Is there anything else? Father, now the whole city is looking for that blood empress. You have to be careful too. The Blood Clan are all heartless demons. Hearing this, Garan looked at Alice beside her awkwardly. Alice had a smile on her face, but looked a bit fierce. Humph, you're the one who kills without batting an eye. Alice cursed secretly. Fine, I won't stoop to your level, considering your daughter is my savior. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room first. Comma dot, comma dot, comma dot, comma, 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 comma dot, comma dot, comma dot, comma, comma, comma dot, the comma dot, comma dot, comma dot, comma, comma, comma dot, comma, comma, comma dot, comma, comma dot, comma, comma, the comma, the comma dot, comma dot, comma, comma, the comma dot, comma, comma, comma dot, comma, 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 comma dot, comma, comma dot, comma. What did Alice think of? But she didn't really want to say. Jello saw through Alice's thoughts, and he didn't expose it either. Well, Garland said to herself as she continued, she is kind and gentle. Just like your highness. Here. Garland glanced at Alice. I'm getting a bit embarrassed just talking about it. She? Kind. You don't even know her. Bang. Before Jello could finish speaking, he was punched unconscious again. Jello. Garland looked at Alice with a smile, and then continued. She had a gentle look on her face, stroking my head, and saying that if he were still alive, he would surely be happy to have a lovely sister like you. When she said this, there was an indescribable bitterness on her face. This sentence instantly exploded Alice's thoughts that no, it couldn't be, but this is impossible. She is the Holy Maiden. How could she? Alice covered her chest and tried her best to calm herself down. No matter who the person in the Holy Maiden sister's mouth is, I think she must be very important to her. Alice, Bylon, listen to this sentence and gradually calm down. That it seems that this temple must be visited. Actually, according to seniority, Garland, you should call the Holy Maiden Aunt, Jello explained. Then next, Garland saw the most brutal scene in her life. Jello's pig-like screams spread throughout the mansion. Later, Garland had to explain it to the family with great difficulty. Phew, anyway, Alice was getting tired from hitting. Let's just go together. Yes, Garland heard the long-awaited answer. However, Alice still silently paid attention to Jello. What's wrong with this old dragon today? No, he seems to have always been like this. Next, Jello's split soul was quietly recuperating in daybreak. Well, Alice is about to see her, and I'm one step closer to seeing you again, Master. Jello watched Alice and Garland in the real world quietly through magic. Garland hinted to her father, the Duke, about her desire to go to the temple. Well, have you also heard about it? Want to go and see? The Duke put down the affairs in his hands and looked up at Garland. What? Garland was confused but still nodded. Well, do you also want to go and see the selection of the one who trusts the Holy Maiden? Seeing Garland nod, the Duke continued, if you want to go. You can, but pay attention to safety. Garland didn't expect that her father would agree so easily. Take a look and remember to come back and tell me what the new Holy Maiden is like. The Duke's expression clearly showed that he also had a past. Okay. Garland showed a relaxed smile. In an instant, Garland and Alice were on their way to the temple. Even though she was the daughter of a duke who was extremely wealthy, she still enjoyed the time walking with Alice on foot. Anyway, the temple wasn't far from home. She held Alice's arm, as if holding a precious treasure. She also didn't feel tired and just walked quietly like this. Well, it's not bad. But she hadn't enjoyed this period of time much when a hasty horse's hoofbeat interrupted her enjoyable expression. Get out of the way! Alice quickly grabbed Garland and protected her in her arms, and then fell down, so that they weren't hit by the carriage. Ouch! Apparently, Alice accidentally injured her ankle. Garland was lying in her arms, too nervous to know what to do. Your Highness? Garland tentatively asked Alice that, sorry. Alice also realized that she was holding too tightly and slowly let go of Garland. Garland noticed the injury on Alice's ankle, slowly helped Alice up, and then turned around, extremely angry. Just as she was about to argue with the person driving the horse, he spoke first. Can't you see? Such a magnificent carriage. How arrogant. Alice thought to herself. Jello, are you there? I need you for something. Jello hadn't responded yet when two people got off the carriage. Alice recognized one of them, and hatred welled up in her heart. What a narrow escape, Carlos. Alice stared at Carlos in front of her and thought in her heart, who dares to stop the carriage of the future Holy Maiden? Carlos shouted, with a condescending look. Priest, it turns out to be just two rude commoners. The richly dressed woman next to him continued. The future Holy Maiden? What nonsense! Alice still couldn't hold back and directly cursed. What? How dare you slander the future Holy Maiden? The crime is doubled. Carlos and the woman next to him shouted. It woke Jello up. Alice still wanted to play with him a bit more, but Garland blocked Alice and protected her behind her. She just said to the woman, are you the daughter of Mujiali? Huh. So what if I am? An ordinary commoner even knows me. The woman replied, why father has been hesitating recently whether to terminate the cooperation with Mujiali. Huh. What do you mean? The woman sensed something was wrong that I, Garland, the daughter of Duke Ferdinand. Hearing the Duke's name, the woman couldn't help but shudder. She had promised Carlos to be the Holy Maiden and was sure to get it. But now if she really bumped into the daughter of the richest man in the imperial city, it would really be difficult. Do you have any evidence? And you even dare to pretend to be his daughter. She still wanted to struggle a bit more, until Garland took out the family token. Only then did the woman back down. The Holy Maiden isn't even decided why it wouldn't be good to run out of money first. Ah, so it's really you. It was all a misunderstanding just now. She instantly changed her expression. Carlos was watching from the side, wondering how his puppet could be such a coward. But Carlos didn't say anything. Garland's father had donated a lot to the development of the temple. He couldn't just bump into such a big money donor unilaterally that it was hitting a tough customer. Alice tugged at Garland's clothes, signaling her not to make too much of a fuss. Garland suppressed her anger. Fine, apologize to her, compensate for the loss, and then get lost. What? Make me apologize to this maid? Although she said it toughly. She still apologized. Just wait. When I become the Holy Maiden and have the temple as my backing, you'll suffer. She showed a fierce expression. Carlos knew he was in the wrong this time, seeing that the surrounding was already full of people and the common people's eyes were discerning. The temple couldn't lose the hearts of the people for the time being. Forget it. Next time, teach this girl a good lesson. Watching the carriage drive away, Garland and Alice looked at each other and smiled. Thank you. It should be me troubling you. Saying that, both of them turned their heads away a bit embarrassedly. Yo, calling me just to let me watch this scene? Jello said inappropriately again. This old dragon, Alice said helplessly. Next, Garland bandaged Alice's wound and accidentally stroked it a bit, making Alice blush a bit. After bandaging, the two slowly walked to the front of the temple. There were people mountain, people sea. This election of the Holy Maiden was quite lively. The crowd was surging. Even though the imperial palace had issued a security notice, but the election of the Holy Maiden still caused quite a stir. It had been many years since the temple had elected a Holy Maiden. Few people could remember clearly. However, for most of the old lechers in the imperial city, most of the candidates for the Holy Maiden were extremely beautiful. But inner beauty was still the main thing. The official Holy Maiden had only second-class power to the Pope and the temple. Some old lechers would be taught a lesson by the temple for looking at her a few more times. Moreover, the Holy Maiden had an important position in the hearts of the common people. Her prayers, magic, could cure the strange diseases, plagues, in the city, but now it's such an obvious opportunity. Why not use it? Wow. Jello was in an invisible state, but still couldn't help but exclaim at the current scene. Jello had a lecherous look on his face. He scanned around. None of these were good enough. There wasn't a certain one. Needless to say, Alice also knew what this guy wanted to say. Before he did more things, she forcibly took him back. Incidentally, Daybreak Scarlet was turning into a ring, and Alice was wearing it. Well, Garland looked at it and then turned to look at Alice. What's wrong, Onlon? Saying that, Alice wanted to pitch again that, none of them are as good-looking as sister, Garland replied. Hearing the word sister, Alice paused. Yes, she seemed to haven't heard the word sister for quite a while. Alice had been a maid in Garland's house for a short while. The author was too lazy to write it. Alice looked at Garland gently and smiled and said thank you. Cough, cough, be quiet. The personnel of the temple have come to maintain order. Immediately afterwards, several people who seemed to be important figures in the temple emerged from behind him. The Pope of the temple was among them. Only one, Alice, recognized someone. Carlos. Alice didn't have the intention of killing Carlos yet, of course. That was before she knew that Carlos was the mastermind behind the scenes. Garland didn't have a good impression of Carlos. And the enemies of Alice were also hers. The Pope sat in the middle, and Carlos sat on one side. He noticed Garland staring at him, but he didn't want to conflict with this young lady again. After all, the mission was important. The young lady from the Mowgli family was naturally among them. She was tightly holding a dark green gemstone in her hand. After hiding it, she looked at Garland with ill intentions. When I become the new Holy Maiden and have enough believers, it's not impossible to bring him down. Thinking like this, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Garland looked blank. Was she stimulated and couldn't save face? Probably so, Alice replied with a smile. By the way, Your Highness, don't you want to investigate the temple deeply? I think you can also— Shoo! Alice put her finger to her lips and quietly watched on. Garland covered her heart, and her heart was pounding. Soon, it began to— At the end of the steps of the temple was a crystal ball emitting golden light. The magic power it emitted made Alice feel very comfortable. However, it was not so pleasant for a few discerning people below. This magic power seemed to deliberately drive them away, and they were moving backward. Alice and Garland didn't feel uncomfortable. They watched as the crowd inexplicably retreated, and they were squeezed to the front of the steps to watch closely. Young ladies from all over the country, noble young ladies, and there were also commoners, but not many. The method was very simple. As long as one could easily walk up the steps, touch the crystal ball, and then hold on for 1 minute, that it sounded simple. But several of them couldn't even take the first step, and some were simply pushed out by the magic power. Not knowing one's own strength, yet daring to step on the steps, the old pope suddenly said something, which scared many people. Carlos looked at the one he had chosen. Alice was also paying attention to her. She wanted to see what tricks this arrogant young lady had. Yes, soon as she took the first step, Alice clearly felt that the golden magic power was resisting her and was about to eliminate her. But the next second, a strange change occurred that a dark black magic power appeared on her body and was confronting it. How could this be? Alice saw the people in the temple with a calm expression. Didn't they notice? Or did they all? But looking at the expression of the old pope, it seemed that he couldn't feel it. After successfully taking the first step, her expression was more relaxed. Carlos had an expression of being expected. 2 steps, 3 steps, the number of her competitors beside her was getting fewer and fewer. Finally, only she was left. The Pope smiled and looked at Carlos beside him. She's the one you mentioned, right? Yes, Your Holiness. She's the one I spent several years finding. The real Holy Maiden. Carlos replied with a fake smile on the surface. But his heart was extremely dark. Amidst everyone's shock, she stepped on the last step and successfully came to the side of the crystal ball. Alice saw that the ominous magic power on her body was swelling wildly, just like a provocation, turning into the appearance of a monster. And the magic power of the crystal ball was also slowly condensing, and finally turned into the appearance of a woman's virtual image, seemingly about to fight with that monster. The temple is really in chaos. Alice couldn't help but sigh. Then could she hold on? She saw her putting her hand on the crystal ball, and this competition began to first. That golden light and shadow had the upper hand, and that monster was a bit unable to withstand it. Alice had no desire to participate at all. Tea wouldn't do her any good for either side. Although she had a strange fondness for that golden virtual image, she still didn't help. Anyway, I don't have much magic power now. But slowly, the monster was growing continuously. The swelling of the magic power startled Alice. This monster directly transformed into countless tentacles and entangled the virtual image, making it unable to move. Time was passing by second. Everyone present held their breath and watched quietly. 51. The time was almost up. Alice watched as the virtual image was slowly weakening, until 60 seconds ended completely. The whole audience cheered, and the Pope even stood up and applauded directly. He was also very surprised that someone could actually reach this step. Alice looked at her who had let go of the crystal ball. The monster above also slowly released the virtual image. Interesting. Alice had no intention of competing at all. What if she really succeeded? It wouldn't be fun. Probably it would bring trouble to herself. Just then, Alice felt a push from someone. She lost her balance and fell on the first step. The headscarf also inappropriately fell to one side, and everyone's eyes were focused on her alone, Alice. Which blind person pushed me? Although she didn't see anything clearly, she always thought of a certain mischievous dragon. The daughter of Duke Mowgli hadn't been proud for long before her limelight was stolen by Alice. All that people saw was a young maid with black dots all over her face. Moreover, Alice quickly covered her cheeks. Garland just wanted to help Alice up and leave, but the Pope suddenly spoke. Cough. Since you can walk up the steps, then you also have the qualification to step forward. She's just a servant girl with black dots all over her face. Hearing what the Pope said, Carlos suddenly panicked. The one beside the crystal ball was also the same. Somehow, at the moment Alice stepped onto the steps, She always felt that she was a bit excluded, that Alice wanted to excuse herself. After all, everyone here was an enemy. Your Holiness, I think what he said is right, that I'm just a humble servant. How do I have the qualification? I'd better. After saying that, Alice was about to slip away. Cough. The Pope suddenly became serious. And no matter who it is, as long as they can walk up, they have the qualification. No one can have any objections. After saying that, he seriously looked at Carlos beside him. Seeing the old Pope like this, Carlos didn't dare to say anything more and could only slink back to his seat. It's okay. She's just a servant girl. Carlos comforted himself in his heart. Alice looked at the serious expressions around, that if I don't want to go up, there might be even more terrible consequences, that I can only. She didn't see that at the end of the crowd at this moment, a person wearing a cloak was watching all this. Alice pretended to have difficulty walking up to, is there really an obstruction here? Alice couldn't help, but wondered. It seemed that it was getting easier to walk up. Before she knew it, she walked to the last few steps. She'd better find an excuse. No, Your Holiness, I don't have the ability to go up anymore. Alice showed a difficult expression. Carlos let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. The Pope couldn't force others to do these things. Moreover, Alice really seemed to have exhausted her strength. Alas, then, the Pope had an indescribable sense of regret. Just then, a miraculous scene happened. The virtual image transformed by the crystal ball actually showed a real image. Everyone saw this virtual image. The Pope had never seen such a scene before and couldn't help but stand up. Then, in full view of everyone, that virtual image actually walked down a few steps by itself, came to Alice's side, and took her hand, tried to send her up. Alice? Carlos? Garland? The crowd. What's going on? People started whispering. Seeing this, Alice had no choice but to reluctantly climb up with the virtual image. Then, the virtual image personally picked up Alice's hand, placed it on the crystal ball, and placed its own hand on Alice's hand, personally accompanying her through these 60 seconds. Why is this? Alice looked at the virtual image. The virtual image seemed to smile slightly and looked at Alice gently. What is this? Carlos shouted. She used some insidious magic. She must have used magic, Carlos shouted excitedly. Someone quickly arrest. The old Pope looked at this scene in front of him, that he seemed to remember something and fell into deep thought. The guards of the temple saw that the Pope didn't move. So they thought it was a tacit consent and walked to Alice's side, that I didn't do anything. Turn one's head towards that illusory figure with a slight curve at the corners of the mouth. If things go on like this, won't my identity be exposed? Alice couldn't help but worry. Worst, she could only try to find a way to escape, but the probability of that was pitifully small. The guards were getting closer. Get out of the way. Are you people qualified to interfere with the candidates for the Holy Maiden? The old Pope suddenly roared, and his magic power burst out. Although it wasn't purely golden yellow, it was still quite impressive. Carlos and the guards were all startled. Sure enough, falling out with the Holy Temple wasn't a good decision. This magic power was almost comparable to... Carlos dejectedly returned to his seat. The prophet was right. After being in the Holy Temple for so many years, Carlos had never seen the power of the Pope. This kind of intimidation was truly terrifying. Seeing that everyone had retreated, the Pope ignored them. He gave Alice a meaningful look, but was also somewhat suspicious. As for Carlos, he already had a plan in mind. Alas, the old Pope sighed, since both of you can gain her approval. Then, before he could finish his words, another strange change occurred. Carlos secretly activated the magic power of the gem, planning to get rid of Alice. That monster appeared again, and its size grew even larger. Its tentacles lashed out at Alice. Alice reacted quickly and dodged the attack with a sideways movement. Carlos, how is that possible? She's just an ordinary person. How could she see it? Even I can only see it under the magic power of the Lord. What right does she have? Carlos gritted his teeth in anger. Kill her. Carlos activated all his magic power and recited that string of ear-piercing incantations. Roar. The roar resounded through the heavens and even caused a tremor. The common people present couldn't help but stagger, and the Pope also noticed something strange. Carlos, what are you doing? He reached out to stop Carlos. Clearly, his fierce expression betrayed him, but he didn't show any intention of stopping. At worst, he'd be demoted, but this woman must die. Carlos went crazy. Before the Pope could stop him, he successfully recited the incantation. The monster attacked Alice like a madman. Alice had no choice but to summon daybreak to resist. But the illusory figure suddenly took Alice's hand, shook her head, indicating not to do so. The illusory figure blocked Alice behind her, and her right hand transformed into a sharp blade, blocking the monster's attack. The sound of fangs colliding with the blade constantly rang in Alice's ears. Now, the illusory figure could even match the monster going all out. Alice was also quite surprised. However, the powerful strength of the monster even affected the wearer's mind. The daughter of Mugiali couldn't be controlled and also roared towards Alice. "What? Can't beat her, so you play dirty tricks?" Alice looked at the noble lady charging towards her, feeling quite confident. How could the people of the Holy Temple and the commoners have seen such a strange scene today? They all thought it was extremely absurd. One moment, there was an earthquake, and the next there was a gust of wind. Only Jalon now wanted to go up and rescue Alice, but the guards of the Holy Temple wouldn't let her act recklessly. Alice dodged her with a sideways movement, then gave her a chop with her hand and easily knocked her out. After the wearer fainted, this monster obviously lost its previous might. Who let it think Alice was easy to bully? It quickly fell into a disadvantage, while the illusory figure became more and more powerful, and even grew a pair of wings on its back that, oh, well, now it really does look like an angel. Alice casually remarked. Next, the monster completely disappeared in the golden magic power. Carlos found it inconceivable. He hadn't even recovered from the shock of failure when the Pope spoke. "Carlos, it seems you've done a lot of wrong things." Carlos couldn't listen. Besides, he had promised the Lord that he would never fail, and the current situation was obvious to everyone. The ceremony was completely over, and that illusory figure turned back and smiled at Alice, then gradually disappeared before Alice's eyes. All of this was seen by the Pope. He first stabilized the scene and then solemnly walked to Alice's side. Goo. Alice swallowed her saliva. After all, this old Pope was of the same generation as her mother in the vampire world. The Pope and Alice's mother were old rivals. Her mother often complained in the palace that this Pope was too rigid, but then he changed his solemn expression. "Now, it's only you left, the future Holy Maiden." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately exploded. Alice. The worst-case scenario had still happened, and now she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Seeing that Alice didn't answer, the Pope suddenly became respectful. "Please come with me and accept the final test." Alice had an ominous premonition. She unconsciously called out to Jello, hoping his escape magic would work. Jalon couldn't bear it any longer. She rushed through the guards with all her might, stepped onto the steps, and ran to her side, trying to take her away. Which young lady is this again?" The Pope was in a good mood now and asked. Alice stopped her and stood in front of her, fearing that this moody Pope might do something unpleasant. "Your Holiness, she is my young lady," Alice replied on Jalon's behalf. The Pope looked at Jalon, who was showing anger on her face. This didn't seem like the attitude of a young lady towards her servant. "Then, what's your name?" Alice paused for a moment and replied in her mind. "Bylon." "Which lawn?" When the Pope heard this name, he couldn't help but think of a certain night. "The lawn of Orchid." "Your Holiness," Alice replied. "Bylon? What a nice name," the Pope mused. "However, your young lady seems very concerned about you. It seems she doesn't want you to." His glance at Jalon's expression said it all. The Pope didn't care about things like money or not. No. She doesn't mean that," Alice quickly replied and winked at Jalon, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Jalon understood what Alice meant and gradually calmed down her hostility. "If even you have an accident here, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Alice sighed helplessly in her heart. "Well, Your Holiness, I'll accept the test." Jello didn't respond all the time, so Alice could only agree for the time being. Jalon looked at Alice in disbelief. Alice finally hugged Jalon. "I'll definitely be fine, don't worry." How could she not worry? She always felt as if she was about to lose her. She watched helplessly as Alice followed the Pope into the Holy Temple. And then the Holy Temple slowly closed. She waited alone in front of the door. Her heart felt empty, as if she had lost something. That on the other side of the door, Alice followed the Pope. It was the first time she had stepped into the Holy Temple. This Holy Temple is really magnificent. Alice couldn't help but exclaim that if she hadn't seen the scene in the human slums. Based on these days' experiences, she would really have thought the human world was resplendent, Alice couldn't help but think of this sentence again. How about it? Fascinated, the Pope looked at Alice, who was looking around curiously behind him. and asked Dada. Alice was caught off guard by the sudden question. Bylon, if you can pass her test, then all of this here will be yours. The Pope wasn't joking, and no matter what your previous identity was. After that you will, before he could finish speaking, the two of them arrived at their destination. It was another pool as big as a lake. But when Alice saw the lake, bad memories immediately welled up in her heart. Your Holiness, you don't mean I have to jump in, do you? Alice pointed at the lake and asked uneasily. The Pope smiled and said, Why would you think that? You just need to close your eyes and stand still. Alice looked at the Pope's innocent expression. At his age, he probably wouldn't lie, right? Contemplating, Alice closed her eyes and stood still. Then, the Pope walked up behind Alice in silence and gently nudged her. Alice. Before falling into the lake, Alice turned to look at the old Pope, who still wore a smile. You old liar, if I can still get out, I could definitely, Alice said indignantly, after falling into the lake. Alice unexpectedly felt extremely warm all over her body. There was nothing unusual, except that her body sank uncontrollably towards the bottom of the lake. Alice struggled, but to no avail. Slowly, she lost consciousness, and the bright light in front of her eyes grew farther and farther away. Finally, Alice closed her eyes. When she woke up again, Alice found herself in another blank place. This familiar scenario gave her an ominous premonition. Alice thought, Come here, come over here, the gentle female voice sounded, but it startled Alice. Having nowhere else to go, Alice had no choice but to follow the sound. Finally, she stopped in front of a statue of an angel with wings. Such pure golden magic power. You are truly remarkable. The angel statue gradually turned golden, became increasingly lifelike, and finally transformed into an image that seemed to be an angel. But where did an angel come from in this world? However, this one with fair hair and blue eyes in front of her added a bit more charm than Alice did now. You are the goddess of life, right? Alice remembered what Jello had accidentally revealed before and asked tentatively. The angel widened her eyes, obviously startled by this question. Thought, the angel immediately cast a spell and bound Alice. Alice, there aren't many people in this era who know me. The identity of the maid is rather suspicious. Saying this, she looked at Alice with a smile. Alice didn't expect what the old dragon was up to either. But she knew that she had come to this point today and was definitely related to this dragon. Huffed out if I said I heard it from a meddling dragon. Alice calmed her emotions and spoke slowly. Dragon, the goddess of life, became even more interested when she heard this word. She exerted her magic power, and the huge difference in status made it impossible for Alice to resist. I asked you the same as that dragon of his? Then I have to take a good look. Saying this, she exerted her magic power and sent her divine sense into Alice's memory. First, the goddess saw her life as Bylon. It was a boy. It's interesting that it turned out like this. She looked at Bylon, who was frightened and couldn't eat well. Let's go on. The goddess walked deeper. The city was dyed blood red, and the goddess couldn't help but be startled. Is this the land of the Blood Clan? We pay our respects and welcome your highness to ascend the throne. The goddess saw Empress Alice sitting on the throne in the palace, looking high and mighty at what's going on. How did she become the empress? Due to Alice's strong resistance, the goddess could only see a few fragments. She continued walking forward and saw Alice being murdered and finally transformed into a woman with golden hair. So that's how it is, the goddess laughed. What an eventful life she had. She continued walking forward. She had seen Alice's previous life, seen her going forward bravely on the battlefield when she had no other choice. And she had also seen that evil god, Hippalium. How could he still exist? The goddess found it incredible. This brute wasn't dead yet. Even the goddess of life couldn't resist the erosion of the river of time and the loss. Now, only a remnant soul remained. The goddess, who had just been able to control herself, suddenly became angry. It seems this child still has a long way to go in the future. The goddess was about to return from Alice's memory when a door suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Blood and killing had dyed the door, making it magnificent yet terrifying, just like a history filled with blood and hatred. This door? The goddess looked at this door, and a familiar feeling welled up in her heart. Streams of blood-colored magic power continuously gushed out from the crack of the door, but the door remained firmly shut. Through the crack of the door, the goddess saw bones all over the ground and a river of blood flowing. How could this be? She Could it be that she's still... The goddess didn't finish her words. The magic power that burst out from the door directly expelled the goddess from Alice's memory. It took the goddess a long time to come to her senses. Then, she slowly lifted the magic power binding Alice. Well, does the goddess enjoy peeping? Alice was clearly in a bad mood, this time. The goddess looked at Alice's expression and softened, as if seeing an old friend. Alas, is this the will of fate? The goddess didn't answer Alice, but just spoke to herself. Let's still call you Bylon. The goddess suddenly said that I will give you the power of the Holy Maiden immediately. I hope you can reach the future you desire. After saying that, she waved her wings and bestowed the token of the Holy Maiden on Alice. Alice felt warm all over her body. Her face regained its former charm. Her long hair fluttered again, and even the maid outfit on her body changed its appearance, paired with a golden long dress, looking extremely beautiful. Also, the Holy Maiden added, I'll lock your memory for now, that as soon as these words were spoken, without waiting for the goddess to react, Alice summoned Dawn. It turned out that Alice had secretly called Dawn, fearing that this goddess would play some tricks. Alice leaped up, and the flames of dawn surrounded her and rushed straight towards the goddess. This condition is not acceptable, goddess. Alice laughed. It's not very polite for a junior to treat a senior like this. Gold and silver light appeared around the goddess, blocking Alice's attack. If it weren't for the difference in status, this sword might really have succeeded, that I think the senior doesn't seem very friendly to me. A junior at Alice's eyes were fierce. Goddess, this is a stage you must go through. The power that forgets everyone is of no use. Goddess sister. Alice smiled faintly, secretly increasing her strength. Using the power I gave you to attack me is not a good choice. After saying that, the goddess of life waved her hand and directly sent Alice flying out expressionlessly. Alice staggered and barely managed to support herself with the sword without falling. It's not that I won't release it for you, but at an appropriate time in the future. The goddess explained helplessly that that's hard to say. Goddess. After saying that, Alice prepared to launch a second attack. Jello, if you don't come out and help me soon, I'll take you with me when I die. The reason Alice said this was simple, that if she lost her memory and then attacked the Blood Clan, she would regret it for the rest of her life. After saying that, only one voice was heard, dragon's breath. The flame shooting straight into the sky rushed towards the goddess, but precisely hit one of the goddess's wings, melting it. This flame is really his. The goddess wasn't overly panicked and cast a healing spell. The melted wing gradually grew back. Jello walked to Alice's side and slowly helped her up, but didn't show too much concern. It was as if he had no choice. Well, to be honest, old dragon, what's your relationship with her? Alice clearly realized that Jello had no intention of hurting the goddess, that it has nothing to do with me, that if there is any relationship, it might be a love rival. Jello replied casually, Alice, you old dragon always says astonishing things. It's really been a long time. Lord of 10,000 dragons can't even protect her master. A dragon has lived until now in such a sorry state. The goddess's words were full of mockery. Jello seemed indifferent to the goddess's mockery, but actually clenched his fists and finally sighed that if possible, I would rather die by her side. That would be better than spending years alone in this sword. Jello's expression was so serious that it made Alice feel unfamiliar. However, the she in their conversation made Alice even more curious. Alice felt that both of them were a bit different towards her. Cough, let's stop talking nonsense. Alice interrupted. She still wanted to see which side Jello, who had signed a contract with her, would stand on. That let's just talk with our strength. After saying that, Alice took a step back, indicating for Jello to step forward. I have to say, the status of the old dragon is actually on a par with hers. Alice felt from the magic power of the two that even though most of their power was sealed. Alice stepped back, and Jello confronted the goddess. The smell of gunpowder in the air was very strong. Humph, goddess. Gerald had long taken a dislike to her. Alice, give me Daybreak. Fine. With that, Alice threw Daybreak to Gerald, who caught it deftly. Then ensued a melee with bladed weapons. The fight was quite thrilling. Alice couldn't help but exclaim. However, why weren't both of them using magic? There was something fishy. Thinking this, Alice decided she had to find a way on her own. Alice exerted her magic power, attempting to find a flaw that if not, she would have to force her way through. Alice was solely focused on breaching the secret realm and didn't have the time to attend to this side. But the two engaged in combat here were constantly keeping an eye on Alice's movements. Well, it's about time. Gerald thought and slowed down his attack speed. The goddess seemed to understand Gerald's thoughts and also gradually stopped. Hearing the sounds slow down, Alice grew suspicious. Something was amiss. What was the old dragon up to? Just as she turned her head, two blasts of magic power directly hit Alice's forehead that a strong sense of dizziness assailed her. And Alice collapsed to the ground. Gerald walked over and gently picked up Alice. Unexpectedly, you and I think alike. The goddess walked up to Gerald. There's no other way. If there's no future her, we'll never have peace. Gerald looked helplessly at the Alice in his arms. Don't worry. As long as she loses her memories, she'll just be the Holy Maiden and won't be found by him. Besides, isn't death what you've always wanted? The goddess said with a smile, covering her mouth as she spoke to Gerald. Gerald didn't reply anymore. He carried Alice to the goddess. The goddess placed her hand on Alice's head. Next, Alice lost consciousness amidst a painful groan. Well, that's about it. The goddess said to Gerald. You should go back now, Mr. Gerald. She looked at Gerald with a smile. Gerald still didn't respond, but he returned to Daybreak. Daybreak once again transformed into a ring and was placed on Alice's hand. Well, next, almost forgot, there's still a sword not given to her. The Holy Maiden tapped her head and suddenly remembered, saying that she snapped her fingers and the secret realm gradually disappeared. And outside the secret mirror, a great deal of time had passed. The old pope was pacing back and forth uneasily. Could something have gone wrong? It didn't make sense. Such pure magic power. It wasn't possible. The more he thought about it, the more scared he got. After all, if a new Holy Maiden still hadn't emerged this time, the temple really might run out of energy and outside the temple gates, because so much time had passed. The crowd had gradually dispersed, leaving only a few bustling people, among whom was Garland. Garland had been waiting all along. As long as the temple doors didn't open, she would keep waiting, standing, sitting, and finally falling asleep from exhaustion. She had a dream where Alice didn't recognize her and distanced herself from her. She was awakened by the nightmare, and tears welled up from the corners of her eyes. No, it can't be. What she feared more was the temple discovering Alice's identity. If that were the case, Alice would be in mortal danger. Inside the door, the old pope was also waiting uneasily. The next second, a direct earthquake hit. The entire temple shook, which startled everyone, thinking that the Blood Clan had attacked. Boom! The same scene was repeated in the temple, but this time it was a golden light. A golden beam of light rose from the lake and shot straight into the sky. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire imperial city. People emerged from their homes onto the streets. The golden radiance filled the land, and minor wounds were healed. God, this is a manifestation of God. Saying that, they all knelt towards the direction of the temple. Garland, sitting at the temple gates, naturally felt it too. This light dispelled the fatigue on her body, but added a bit more worry. The imperial palace was not far from the temple, so of course everyone in the palace felt it too. The emergence of a new Holy Maiden. However, why is it so spectacular this time? The king, who was in the middle of reviewing memorials, unconsciously walked to the window to observe. It seems Carlos failed on the other side of the imperial palace. A mast said. Prince Roy was also nearby. He always felt that this wasn't a good thing. And in the princess hall of the imperial palace, Baya was currently discussing something with several ministers. The innocence and naivety on her face had disappeared, replaced by a mature and ruthless side. Stop for now. The golden light shone through the window and onto Baya. The familiar feeling made her put aside the matter at hand first. She also unconsciously walked to the window. Things are going to be different from now on, Baya said inadvertently. Then, Your Highness Princess, I'll take my leave first. Saying that, he bowed and took his leave from the princess. Yes, that a simple word. Baya didn't even turn her head and continued to stare at this ray of golden light, lost in thought. This Princess Highness has an unlimited future, the minister who took his leave exclaimed. Back at the holy pool of the temple, the golden light gradually dissipated, and even the lake's surface was gradually drying up. A figure gradually appeared in the middle of the lake, holding a sword in her arms. The old pope was so shocked at this moment that he couldn't speak, but he composed himself and walked towards the lake. However, this sight of the drying lake seemed somewhat familiar. The pope walked to the figure. What met his eyes was a with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding the holy sword in her arms. This sword. The Pope was all too familiar with it was the holy sword Excalibur. Does this mean it was a success? The Pope thought to himself. The in front of him gradually opened her eyes and slowly stood up. Where am I? And who am I? The said. Amnesia. The old Pope was puzzled. How could she have amnesia? This was the first time this had happened. Seeing the holding the sword at a loss, the Pope said that you're called Bylon, the Holy Maiden of the temple, that's all. The Pope said, not saying a word about other matters. Holy Maiden? Me? Bylon had lost her memory, but vaguely remembered the name Bylon. Her innocent look reminded the old Pope of a student, the previous Holy Maiden. She was also like this when the old Pope first brought her to the temple. That what's wrong, Your Holiness? The tardy guard were startled when they saw the dried-up lake, but they felt relieved seeing that the Pope was safe and sound. Immediately afterwards, they also saw the legendary Holy Maiden. She's truly beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. The guards couldn't help but be captivated and couldn't move their gazes away. The pure beauty left the guards speechless. Bylon felt a bit uncomfortable and turned around. What are you still looking at? If there's nothing else, quickly leave. The Pope scolded angrily. The guards reluctantly left. Also, call the maids. The Pope then said. After a while, several maids appeared. Bylon still looked confused. She felt strange here. She couldn't help but wonder if she really belonged here. Please come with us, Your Highness Holy Maiden. The maids invited Bylon. Yes, without any memory, Bylon could only follow others. The time for bathing passed quickly. Soon, Bylon changed into new clothes and wore the white veil, symbolizing the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden wasn't someone to be casually seen by others. The old Pope looked at the Bylon in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. From now on, I'll be your teacher. Bylon nodded in agreement, but didn't say a word. Teacher, can I go out and take a look? A feeling in Bylon's heart was guiding her. She wanted to go out of the temple to see. She seemed to have something very important to do, but she couldn't remember. The old Pope probably knew what she was thinking and said, yes, go ahead and don't stay out too long. Bylon thus followed the maids through this vast temple. She didn't remember anything here, but she wanted to keep walking forward, to keep going without stopping. Garland stood up again outside the door. The rapid clicking of high heels inside the door excited her. Is it her? It must be her. Garland silently prayed in her heart. The door opened, and Garland saw it, a blonde-haired and blue-eyed Holy Maiden, a strange Holy Maiden. Your Highness? Garland called out tentatively. Bylon didn't recognize her, but a sense of familiarity guided her to extend her hand. Yes, I'm Bylon, the Holy Maiden of the temple. May I ask who you are? Bylon was in a state of innocent confusion, as if she wasn't joking with her. Do you still know who I am? Garland still didn't give up and tightly grasped her hand, her eyes full of sadness Bylon's panicked look left Garland speechless. I could see this moment. She really didn't recognize the person in front of her. But she couldn't bear to pull her hand away. Can't remember. 4 words shattered Jalon's heart. She had forgotten me? No, if it were herself, it would never be the case. Jalon felt awful. Coughing, several tardy temple elders addressed Jalon. Oh, so her name is Jalon? Bylon thought to herself, a smile curving her lips. She felt the person before her was extremely amiable. Well, hello. Jalon's smiling greeting made Jalon sense the strangeness of the person before her. If Miss Jalon has no other matters, then please leave. There was a dismissive tone in the elders' voices. Immediately afterwards, several maids also urged that Bylon had other things to do and couldn't be delayed. Poor Bylon now was like a blank sheet of paper. She didn't know how much power she had, nor how to utilize it. Just like at this moment, she couldn't even propose the condition of chatting with the person before her for a while longer. She could only go with the flow. What a pity. Poor Jalon could only watch her knight enter the temple again surrounded by maids, and then helplessly watch the temple door close. She called out desperately, Sister! Hearing this, Bylon turned back and looked. The line of sight meeting Jalon's broke after the door closed. Jalon walked dejectedly on the street. Miss, Jalon heard. It was Molly's voice. Finally found you. The Duke has gone almost crazy with worry. Molly was anxious. She looked around Jalon. Alas, where's your Highness? Jalon hugged Molly and cried to her. I seem to have lost her. Jalon couldn't stop crying. Molly had no choice but to comfort her. The two then returned home. Back home, Jalon hadn't yet recovered. She just blankly returned to her room. When the Count asked her something, she didn't answer. The Count actually cared deeply about Jalon. since Jalan's mother passed away. The Count had been busy with affairs and had long been overworked and ill. The reason for being strict with Jalan was also for her to be able to take over from him earlier. Jalan locked herself in her room and didn't even have lunch. "Miss, come out and have something to eat." Molly carried a tray and said carefully outside the door that it's okay, "Sister Molly, I'm not hungry yet." There was an obvious choking sound in her voice. Molly was only a few years older than Jalan. When she came to Jalan's home when they were young, this family had always been nice to her. She also truly cared about this younger sister a few years her junior. However, Jalan basically had no friends. The vast majority were people who curried favor, Molly had no way. She waited at the door. Tap. Someone gently patted Molly. She turned her head. It was actually the Count. "You can go down first and I'll wait," the Count said as he took the tray. "All right, my Lord Count." Molly didn't resist much and handed it over with both hands. In the huge mansion, it was actually quite empty. The Count's family members regarded his engaging in business as a disgrace and didn't associate with him. Ordinarily, the only masters were the Count and Jalan. There weren't many servants either. This family preferred quietness. Knock, knock. The Count knocked on the door. "Jalan, I've taught you countless times. When you encounter something you can't solve, don't keep it in your heart. While I'm still." The Count didn't continue that he was always like this, that he wanted to care about his daughter, but it came out like this verbally. The door opened. Jalan supported the door with one hand. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Seeing the Count, she stopped crying. "Dad, why are you here?" Jalan asked. "Why am I here? You didn't come out all morning and didn't do anything. Do you think I have any reason not to come and see?" Jalan couldn't say a word. The Count didn't see that maid and roughly knew what had happened. "That girl is of no ordinary status?" the Count tentatively asked Jalan. "Well, she's from the temple. She's the Holy Maiden." Jalan thought the Count was asking about Alice's current status. No, in the past. Jalan fell silent again. After a while, she still continued. "She is the one I once mentioned to you, the knight who saved me." The Count knew Alice was of no ordinary status, but still, it shocked him. "Bailon?" "Yes," Jalan replied. Anyway, the result was already a foregone conclusion now. She didn't want to hide anything. "It seems our benefactor has been through a lot," the Count said, but he was still curious about Bailon's experiences. "So, has my daughter fallen in love with her?" A sudden smile appeared on the Count's serious face. No, it's still just friends." Jalan waved her hand and repeatedly denied it. "Well, if she becomes the Holy Maiden, then you can still go to her, just like your mother." When talking about this, the Count couldn't help but lose his voice. That he had always felt guilty towards Jalan's mother. She was a qualified wife and an even more qualified mother, while he was just a qualified businessman. However, she lost her memory. She couldn't remember anything. Jalan anxiously explained to her father, "Oh, it is." The Count pondered. "It's okay. Then start anew. Even without memory, feelings won't change." The Count comforted her. The Count, who had never been able to face his true feelings, finally remembered his wife's entrustment at this moment. "If one day our daughter has the ability to soar into the sky, be sure to let her go to the place she wants to go. You must promise me." The Count educated Jalan according to his own philosophy and left this entrustment behind. Now that he remembered it again, "I seem to have done something wrong." "So, Father, do you agree that I can do what I want?" Jalan tentatively asked. Yes, the Count looked at Jalan's smiling face and replied affirmatively. "Also, don't mention Bailon's identity to anyone," the Count reminded. Jalan nodded. On the other side, at the border of this world, in the void land, a huge being, covered in tentacles, with countless eyes gathered in the center of its body. Like a huge meatball, disgusting and terrifying, it was a pallium. Feeding on the desires and fears of living beings, it had wandered in different planes and existed for the sake of hunting, until it entered this world and engaged in a final battle with the ancient gods of this world. Finally, it was driven away by a god holding a red blade, and it itself also suffered heavy injuries. The wheel of fate kept turning in the long river of time, driven by fear and desire. It started anew. With believers, it was gradually growing stronger. And in this era when there were no gods left, the collapse of the world was not far away. Now, its eyes had spread throughout the world. With the help of its believers, it eliminated the lives that were a threat to its arrival. It couldn't sense Alice's vital energy anymore. This was the best thing for it. That ant has finally disappeared. Countless tentacles continuously eroded the barrier of this world. The collision between magic powers. This world was not far from madness. In the distant Orc country, the minions of the evil god had long controlled the country. Under the seemingly prosperous country was inhumane human sacrifice. On the other side, in the temple, the radiance of the goddess of life had lasted for 1,000 years, creating the prosperity of the human kingdom. The Holy Maiden became the agent of the goddess of life, alleviating the pain of people. The old pope was tirelessly telling Bailon the history of the Holy Maiden. Oh, Bailon exclaimed while looking at the book. The old pope really liked this newly appointed Holy Maiden. He hadn't seen such a pure person without any ulterior motives for a long time. It's just that there were still many things the old pope had to do himself to teach. However, the pope was still very happy about in the eyes of the temple guards. The pope was two completely different people in front of others, and this new Holy Maiden in front of outsiders. The pope was serious and solemn, not tolerating the slightest mistake in his eyes. While with Bailon, the old pope could tolerate many of her deficiencies. It seemed not only because she was the Holy Maiden, but also for other aspects. Bailon's magical talent was outrageously high. For the magic the old pope demonstrated once, Bailon could basically repeat it just by looking and even do it better. Such magical talent. Even that empress. The old pope looked at the person in front of him and always thought of the previous Holy Maiden. Strangely enough, they had a somewhat similar feeling, but the pope didn't pay much attention. There was only one he for the previous Holy Maiden. The old pope also understood that there were quite a few people with dark hearts in the current temple. Many people had long forgotten the original intention of the establishment of the temple. Over the years, the pope has secretly eliminated quite a number of people. Teacher, a call from Byakuran pulled the old pope back to reality. The pope looked at Byakuran in confusion. Byakuran asked the pope with an innocent look on his face. Teacher, what has become of the previous Holy Maiden? The old pope's expression darkened. The pope unconsciously clenched his fists. Byakuran looked at the pope curiously. Looking at Byakuran's appearance, the pope forced a smile and continued. She was also a Holy Maiden with a pure heart, just like you. However, the pope paused. However, after an accident, she gradually lost her qualification to be a Holy Maiden. The pope didn't explain it to Byakuran in detail and just glossed over it hastily. Byakuran didn't ask any further as she could see the displeasure on the teacher's face. Teacher, I assure you that I will definitely be a qualified Holy Maiden. Byakuran patted her chest and promised the pope. Looking at Byakuran's innocent appearance, the pope smiled. After a long time, he saw the future of the temple in her. In the dungeon of the temple, Carlos was imprisoned in the deepest part. He had already suffered various punishments, but he still didn't say a word. Ever since the last election, Carlos had been locked up here, and that noble lady had her punishment leniently dealt with because she had confessed everything. She handed over a dark green gemstone. Carlos was quietly awaiting death. The Lord would not let him go. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from outside and finally stopped in front of Carlos's cell door. Hey, no matter how many people come, it's impossible that I won't say anything. Carlos didn't actually believe in him that much. Carlos had his mark on him, but he didn't succeed in getting the position of the Holy Maiden, nor obtain the Holy Sword. The laughter made Carlos raise his head. It was just an ordinary temple guard, but his soulless gaze already spoke for everything. What? Come and watch my joke. My colleague. Carlos asked unwillingly. Colleague, we're not that. I'm a true believer of the Lord. And you're just a substitute, that's so? You came to see me before I die? No, of course not. Saying that, he gradually took off his upper garment and then revealed a huge and disgusting eye on his back. Carlos, the voice came from the it was the evil god. That I'm very disappointed in you. Your promise is completely worthless. The voice came. Carlos swallowed his saliva. That he knew that when the evil god got angry, his death would not be so easy. It liked to torture the souls of living beings and devour despair. Carlos couldn't say a word. He felt that he was about to endure eternal torture. However, the evil god sneered, if you can bring this current Holy Maiden to me, you can atone for your sins. But, Master, I'm in this situation now. Carlos heard there was a chance to make amends. But the current situation, of course I won't let someone like you carry out such a dangerous task. Saying that, the guard's hand gradually reached for the eye and pulled it out of his body alive. Ugh! This scene made Carlos couldn't help but vomit. Next, Carlos watched in horror as the guard walked towards him with that no, don't. Uh. Unfortunately, the screams couldn't even pass through the cage. An hour later, Carlos stood up again. The eye had parasitized into his body, the Holy Maiden. Carlos kept saying these two words that in an instant, he broke the chains and transformed into the appearance of the guard and slowly walked out of the cage. On the other side, inside the palace, the watched Carlos's transformation through the mirror and laughed ly. Yes, there are also people who believe in the Lord just for a crazy life. The palace wasn't idle either. Strictly speaking, the emergence of the new Holy Maiden was a major event for the whole country. Therefore, Baya was still constantly learning and asking for advice. She learned everything. Baya had excellent magic talent. Although she didn't cultivate her own forces secretly like Alice and fantasized that one day she could, regarding the emergence of the Holy Maiden, Baya didn't care at all. Only two names, Alice and Baya existed in her heart. She trapped herself in it and couldn't break free. Although she was a princess, her current status was not as high as that of the children of her uncle the emperor. She was often bullied. However, her recent transformation had made those people afraid to provoke her. Another celebration was about to be held soon, although there was still no appearance of that blood queen, and there was no movement from the blood race. This made the whole country think that the blood race was scared, so they celebrated. Moreover, there was a new Holy Maiden. Baya didn't care at all, even though her father had said something to her more than once. Baya didn't pay any attention to his words on Baya Kurin's side. Besides practicing magic with the Pope, she could only stroll around the temple. Apparently, the people in the temple still didn't want Baya Kurin to contact outsiders. But the girl she saw outside the door last time still lingered in her mind. That familiar feeling, but she couldn't remember. The old Pope taught her to be for the country and the people and to be good at using her magic power. Just like the name of the goddess of life, the Holy Maiden was mainly good at healing, giving a feeling of being a healer. Baya Kurin was strolling around the temple. The Pope taught her that the blood race was the coldest creatures in the world. But she had some doubts in her heart. Her previous memories had disappeared completely, but her heart didn't let her hate the blood race. She walked to a door. The door was locked with chains. This door looked more noble than it appeared, which made her even more curious. Through the small hole in the door, she saw a woman with the same golden hair, leaning back on the chair and sunbathing. She looked very mature in this huge temple. It was the first time she had seen someone similar to her. "Your Holiness, why did you come here? The Pope has been looking for you." The maid walked over in a hurry. It seemed she had been looking for a long time. Baya Kurin pointed at the door and asked the maid, "Who lives in here?" The maid obviously panicked for a moment and replied, "Your Excellency, someone who used to be very important in the temple lives in here." Baya Kurin wanted to ask further, but the maid made an excuse about being short of time and evaded it. Baya Kurin was taken away by the maid. Inside the door, the woman slowly opened her eyes, struggled to stand up, and walked to the door. Why was that feeling so familiar just now? Who exactly is this new Holy Maiden? However, Baya Kurin didn't know any of this. Deep in her heart, a crack had quietly appeared in that door. "I sincerely welcome your Highness's arrival in the name of His Majesty the King." Unexpectedly, His Majesty the King didn't come, but Prince Roy went out to greet him first. Unexpectedly, this new Holy Maiden has such beauty. Prince Roy swallowed his saliva. Hee, why become the master of this country? I must. Baya Kurin greeted politely and started sizing this person up in her heart. She had a bad feeling. The Holy Maiden had a natural premonition about unfriendly people. The old Pope was by her side. After teaching for many days, the Pope already had a feeling of kinship towards Baya Kurin, which was something he had never had before in so many years. Bailan entered this huge palace. Everything seemed familiar, but it gave her a bad feeling. This feeling became stronger and stronger. The arrogant His Majesty the King was waiting in the main hall this time. Regarding the new Holy Maiden, he also attached great importance to her in his heart. After all, the help the Holy Maiden had provided to the country was obvious to all. This time was different from dealing with the vampire queen last time. This time, he had to build a good relationship that, if he could win her over to the palace side, then it would be foolproof. Baya Kurin came. Even though she was wearing a veil, her nobility and purity couldn't be concealed. The members of the royal family looked at such a holy maiden, and there were exclamations of admiration. Baya Kurin was a bit shy and stopped looking at the crowd at a glance. She noticed Baya standing there expressionlessly beside her. Why does it feel so familiar? Bayakurin couldn't figure it out. The moment she saw Baya, she already had the intention of walking to her side, and in fact, she involuntarily walked to Baya's side. Everyone in the palace more or less hoped that the Holy Maiden could talk to them. Not only for face, but also, Bayakurin didn't look at anyone else. Before the old pope could say much, she had already walked to Baya's side. "May I ask, what's your name?" Bayakurin asked Baya. "Everyone, could it be that this Holy Maiden is interested in my daughter? Perhaps this could." A meaningful smile appeared on the king's face. She winked at Baya, signaling her to curry favor with this Holy Maiden. Baya had no interest in the Holy Maiden in front of her at all. She was still concerned about that missing vampire queen. "Since you've come to me, then for the first time." Baya also had her own plan. Using the Holy Maiden was also a good option. "Baya, what about you?" "Holy Maiden?" Baya asked casually, not caring about this Holy Maiden at all. "By lawn." "The lawn of Orchid," she replied seriously. Thump. Baya's heart skipped a beat. "By lawn?" Baya blurted out involuntarily. It seemed to be the same as him. This name also surprised the others present. Could there be such a coincidence in the world? But most of them didn't think much about it, because vampires and the Holy See have always been at odds. How could they be related? However, Law was very suspicious that he didn't believe in coincidence. Combining it with the one who was still missing, he secretly ordered his subordinates to find out the origin of this Holy Maiden on Bailan's side. While Baya wasn't paying attention, she had already grasped her hand. Baya subconsciously wanted to pull back, but couldn't break free. She forced a smile as she looked at the Holy Maiden in front of her. Although others thought she was extremely beautiful, she didn't like her at all. "Your Highness, do you believe in feelings? The first time I saw you, I felt very close that I think you must be related to me." Bailan looked at Baya and said excitedly. Before she could finish her words, the Pope coughed, and Bailan then awkwardly let go of her hand. "It seems this Holy Maiden is very interesting." Ilual watched this scene. This Holy Maiden must be hiding a lot. At the banquet, Baya wasn't interested in this overly familiar Holy Maiden, but Bailan kept chasing Baya to chat. Those noble lords gathered, all wanting to talk to Bailan and climb up the high branch of the Holy See so that their status would rise. Bailan would only respond politely and didn't want to engage in in-depth conversation. The king watched this scene and Baya's recent changes. For the first time, he had a new opinion of Bai. By the way, the nominal king of the country had no son. After his wife passed away, he didn't remarry. Perhaps it was because of love. Who knew? He didn't want to hand over the throne to others, besides his own descendants. Finding his daughter was naturally a cause for joy. But she was too kind and compassionate. Those with a soft heart couldn't be good kings. Sooner or later, there would come a day when his energy would be exhausted. Baya made an excuse to leave. In any case, she didn't want to be attached to others anymore. She came to a corner outside the banquet and paced alone, planning for the future. After an unknown amount of time, Bailan couldn't find her. A Holy Maiden just left the dazzling banquet on purpose. "Your Highness, the king is looking for you," a soldier wearing armor said to Baya, who was lost in thought. Where did this soldier come from? Baya was on guard. "Usually no one would come here." "Well, I'll go as soon as possible." "You go first," Baya replied perfunctorily to, "Oh, actually His Majesty said he was very worried about you. Please come with me." The soldier added, "Really? All right." Baya agreed on the surface, but already had other plans in mind. The soldier walked in front, and Baya followed behind, slowly approaching the soldier. Swish! The sound of a sharp blade piercing through the skin came. Baya stabbed at the soldier in front of her, her eyes full of ruthlessness. "Huh, not even any blood? Are you a monster?" Baya looked at the unknown liquid on the dagger and said, "Well, Your Highness." The soldier didn't fall. Instead, his head slowly turned to the back, starting to transform into something non-human. Playing with knives isn't obedient. Baya was startled by this scene and quickly stepped back. "One question," the soldier said. "How did Your Highness figure it out?" No one in the palace calls me Your Highness." Also, Baya paused and said, "The king wouldn't say something like being worried about me." "So that's how it is, huh?" The soldier's body gradually distorted and finally turned into a monster with a strange big eye on its chest. Only the head was human. "Then let's be straightforward." Baya fixed her eyes, and hatred welled up in her heart. She would remember that face even if it turned to ashes. "Carlos." She gritted her teeth in hatred. "Long time no see." "Your Highness, who killed my brother." Just this one sentence dispelled Baya's original thought of running away. She could have calmly realized that she wasn't a match. "Go to hell, spawn." Baya recited the incantation. and a sword appeared out of thin AI, or .it was the one Bailon had used before. Baya picked it up again. Carlos dodged nimbly. Not bad, Your Highness. After so many days, you've learned a lot. At this time, Baya was almost crazy. She wished she could go to hell with him. Baya recited the incantation, and huge ice cones rained down from the sky, combined with her swordsmanship, really hurting Carlos. However, Baya herself was also cut by the ice cones, especially the wound on her face that, as oh ruthless, Your Highness. Carlos sneered at Baya while the wounds on his body were quickly healing. I'm not playing with you anymore, Your Highness. You still have one last value to me. Carlos laughed wickedly. The eye on his chest opened, emitting a strange green light. The moment Baya saw the light, she stopped moving and stood there stunned. The light brought back her nightmare. She saw herself stabbing her sister again. She collapsed on the ground, and tears couldn't stop flowing. Sorry, brother. Baya was like a child who had made a mistake, crying uncontrollably. It's time to go. Tentacles grew out of Carlos's body and quickly attacked Baya. Almost at the moment when they were about to touch, a sword blocked in front of Baya, cutting off the tentacles. And at the cut place, the wound didn't heal. The sword emitted a dazzling light, dispelling the evil on Baya. Finally here, the main character of today, Holy Maiden. Carlos looked at Bailon, who suddenly appeared beside him. When enemies meet, their hatred is even stronger. That we finally meet again, lowly maid. Bailon clenched her fists, looked at Baya, who was lying on the ground covered in wounds, and something in her memory seemed to loosen. She looked at Carlos. Did you do this? The once kind and innocent Holy Maiden now had only anger on her face. It's me. What is the merciful Holy Maiden going to do? Carlos saw Bailon's anger and laughed wickedly. Kill you. Without a moment's thought, she blurted it out. Bailon stood in front of Baya, pulled out the sharp blade on the ground, and pointed the sword at the monster Carlos. How do you want to die? These words came out of Bailon's mouth. This wasn't from Bailon's thought. The old Pope's education for her was to be kind to all things. But at this moment, it was just out of her inner instinct. Arrogant girl, Carlos sneered. More tentacles grew out from behind Carlos, and a huge amount of magic power gathered above his head. Bailon didn't give him the chance to gather. Holding the sword, she quickly rushed forward and recited the protection magic. That I couldn't affect her. It's worth mentioning that Bailon was wearing flat shoes. Well, it's more suitable for swinging the sword. And in Bailon's heart sea, two certain beings were sitting there intently enjoying Bailon's battle with popcorn in their hands. Well, is the one behind her former sister? The goddess of life asked Carlos beside her. Yes, Carlos nodded. She wasn't still as, unexpectedly, the minions of the evil god have spread to my holy sea. The goddess of life smiled faintly, her words full of hidden meaning. Don't you know, Jero knew in his heart that this one loved to tell lies. Hey, I'm a goddess. Okay, I said this just because I don't have any strength left. Time has taken away most of my magic power, and there was also that great battle. Yes, Jero was reminded of the scene and said, how many gods couldn't defeat that ugly monster and even lost her? It's really ironic that she lived by killing. The goddess stopped talking, but the war is far from over. What does it matter to me? I'm just doing it for her. In reality, isn't the Holy Maiden not good at fighting? What's the situation with this current Holy Maiden? I believe her teacher is a master of swordsmanship. Carlos was already having some difficulty fending off the long sword of life magic that could break evil. Bailon's actions were entirely out of her instinct, the most primitive instinct. There's no more time to delay. She must be taken care of. Carlos took himself as a sacrifice. The magic on his chest emitted a light that could corrupt all things. Right in front of Byakuran, who stared directly at it, his vision was replaced by an illusion. The phantom of Hyperion emerged in front of Byakuran. Become the nourishment of a master. Pain like a burning sensation flashed in Byakuran's eyes. She couldn't open her eyes, but still waved her sword. Primal desires stimulated Byakuran's heart. To kill, to eliminate everything in front of her. Blood spurted out from Byakuran's eyes and shot straight into the sky. Unexpectedly, it went so smoothly. Jello exclaimed excitedly in his heart. Carlos was also startled by the sudden turn of events and looked at the sky dyed red with blood. This kind of scene was only seen on the battlefield when Carlos was young. The aura emanated by the blood race queen on the battlefield, single-handedly against thousands. The scene of corpses strewn everywhere left an indelible mark in her heart. I can't die. I want to live forever. At that time, Carlos, who fled in a hurry, resorted to any means to pursue immortality. In reality, Carlos, stained with blood light, was being burned by the flames and was in great pain. Damn it. Clearly, my body shouldn't be burned by this mere flame. Carlos couldn't extinguish the flames and let out painful screams. The soaring blood light engulfed all the light. The old pope realized something was wrong and quickly rushed towards the blood light, accompanied by several attendants from the holy temple. This magic-powered, the blood race queen here for revenge. This was the old pope's first thought. The pope arrived at the scene first and saw the blood light gushing out from Biacoran's body. And not far away, Carlos was being burned beyond recognition by the flames of hell. Carlos, who released you? The old pope couldn't believe it. The dungeons of the holy temple weren't that easy to break into. Carlos struggled to hold his body up. The flames were about to completely erode his body. It's the god that even you, old pope, have to submit to. Carlos widened his eyes, full of madness. Then he continued. Anyway, I don't have much time left to live. Carlos realized that, even as a monster, he couldn't resist the flames. Old pope, take another look at the holy maiden you cultivated. What kind of monster is she exactly? Even if Carlos didn't say it, the pope also realized something was strange about Biacoran. The mixed magic power, he only used some of it. The magic power of that blood race queen, Alice. No, this is impossible. The holy maiden couldn't have any connection with the dirty vampires. The pope lost his composure for the first time and loudly told Carlos to shut up. What's impossible? Carlos said one last sentence. This world, after all, isn't your utopia. After saying that, the flames engulfed Carlos completely. Have you calculated everything? The goddess asked Jello beside her. No, of course not. This is just her inevitability. Jello said earnestly. Humph, the goddess snorted coldly. Then why did you meddle in her life? Casually. He lowered his head and fell silent. In reality. The old pope looked at the wreckage of the battle on the ground and turned to the attendants behind him and said, No, a threat. I don't want to hear about all this from anyone's mouth today. The attendants remained silent. After all, there had been too much going on just now, and they couldn't recover. The blood race queen. Now, the holy maiden? Who knows? Far away, Baya, who heard Carlos's words last, fell into a coma. After much mental torment, the old pope still decided to keep this matter a secret. The guests at the banquet then arrived and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear at what they saw. The fallen princess, severely injured, the holy maiden who couldn't open her eyes, and all the unknown things on the ground. This time, the king ignored everyone present and rushed straight towards Baya. Perhaps only when she was unaware could this king show the kind of love a father has for his children. The king used a magic potion he carried with him to temporarily control Baya's injuries and then quickly ordered his servants to treat his daughter. Then, the king looked solemnly at the old pope, standing there motionless beside him. Pope, what happened to my daughter? I need an explanation. For the first time, the king showed a fierce expression towards the old pope. The old pope let out a long breath. It was an external assassin, a madman who believed in foreign gods. The old pope omitted a lot. The guard behind him also remained silent. Really? The king picked up Aya. The old pope's words were full of lies. I think you should also care about the holy maiden now, right? No one present dared to step forward without permission, and they were all puzzled by the old pope's indifferent behavior. This was the holy maiden related to the fate of the country. However, as onlookers, they couldn't see the old pope's dilemma. He had hated the vampires for the scars they had brought to his family and his hometown all his life. And now, the most powerful vampire might be right in front of him. The old pope motioned for the attendants to stay where they were and slowly walked up to Biacoran, but he slowly crouched down. After all, his body was already old. He quietly looked at Biacoran and remembered his daughter, who had died horribly at the hands of the vampires, and himself, young and helpless at that time. If she were still alive, she would probably be as kind as you, the old pope mumbled to himself. And that vampire, no, she won't appear again. She will disappear forever. The old pope cast a spell to heal Biacoran. And in his heart, he had already made up his mind. The maid slowly carried Biacoran away. When the old pope left, he still said to the king, "It seems this banquet is destined to end unhappily." Also, I hope your highness the king's daughter won't see the Holy Maiden again. The king forced a smile that I hope so too. Prince Roy, as a bystander to all this, was covering his smile on one side. Well, is the king and the holy temple falling out? Prince Roy felt that his goal was getting closer. After all, he had been looking forward to that day since his elder brother ascended the throne. At the other end of the royal capital, in Prince Roy's underground palace, several cultists wearing masks also witnessed the whole process. The one at the head was the crazy person who had turned Carlos into a monster. At this moment, he was wearing a black and white yin-yang mask. Unexpectedly, this holy maiden is actually the queen who was eliminated before. One person said, "Impossible." The master himself announced that Alice had been eliminated. Another hoarse voice sounded, "Shut up." The yin-yang man roared, "Whether it is or not, just catch her and study her carefully." After saying that, he began to let out a sick laugh. However, if it is the purest holy maiden in the holy temple is actually the bloodthirsty blood race queen. Such a scandal would be enough to completely collapse the holy temple. But after these things, the holy temple will definitely be more strictly controlled, right? You overestimate people's hearts. There aren't many people in this holy temple with pure faith like that old man. On the side of the holy temple, Byakuran hadn't woken up yet. The old pope temporarily put aside his official duties and stayed by Byakuran's side all the time. Why now? His heart was still filled with mixed feelings. He tightly held the magic wand in his hand. He looked at Byakuran and then at the magic wand. Oh dear. If this goes on, your precious master won't be. Deep in Byakuran's heart, the goddess of life teased Jello, who had a fierce look in his eyes beside her. Jello remained silent, but the flames in his hand were slowly rising. In reality, the old pope kept raising and lowering the magic wand in his hand. The faith in his heart was constantly being eroded by evil thoughts. Isn't the holy maiden supposed to exist to eliminate the blood race? As long as she is eliminated, her task, as the holy maiden will. Pure faith is also hard to withstand the scrutiny of reality. The unconscious Byakuran had a painful expression. She was having a dream that it was another dream of corpses strewn everywhere. She was walking on the road. The living groaned painfully and cowered in fear of the sky. She looked up at the sky, full of the unknown. At the end of the magic power, she saw a huge monster with a body full of tentacles and a big eyeball. She didn't know how to describe it. Disgusting, loathsome. That eyeball devoured all the living things on the ground. The living things scattered in all directions. Byakuran was powerless. She watched helplessly as everything disappeared. "Stop! Don't!" She cried out helplessly and recited the magic power, trying to save what hadn't perished yet. Just at the moment when the magic power flowed, the eyeball in the sky suddenly noticed her. Byakuran. Aunt. Then the eyeball uttered human words, and its tentacles swiftly approached Bylon. In the face of absolute power, Bylon had no ability to resist. She stood there motionless, the light in her eyes fading. Swish, a fierce scarlet magic power, like a huge wave, cut off the tentacles, where the magic power remained. It all turned into blood-red flames, and the flames spread along the tentacles. The pain of burning made the eyeball let out a painful roar. Behind Bylon, a god in red clothes, holding a sword in her left hand, a simple red blade without any adornment, slowly walked over. With such power, why don't you choose to cooperate with me? The eyeball said. The god in red clothes remained silent. I was born to devour desires and fears, while you are destined to bring slaughter to these worms. We don't conflict, the eyeball continued when it saw she didn't speak. Before it could finish, if you could, another magic power slashed at the eyeball, but was blocked by several of its tentacles. The god's expression became solemn. Sure enough, it's not simple, and no wonder they lost, she thought. After all, I'm different from the natives of this world. I have an almost perfect adaptability. Even you, who were born from killing, can't solve me. Seeing that the negotiation didn't work, the big eyeball stopped pretending. Really? The god in red clothes was suddenly covered in a bright red light. She closed her eyes, and the space behind her began to crack, covering this area of the world. In an instant, Bylon was brought to another place with them. There was no breath of life here, only endless death and vengeful spirits. The eyeball was startled, bluffing, after saying that a surging magic power attacked from this direction. Rot! Disappear! The god in red clothes became more and more at ease in this world, but still couldn't drive the eyeball away. Bylon was so shocked by the scene in front of her that she couldn't speak. She had a feeling that she had been here before. In a daze, the magic power of the big eyeball came crashing down to the ground like a meteor when fierce beasts fight. The ants will not survive at this moment. The god made a move again to block the attack for Bylon. Remember, the god suddenly spoke, and Bylon was at a loss instead. Your heart is hard-won. You have to hold on to everything you cherish in your heart. The strong wind blew away the white hair in front of the god's eyes, revealing eyes like rubies. Then, Bylon couldn't control herself and fell backward. The god was getting farther and farther away from her. She didn't understand and looked at the god. There was still a sentence on the god's lips that she didn't hear. You were supposed to stop thinking about these things. Bylon woke up from the dream, and the fear of death still lingered. Teacher. Bylon looked at the Pope, who was holding a magic wand, but had a serious face on one side, and said, "Under the sun." The old Pope looked at the innocent-looking Bylon and just said this one sentence, and finally put down a magic wand. "Well, as long as you're okay." That was all he said. Outside the window, the distant sky was already covered with a dark green omen in an ordinary family. The man carried water and cooked as usual. Just as he finished fetching water, a drop splashed onto his face. At the tea night, he was unbearably itchy. The family members who drank the water covered their stomachs in great pain. Their faces were distorted and swollen, revealing disgusting tentacles that a plague was spreading quietly. The Holy Maiden inherited the power of the goddess of life in the era when the god was alive and was also the agent of the will of the goddess of life, only for humans. Therefore, the magic power of the Holy Maiden emitted a glow of new life, and healing was no longer her only ability. It was said that even a single drop of the Holy Maiden's blood, if it contaminated a small amount of water, could cure the plague. That it also had an amazing effect on dealing with vampires, but the reason was unknown. "Hey, have you heard?" The people in the market whispered to each other, looking panic-stricken. "Recently, a particularly strange disease has emerged in our country. Those who get it directly swell into monsters. It's so disgusting. Moreover, I heard it could be contagious, and I saw," a person said fearfully, even almost vomiting, and didn't finish. "What are you afraid of? Our country now has a new Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden can cure anything. That as long as the Holy Maiden is here, we'll be safe. Come on. Even if it can be cured, it'll be for those royal dukes first. Let's forget it. How can you think like that? The temple is very fair. Besides, the blood of the Holy Maiden isn't." Before the person could finish, some people wrapped in full bodycloth strips and smelling horribly passed by them. They stopped talking, covered their noses, and tried to stay as far away from them as possible. They watched this group of monsters slowly walking towards the temple done on the king's side. "Your Majesty the King." The minister advised the king, "Now, dukes from more than just a few fiefdoms have reported to us about this catastrophic plague in the country. I think you still need to explain to the temple." Bang! The king angrily slapped the throne. "Oh, you think I don't want to?" He had already lost control of his emotions. Since the unhappy ending of the last banquet, the plague had suddenly broken out. To stabilize the people's hearts, the king had gone to the temple more than once with a lowered dignity, but the holy water provided by the temple was limited. Moreover, it seemed that this plague was evolving rapidly. In the back hall, Baya also slowly woke up from the coma. The last scene of that day kept flashing in front of her eyes. Her face turned slightly red, and a smile that hadn't been there for many days appeared on the corner of her mouth. "It seems I really have to call her sister from now on." She didn't know everything he had experienced, but the fact that he was still alive and didn't hold grudges against her in his heart was already the best thing she could think of. But, she thought, unconsciously clutching the corner of the quilt. Even if he remembered, not anymore. But now I have to do everything I can make up for it. Outside the temple, those monsters protested loudly. Some of them held placards, and some shouted the responsibility of the temple. Obviously, there were people who had contracted a strange disease but hadn't been cured. They yearned for the holy water and yearned to walk in the sun again. However, the Lord toys with living beings as easily as crushing ants. This disease couldn't be solved. Step back. Don't come any closer. The temple will send someone to handle these things later. The temple guard spoke confidently in front of the people. Maybe it was because he didn't have the disease. The hearts of those monsters had been shattered. Facing the possible cost of losing their lives, they still wanted to be cured. They rushed forward like crazy, knocking the guards to the ground. as soon as a guard got a cut. He was infected. Strangely enough, the plague broke out in places far from the imperial city. Even though the king ordered a blockade, the monsters could still come here. Well, could this be how to break down this country and help me become the next king? In the distance, the prince watched what was happening at the temple. And beside him stood the madman who had created the monsters. Throughout history, there have always been some crazy people who purely pursue power. The hoarse voice sounded again, "Of course, your highness the prince. The poison I prepared myself. Even that holy maiden would, tsk, be unable to handle it. And as long as in the future, only you have the antidote, then this country will sooner or later be yours." He bent down slightly, assuming a respectful posture. The prince enjoyed this feeling of being worshipped by everyone. "My dear brother, let's wait and see." Incidentally, the prince was born to the former king and a concubine later. This status and experience would shape a person's lifelong pursuit. Seeing that the situation at the temple was getting more and more chaotic, the guards' bodies also became distorted after long-term contact with these monsters. They couldn't hold up either. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they couldn't attack the common people. "Stop." The door of the temple opened, and a solemn old voice sounded. It seemed to be an elder of the temple. Behind him was the new holy water. He said, "The temple will not abandon any of the people. The holy water here is enough to cure everyone." He pointed to the holy water behind him and sent people to distribute the holy water. He looked at the people scrambling for it and showed. Inside the temple, Bylon had to fulfill her duty as the Holy Maiden. Just like every previous Holy Maiden, she dropped her blood into the water herself to become the raw material for the holy water. Cherish the present, because soon, your Holy Maiden won't be able to save you either. Then, this country will fall into real madness, and the Holy Maiden will ultimately become a part of the Lord. In the distance, the masked man laughed wildly. There was once a plague that broke out in the royal capital, that time. The previous Holy Maiden paid a price, yet the common people were unaware. And this time, if there is no effective antidote, time will become the nourishment for the disaster. People fear death, and the kingdom's fear becomes the nourishment for the evil god and the growth of the plague. In the temple, the old pope anxiously walked towards the door that hadn't been opened for a long time to see the old acquaintance he hadn't seen for a long time. The door opened. The blonde woman was sound asleep in the sunlight. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she slowly opened her eyes. She propped herself up to stand. Years had etched vicissitudes on her face. Unexpectedly, His Holiness the Pope would visit today. Shouldn't you be cultivating the next unfortunate one? She waved politely, but her words were full of sarcasm. There was anger in the old Pope's eyes, but he still suppressed it forcefully and let out a sigh. A big problem has arisen. Recently, there's been another kind of plague, and he paused. The Holy Maiden couldn't cure it. Hearing this, she was startled in her heart, but still pretended to be indifferent that I'm no longer the Holy Maiden. What does this have to do with me? Her voice was very low. The old Pope understood that she still held grudges about the past. The Pope was silent. Seeing that the Pope didn't say anything, she finally couldn't help asking, was it those crazy people back then? Yes. Moreover, they have infiltrated the temple, and even beside the king. Why doesn't that self-righteous Pope go and deal with them? The Pope remained silent again. The Pope suddenly spat out blood, which was black. The Pope couldn't conceal it. The blonde woman immediately became anxious and rushed to the Pope's side, casting a healing spell, but her magic didn't work. The Pope pushed the woman away. This moment, Ilan Moi, you still have to hold on to your stupid pride. The woman anxiously called the old Pope by his real name. No, it's not. The old Pope struggled to support his body. Since last time, I've been using magic to forcibly suppress this unknown toxin, and now this time, it's out of control. Don't get. He quickly covered the bloodstain that I don't even have the strength to deal with those pests anymore. Has it deteriorated to this extent? The woman said. She had to use her own essence blood to forcibly suppress the Pope. Her appearance aged a bit more. After cleaning up the bloodstain, the Pope slowly stood up with the woman's support. The old Pope looked at her, and there was an indescribable sense of guilt in his heart. It should be my fault. He didn't say it out loud and thought in his heart, let's go. Take me to see the current Holy Maiden. At this moment, the two were rather like father and daughter. The woman supported him and walked out of this room she hadn't walked out of for a long time. In Bylon's room, These days, she had let out blood several times, and each time it was more than the last. Only when Bylon collapsed from exhaustion could she rest. The desire to survive, the fear of death, and the greed for holy water made this plague irresistible. Soon, when the situation is no longer controllable, I will be their savior. The prince looked at all this sinisterly. However, he turned his head. Is the antidote you developed really effective? He looked at the old masked man behind him. The hoarse voice sounded again, of course. Your Highness the Prince, it's absolutely effective. He took out a mutated mouse from behind and dripped the magic potion on it. The mutation on the mouse gradually disappeared. The prince looked at all this and happily walked out of the secret room by himself. He didn't notice anything behind him at all. The masked man, and threw away the mouse. The old servant had just taken a few steps when his body began to swell rapidly, looking even more disgusting than before. He no longer cared about the mouse and looked out of the window where it had started to rain heavily. It's almost time, relying on the Lord's blessing. Let this plague become a catastrophe for humanity. In the heavy rain, the humans, swollen beyond recognition, slowly gathered unconsciously, constantly gathering and sticking together. Huge eyes grew out from among the monsters. Bylon's current state was also not good. Whether using magic to heal or her own blood, she couldn't effectively cure this plague. Moreover, now, the people inside the temple were starting to lose heart. Rumors were spreading everywhere. Useless creations would eventually be spurned by everyone. Even more, some people even showed daggers while serving the Holy Maiden. The greedy expressions made Bylon feel terrified. No, don't be afraid. Your Holiness, I just need a cup of your blood. As long as it can cure. Bylon didn't know what to do. She couldn't attack others casually, standing on moral high ground. One would either be admired or have nothing to take this time. It was the Pope who personally took action to injure the rebel and lock him in the dungeon. In the face of death, everything seemed so insignificant. Bylon was deeply worried. She felt incompetent for not being able to save them. She even once thought of sacrificing herself, but the Pope stopped her. But the Pope's cold and hot attitude towards her still made her feel be a deepness. She desperately picked up the knife. And just at the moment when she picked up the knife, the old Pope came. Bylon hurriedly hid the knife, but it was still discovered. The old Pope was about to say something when the blonde woman behind him rushed to Bylon's side first and threw away the knife. No, don't torture yourself like this. Perhaps because she saw herself in Bylon, she anxiously persuaded Bylon. Bylon looked at her flustered self, and the Pope with a gentle look behind her. Yes, sorry. Hearing this sentence, the blonde woman couldn't help but sigh. Alas, why does the temple teach every holy maiden to be like this? She helplessly lowered her head. Compared with the unyielding and proud Alice, Bylon still had a long way to go now. Then, who are you, sister? Bylon suddenly remembered and asked the blonde woman in front of her. Hey, sister. The blonde woman smiled, rubbed Bylon's face. You're quite good at talking, child. Emily Soliath, that's my name. Also, don't care too much about what others think. Even if you're the Holy Maiden. She rubbed Bylon's face. Jidao Lanuit, alas, you're such a cute child. If my child were as old as you. She suddenly turned from joy to sorrow. Her eyes dimmed. When saying this sentence, Emily looked at the Pope behind her, with blame in her eyes. The old Pope didn't dare to look into anyone's eyes for the first time, and his eyes dodged. Then let's not waste any more words. Give me your hand, child. Emily gently stroked Bylon's hands. It always feels so familiar and warm. Bylon had such a feeling when she saw her for the first time. Bylon slowly closed her eyes. That a warm current slowly flowed from her fingertips into Bylon's body. The goddess of life in the heart sea also noticed something strange. This familiar feeling seems to be the magic power of the previous Holy Maiden. The goddess of life said. The magic power flowed into Bylon's heart sea and actually resonated with Bylon's magic power. Golden light appeared in the heart sea, and the radiance shone everywhere. The two magic powers shone together, slowly intertwined, merged, and finally bloomed into a gorgeous golden flower. I knew I was right. Jello saw the two magic powers being so harmonious and also confirmed the relationship between the two people outside the heart sea. As for why they met in this way, probably it was fate. Bylon felt her magic power being repaired and perfected, and the parts that she felt were missing before were also being filled. It's a pity that the radiance of the Holy Maiden can never illuminate the whole world, In the Heart Sea, Jello saw the increasingly powerful magic power and sneered. Only she can. He. The goddess of life said angrily with a smile. I'm still here. What does it matter if you're here? Don't tell me you still have the confidence and ability to solve this carefully planned plague. The goddess of life. So, you simply don't care about the lives of humans outside? Jello didn't say anything and remained silent. There should be a few more, probably those that Bylon cares about. When she opened her eyes again, she had a lot more confidence in her heart. She thought she could save everyone. She looked gratefully at Emily in front of her. Corrections and improvements. A grievous price. Get stained with my blood. Put away the smile. Bylon saw Emily with tears streaming down her face. Emily didn't say a word. She just stared quietly at Bylon in front of her. Right, child. I even forgot to ask your name. Emily suddenly remembered. Bylon, the Bylon of Orchid. Bylon replied, simply. The Bylon of Orchid? Emily fell into deep thought, repeating the name Bylon. Bylon. She had never mentioned this name to anyone, nor had she ever heard anyone else mention it again. Bylon was puzzled, while Emily gently placed Bylon's hand down. Then, Emily smiled at Bylon and asked, Can I give you a hug? Before the word could even fade, Emily tightly embraced Bylon. For her, time seemed to stand still at this moment. She murmured, Why is it still you? Why? Could it be destiny? Why? Of course, Bylon didn't catch what she said clearly. She held Bylon tightly and refused to let go. Then what about your family? I can't remember my past. Bylon's expression couldn't help but show disappointment and helplessness as she said this. But time waits for no one. Emily still let go of Bylon. As someone who had once been a saint, she understood what the saint should do now. She didn't stop her and just watched helplessly as Bylon said goodbye to her and went to save. But who could save them? She shed tears again. The inescapable destiny. Emily wiped away her tears, turned around, and walked towards the Pope. This time, she grabbed the Pope's collar and said in such an unruly manner, No, it was more like a threat. Promise me that after this disaster, don't let her be restricted by the saint and let her live the life she wants. Her eyes were full of grievance and resentment. And even the old Pope couldn't bear it. I just want you to promise me. I promise you. The Pope replied he probably guessed part of Bylon's past, but he didn't say a word about the vampire queen. Hearing the answer she wanted, Emily let go of the old Pope and slumped to the ground. She still couldn't hold back and covered her face and cried loudly. It took a long time for her to stand up again. But Emily didn't expect that this time would be far more thrilling than the last. A certain moment later, she would surely regret not stopping Bylon. Outside the temple, all kinds of swollen and distorted creatures that didn't even look human scurried around and gathered at the temple gate. However, the temple gate was tightly locked, and moreover, the temple guards were not to be underestimated. They couldn't get in for the time being. They still retained some human sanity, while the earliest batch of people who had been distorted had now become the toys of the Lord. With strange phenomena constantly emerging, only a very small number of residents were not infected. These people kept their doors closed tightly, and food had been in short supply for a long time. The entire kingdom was now on the verge of destruction, and if there was an invasion by foreign enemies at this time, what kind of hellish scene would it be? Screams, roars, and all kinds of painful groans filled the royal capital. The residents of the outlying towns either left their hometowns to seek a new way of living or came to the capital and became part of the sin that we want to see the saint. We want to see the Pope. We need an explanation. They shouted and cursed loudly outside the temple. If it weren't for the magic reinforcement and the natural magic in the temple repelling the strangeness on the monsters, they would have rushed in long ago. Suddenly, the temple door opened at this moment. The brilliant light shone, and the whole place fell silent. Bylon quickly ran out of the temple. The maids following behind her kept persuading Bylon to slow down and stay away from those monsters. But Bylon didn't listen to the persuasion. She wanted to quickly verify whether she had the ability to help the people get rid of their pain. The old Pope was now barely holding on to his injuries. Emily could only take care of him slowly beside him. The two of them were also walking towards the outside of the temple. Bylon came to the gate. There was excitement and worry in her heart. When the people saw the appearance of the saint, they crowded forward even more frantically, giving the feeling of a zombie siege. Please, everyone be quiet. I will help you. That I will definitely be able to help. Bylon pleaded sincerely. When the residents saw her clear eyes and heard her words, they calmed down for the time being. Saint, outside the door, A person wearing a cape tried to cover his face as much as possible. But upon closer inspection, half of his face was already covered by cysts, and the other half was the face of a middle-aged man. Can you save? There was not a trace of greed in his pious eyes. Bylon noticed him. Then let's start with this uncle first. But this face seemed familiar. Just as Bylon was about to reach out her hand, the man quickly refused. He waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. Save my daughter first. Please." When Bylon was surprised, the man had already helped the daughter he had protected behind him to the front. Her daughter's appearance, no, to be more precise, it was no longer really human. Her face was almost completely covered by cysts. Only 2 eyes were left. Tentacles had grown on her body. She was already very close to becoming a mindless monster in the process of distortion. Bylon looked at her, and she turned away in great fear. Bylon was shocked at first, but she didn't show the slightest sign of disgust. Bylon smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Please stretch out your hand." After hesitating for a long time, the girl finally stretched out her tentacle-like hand beside Bylon. 2 faintly visible human fingers could be seen. They were 2 slender and fair fingers. She must have been a beautiful girl. Without further ado, Bylon closed her eyes, and a golden glow shone on her body. The golden magic flowed through her fingers toward the girl's body. "It will definitely work. Please, it must be able to be cured." Bylon silently prayed in her heart. Unfortunately, she had been distorted for too long, and the strangeness in her body resisted desperately. She let out painful groans that, This isn't. Looking at Bylon holding that person's hand in his heart, Jello couldn't help but look ugly. Jello let out a long sigh and turned to look at the equally worried goddess of life. "Issy, the name of the goddess of life. Lend me some of your magic." "Huh?" The goddess of life was displeased. "It's already very difficult for me to maintain my current state. If I lend you some more, how can I?" Was this still the goddess of life who showed mercy to all living beings? Issy said, "Firstly, the degree to which that girl has been polluted by the evil god is already irreversible. Secondly, the battle with the evil god even severely damaged my soul. Moreover, as you can see, most of my current power is on your master." Jello turned his head, as if he hadn't asked. Finally, Issy's eyes suddenly turned fierce. "It seems that your master once taught me that power determines everything. Without power, one can't even show mercy." Issy remembered the scene of being defeated by a certain god before. The picture of the blood-red sword blade against her was still a nightmare that lingered in her heart. Then, Jello spoke that I can only use my own. That a scarlet flame appeared in Jello's hand. This is, and Issy was shocked, but still forced herself to calm down. "When did you collect this abyssal core fire?" Jello replied expressionlessly. "Just the last time at the moment when the door opened. Using it does require a price, but just such a small cluster." Issy doubted. "So, adding my magic and a little bit of my blood will do." "Your seal has been lifted?" "Not yet, but the seal is slowly weakening." Jello should have expected this. She didn't leave a back door to the seal if there had to be one. Perhaps it was just time. "Forcing the use of it will also severely damage your soul. Isn't it not worth it? If something happens to your master in the future," for the first time, Issy, the goddess of life, had doubts about saving lives. This was someone she truly cared about. "Fine, you'll know you've lost out in the future." Issy secretly laughed in her heart. The core fire burned rapidly in Jello's hand. Jello continuously transmitted magic to strengthen it. The tyranny of the core fire even made Jello almost unable to hold on. Not good. Jello didn't expect that the core fire had spread all over his body. Damn it. Just then, Issy placed her hand on Jello, and the fire was slowly dying down. Jello was quite surprised and looked at Issy. "Don't look at me," as her defeated opponent. "I've studied this fire." Issy didn't dare to look at Jello and replied awkwardly. Even so, Jello still smiled. "Thank you." Subsequently, this flame flowed out of Blank's heart and towards the girl. Wrapped in golden magic power, the flame was like a miraculous medicine, surging towards the eeriness within the girl's body. When the infection reached a certain stage, the monster would transform into the eye, a clone, of the evil god, and the evil god could sense threats through the clone. Well, although it was only for a fleeting moment when the eye was destroyed. On the edge of the world, the evil god coiled there still felt a familiar sensation. It suddenly opened its huge eyes wide. This feeling, that woman is still alive. Remembering the pain of being burned by the flame and her expressionless face, it roared, I will make her suffer more than death. The abyssal karmic fire, the flame controlled and played with by the Lord of Slaughter, the master of the deepest layer of this world. It boasted the terror of burning everything, and most incredibly, this flame could burn back to the original body along the magic power and soul connection, posing no small threat to the evil god. In reality, at the entrance of the temple, Blank's healing effect was surprisingly good, far exceeding her own expectations. Wherever the magic power reached, the eeriness was dissipating. She saw the cysts on people's bodies slowly disappearing. And she felt relieved that it works, really works. Thank you, Holy Maiden. The people in front were cheering, and those behind pressed closer, and the one closest to her gradually revealed her original appearance, a young and beautiful, wealthy young lady. It's you. Blanc was even happier. She met an old acquaintance outside the temple that day. Even though it was just a glance, Blanc could sense that the person in front of her might be someone important to her. However, the Pope didn't allow her to visit. Thinking of this, Blanc's face puffed up angrily. Yes, it's me, Your Highness Blanc. Seeing that Blanc still remembered her, Garland was also very happy. Garland had also missed Blanc very much during this period. She had come to the temple several times, but was stopped. Even for the banquet, Garland couldn't participate, and the play was also contracted when she was on her way to the temple one time. Even her father, but it's okay now. The Holy Maiden can cure these. After this disaster, can you tell me about my past? Blanc asked. Yes, Garland replied. Almost in an instant, a huge and eerie figure leaped from among the monsters outside the door. Get out of the way, Garland. The father behind her gave Garland a hard push, knocking Garland and Blanc down to one side together. Garland fell into Blanc's arms. Boom! The huge figure shattered the ground. Garland's father was also sent flying. Father! Garland reached out helplessly, trying to save her father. When the smoke and dust cleared, the monster revealed its true form. That it was a pitch-black and viscous monster composed of dozens of completely alienated humans. Numerous tentacles intertwined with human arms like a big tree, and there were human heads all over the tree. There were even groans from those still conscious that in the middle of the tree was a huge eye. The temple guards couldn't help vomiting. The huge eye rolled around left and right, looking around. Not this one, nor that one. The voice was as unpleasant as chewing on tree bark, until it looked at Blanc. So, it's you. The monster ignored everything around it and charged at Blanc again. In the distance, several pairs of eyes were staring intently at everything happening in the temple. Strange, I didn't order the converted, the name of the monster, to act. Why is it charging towards the temple where more and more converted are gathering? One of them wondered, will this disrupt the plan? Just like last time, a person wearing a bird-headed mask asked. Humph, it's impossible to fail again. In this corrupt era, there won't be any fools willing to sacrifice their lives. Stop arguing. Then start ahead of time. The leader replied. Tell our prince, the time has come. His face was full of slyness. At the temple side, Blanc tightly protected Garland behind her, holding the evil-breaking holy sword, confronting the disgusting monster in front of her. This monster was too huge. The moment it appeared, the crowd scattered and fled. This is indeed how humans should behave. Jello, who was burned in the heart's sea, couldn't help but mock. Shut up. ISS was helping him recover from his injuries beside him. In reality, the tentacles kept coming at Blanc. It roared and charged towards Blanc, and its sticky body dragged on the ground, making a terrible noise. Blanc brandished the holy sword. With the blessing of holy light, Blanc could barely fight against this monster. Hurry, protect the Holy Maiden. The guards finally played some role, until tentacles as dense as hair surged in from outside the temple. This is a joke. The guards saw outside the temple, and despair filled their eyes. They dropped the swords in their hands. Outside the temple, hordes of converted were squeezing and sticking together as they came towards the temple. The guards slumped to the ground. No, we're definitely going to die. We're doomed. They were getting closer. The unpleasant voice sounded again. Despair, fear, delicious, delicious. The heads on the converted seemed to be cheering. However, these monsters didn't pay any attention to the infected residents, as if ignoring their own kind. The excessive use of magic had already exhausted Blanc. She had also tried other methods, but the conclusion she reached chilled her heart. This was an irreversible monster in the heart's sea. Well, Jello, ISS called out. Do you have any extra flame? Jello watched everything happening with a strange smile, as if everything was within his expectation. No, of course not. But Jello's indifferent expression made ISS feel uneasy. This newly born dragon is not right. Absolutely not. He must be expecting something. In reality, at this critical moment, Blanc actually still wanted to protect those guards. The Holy Maiden can't be this brave. Garland pulled Blanc. Let's go. Your Highness, Holy Maiden, you can't deal with them. No, I can't leave. Sister Blanc, Garland shouted loudly, interrupting Blanc. Your life doesn't belong only to you. Only if you're alive can we. Tears welled up in Garland's eyes. Before leaving, she glanced at her father who had fallen into a coma among the monsters. Blanc remained silent and let Garland pull her towards the temple. The converted charged at them like crazy, and the guards were quickly devoured. Only 2 of them were left. Whoosh, boom. With another leap, several monsters blocked their way. In the heart, SEIS, this temple empty. Where are those elders? ISS couldn't help but be nervous. If this goes on, humph elders, you don't even look. Even the name of the God they believe and can only hide in someone's heart see at this moment. What do you think their believers can do? Dead, escaped, injured. Jello thought, looking at ISS disdainfully, with a look of contempt. ISS pointed at Jello, but couldn't do anything to him. What he said was too right, except for bestowing magic power on the Holy Maiden. She couldn't do anything now. Am I just going to watch helplessly? Don't panic. After all, the evil god hasn't shown up. Why then? A crazy look appeared in Jello's eyes again. Are you also a cult lunatic who has been lurking for thousands of years? ISS directly burst out swear words. That's right, the goddess of utmost goodness swore. But in this era without gods, there was nothing to worry about. While the two were talking, almost at the same time, in reality, stay away from my child, student. You beasts! The monster in front was instantly suppressed. Emily supported the old pope and arrived late. The temple was already in chaos. Faith was worthless in the face of life and death. In other words, faith existed for the sake of living. Those in the temple who wanted to escape, those who were injured, and even some senior temple officials with mild infections. It was only a matter of time before this place became a ruin. Seeing the 2 of them, Blanc's tense nerves slowly relaxed. Hurry, take advantage of now. This time it was Blanc pulling Garland to run. Passing through this group of human forests in front, they would be safe in the temple. After the few of them gathered, before they could have time to be happy, Garland blamed first. Usually the Holy Maiden who is protected airtight, but when it comes to real danger, she's quite helpless. Am I right, Your Holiness the Pope? She said this partly as a response to the temple's previous prohibition on her from seeing Bylon. The old pope's injury was still worsening, and hearing these words made him feel even worse. But such was the truth. Emily supported the old pope as she looked toward that perilous moment. If she had come even a step later, then... No, that wasn't the case of MY teacher. Bylon was simple-minded and wanted to defend her teacher. No, it was truly my fault. The old pope waved his hand to signal Bylon to stop, and he finally admitted his mistake. For a moment, there was silence. Let's go inside first. It's still very dangerous here, Emily said beside them, breaking the awkward situation. Outside the temple, there were more and more converts. They attacked the final barrier of the inner hall of the temple frantically. Inside the temple, the old pope stabilized the believers. Outside, there were endless wails and roars. They waited quietly, waiting helplessly, until suddenly there was silence outside, and rhythmic knocking sounded. Dong, dong, dong. Any movement after the silence would make people shudder with fear. What was outside? Unknown, still unknown. The people inside the door looked at each other fearfully and then shook their heads and looked away. The old pope leaned against the door and let out a long breath. He was exhausted now. He didn't have the energy to think about these things. As long as the door wasn't open, the eerie things outside couldn't come in for the time being. Your Highness the Saint? Your Holiness? The knocking stopped, and a human voice sounded. The most was still Bylon. She didn't answer. She didn't know what was outside speaking human words. Maybe it was a creature. It's me, Roy, the younger brother of His Majesty the King. The voice pretended to be very sincere. The people inside the door were all incredulous. Prince Roy, how is this possible? There are all monsters outside. Could it be that the monsters can already speak human words now? The people inside the door scared themselves. No, that's not it. Outside, Prince Roy squinted his eyes and replied with a smile on his face. "Respected Your Holiness the Pope." Roy continued, "I have searched everywhere and finally found a doctor who can cure the plague. And now, the monsters outside have been subdued by my Knight Order." Behind him, the Knight Order in silver armor stood in formation waiting, and at the very back, the cultists in black cloaks and masks opened the magic potions in their hands. Those converts hung down their branches, and the heads on their bodies lost consciousness and closed their eyes. A servant stepped forward and looked through the crack in the door, seeing the knights outside and the monsters that had stopped moving. He was overjoyed. "It's as if there is light over there," he shouted. "Yes, it's true. Outside, there are all knights, and those monsters can't move anymore." The voice was a bit trembling, apparently overjoyed. "Your Highness the Saint, please allow me to open the door. We will be saved at no. We can't open it." Bailon felt something ominous and pressed tightly against the door. The old Pope dragged his weak body and asked, "Then, what about His Majesty the King? His Majesty the King?" "Oh, my elder brother, he abandoned the whole country and fled when the monsters attacked the palace." He bent his mouth and showed a villainous smile. The actual situation was that the king struggled to resist these monsters, until the moment Eloah appeared among the monsters. He gave up the resistance. The princess was missing, probably having fled. Isi didn't care about this. She was just a useless princess from the slums and couldn't affect the outcome, that he sneered contemptuously. How could this be? How could His Majesty the King? The people inside the door were grief-stricken, and the people outside continued to add fuel to the fire. Moreover, for these people who have completely turned into monsters, the magic potion can only temporarily restrict their movements, and the time is almost up. The medicine is almost used up. The outbreak of the plague couldn't be reported in time and spread crazily. The monsters swarmed towards the imperial city from all directions, and at this moment, the ruler just stood by and fled. I don't want to die." A person inside the door crouched down, his body trembling, as helpless as an ant. He ran madly to the door and even knelt in front of Bailon and the old Pope. "Please, Your Eminence, I don't want to become such a monster. Please open the door." He even lowered his head, in the face of death. Any choice was not excessive, but a chain reaction occurred. "Your Highness the Saint, please." The pleas became more and more, that everyone's eyes converged on Bailon alone. Right? She was the saint, and she needed to be responsible for the lives and deaths of these weak people. Oh, she couldn't. "No, Bailon, open the door," the silent Pope suddenly said. Bailon looked at the Pope in disbelief, while the Pope stared straight ahead, with a serious expression. Not joking, he waved his hand and a magic shield that could only be by the highest authority. "Why, teacher, why? Why would you too?" The Pope didn't explain the reason. Seeing the Pope the magic, the crowd rushed towards the door like a tide. Bailon didn't understand. She just kept looking at the Pope until the door was opened and until the people all poured out of the main hall. "Bailon," Emily put her hand on Bailon's shoulder. "Your teacher did this for a reason. You will understand later," she comforted. Perhaps only Bailon was still in the dark about the deal reached between the Pope and the prince. "We, these people, won't die, but we will be used by the prince, spreading such a fierce and eerie plague. Even the Pope himself, who had experienced it once, couldn't solve it. It had deteriorated to such an extent that someone suddenly produced a miraculous medicine. How could it be such a coincidence that he was probably the mastermind behind all this? Moreover, the situation of the people in the temple was getting worse and worse now, and they could only... After opening the door, Uwa smiled and put his right hand on his chest, making a standard bow. "Long time no see, Your Holiness the Pope, and Your Highness Bailon." Bailon stared at the prince in front of her all the time, but he didn't care at all. Several people walked out of the temple. "Dad!" Jalon ran a step faster and threw herself into the Duke's arms. After the Duke fainted, the monsters ignored him, and Isi's knights rescued him. Unexpectedly, these people played their parts quite well, the old Pope thought to himself. However, fortunately, they could act. "Well, please follow me first to a safe place." Isi made an invitation. In front of these terrifying monsters, he didn't show the slightest sense of... He even rescued the residents in the capital. Of course, those who couldn't be rescued had been secretly dealt with. Everyone walked in this forest of heads, trembling with fear and extremely frightened. I don't know how long they walked, but they actually came to the outskirts of the city. Yes, the outskirts of the imperial city. There are no head trees here, and the tense nerves of many people finally relaxed. Many people slumped to the ground. Have we survived? I'm afraid not yet. Bylon did her best to treat the patients. With Emily's help, she had already cured many people, including Jalon's father. However, mainly, the masses were grateful to this kind-faced prince. As for the reputation of the king, people, he spoke up. The magic potion is not enough now. When my magicians have prepared enough, we will be able to return to the city. This plague will eventually be eradicated. He was like a pyramid scheme leader, with an inflated expression that made people want to vomit. Cheers rang out continuously. If nothing unexpected happened, Illawa might really be able to, but reality was always disappointing. They walked from day to night, not knowing where they were going, just kept walking, and no one stood up to question. Those who tried to escape disappeared without a trace, probably having been dealt with. Bylon could also feel that their current state couldn't defeat the cultists behind the prince. However, compared to those human-faced trees, they were still a bit kind. Tonight, the people hadn't had a good sleep for a long time, and they slept soundly. Bylon couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned, almost waking up Jalon beside her. Right, the two of them covered the same quilt. The old pope no longer stopped anything, and at this moment, Galen was hugging her arm, and from time to time she would talk in her sleep and rub against her. In the distance, the converts were dragging themselves clumsily and slowly moving towards here. In the middle of them was a black-clothed person wearing a crow-headed mask. Countless crows circled in the air and perched on the branches of these trees. The creaking sounds filled the air. They were already very far from the capital. Even though they were still within the territory, most people couldn't say exactly where the place they were in now was. The group of Bylon was being watched very closely. They were not like other ordinary residents who followed behind the silver-armored knights. Instead, they were surrounded together. "Dear Your Highness Prince, when can we go back?" someone asked tentatively. He just finished preparing the magic potion. This disaster will soon pass. However, everyone needs to contribute a little and do a small favor. He finally revealed his purpose. And no matter what it is, we will definitely do our best to help. That asked a person who didn't know the truth. Then please all panic, a hideous expression showed. "What? Your Highness, don't scare me." He was confused. Almost at the same time, huge magic circles lit up from all directions, almost covering all the residents behind the team. "Can we only be lambs waiting to be slaughtered?" "No, Your Highness, what are you talking about?" He desperately beat on the magic shield formed by the magic power and looked at the prince outside with fear, as well as the knights behind him. The next second, his body was directly penetrated by strange vines that grew out of the ground. Several masked cultists emerged from the group of knights, and the magic wands in their hands emitted strange green lights. Inside the barrier, more terrifying monsters emerged from the ground. Without exception, strange evil eyes were inlaid among the monsters. The restlessness underground almost caused the ground to crack. The monsters wrapped around the humans, and the evil eyes emitted a faint light, dragging them into an eternal nightmare. Fear gathered together and was sent into the black hole that appeared out of thin air in the sky. "Don't worry, Your Highness Prince. Just wait a little longer. When these commoners wake up again, they will only listen to you. You will be the eternal king of this country. That's for sure." The prince walked away laughing. The cultists behind him. "Well, in this way we," asked one of the black-clothed people. "However, my lord, I don't understand. Wouldn't it be possible to use these humans as living sacrifices? Why must they be kept alive? The temporary order of the Lord. Do you have an opinion?" Said the one in the middle. "No, I don't dare to. I'll listen to the Lord's arrangement. In fact, they would never wake up again. In the hard it just imprisonment. That big, is quite smart. But what should we do now?" Jello scratched his head and thought of a way. "What do you mean? Do you want these innocent people to die?" The goddess of life couldn't bear it this time. The magic turned into a light sword and pointed directly at Jello's neck. "No, don't misunderstand, and I'm just thinking about how to save them." Jello raised his hand symbolically and made a gesture of surrender. But she didn't believe it, and the two great gods remained in a stalemate like this, outside the heart's sea. "Goddess of life, grant me the power to eliminate evil." The old pope suddenly recited the incantation. The light of glory, symbolizing light, shone on that group of cultists and the silver-armored knights. They were temporarily restricted in their movements. Yes, just temporarily. Take this chance, Bylon. Take them and run quickly. While casting the magic, the old pope instructed Bylon. But, teacher, you. Go. Go to the Blood Clan. They will take you in. The old pope's meaningful words left Bylon at a loss. The others had already pulled Bylon and ran out from among the knights. The power of the magic wands in the hands of the cultists was weakened, and the erosion inside the magic circle was temporarily reduced. At the same time, they seemed to be burned. No wonder he was once the first magic user. This method of burning life and this surging magic power. Presumably, he had accumulated a lot in the past few days that it's really good. But, can you trap him? The old pope's heart trembled. He saw a figure gradually stand up in the night group. He wasn't suppressed by the magic power and walked freely. Impossible. Even though he was seriously injured, he had never failed in the magic to restrict movement. For the first time, the old pope doubted his own magic power. There's no need to doubt, Your Holiness. Yilo suddenly stepped forward and explained he was once the Night King. No, impossible. The old pope couldn't believe it. The silver-armored knight slowly walked to the pope's side and slowly raised his sword. Under the silver armor were a pair of red and soulless eyes. With one sword strike, boom, a cloud of dust was stirred up. When the dust cleared, a thin figure blocked this sword strike. That it was Bylon. The domineering force pressed her to kneel on one knee, and her whole body trembled. Why did you come back? Bylon. Even though there was a little bit of emotion in the old pope's heart, he still blamed her more. Galen and the others were the same. They were so stubborn at this time. What could a group of supporters do in the Heart Sea? This situation is too bad. YS felt the crisis. She then said, in the current situation, it's better to lift the memory block on her. No, it's not time yet. Even if you lift the memory without power, what can you do? Just wait and see patiently. Jello stopped her. What on earth else do you know? YS was almost driven crazy by this dragon. It's almost time. They should be here soon. Jello said with a laugh in his mouth and ignored YS. Outside the Heart Sea. Unexpectedly, Her Highness the Saintess is really hopelessly stupid. It seems that the old pope really didn't teach well that YS mocked. If those crazy people didn't want you to live, you would probably be the same as those now. YS added. The old pope's magic power was weakening, and the suppression was slowly disappearing. The remaining knights were also slowly approaching. The strange magic power emitted by those knights. They were not humans. They were naked and unconscious monsters. And the ominous aura emitted by those several cultists behind was even more terrifying. This is the saintess designated by the Lord, and also that empress, so weak, mocked a black-clothed person. The cultists looked at Bylon, who was exhausted after blocking one sword strike, with full disdain. The Night King raised his sword again. Bylon supported herself with the sword and stood up. She showed no fear at all. Is it the end? Another sword strike was swung down. Suddenly, a group of blood-colored bats surrounded the Night King, blocking his line of sight. In the blink of an eye, Bylon was teleported into the air. The Night King didn't strike. What's going on? The cultists looked towards the sky. Dense blood-colored bats circled in the air. Unexpectedly, you've become so old, Moy. Hearing the familiar voice, the old pope looked up. Enochlan, the first magician of the Blood Clan, the teacher of Empress Alice. The old man wearing a purple cloak floated in the air and used magic with ease. It's really strange. Enochlan scratched his head. The teleportation magic couldn't be used. Was there a higher-ranked existence around here? He kept a cautious eye, but protecting the others below, he could still do that. You've taught my student to be good for nothing. Old stubborn, as an opponent of the old pope in the past, Enochlan knew the old pope's weaknesses very well. That Bylon, who was floating in the air, said awkwardly, Grandpa, can you let me down first? What grandpa? Enochlan threw a tantrum like a child, took out a ruler, and gently tapped her head. You are the first to me as your teacher. Call me teacher, got it? Woo. Somehow, when she saw the ruler, Bylon felt scared and covered her head. Looking like a silly goose, the old pope was very shocked. Why would this Blood Clan old man appear on the human side? Damn it, who is this old guy? The cultist cursed secretly, for a long time. Blanc, who had been poisoned by the old pope, was still not very friendly to the Blood Clan. She also finally realized that the one hitting her head was also one of them. However, unfortunately, this old man had saved her, so Blanc couldn't say anything. Damn it, the Blood Clan? The prince broke out in a cold sweat. MY troops are still calm. They might not necessarily be here to disrupt the situation. The knights stopped in their tracks as the Blood Clan approached and came to the magic formation. Inor Clan landed steadily on the ground with Blanc. It's a bad review if they don't start fighting directly. The carriage door opened, and Leah got out of the carriage, and beside her was Baya. Your Highness, the princess. The prince didn't expect that the princess he looked down upon had ruined his plan. But he forced a smile and asked, Your Highness, do you know what you're doing? I know very well what I'm going to do. Baya replied simply, Yes, I'm here to take our sister home. Leah, Alice's younger sister, interjected beside her, pointing at Blanc with one finger and even giving a charming look. The moment she saw Baya, Blanc felt inexplicably at ease, but the person beside her was very familiar. Who on earth was I before? Blanc was stunned. Could the sister she mentioned be me? Is there no room for negotiation? The time hadn't come yet, so the prince planned to delay by force. Knight order! Kill them! Since they couldn't reach an agreement, the prince directly gave the order. The knights behind him rushed towards the Blood Clan like crazy. The Night King took the lead. He leaped high into the air and swung a heavy sword. Bang! It was forcefully blocked by a person wearing a cloak. The prince was stunned. Damn it! Who is this again? The sword wind blew off the cloak of the person coming, and a face full of scars and traces of years was revealed. Erod, the former companion of the Night King and the teacher of Night Bylon. The prince gritted his teeth in anger. Why haven't you died yet? Let's turn the story back to the day when Baya became blackened. Baya angrily found the king and questioned him whether he had known all along that the Blood Clan empress was her elder brother. The king was silent and didn't deny it. Why? Even if you had lied to me, he would have affected your future. These few words made Baya's eyes go dark. Without him, there was no future in her life. She completely lost faith in the king. A kingdom heir who was indifferent to everything was also what the king wanted. Then, can you pardon that knight? Who? My brother's teacher, Erod. He was also someone my brother cared about. After a moment of silence, the king spoke. Yes, but he can't walk in the sunlight anymore. Just like this, Baya took away Erod, who was unkempt and imprisoned at the same time. She also gained an experienced knight and organizer. Erod had already regarded her as his own family. He also felt ashamed towards Baya. After all, he was also involved in the death of his brother. Baya's power gradually grew from then on. Her people wandered in the small border towns of the kingdom, eradicating corrupt nobles and winning the hearts of the people, slowly approaching the main city. The king saw it all, but he didn't stop them. Moreover, when Baya found out that her elder brother was still alive, she started to contact the Blood Clan. After a long period of interaction, she gained the trust of the Blood Clan. She developed a ruthless character, until the disaster broke out and the royal palace fell, which had happened long before the monsters reached the temple. Baya looked at the king who was besieged and left him behind. The king had a very complicated feeling. The decisions he had made. His daughter survived because of that. His daughter left him behind and survived because of that. The king was captured, and Baya and the others escaped until they met up with the Blood Clan. All right, the recollection is over. That clumsy swordsmanship is no match for his. Erod looked at the Night King in front of him and mocked. He exerted force and pushed the Night King back a step. Don't talk like that. Looking down on the first knight of the kingdom like this, the cultists behind the prince chanted incantations. The Night King's coercion was rising rapidly. Erod, the Night King suddenly spoke. How is that possible? This sound disrupted Erod's attack. Meeting an old comrade in arms, isn't it great? A cultist taunted. Kill me, Erod. The Night King groaned, but still raised his sword again. Listening to the voice, Erod hesitated to attack for a long time, while the Night King was getting stronger and stronger in the fight, and his strength was gradually recovering to its peak. Kill me, Erod. This is an order, your duty as a knight. The Night King concentrated his will and shouted out. Erod forced himself to calm down, recalled his past with the Night King, and assumed the standard attack stance of a knight. I will follow your teachings, my teacher. The sounds of weapons clashing rang out. Besides Erod and the Night King in the middle, Blanc, the Knights, and the Blood Clan also joined the battle. Garan and the others were escorted to a safe place. Here with Erod, the Night King reminded him while fighting with him. The Night King was getting stronger and stronger, while on the contrary, Erod was already extremely exhausted. Don't fight head-on with me. Watch my opening. Who would reveal their opening while fighting? On the other side, Can you still stand up, old guy? Inner clan teased the unsteady old pope. Humph, of course I can. The old pope struggled to stand up, being opponents for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, we could still stand side by side this time. Don't die, that will settle the matter of you abducting my student later, and you even taught her to be a fool, that will settle that later. The old pope. The cultists chanted incantations, and countless tentacles grew out of the ground and attacked the two of them. However, it had to be said that the addition of the Blood clan instantly reversed the situation of the battle. As one of the pillars of the Blood clan, Irene's combat ability was first-rate, although she couldn't compare to a certain tyrannical empress. These night monsters fell down and then stood up again as if they couldn't be killed. Without noticing, Blanc was attacked by the monster behind her, and oh good! Blanc couldn't dodge and recited a spell. Damn it, it's too late. A group of blood bats flew by and blocked the sword for her again. Irene appeared in front of her, looking at her affectionately. Thank you. There was a familiar feeling, but Blanc still said awkwardly, like a naive young girl. Irene pursed her lips and suddenly reached out to hold Blanc's chin. Teasingly, she said, so you're the new saintess. You don't have any of her might at all. Who told Alice to be like that before? Blanc's face turned slightly red. Feeling at a loss, she grabbed Irene's hand. Please show some respect. Ha! Irene let out a sigh. After all, you're a blood clan, and I'm human to we. Before Blanc could finish speaking, she was forcefully pulled into Irene's arms by Irene. She gently held Blanc's face and gave a big kiss. A kiss on the battlefield. Blanc's pupils dilated, and her mind went blank. The most surprised were the people beside them. Baya. Gallant. Leo was furious. My sister's first kiss should be mine. You bastard Irene, ah. Emily, well, a daughter-in-law of the Blood clan, is also good. She has such a good tolerance. Compared with some of the current ones, I won't say anymore. This is the price for you for getting me. Irene thought to herself. They kissed on the battlefield. Blanc didn't move at all. Obviously her mind had crashed. This didn't make her feel disgusted. As oh fragrant. I essed a rose. Blanc smelled a fragrance. Irene bit her own lip, and the blood of the Blood clan royal family flowed into Blanc's mouth. The sealed bloodline gradually woke up. Irene closed her eyes and recalled the previous thing. Sir, Irene asked Erod, do you understand the situation Baya mentioned? Erod thought seriously and said, well, combining what Baya said, it's very likely related to the Empress's identity in this world. Inner clan has lived for such a long time after all, and he's seen a lot of strange things that... Oh, you mean she might be a relative of the former saintess? No, it's not just that. Just having a blood relationship isn't enough. Alice's situation is very much like being stimulated by blood to awaken her bloodline. But this kind of situation is extremely rare. Unless what? Irina asked anxiously. Unless the previous Holy Maiden had left everything to her voluntarily. But this was impossible. The holy water had never stopped flowing these years. As an old rival of the temple, Inacland had always been paying close attention to the temple's movements. Then, was there a way to wake her up? Well, there was a way, but it might not be effective. What? Use the blood of the bloodline royal family to stimulate her again. Irina, in her heart. Yeah, is this something we can watch? Issa, who had never experienced anything, covered her face with both hands and peeked through her fingers, her face blushing slightly and her heart pounding, until she saw Jello, who remained calm beside her. Why aren't you disgusted? She's your master. It seems like you've experienced this before. Of course I haven't. A look of sadness flashed across Jello's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. Issa beside her was still jumping at every little thing. The certain god who had never been in love. Don't be surprised. Jello suddenly stopped Issa. What's wrong? Issa was confused. Feel the seal you set up. Jello said. Issa closed her eyes. My seal? Issa exclaimed in surprise. What's there to be surprised about? The power has returned, and we can't break the seals set by an idiot. Hearing this, Issa conjured a large hammer with magic. Jello died. In her heart, the two gods were really making a ruckus. I'm not watching anymore. Let's go back to reality. Oh. Blanc pushed Irina away. She shyly pursed her lips. You, what about me? Irina became even more unrestrained and directly stuck her head in front of Blanc. She showed a victorious smile. Blanc was so angry that she couldn't do anything to Irina. Watch out. The knight behind suddenly swung his sword. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Irina shielded Blanc in her arms again. Blanc had completely frozen. What? Hasn't she woken up yet? Irina couldn't help but feel sad. Forget it, that let's deal with them first, that we can talk about this later. Irina let go of Blanc and plunged back into the battle. Damn it, just because there are more of you doesn't mean you're great. Who the hell is the villain here? A cultist complained. Don't worry, they're almost here. The one in the middle replied. The prince watched as everything he had set up might be destroyed in an instant. Kill them. Aren't you all so powerful? Kill them. You'd better worry about yourself first, Your Highness the Prince. A voice came from behind. He turned his head and saw Baya holding a sword in her left hand. Ha. The prince let out a crazy laugh. You little girl, you've ruined my business. What else do you want to kill me? Baya nodded. The prince drew his sword. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Incidentally, the prince also had excellent magic talent and good swordsmanship. Airload versus the Night King, Baya versus the Prince Cultist versus two great magicians. Airload. Not enough. The Night King swung his sword while teaching. Airload could barely hold on under the Night King's fierce attacks that he was still thinking, trying his best to think. Suddenly, the Night King stopped attacking. He lowered his sword. The scarlet flames on his body flickered faintly. In her heart, this familiar feeling. Issa sensed it. Stupid dragon. Is this your dragon flame? Jello, who was being pressed down by the hammer, had a solemn expression. That's right. In reality. Run, Airload. You can't resist. The Night King tried his best to suppress it while raising his sword again. The scarlet flames shot straight into the sky. As the previous owner of the Scarlet Dawn, even though he wasn't truly recognized. But the Night King mastered the mighty divine flames in the Scarlet Dawn with his own talent. With just this one move, he could charge forward fearlessly on the battlefield. And now, this had become a disaster. The image of the dragon faintly appeared on his sword. Run. The Night King swung his sword down. Airload barely dodged. Roar. The flames, accompanied by a dragon's roar, raged across the battlefield. The Bloodline Knights were burned by the flames, and their souls were destroyed. Wherever the flames reached, nothing grew, although it wasn't as powerful as that one's flames. In this era, it was already at the peak. Everyone was shocked by this earth-shattering blow. In her heart. Issa swung the hammer again. It's all your fault, you damn dragon. You're always causing trouble. Look at your flames. Is this also my fault? Jello shouted unwillingly. Outside of her heart. Airload hadn't recovered from the shock yet when a new sword strike came again. Get out of the way. The Night King paused for a moment. Airload took the opportunity to dodge and quickly got close. Boom. It was simply a disastrous strike. How did this Night King with such powerful strength die? On the other side, Inakland couldn't help but ask curiously. The old pope beside him had an image of the crazy Night King in his mind. That time, the temple had almost sent out all its magicians to execute him. So powerful that I really don't know how you managed to deal with him back then. Seeing a favorable scene, a cultist asked the one in the middle that it's a pity that this Night King was too arrogant. This was the price he paid for facing my lord, becoming a puppet of the lord. The battle continued. Airload had no strength left. He was gasping for breath. The Night King swung his sword for the third time. Boom! The sword chi tore through the ground. Airload couldn't dodge this time. Old Knight, Baya shouted in panic. A slender and tall figure quickly appeared in front of Airload and blocked the attack just like last time. However, the surging magic power and the aura it emitted were like the arrival of death. Who was it again? That cultist shouted for the third time. The dust cleared. Are you okay, teacher? A familiar voice sounded. Airload looked up in disbelief. He saw the Holy Maiden with long blonde hair hanging down her waist. Red eyes, and the unique sharp fangs of a vampire showing at the corners of her mouth. Holding the red-bladed sword with a dragon body high in her left hand, she blocked this attack. You remember Bylon? Airload asked tremblingly, being careful. I remember everything, teacher. Bylon looked at him with a smile. What was equally incredible was the Night King, the Scarlet Dawn. Could it be her? Damn it. The worst-case scenario still happened. A cultist cursed. The war seemed to freeze at this moment. All eyes turned to this Holy Maiden who was emitting a killing aura and an aura of ill omen. The shadow of death slowly appeared around her. Sister, Leia exclaimed. Irina's heart was pounding. Could it be? This is it. She's recovered. Then, will she still remember what happened just now? Blanc looked at Irina meaningfully and the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. Irina, Blanc helped Airload up. You rest first. Leave this to me. Turning around, Blanc made a standard knight's salute. The former guardian knight of the kingdom, Airload student, Bylon, requests your guidance. Is she a student? The Night King's consciousness was thinking. But his body involuntarily picked up the sword again, and the dragon flame appeared once more. Bylon took up the sword and assumed a sprinting posture. Swish! In an instant, she flashed behind the Night King. Bang! The Night King didn't turn back and blocked this attack, only relying on the accumulation of his combat instincts. And no wonder he was the first knight of the kingdom. He could block it just relying on his body's instincts. Bylon couldn't help but admire. The next second, the Night King's sword glowed red. Huh. Bylon was puzzled. Dragon flame. The Night King uttered a word. The sudden red light was so bright that Bylon couldn't open her eyes. Get out of the way, the Night King reminded Bylon with his will, but it was already too late. Bylon still took this sword head on. Bylon. Almost at the same time, the companions on the battlefield all called her name worriedly. Even the Night King couldn't help but be worried. This is the most powerful vampire. Haha, that's all. The cultists laughed maniacally and sneered. The dragon flames gradually died out. To the end, Byakuran remained unscathed. Her ruby-like eyes lit up. And the crimson dawn in her hand greedily absorbed the dragon flames. With her right foot forward and her left hand holding the sword, she smiled as she looked at the Night King in front of her. Cultist! Byakuran didn't use any of the powers of the Blood Empress. She had been fighting as a knight all along. She swung the crimson dawn. The surging dragon flames rushed towards the Night King. And the Night King had nowhere to hide. Boom! This strike burned away the shackles. The Night King was severely injured, and his mutilated body couldn't recover anymore. In a short time, he couldn't use his magic power anymore. Hurry, Byakuran. Now's the chance, the Pope beside her reminded her. But Byakuran put away the crimson dawn and picked up an ordinary sword on the battlefield. Knight Byakuran, I'm asking you for another duel. The Night King's heart was filled with turmoil. Did she clearly want me to die with dignity as a knight? I'm clearly no longer worthy. No, your heart, the guardianship you've always adhered to, you deserve it, Byakuran replied, using the magic she learned from Einherjar. Hearing this, the stinging pain in the Night King's heart eased a bit. Einherjar, you really took in a good student. He, just like me. Even though he couldn't control his body, under the silver helmet, a smile appeared on his lips. The sounds of cold weapons clashing came one after another, and the victory or defeat was decided in an instant. Swish! Byakuran's long sword pierced through the Night King, but he wasn't in pain. A person who had fulfilled their wish would find true death bringing eternal peace. Remember, before dying, the Night King finally could speak according to his own will. That big eyes an existence you can't reach yet. Absolutely don't look directly at it. Absolutely not. Don't be deceived by the whispers. Mitchum. Byakuran replied on the other side. Einherjar sat a magic wand and nimbly dodged the cultist's spellcasting. How is this old guy so flexible? I can't hit him at all. The cultist casting the spell complained. The one in the very middle hadn't made a move all this time. He seemed to be waiting for something. The soul of the Night King was gradually dissipating. It was a golden glow. The shackles couldn't bind him after all. Einherjar also came to the side of the Night King, right beside Byakuran. Einherjar, the Night King spoke that I never thought I'd see you again. You've become so old. Tears welled up in Einherjar's eyes, but they didn't fall in the near future when you come to see me. You must tell me the story of your student in detail. I also want to know the end of the journey of this loyal knight. The soul dissipated and the golden light faded. Teacher Einherjar couldn't stand up for a long time, but he crouched there. Greenish magic power surged over, and Byakuran easily blocked it on the other side. The prince spat out blood and couldn't even hold the sword in his hand. He had lost. Who the hell are you? He cursed Byakuya indignantly. Byakuya looked at him indifferently and raised her sword again. That I'm just an ordinary sister who wants to protect her brother. With this strike, the blood splashed directly onto Byakuya. I still have to change clothes. What a hassle! The prince stared at Byakuya until he lost his breath. That I'm not willing. On the cultist side, as expected, you're all useless things. You only lasted for such a short while. The cultist sneered. Byakuran stood up, expressionless. The crimson dawn appeared again. Don't be impatient. Your end will be 1,000 times more painful, Byakuran said, her expression cold. Huh. The cultist in the very middle clutched his stomach and laughed. Just you? Let me tell you, the time has come. You have no chance of winning anymore. Our Lord is about to descend, he said maniacally. Byakuran was startled. Countless crows in the sky completely blocked out the light. Roars, screams, and unknown horrors were approaching quietly. Countless converts rushed in from all directions, and the heads on their bodies kept screaming and moaning. Why did you abandon us, Lady Saint? Those words could vaguely be heard from the mouths of the heads. An old man wearing a crow mask walked out from among the converts. He was also the one who caused this disaster. He looked at the few remaining knights on the battlefield and the cultists who were being besieged. His hoarse voice sounded again. I never thought you'd also fail, prophet. He called the cultist in the very middle. The prophet was silent for a moment. Then his expression became maniacal. Fail? Ee-ha! He laughed insanely. Making these ignorant people raise hope first, and then bringing them despair that couldn't fade away. This is the best script. Incidentally, Carlos becoming a monster was also his doing. He squinted at the old man with the crow mask. I really don't understand. Forget it, let's do the main thing first. The old man with the crow mask stroked his white beard and turned to look at Byakuran, Alice, beside him, facing the strongest empress in history in front of him. He didn't show the slightest panic. Crows, he summoned. Countless crows on the branches of the converts swept over. Byakuran tightened her grip on the sword. Slash! The mighty dragon flames accompanied by the sword chi burst out. In an instant, the crows were burned to ashes, but the old man didn't care. Seemed he knew his move was useless against her. Yes, that all. Where did his confidence come from? Or, Byakuran didn't relax, but seriously thought about it. She looked at the cultists who were hiding their smiles and followed their gazes. Byakuran's eyes widened. Through the clouds, she noticed that above the magic circle imprisoning the people, the crack in the sky was rapidly splitting open, and a huge eye was slowly opening in her heart. Has he finally come? Jello thought to himself, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up, as if everything was within his expectation. Damn it. Byakuran felt an ominous eeriness. Teacher, Byakuran called out to Einherjar, who was confronting the cultist beside her. Einherjar looked at Byakuran. Why? Quickly use magic. With me, attack directly above the magic shield. But in Einherjar's view, there was only dark clouds above. It's too late. There's no time. Use all your power, Byakuran shouted. This student, ordering the teacher. She has no manners at all. Even though Einherjar was unhappy in his heart, he still used all his magic power and attacked there with Byakuran. It's too late. The old man with the crow mask said. Two huge magic powers rushed towards the huge boom. The huge impact dispersed the dark clouds, and the crows fled. He appeared in front of everyone, staring closely at Byakuran, as if the others were like ants to him and weren't worth wasting a glance on. Gia, we finally meet again, Vampire Empress. Horrible and ear-piercing sounds oozed out from the huge eye. Everyone who hadn't seen him had their minds disrupted by this sound. Byakuran's expression was solemn, and her hand was actually trembling slightly. Byakuya looked at her sister like this and realized the seriousness of the situation. Such a sister, she only saw her like this during the last massacre of the Blood Clan. Byakuran forced herself to be calm. Your big eyeball is really lingering. In her heart, could this feeling be even closer to the limit of living beings, referring to the extreme power that living beings in this world can reach? It's impossible for living beings in this era to reach it. Than the previous projection, Jello thought to himself. He can enhance himself by relying on the nightmares and fears of living beings, and can also use this as an anchor point to bypass the laws of the world and descend his projection, a clone far less powerful than his true body. This is also his common method of plundering and devouring the world. In that case, you'll have to walk through that door, Alice. Jello smiled as he looked at everything outside. Byakuran was on high alert. She was thinking of a way to get the people around her to escape from here first. Otherwise, suddenly, an ominous greenish magic power gathered at the huge eye. Boom! It rushed straight towards Byakuran. Bloodthirsty and soul-devouring, the blood-red magic sickle descended from the sky, combined with the crimson dawn in her hand. The dragon flames wrapped around the shadow of the death god, and it firmly blocked this attack. The golden hair on Byakuran's head slowly faded, and her silver hair was under the light, just like a white death god. Emily looked at the white-haired child, feeling rather mixed. She really has become much stronger. Irina couldn't help but praise. Looking at Alice's figure, Irina smiled. I couldn't catch up before, and now it's the same. With big eyes, this time you're surely doomed. Leah cheered on the side. Blanc didn't slack off in the slightest. Only she who had played chess with him understood that this strike was just as contemptuous attempt. They're the people you care about, right? The one with big eyes said, "It no matter if you're the empress, the saint, or that damned woman, I will destroy everything you cherish and then make you endure eternal torment." Almost simultaneously, the dark mass of converts surrounding them gathered together. In an instant, a monster like a huge mountain peak was born. Dense heads converged in the middle of the monster. Finally, that huge eye appeared at the highest point of the monster. In joy despair, it could only be described as huge and extremely disgusting, with a wave of his palm. Boom! It even shattered the ground, and the vampire soldiers caught in the blast were crushed into blood. The ground trembled. Seeing this scene, many vampire soldiers collapsed on the ground. Hee hee, you're kidding, right? How can we defeat a god? Despair, still despair. Soldiers, cheer up, Blanc roared. This was more for herself. Blanc had no good solution that on one hand, fighting a monster of this rank, staying here would definitely be a drag on them. Almost everyone she cared about was here. On the other hand, even if she used up all her trump cards, she didn't have much chance of winning. Moreover, even if she went now, he hadn't even used his magic power in the distance. The unharmed cultists watched this scene gloatingly. Hey, this is the despair, just like I used to be. The crazy one in the middle said. Black mucus constantly dripped from the pitch-black body, and those who were contaminated by it were assimilated by the mucus without exception. TSK, Blanc gritted her teeth, cast magic to protect the people on the ground, and then took to the air with a blood sickle in her hand. Swish! Suddenly, countless vines extended from the ground and attacked Blanc. Damn crazy people, cultists! But in an instant, they were cut off by another magic. Alice, focus on your battle, we'll take care of the rear. Saying that, Enoch waved his staff, and a magic shield protected the crowd on the ground. Blanc looked back. Whether it was her relatives or the soldiers, they had all regained their fighting spirit. They were all doing their best to help her. Yes, Blanc's lips curled up, and she firmly launched an attack on this disgusting, huge mountain peak in front of her. Blood-colored bats spread in the air, caressing this fleshy mountain and greedily sucking its magic power. I wonder if this magic power will make people sick. Blanc muttered softly. Whoosh! Countless spikes burst out from the body of the evil god and shot straight at Blanc. Blanc transformed into a bat and deftly dodged. Bloodthirsty, soul devourer. The blood-colored magic sickle appeared again. Soul, annihilation. Boom! The blood-red magic power turned into a huge wave of slashes and struck the body of the evil god. In an instant, a huge gash appeared on the body of the evil god. Huh, what's going on? Blanc was puzzled. The moment when she injured the evil god, the bloodthirsty soul devourer seemed to have increased a little. Ear-piercing screams rang out again, and everyone on the battlefield couldn't help covering their ears. Could it be Blanc looked at the human heads on the body of the evil god and came to a terrifying conclusion? They were all still alive? Of course they're alive. How could I have the heart to let them die? The evil god laughed wildly, and the wound was quickly healing. That you're worse than a beast. Blanc cursed, don't worry. After dealing with you, the huge eye of the evil god greedily stared at the mortals on the ground. Your family, everything you care about, will be immortal like them. He touched Blanc's bottom line. To deal with me. Blanc also laughed maniacally. Then it will cost you and those cultists to be doomed forever. Bloodthirsty soul devourer. Another shout out of red light suddenly appeared on Blanc's body, after a huge amount of magic power. The bloodthirsty soul devourer merged with Blanc. That a red skeleton wearing a cloak appeared. The pressure she emitted made the audience on the ground jump. This kind of power, Alice, Enoch looked at Blanc worriedly. Sister, Leah also felt it was the most powerful magic in the history of the vampires. Blanc waved her hand, and the injuries of the vampire soldiers on the ground healed instantly. This feeling. The soldiers looked at their glowing bodies in disbelief. Hee, just a mere healing magic, the cultists on the ground taunted. Then she raised the blood sickle again and looked expressionlessly at the evil god in front of her. Slash! The huge wave of magic power overturned everyone fighting on the ground. Boom! Are you kidding me? The cultist who had been taunting just now fell on his face. The huge mountain peak was cut in half. The evil god! Everywhere the cut mark reached, it could no longer heal. The heart seat at Wise open her eyes wide and open her mouth wide. This is something a vampire can do. She also found it incredible. Of course not, Jello replied with a smile. Going on like this, the probability of your master winning is very high. She said happily, no, she has already lost. He is much stronger than when the vampire kingdom was destroyed. He even deceived you, Jello said seriously. What do you mean? YS was momentarily confused. Take a good look at what's outside. YS still didn't notice. Jello stroked his face. Alas, think about the process of you losing to this big eye. She suddenly remembered and exclaimed in horror that no, this isn't reality. This is all fake. I must tell Blanc. But Jello covered her mouth. Taking advantage of her unpreparedness, he cast a spell and imprisoned YS. Jello, what are you doing? Let me go, YS exclaimed. But Jello ignored her as if he didn't hear and just watched everything outside on his own. Jello, you bastard, I'll kill you, YS shouted and screamed. Jello put on earmuffs. Huff Blanc gasped for breath tiredly. Sure enough, this move still consumed too much. However, Blanc looked at the dying evil god in front of her. Hey, you're still so useless, arrogant empress. Blanc shock. The evil god returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Impossible! Blood seeped from the corner of Blanc's mouth. She was actually injured, and seriously injured. And there was more surprise. The huge eye of the evil god turned to the ground. No. Blanc looked at the ground in disbelief. The vampire soldiers were severely injured, and only 1 in 100 survived, and Blanc's relatives were all seriously injured. Enochlan was also among them. The cultists worshipped this evil god without any injuries. This is the power of the Lord Mortal. A cultist pointed at Blanc with a look of looking at a clown. So annoying. Hey. The big eyes spun around smugly. From the moment you looked at me, you were doomed to lose everything. I deliberately didn't kill them. Blanc recalled what the Night King had said. Don't look in his eyes. Never. In Alice's first battle with him, his rank wasn't high enough at that time. And he didn't reveal this card. Next. It will be easy for me to kill you. Blanc stood there stunned. I should have thought of it earlier. Just as Blanc was in a daze, another heavy palm struck at Blanc. The range was too large, and Blanc dodged as best she could. Boom! She was crushed to the ground. The game is over so boringly. The cultist applauded it on the ground. A flash of fire. Dragon flame. Blanc. The mighty dragon flames gushed out from under the huge palm. Evil. Blanc summoned the holy sword. Evil fought with the cultists with spirituality, absorbing magic power from the master, and healing the seriously injured by the way. Damn it, this sword is so annoying. The cultist incanted magic, yet couldn't match the speed of the exorcism. On Byakuran, the orange flames that emerged transformed into armor on the hilt of the Dawn's Crimson. The coiling red dragon slowly disengaged from the hilt. This cute little dragon transformed into a huge dragon body in a burst of scarlet magic power, and Byakuran stood upon it. Another dragon? It really brings back memories. The evil god said that I've slain so many dragons. Yet one got away. Let today make up for it. And this sword that makes me sick, let it be destroyed together. I in the heart see. On Gallo's calm face, hatred suddenly flared. He stared at the evil god in reality, clenching his hands tightly. Yet there was nothing he could do. Byakuran ignored it. The wings of the giant dragon beneath her sliced through the air, and a torrential stream of dragon flames spewed from its mouth. Countless tentacles grew on the body of the evil god, and countless pairs of eyes stared at every corner. Byakuran leaped from the giant dragon, dodging the attack. She had figured out that huge eye was the key. This time, she closed her eyes and completely relied on her magic power to sense the changes around her. She couldn't be trapped in the environment anymore. Byakuran got closer and closer to the evil god's giant eye. She could sense that with each step closer, the evil and the ominous multiplied. Various strange magic powers came at her like a rain of swords. Even when she transformed into a bat, she couldn't dodge fast enough, and a magic power sliced countless wounds on Byakuran. Can it heal? Byakuran couldn't help but worry, but I have no way back. After countless dodges and countless resistances, Byakuran's magic power was almost exhausted. Finally, that disgusting I was right in front of her. Byakuran leaped high, gathering all the magic power in her body, even burning her life. I just looked at Byakuran holding the sword in front of it. With nothing but disdain in its eyes, that a barrier lit up around it. Byakuran stabbed forcefully, and the dawn's crimson made a hissing sound as it stabbed into the barrier. That was the collision of magic powers. Give up, ants are to disappear. The evil god looked down on Byakuran, whose life was growing weaker and weaker, with contempt. But suddenly, click, 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 the cracking sound startled the arrogant evil god. Swish at the moment when the dawn's crimson stabbed in. Flame come, boom! The dragon flames gushed out in the barrier, and Byakuran infused her talent of engulfing herself into it. The burning pain made this giant peak sway from side to side. Damn it! The evil god cursed. Byakuran laughed triumphantly and made a gesture at the big eye. Changed my mind, that I'm going to annihilate your soul. As soon as the words were spoken, heads constantly emerged on the body of the evil god, and a strange chanting irritated Byakuran's spirit. Byakuran covered her head painfully, but the remaining magic power was no longer enough to support her to continue. The stinging pain in her soul made her see a door appear in front of her eyes for a moment. In an instant, the magic power level around soared suddenly. Disappear with everything you cherish. This is the supreme divine punishment. Countless magic arrays appeared in the air, and the magic power rained down without distinction. At this moment, Byakuran finally understood the arrogant capital of the evil god in front of her. She fell from the air, and behind her were the seriously injured relatives. She let out a long sigh. Exorcise evil. The holy sword that was engaged in a fight with the cultist on the ground transformed into a protective shield to protect them. And in front of Byakuran, there were endless magic attacks. She stretched out her hands and incanted the guardian magic of the saint for the last time. The evil god's magic crushed down on her like a mountain, but she struggled desperately, relying on her last will. Hold on a little longer. No, can't pass out. But she could no longer sense anything around her, and Byakuran uncontrollably closed her eyes. At the last moment, she saw the magic that was pouring down on her family. But at this moment, she was infinitely close to death. Leah, sorry, couldn't protect you well. The last moment, when Byakuran perished, the evil god dragged her into its body like a giant peak. Did he want to spare her? How could it be possible? Inside the body of the evil god, the rotten stench was suffocating, and the desperate screams filled Byakuran's ears. She was so tired that she couldn't even open her eyes. In a daze, she felt countless hands dragging her into the endless darkness behind her. She had nothing to rely on and let her body sink continuously, sinking into the endless quagmire. I don't know how long it took. Am I dead? Byakuran opened her eyes and found herself surrounded by darkness, and she was bound to a pitch-black wall. How could I be willing to let you die like this? A big eye suddenly appeared in front of Byakuran. No matter how many times a worm struggles, it's in vain. And this time, you will fall into an eternal nightmare. Byakuran didn't answer. Now she didn't even have the strength to speak. Her face drooped slightly, and she didn't even want to pay attention to it. Until, Sister, where are you? A weak voice sounded in front of her. Byakuran widened her eyes and tried her best to look up. Suddenly, a projection of reality appeared in front. In the projection, the cultist used magic to drag the seriously injured people together, and black magic arrays were faintly visible on the ground. After all, being a queen who had seen a lot, guess what this formation is for? There's a reward for guessing right. Byakuran gritted her teeth, and her hatred for the evil god reached its peak. Blood flowed from her lips. How could she not recognize? Human sacrifice. The souls of those sacrificed will be tortured forever. Sister, where are you? Save? Byakuran called weakly. Evil god, I swear, no matter what the price is, even if it means being doomed forever, I will kill you. Byakuran roared feebly. The evil god looked at this scene and was extremely satisfied. I thought it was her before, but now, there's no more worry. Start. The magic array started, and hundreds of thousands of living beings on the ground disappeared rapidly. Byakuran's head suddenly ached violently, and hatred and helplessness welled up in her heart. But she couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Why, why? Why do I have to go through these? Death, killing, how wonderful. This is the end of all living beings. The evil god just thought she was crazy. Suddenly, Byakuran stopped. She lifted her head suddenly, and her smiling face was like a mask, with only endless darkness in her eyes. Only death is the beginning of everything. what Byakuran said. As for who it was, boom! An unknown flame gushed out of Byakuran's body, piercing through the body of the evil god and shooting straight into the sky. The deterrence made the earth tremble. What's going on? The cultists on the ground didn't even understand the situation. They looked up and saw that their lord was only half left after being burned. Higher up, Byakuran hovered in midair. Roaring like an unconscious monster, the evil god relied on the fear of the humans in the magic array to restore its giant peak body. Right? That's the feeling, this pain that burns the soul. The evil god laughed abnormally. I haven't tasted it for how many years? Byakuran showed no sign of stopping and didn't cast any magic. That it was just a physical fight, charging around like a mindless beast. Byakuran woke up and sat up suddenly. Where is this? She looked around. There was nothing, only a door that kept oozing blood, covered with traces of years. I'm probably dead. Byakuran mocked herself and slowly stood up. Except for this door in front of her, she had no other choice. She stepped forward and gently touched the door with her left hand. Why? So familiar. She was puzzled. After some hesitation, she still pushed open the door. Ugh, so stinky. Byakuran couldn't help covering her nose. An unknown flame gushed out from the crack of the door, but it didn't hurt her at all. This smell was like that of a mountain of corpses being burned by fire, and it lingered for a long time, smelling of something burnt. Roaring sounds, screaming sounds, these desperate sounds were like there was something behind the door trying to escape but being powerless. Hee, is this hell? That's right. Having abandoned them, it seems I can only go, she murmured to herself and slowly stepped into this door, disappearing into the raging fire. She shuttled through the flames, and from time to time, black fragments hit Byakuran's face until she passed through this forest of fire. There was no sun here, but the sky was strangely red, covering half of the sky. It is like the indelible brand of the seemingly endless blood river on the ground. The bridge made up of skeletons over the river is eerily silent, and it will never have to fulfill its obligation. There are no living beings here. When she saw the scene before her eyes, her body trembled incessantly. This is the fear of life towards this place, and no one can escape. Why? A bit of excitement. Bylon folded her arms across her chest, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop curving upwards. She couldn't help but move forward, as if she had found her long-lost home. She had no purpose. Perhaps she was truly dead. Everything here is the same. Apart from whales, blood, and corpses, there is nothing else. Even the source of the whales is uncertain, coming from all directions. That Bylon's eyes gradually became blurred, and she felt her memories fading away, along with the corpses burned by fire in front of her eyes. Until a blood-red throne appeared in front of her eyes. This slight difference stirred Bylon's consciousness. She slowly approached. This throne is so tall, and the steps in front of it are all blood-red. However, compared to the skulls, it still feels more amiable. You will ultimately come here after all? A call from behind made Bylon turn around sharply. She stared at the woman in red in front of her, with fair skin and a somewhat similar resemblance to herself. Have we met before? The red dress on her reminded Bylon of her past memories. Probably in a dream. The woman smiled. Then you will tell me that I am actually someone else. Bylon looked as if she had seen through the truth. Huh. Why would you say that? You are yourself, and you have your own experiences. How could there be any mention of someone else? Bylon. Then what's your name? Me? The girl in red pondered for a moment. I seem to have no name. However, she looked into Bylon's eyes. They all call me the Lord of Slaughter. So, are you also a god? Also, it seems you have indeed seen quite a few gods. Unfortunately, I'm really not. Then why did you say that to me? Which way? Ultimately come here. Well, the girl scratched her head. I've stayed here for too long, and I'm a bit bored. Let me tell you a story first. I'm not interested, and I don't have time. Compared to you, I'm more eager to know how to return to reality. Bylon's face turned ugly. Don't be angry. The time flow here is very slow, and you will definitely be interested in my story. Without waiting for Bylon to react, she snapped her fingers, and the surrounding area shattered like glass. In its place was a pitch-black darkness that seemed endless. Bylon couldn't control herself from falling until a bright light appeared in front of her eyes. Bang! Bylon fell hard to the ground, and her body ached. This place felt a bit too real. Bylon looked around. The beautiful scenery in front of her made her couldn't help but wonder. Where was the hell just now? Cough. Let me correct you. That place is the abyss, not hell. The girl in red suddenly appeared. What's the difference? It doesn't seem to be any, the girl in red replied. Then where is this? Bylon changed the subject. This is a very distant period of history. Perhaps just a memory. This is the ancient time when the gods descended. She smiled, and there was a hint of mockery in her answer, as if she didn't care about this place. Bylon stood up and looked into the distance. The rustling figures and huge sculptures in the distance attracted her. Let's go and take a look over there, the girl in red said. Again, without waiting for Bylon to react, the girl grabbed her hand and instantly appeared in front of the sculpture. Grand and magnificent. This was Bylon's first impression of the sculpture in front of her. However, the wings behind the sculpture and the expression of pity for all sentient beings made Bylon inexplicably think of an angel in her heart, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Are you also here to give thanks to the goddess? An old man behind them suddenly stopped the two in front of him. Bylon was startled first, and then whispered to the girl, Isn't this fake? Why can he see us? The girl just smiled and didn't say a word, but answered the question of the old man in front of her. Yes, Grandpa, we are also here to worship this great goddess. And she winked at Bylon by the way. Bylon felt inexplicably uncomfortable seeing that she directly ignored herself. Yes, we are here to... That's great. The old man in front of them was very excited and interrupted Bylon before she could finish speaking. Bylon imitated the old man's appearance in a feigned manner. After the strange worship ceremony, the old man warmly invited the two of them. Along the way, the old man talked tirelessly about the goddess's achievements. You are still young, so naturally you haven't seen the true appearance of the goddess. Maybe you just came here after hearing it from the old people in your family. The girl in red nodded and gestured to Bylon beside her. Yes, hearing the answer, the old man started talking about his own past. At that time, we humans were still deeply tormented by other races. The old man recalled that time, there was no such thing as magic. When faced with disasters, we humans could only resign ourselves to our fate. What kind of disaster? Bylon interrupted. The old man suddenly fell silent, muttering to himself. Bylon saw the magic power emerging around it was a very familiar magic power. Similar to a certain goddess. Suddenly, the three of them disappeared from sight, which made Bylon confused, but the huge shadow that appeared in the sky made Bylon realize. That was a black dragon, its wings flapping vigorously, and a fierce look in its eyes. That was the performance of hunting. However, it didn't notice the three people on the ground and flew towards the distance. Something like this, the old man said. He looked at the two people behind him. But aren't you scared? The kind look in his eyes just now suddenly showed a murderous intent. Scared. Scare me to death. The girl in red beside suddenly trembled, her whole body shaking as she fell to the ground. There was a look of fear on her face, but the corners of her mouth that couldn't help rising were clearly a sign of excitement. Your acting skills, Bylon couldn't help but praise in her heart. He didn't look at the girl but turned to Bylon and I was just stunned by fear. Bylon reacted and replied tremblingly. The old man showed kindness again. It's okay. With the goddess and us humans here, nothing will happen, he continued. Whether it's the terrifying beasts or the aggression and massacre by foreign races, we humans can only resist helplessly. Foreign races? Bylon looked at the old man. Yes, that we humans can only be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It's only a matter of time before we are all killed. He didn't say specifically what the foreign race was, but Bylon still asked. Then, Grandpa, is there such a thing as blood clan or vampires? Vampires? What's that? The old man thought for a while and replied that it's someone with sharp teeth in their mouths. No, the old man answered straightforwardly. If there were, they would definitely be monsters. Oh, there isn't? Bylon scratched her head awkwardly. Could it be that the Blood Clan hadn't been born in this era? That's not right. Could it be that the records of the Blood Clan? The atmosphere became extremely awkward, and the old man now suspected the two of them very much. Cough. Please continue. We definitely won't interrupt anymore, the girl in red said with a smile, until the day the goddess descended. A light appeared in the old man's eyes that he recalled that day. That day, the giant dragon massacred his village completely. He was still a child at that time, and the blood-red mouth of the giant dragon was in front of his eyes. Who can save me? I don't want to. The fear of death turned into tears and dripped down. Just then, a golden light shone on this village burned by fire. The fire instantly went out. and the evil dragon was instantly suppressed by the golden light. The holy goddess descended, and she saved me. When he said this, the old man couldn't help but feel nostalgic and smiled. She brought us humans magic. And we humans can finally control our own destinies, that we finally don't have to die meaninglessly. The old man turned his back. The gods gave us hope. Is it really hope? Suddenly, the girl in red beside Bylon smiled and said, "What?" The old man turned around sharply, looking at this girl in red in disbelief. The next second, the scene in front of the two of them suddenly shattered like a mirror. Not good. Bylon seemed to realize what was going to happen next and reached out to grab the girl's clothes. "You're quite smart," she praised with a smile. Swish. The two plummeted rapidly. Woohoo. The girl laughed heartily, truly resembling a playful child. Once again, they landed. Bylon stood steadily, almost about to thinking about it. She still felt a pain in her buttocks. Wait, how did it become like this? Before her eyes, the ground was littered with corpses, and the blood formed rivers, and there was the rumbling thunder in the distance. However, the goddess statue in front of her made Bylon realize that this should be a certain year in the future. Let's talk as we walk." Saying this, the girl pulled Bylon and walked forward. Hum hum. The girl hummed a tune cheerfully as she walked forward, as if everything around her made her extremely delighted. Bylon just felt it was strange, but couldn't break free and let her walk forward. After the goddess of life descended, the power of humans who knew how to use magic increased significantly. And they even expanded their territory and counterattacked other races. This killing game just swapped roles, the girl said. Then, more gods descended, and this place became a paradise for the gods. Wait, haven't the gods always existed? Don't they always belong here? Bylon asked in astonishment. Wait until I finish, the girl smiled enigmatically. Other living beings, in order to find a way to survive, bowed to the gods to seek salvation. Soon, magic was everywhere. The arrival of the gods made the war continue to expand. If this were just a fight among mortals, it would be okay, but the gods intervened. Boom! Almost at the same time as the girl said this. Lightning flashed in front of Bylon's eyes. The girl was quick and pulled Bylon to one side. Whoa, what's this again? Bylon was still confused when two human-shaped, a dog and a snake. Were they orcs? But the divine will on them and the magic that Bylon couldn't see through quickly made her deny herself. They were also gods, just with strange appearances, the girl replied. Bylon, don't pay attention to them. In their eyes, we mortals are just the background. After saying that, she continued to pull Bylon forward. Bylon watched the two gods in the sky getting farther and farther away from her, but still couldn't help her curiosity. What were they for? The girl trembled and stopped walking. You finally asked the key point. She grinned. Yes, you can see, of course, not for the living beings here. The girl then said they fought with each other. For plunder and endowed mortals with magic just for fun. For fun? Yes. The girl's expression was crazy. Just for the fun of watching the ants kill each other. Anyway, that's what I think it should be. Of course, sometimes they would also step in personally and crush the ants. Even the ants that believed in them. So, God is not hope. Bylon's expression became solemn. Yes, perhaps only a very few gods have mortality. Or perhaps not. As time passed, the girl slowed down, and her tone became heavier. Obviously, she was about to reach the key point. Mortals realized that the gods would only make them more and more miserable. And they began to hate the gods, but they had no way. The power of the gods was almost out of reach for them. The war was no longer just simple killing. The red-clothed girl deliberately slowed down the rhythm. Bylon and she walked through one village after another filled with corpses and continuous disasters. Eventually, a great catastrophe swept across this world. Wait, let me guess, is this catastrophe a big eye? Bylon interrupted. The girl gently tapped her forehead. No, it's not. Also, don't interrupt me randomly. I'm your senior after all. Well, okay. The girl in front of her was really a bit childish. The girl continued. It seems as if it was prearranged out on that day. A war among the gods broke out all over the world. These arrogant gods didn't really die many, while almost all the mortal things in this world were exterminated. Also including those. Bylon pointed to the dead dragon's body beside her. Right, countless. The girl sighed softly. Bylon noticed that blood-red silk threads were emerging from countless corpses, slowly floating up and converging from all directions into the depths of the sky. The silk threads were mixed with the magic that Bylon was familiar with. Spectacular and strange. What are these silk threads? Bylon asked. They are wishes and grudges. Countless grudges and countless wishes were constantly converging. Mortals longed for a god truly belonging to them to help them eliminate the outsiders. Bylon watched the silk threads converge and slowly weave. A huge blood flower was about to bloom. It looked like a red rose. The girl hooked her lips. The it grew so fast that even the gods didn't have time to react. And when they noticed and came here, it was already too late. Almost at the same time as the girl said this, countless lights and shadows appeared around the blood flower. These lights and shadows were obviously gods. If they didn't show up actively, Bylon couldn't see through any of them. They had never been so united before, and they cast earth-shattering magic on that poor flower. A look of worry about the flower appeared on the girl's face. But it was a poor act. Boom! This sound left no living thing within thousands of miles, only bare land. The dazzling white light made Bylon unable to open her eyes for a while. They could crush you as easily as an ant now. After the white light dissipated, the red-clothed girl said, So what's inside that flower is you, right? Bylon didn't care about what she said. The red-clothed girl showed a smiling face and snapped her fingers. Congratulations, you guessed right. As a reward, she suddenly turned her face to the sky. Please come and watch a feast of killing. Boom! As soon as the girl spoke, the blood flower in the sky burst out with endless killing intent and evil aura. If the girl hadn't pulled Bylon, she would almost have been blown away. It unfolded completely, and Bylon couldn't see the stamens on one side. But her heartbeat told her that she was also looking forward to this moment inexplicably. Swish! In an instant, a silver-haired figure appeared behind one of the gods. The next moment, the head of the god was in the hands of the silver-haired girl, but he fell without a single sign. Bylon carefully examined the appearance of the girl. She was no different from the one beside her, just a bit younger. However, her eyes were empty, without any emotion, like a puppet that could only execute orders. Even though she had seen too many killing scenes, Bylon was still amazed by the crushing scene in front of her. She watched the girl playing with the god's head in the air and couldn't help holding her breath. The one beside Bylon was very satisfied with Bylon's reaction. Don't be too surprised. Most of these are second-rate gods. The girl smiled and comforted Bylon. I asked this how she was born. But Bylon was puzzled. She didn't seem to have any human emotions, but the one beside her, Bylon became more and more curious about her experience. Ka. This familiar sound came again. Bylon was speechless. Sure enough, the next second, the scene in front of her shattered like glass again. And the one who ended the killing in the sky looked at Bylon meaningfully, originally thinking it would be another sinking, but the blood water emerging around her made her realize that she had returned to that so-called abyss again. The girl still smiled at Bylon. Bylon looked around, and nothing happened. Wait, is that all? Is it over? Bylon exclaimed in surprise and doubt. Yes, my memory only goes up to here, that if you came later, there would be nothing left. What about that big eye? That ugly one, isn't it related to the disappearance of the gods? Why do I feel like you are? Bylon grabbed the girl's shoulders excitedly. No. I'm just here to teach those arrogant gods a little lesson. The end of the era of the gods has nothing to do with me. Her expression didn't seem to be lying. What about after that? Bylon tried to ask her, but she found excuses to fob it off. Alas, it's getting late. If you don't go back, then what you care about in your heart will be too late. She moved her hand. The bloodthirsty spirit devourer and the dawn scarlet suddenly appeared in the abyss. However, upon looking closely at the hilt of the dawnbreaker, the coiling dragon was missing. What does this mean? Blanc was puzzled. Don't worry, you're not yet capable of dealing with the outsiders out there. Let me assist you. After saying that, she waved her hands, and the two merged into one under the circulation of their blood-red magic power. When the red light dissipated, a simple red blade appeared before Blanc's eyes. This sword, Blanc recognized it as the one the girl had used before. This sword is the embodiment of the pain and resentment of the creatures in this world. It is called the whale. Don't forget its name, or we'll get angry, the girl admonished. Blanc took the sword, as if reuniting with an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time. The flames stored within are sufficient for your use. Just don't overdo it. Otherwise, here, the girl touched her chest, you'll truly become like me. Blanc still had many questions, but the abyss before her was rapidly collapsing, and no matter who you are now, your journey has far from ended. The girl smiled and waved goodbye to Blanc, and if you still want to know what happens next, remember to look for those two silly gods in the depths of your heart. The girl held her hands up to her mouth like a megaphone and shouted at Blanc, In reality, this battle continued. It didn't seem like much time had passed. Damn it. What kind of flames are these? The cultists on the ground were being chased and burned by this unknown fire. Running is useless, and flying is useless too. Strangely enough, this fire seemed to have a will of its own and was only interested in the cultists' magic. The more they cast their spells, the stronger this nameless fire burned. The nameless fire rained down from the sky like a shower of swords, yet it precisely hit the heads of the cultists. As if countless spirits were silently guiding as the saying goes, when the gods fight, mortals suffer. How true. Blanc was still fighting the evil god. Her movements had no discernible pattern, like a brawl with a wild beast. The evil god was also extremely annoyed. The nightmare couldn't affect Blanc. She was like a mindless corpse following orders, showing no sign of life. Damn it! You annoying fly! Die! The evil god used its mountainous body to repeatedly crush Blanc into the ground. Again and again. Yet the wounds on her body visibly healed, albeit at a slower pace. Her successive counterattacks were like the wishes of the deceased creatures. Finally, this time the evil god exhausted the fear it had extracted from the humans and completely suppressed Blanc. With no movement, Blanc's attack had disrupted the sacrificial ritual, and the dying people were barely able to cling to life. The flames on the ground were slowly dying out, giving the embattled cultists a chance to catch their breath. Haha, our Lord is truly the most powerful being. A cultist laughed maniacally, as if the earlier fleeing had never happened. The evil god made sure there was no movement for Blanc before lifting its pitch-black and stinking body. A bottomless pit appeared where Blanc had been suppressed, and the evil god even delivered a finishing blow. Fells, the name of the prophet, you and your subordinates have done an excellent job. The evil god's hoarse and gruff voice was as unpleasant as if it had swallowed tree bark. It's an honor to serve you, my lord. Fells made a gentlemanly gesture and bowed to the evil god. Haha, this woman has completely disappeared. Next, when I fully control this world, I will possess even greater power one day. I will replace position and become the supreme high god, he. And as for you, the large central eye of the evil god slowly turned towards the cultists. Lowering itself, looking at the cultists like one would look at pets, with black, unknown liquid dripping from its body, extremely disgusting. You will also, like me, obtain a new kind of immortality and become the masters of this world. Thank you, my lord, for your grace. Fells led the way in bowing. There was no joy in his eyes like the others. Instead, he was one of the few cautious, normal people among these lunatics. He was thinking and couldn't help but feel worried. Swish. Almost in an instant, a cultist beside Fells suddenly fell. Without any warning, his head was gone. This sudden change caught the evil god off guard. Well, although I still don't know where you ugly bastard came from. Let's deal with the present situation first. I'll ask the rest later. Not far from the cultists, a familiar female voice sounded, but it was rather soft and lazy, without any trace of pain. The cultists looked over in horror. No way. Sure enough, not far away, sitting on a rock was a girl in red, with silver hair and red eyes. It was Blanc, and she was unharmed. She crossed her legs at the moment, looking extremely leisurely. While playing with the head of a cultist in her hand, she smiled at the cultists in front of her. Her eyes had turned dark red, but there were no pupils. Her smile was actually somewhat terrifying. Humph hum hum, Blanc hummed a song, clearly showing no intention of attacking actively. Boom! A powerful surge of magic power rushed towards Blanc. The evil god launched an attack first. Blanc nimbly dodged, still smiling. Mr. Evil God really likes to attack by surprise. With another dodge, she directly flashed into the air. Let me think. What's its name? Blanc thought. Remembered, the whale, whoosh, the simple red blade suddenly appeared in Blanc's left hand. The moment it appeared, countless red lines emerged from the ground and converged towards Blanc. It's my turn, Mr. Evil God. Blanc simply waved her hand, and a blood-red sword chi mixed with the infernal fire. The terrifying wave of air dispelled the clouds in the sky. Boom! The mountainous body of the evil god was cut in half. Just like last time, the humans trapped within the body of the evil god seemed to have been liberated, and they finally truly died. But Blanc felt puzzled. She felt her heart as a human weakening, as if her emotions were fading. She touched her chest. Make it quick! The large eyes of the evil god darted around uneasily. Clearly, this fire was torturing its soul. He had to actively discard the part of its body being burned by the fire. The evil god said, and its mountainous body slowly shrank and condensed. Finally, it shrank to the size of an adult, like a completely black figure, with a huge eyeball still on its head. Although the body had shrunk, its deterrence remained undiminished. The third round. The shrunk evil god became extremely agile. Blanc and it, the collision of magic power with magic power. The cultists on the ground couldn't see their figures at all, only the remaining magic power, relying on the whale and the infernal fire of the abyss. Blanc finally pierced the eyeball of the evil god, and it completely vanished into ashes. Since you stepped back onto this path again, you're doomed to be lost in the pursuit of power. You will ultimately become like me, with nothing. Killing, next time, I'll put you into eternal slumber. Blanc pulled out the red blade, showing a disdainful expression. Then let me wait and see. Blanc swung out another blade. And the nightmare trapping the people was completely shattered. The huge magic circle instantly vanished into nothingness. Blanc then exerted the power of a saint and stabilized those people who were on the verge of stepping into the realm of death. The Lord seems to have lost. In the distance, a cultist looked at everything being destroyed and said tremblingly. Fels had already summoned a magic passage, as if he had foreseen the outcome. Whoosh! Blanc instantly appeared in front of the cultists. She slowly coiled up her hair. It's time for us to settle the score. Everyone, her dark red eyes were like an endless abyss. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the cultists didn't dare to make any move. Humph ha ha! Fels suddenly laughed. Miss Vampire, you don't think you've really won, do you? Whoosh! Blanc didn't want to listen to his nonsense. With a wave of her hand, Fels' left hand directly fell off. The wound was smooth. And not even a drop of blood spurted out. Ugh! The pain spread through Fels' body. Prophet! The other cultist shouted in panic. Almost at the same time, another cultist's head directly dropped to the ground. Don't move. Everyone. Blanc threatened softly. Threads as thin as hair instantly covered the sides of the cultists. Their lives and deaths could be transformed with the slightest movement. Fels covered the wound with one hand and looked at Blanc in front of him painfully. Fels gritted his teeth and said. The mask on his face slowly fell off, and the hidden animal ears could no longer be concealed. An orc, Blanc appeared in front of him, looking into his eyes. That was the second time Firth faced death. Blanc slowly opened the door to his inner memories. He saw the palace destroyed by war, the orc king about to be executed, and the golden lion head on the throne looking down on everything contemptuously, as if looking at livestock. Suddenly, a giant eye appeared in the sky and attacked Blanc crazily. That ugly creature again. Did that cultist leave a back door in their hearts for it? Child's play. Blanc waved his left hand, and the infernal flames of hell instantly burned the giant eye to ashes. The memory continued to unfold. Blanc saw himself being sold into slavery, the process of meeting the evil god, and then regaining control of the orc kingdom and returning to reality. Blanc looked at the prophet in front of him with murderous intent in his eyes. Perhaps seeing that they had similar experiences, Blanc decided not to kill him for the time being. All right, Blanc covered his lips with his hand and asked innocently, whose masterpiece is the face tree here? Hearing this, the whole place fell silent. The old man of the Black Crows was sweating all over and couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. He lowered his gaze and didn't dare to look at Blanc. It's you, isn't it? Blanc appeared in front of him instantly, and his deep red eyes seemed to take him straight to the boundless hell. With a snap of his fingers, the old man of the Black Crow's left arm shattered completely, breaking into neat pieces of flesh. The screams were incessant. I can concoct an antidote. I can. His voice trembled with fear. Another snap of the fingers, and his right arm shattered completely. The pain almost made him lose consciousness, but Blanc's torture continued. What? Not asking for help from your dear Lord anymore. I'm really looking forward to seeing it again. You who play with life at will are doomed to eternal damnation. Blanc was no longer the naive and sweet saint. He was more cruel than when he was the empress in a short while. Except for the prophet, the other cultists had been tortured beyond recognition. Don't worry, you're not going to be free yet. Blanc's smiling face made them despair again. Schwa. The souls of the cultists suddenly emerged from their broken bodies and gathered in Blank's hands. Next, you will suffer endless torture from the infernal flames that, don't worry, it will not only burn, but also repair your souls until the end of the world. Demon. Blanc ignored their curses. Alas, it's time for the next step. Blanc took a step forward, his hair turned golden again, and his abyss-like eyes turned green. Blanc closed his eyes and slowly chanted, "Please heal everything here." Golden light continuously emerged from the ground, and the damaged land came back to life. The ability of this stupid goddess is not bad, but for the matter of sealing my memories, I must settle the score with them properly, that I wonder if dragon meat tastes good. Thinking about it, the darkness around was completely dispelled, and the wounds were slowly healing. She could feel the resentment and pain around her. The fully converted ones completely dissipated with the retreat of the evil god. In this war, both the blood race and humanity paid a heavy price. There was no winner in this war. Wake up, everyone. This nightmare has come to an end for now. Blanc opened his eyes, and all those who were sleeping were waking up. Blanc let out a long breath. Sister, a white-haired girl, hugged Blanc tightly from behind. Ahem, Lilia. Wait a minute, I'm a bit. Blanc's previous brutality disappeared completely. Sister, I had a long nightmare. I thought I'd never see you again. Leah tried her best to hide her sobs. Blanc gently stroked Leah's hands and turned around to gently hug her that it's okay. Leah, it's all over, it's all over. She whispered to comfort Leah that a little further away. Baya also slowly woke up. She stood up weakly, then walked towards Blanc without hesitation, but stopped after some hesitation. She should hate me. Right. Her eyes drooped, filled with indescribable sadness. Ding! Golden light suddenly appeared in front of Baya. I will always protect you. These words appeared. Baya looked towards Blanc, and he was gently looking at her. Brother. Baya's worried heart settled down. All right, Leah, stop hugging me. Blanc's words were full of doting. There are still important things to do. Leah still didn't want to let go. We still have the responsibility of being public servants. Let go, Leah. The soldiers need us. All right, sister. Leah let go reluctantly, looking sulky. Irina, Garan, and the others also woke up one by one. In the heart, S-E-I-S-O, that's how it is. Dead dragon. Y-S showed an expression of seeing through the truth. That's why you were so confident. Jello didn't want to talk to her, and just did his own thing. You just wanted to use the deaths of countless living beings and the hatred and pain in her heart to bring him back. Right? Jello didn't answer, but your plan doesn't seem to have been completely successful. Y.S. provoked, letting so many innocent living beings lose their lives. What should I do to you, I wonder? The golden hammer was raised again. This stage has been successful. There is still a long way to go in the future. Jello looked at the scene outside the Heart Sea, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. And he sighed his heart. He said disdainfully to Y.S., "This is the inevitability of weakness. This is the inevitability of war. This is," Jello slightly lowered his eyes, "the inevitability of the ordinary." Blanc's current identity and situation were extremely embarrassing. The opposing identities of the blood race empress and the saint made her not know how to face the next situation on the blood race side. It was okay. Impossible. Our saintess is actually that cruel vampire, the prejudice spread by humans. Even though it was very soft, the whispering voices still made Blanc at a loss for a moment. Fortunately, she was a sister-loving person. Baya, the princess of the Baya kingdom, the next empress. Leah, acting as the blood race empress. Once these two came forward to mediate, neither side dared to say anything. Reliance on sisters is great for a moment, and always relying on sisters is always great. Blanc looked at all this with relief. Irina also walked towards Blanc, but Irina was seriously injured. The treatment was almost done, and she needed time to rest and recuperate next. Blanc teleported next to Irina and made a funny face by the way. "Are you okay?" "Kissing my beloved concubine." His words were full of teasing. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Hearing this, Irina was no longer tired at all. No, your highness, Irina's face flushed red, and she was so nervous that she couldn't speak well and had to close her eyes. It's so embarrassing. Irina buried her face deeply in her hands, and it seemed that steam was coming out of her head. Her two pointed ears were red to the roots, looking extremely cute. "Is kissing me really that embarrassing?" Blanc pretended to be angry, looking sulky. No, impossible, your highness. Irina waved her hands nervously, completely different from her heroic appearance on the battlefield just now. Oh, you're very happy. Blanc looked at Irina with a mischievous smile. Irina couldn't say a word, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Oh no, it was ambiguous. Not far away, Guerin slowly helped her father up. She looked at Blanc, who was smiling, and felt an indescribable feeling. She was the empress of the blood race, the saint of the kingdom, and also the hero born in this war. Compared with Blanc, Guerin's identity, was she still her knight? Her father saw the bitterness in Guerin's heart and gently placed his right hand on Guerin's shoulder, wanting to comfort her, but couldn't say a word for a long time. This duke, who had been in business and fought for power for more than 10 years, actually got stuck when comforting his daughter. After teasing Irina, Blanc quickly ran towards Guerin again. Guerin's heart skipped a beat, obviously. Your Highness Saintess. The duke beside Guerin bowed to Guerin. Guerin was just about to bend down when she hesitated for a moment, and still said with her mouth, Saint? Blanc smiled and covered her small mouth, stopped her, and then gently hugged her. Sorry to worry you, my lady. Guerin couldn't say a word, and tears welled up in her eyes. It's okay, sister. Finally, Bailon frowned tightly. How should she face the temple? After the people in the temple woke up, they were secretly resistant to Bailon, the vampire saintess, and Bailon's feelings towards the temple were also mixed. She looked at the old pope, as her teacher. The old pope was dedicated. But after Bailon lost her memory, the old pope's seclusion of her still made Bailon have lingering fears, and the blonde woman who was supporting the old pope at this moment. Her mother in this life. They looked at each other without a word, only with indescribable bitterness in their hearts. There wasn't much complaint about being abandoned. When her mother taught her magic, Bailon could feel the endless love and apology in her mother's heart. Otherwise, Bailon might not have met that red-haired little girl, and thus would not have her current sister. If not for fate, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Bailon didn't know how to face it. She slowly reached out her hand, just about to step forward. Pop! Suddenly, a ruler slapped on Bailon's head. Ouch! Who is it? Bailon subconsciously covered her head, but from this familiar feeling, she could guess with a high degree of certainty. Is this how you talk to your teacher? Stern but without losing concern, it was Enoch. Oh, teacher, that Bailon's words were full of innocence that I didn't mean to, alas. Enoch sighed. Alice, do you still remember what you promised me? Bailon didn't say a word. Enoch continued. The Blood Clan has really suffered heavy losses this time, and need a long time to recover. Bailon lowered her head. Although on the battlefield, she was a queen galloping across the battlefield. But in front of her teacher, she was still like a child who had made a mistake. Sorry, Bailon mumbled with pursed lips. Pop. Ouch. Bailon was hit with another ruler. This time Bailon was puzzled. She looked up at Enoch. Alice, you've forgotten again what I said. You are the queen. Even if you make a mistake, you can't show weakness in front of anyone. Not even me. Perhaps because of the sincere worry about Bailon. Enoch changed his usual cheerful and kind appearance, but Bailon nodded gently. Enoch let out a long breath, then pulled Bailon towards the old pope again. Hey. Teacher, Bailon was puzzled and looked panicked. Teaching my student to be a dullard and getting her into such a dangerous situation. I must give him a good lesson. No, teacher. Bailon wanted to resist, but she was still pulled over by Enoch. Next, everyone on the scene saw the Blood Clan old man in purple robes scolding the highly respected old pope. The old pope showed a rare look of apology, and Bailon and her mother just stood by and watched this incredible scene. Finally, Bailon's mother couldn't hold back. Puffed. She covered her face and laughed out loud. She also saw the old pope a loss for the first time. This inexplicable scene actually eased the atmosphere a lot. Bailon couldn't watch anymore. She still stood between the two old men and kept calling teacher to persuade Enoch. And there was also a defense of the old pope in her words. All right. Enoch shouted loudly while taking out a handkerchief from nowhere and wiping his non-existent tears that, what is the old man going to do again? Bailon was full of teaching a student for so long and not helping me. Actually helping my archenemy. Enoch used a particularly funny tone. Oh no, teacher, Bailon was made a loss by the old man and looked anxious and flustered, completely different from before. This battlefield that was just filled with blood and pain and despair was slowly healed by this inexplicable atmosphere. Rarely, the old pope behind Bailon showed a smile, and wrinkles covered his face eroded by years and will. Bailon, the old pope said. Hearing the old pope's call, Bylon stopped being flustered and turned around to face the old pope squarely. This dull appearance. It seems the dullard still hasn't disappeared. His eyes were gentle and full of a look of indebtedness. Sorry. He finally said this sentence he had long wanted to say it to her. And to the past them, and to the stubborn years gone by. Bylon stared blankly for a long time and didn't recover. Teacher, Bylon said with a smile, but didn't say much that eye in the distance. The glow of the sun once again filled the night and shone on Bylon's fluttering golden hair. The battle had passed for a whole day. A new day was coming. Even so, the tragic scene on the battlefield was still shocking in the next period of time. Dealing with domestic affairs and settling the people became the focus. Currently, Bylon had temporarily handled the things in reality and finally came to the main event. In the Heart Sea Point, two great damaged gods watched the whole process of Bylon's handling. YS looked at the scenes outside the Heart Sea and sighed with emotion. Alas, little Bylon has really done a good job. She lifted her golden hair with her right hand and cast a glance at Jello beside her. You say so too, newborn dragon? Jello's face was solemn, since seeing Bylon embrace one after another. He hadn't smiled anymore. YS looked at such a Jello and mocked. Aren't you jealous? Me? How could it be possible? Jello folded his hands in front of his chest and angrily turned around, no longer talking to YS. Almost at the same time, a dazzling red light flashed in front of Jello. Almost at the same time, a slender and fair hand mercilessly strangled Jello's neck. Immediately afterwards, a silver-haired and red-eyed girl appeared in the Heart Sea. It's been a long time since we last met. You too. The ruby-like eyes of the silver-haired girl returned to the appearance when she was massacring. With a wave of her hand, she threw the old dragon in her hand flying. In the next second, she flashed in front of him again. With a boom, she landed. Jello's head was inserted upside down into the ground, and the whole Heart Sea was on the verge of collapse in an instant. In the distance, YS trembled all over and involuntarily spread her wings. Her current state couldn't withstand a punch from Bylon. Bylon stared at her closely and slowly approached her. YS waved her hand nervously nonstop. Little Bylon, calm down. You have to calm down. I have a reason. A reason? Bylon said while summoning Whale. That's right, you also know that entrusting power to a blood clan that is a sworn enemy. I can't, Bylon didn't say a word and still continued to walk towards her with the red blade in her hand wrapped in flames. She really has the same personality as him. She loses control as soon as she attacks a god. YS complained in her heart. Hurry up and come up with something else. Right. YS had a sudden inspiration and pointed at Jello, who was struggling to pull his head out behind Bylon. That newborn dragon is the mastermind. He clearly. YS. Jello pulled his head out first and interrupted. He looked serious. Bylon looked back at him, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Almost at the next moment, Jello returned to his annoying smiling face and said, The matter of losing memory is all the business of the goddess of life. It has nothing to do with me. YS, Jello, you. Bylon watched this scene and let out a long sigh. Then put away the red blade. You too. Tell me the story after his birth. Bylon said seriously. If you tell it well, I'll let you die happily. Bylon laughed like a silver-haired demon, after a brief silence. Also to preserve the few freedoms left. Probably wanted to ease the atmosphere. Jello spoke first, scratching his head and pretending to be stupid, and said, Who? Boom. The surging magic power on Bylon burst out. And the abyss inferno loomed. I don't want to say it a second time, After a brief silence, YS spoke. Well, I'll start first, although I really don't want to mention that period of time. YS's eyes drooped slightly. The era of the gods. After the birth of the Lord of the Abyss, his slaughter of the gods and the whole world began the beginning of the birth of the Abyss. He had no emotions. What seemed to drive his actions was only the continuous obsession in his heart, the drive of wish and fate. He was the born Abyss. He was the born Hell. The more killings there were, the more wars there were, the more powerful he would become. The wishes of the living beings were not fulfilled. On the contrary, his birth made most gods intensify their brutal rule over the holy spirits. Finally, resentment reached its peak and covered up the wish that he completely lost control. Completely lost control? Bylon interrupted Deasisi incredibly and looked at him. Isi nodded and sighed. Yes, he had lost control and almost massacred all the living things he could see. At that time, the whole world was dyed red with blood, and the red silk threads stretched for thousands of miles, almost running through the entire world. The living beings didn't even dare to breathe. At that time, he was given the terrifying name, the Lord of Slaughter by the gods. Finally, the remaining gods and living beings chose to compromise, to suppress the rampaging slaughter. They chose to cooperate, relying on the magic power of one of the gods. The grievances of the living beings were weakened. The cooperation between gods and the mortal. Interesting that a slight smile curved Bylon's lips, and her red eyes moved slightly. They finally elected a god to be their leader. Hearing this, Bylon pondered. Could it be? As Bylon said, she pointed at Isi with her finger. It's you, right? Isi didn't deny it and nodded. So, at the end of the story, he was suppressed by you? Bylon asked. Isi's expression became solemn, and he shook his head bitterly. No, we lost. Bylon. Then what about you? Isi continued. I was the last god, the only one left in the world. He didn't kill me. Just at the moment when he drew his sword. He seemed to regain his senses. Isi could still recall that day. The evening glow completely dyed red with blood. The red-clothed demon under the reflection of the evening glow, and the abyss inferno constantly burning in his hand. The red blade of slaughter was pressed against his neck, and he had no magic power left to defend himself. He had never lost so thoroughly. It was also expected. Bylon laughed. Anyway, she wasn't involved in that history. And she wasn't him. Isi looked at Bylon with a black face. Oh, sorry. Please continue. Bylon apologized. Isi didn't look at her anymore and continued. That was his first time speaking. His voice was as that of a newly born child. He asked me what heartbeat and emotion were. I answered him that they were the most precious gifts of the living beings, the gifts bestowed by heaven. He didn't say a word, put down the red blade, and muttered to himself. But I still couldn't help asking why he didn't kill me. He said that I didn't know either, and I didn't need to know. Then he disappeared in front of my eyes, and his figure couldn't be found in the world. In fact, it was the wish of the living beings for the kind goddess to survive that drove him to show mercy. Later, I learned that he went to the bottom layer of this world, the place he created with his own hands, called the Abyss. And later, pop! Jello suddenly clapped his hands and stopped Isi. Bylon stared at Jello. The foolishness on his face disappeared completely, and his solemn expression made Bylon feel uncomfortable. The next story will be told by me. The world regained its former calm at that moment, and later new gods came one after another. But the terror of the slaughter legend among the gods made them have no evil thoughts towards the living beings. Until that day, Hyperion descended, and the world fell into another catastrophe. Hyperion, a giant monster with tentacles and a huge eye, always regarded himself as a god, but he didn't have any appearance that a god should have. He was simply a complete monster, but quite frank, compared with most gods who looked kind in front of the mortals but were violent behind them. On the first day of his arrival, he announced his wish to devour the whole world. His power was beyond imagination. He was not picky about food. He imprisoned any living beings he captured, including gods, and imposed continuous nightmares on them, until the living beings no longer felt fear. At this time, their spiritual feelings would collapse, and without these, they would be like walking corpses, but the evil god still wouldn't let them go. He would slowly devour everything they had left to strengthen himself. Now it seems this is similar to a living sacrifice that at that time he killed without restraint and had never seen the most terrifying slaughter at the bottom layer of this world. He could even infect any creature and turn it into his puppet. The gods joined hands with the mortals again to resist the evil god, but he was too powerful. His spiritual magic that could almost erase souls made the gods unable to move forward. At that time, they didn't understand why, as gods, the gap was so big. When Jello said this, he paused slightly, showed a meaningful smile, and then hit it deeply. The obvious difference between this disaster and the previous one was that this time the living beings completely disappeared without a trace of bloodstain. And later, things took a turn. He massacred the dragon clan that fought back desperately. Jello looked at Bylon and continued, "It was the dragon clan I led. Jello, the lord of 10,000 dragons, as one of the second batch of gods to descend into this world, became the god worshipped by the dragon clan. His huge and boundless dragon body and unfathomable magic power I still can't forget that day. The scene of him exterminating the dragon clan. Jello lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, and his whole body trembled. I couldn't forget the cries for help from my people living in boundless pain, but I couldn't help them, and I was also seriously injured myself. Jello didn't raise his head again. It seems that the old dragon isn't that inexperienced. EC thought to himself on the side. I thought he just ran away directly at that time. Desperate, I accidentally heard a suggestion from an old god. To find the culprit of the world's first disaster, that is, slaughter, that won't he lose control again? Bylon interrupted. No, because of the wishes and grievances of the living beings, he won't lose control again. Because the obsessions generated by the living beings all pointed to eradicating the evil god. However, what made me discouraged was that at first, I couldn't find the entrance to the abyss at all. While being chased by the evil god, I was also covered in wounds and searching for slaughter. I traveled all over the world, but couldn't find it. That I felt desperate, that this world doomed to be destroyed. Stop talking nonsense. How did you find it? Bylon was impatient and threw away the popcorn given by EC. Humphed out Jello's lips curled up, pointing at his chest. Later, I learned that the abyss isn't in this world, but exists in the heart of every living being. When the obsession is deep enough and the wish is strong enough, one can naturally open the door to find the abyss. That I couldn't forget that day. The door dyed blood red. Every step closer, I got closer to the abyss. The sense of suffocation of death came. But it didn't take my life. Just like this, I pushed open that door, and the inferno of the abyss rushed towards me. The desperate roars of the living beings filled my ears. The inferno deeply burned me. But for some reason, I was only seriously injured and didn't die completely. I dragged my painful and exhausted body and walked in the abyss. The blood-colored river flowed quietly beside me. I was used to the smell of blood after smelling it for a long time. But this hell still deeply tortured my spirit. I walked wearily across the bridge paved with skulls, crossed the blood river, and was about to reach the end of the abyss. The sense of suffocation was getting heavier. I don't know how long I walked, and the towering throne in front of me came into my sight. Red clothes and silver hair, eyes as deep as the abyss. I still feel lingering fear until now. That was my first meeting with slaughter. I was like a defeated stray dog, kneeling humbly under the throne. The little dragon on the ground? Why did you come to my abyss? A childish voice sounded. I was simply incredulous. The silver-haired girl in the appearance of a child in front of me was actually the slaughter who had annihilated the gods. I also didn't expect that his power was far more terrifying than the legend. I didn't even have the courage to face him directly. I am a god on the ground. I want to invite you back to reality. Please save all living beings. Please. Jello knelt on both knees. And the dignity of the Lord of 10,000 dragons disappeared completely. Are you kidding, little dragon? Slaughter patted on her 2 small feet and bounced down from the throne, really like an innocent child. Just at the moment when her feet landed in front of me, the terrifying pressure swept over again. I am Slaughter, the slaughter who once destroyed the world. Her blood-red eyes met Jello's eyes. Jello couldn't help trembling. He knew that it would be easy for the slaughter in front of him to kill him. I can pay any price. Jello's mind went blank, and he subconsciously shouted this sentence. Price, what does a little dragon have? Slaughter asked rhetorically and turned around. Jello was speechless for a moment. It seemed that he really had nothing left. However, Slaughter turned sideways. I just happen to lack a means of transportation. Just then, Jello officially became Slaughter's dependent and mount. That I was first startled, but then I was inexplicably excited. The disaster that had once destroyed the world, being his dependent. But I will offer you everything of mine and always follow by your side. Be your eternal dependent and offer you the rest of my life. Gerald placed his right hand on his chest and solemnly promised. Return to the Heart's Sea. When Gerald's story reached this point, there was a moment of silence in the Heart's Sea. I seem to remember that the Dragon Knights also rose among the mortals around that time. The dragon they were talking about was you. Wyatt stroked his forehead and recalled. Blanc looked at Gerald, who had a gentle look in his eyes, and still turned her head away. Gerald smiled and said, but later, I determined that she was the master of my life. For the future she desired, I would give everything. Apparently, Blanc didn't catch the underlying meaning in his words and just felt a bit nauseated. Blanc had a feeling that the Morris statement tried to convince people with emotion. There must be something hidden behind it, but she didn't want to expose it for now. Hurry up and continue, you damn dragon, Blanc urged. All right, then I'll continue. Gerald's smile remained unchanged. When I made a contract with her, Hyperion's erosion of the world had almost reached its final stage. Hyperion and the assimilated minions he led had occupied all over the world, compared with the straightforward killing of single combat. The methods of the evil god were more strategic. Achoo! Blanc couldn't help but sneeze and touched her upper lip. Why does this dragon's word seem to have an ulterior meaning? The survivors who united and resisted stubbornly were forced to scatter everywhere. It wasn't because the power of the evil god was insufficient, but because he wanted to squeeze every bit of life out and leave no residue. And at that time, I and my master who were in the abyss also returned to the surface. At that time, the ground was full of the products after being assimilated by the evil god, similar to the converts, but with a more diverse variety and more means. The gate of the abyss reopened in reality. And countless evil spirits transformed from living beings, accurately speaking, a part of the killing power, roared out of the abyss. With continuous screams and roars, the monsters on the ground slowly gathered towards the abyss. But were cut into eternal nothingness by the red blade of killing. Third person, a huge scarlet dragon soared into the sky from the gate of the abyss, and the continuous dragon flames from its mouth burned the monsters on the ground. On the head of the giant dragon sat a little girl similar to a human in a red dress, waving a red blade and turning the monsters in front of her into nothingness. What's going on over there? The sudden change left the evil god astonished, and at this moment he was besieging a group of gods led by the goddess of life. Yes, the first god with powerful strength to descend. He was still the leader. The goddess of life was already exhausted at this moment. Point one by one. The gods beside her were imprisoned and killed by the evil god, or even assimilated. She was also about to fall into an eternal nightmare. Wait a moment. Blanc stretched out her hand to interrupt. What's wrong? Gerald swallowed his saliva, obviously a bit nervous. Blanc pointed to YS beside her. Why is this one always being beaten up as soon as he appears? La? YS was embarrassed by this question. YS' mind went blank. He squatted down and kept mumbling. Always being beaten up. Always being beaten up. Apparently, he had been hit where it hurt. Gerald quickly corrected. Actually, it's not like that. It's mainly that the wars I described just happened to be the ones he encountered. The fact is that the only two defeats he experienced were exactly these two. Really. Blanc looked at YS and said, Then go ahead, old dragon. Gerald looked at YS, who was feeling dejected on the ground. Let YS tell this battle. He could be more objective. YS came to his senses okay, not at that time. I'd already given up all hope, but still couldn't bear the eternal torture. I slowly raised the sword in my hand, ready to completely disappear. The evil god was also ready to give me the final blow, just at the moment when that strange magic power came towards me. A girl in red blocked in front of me. She held a red blade in her left hand. I was very familiar with that back, but she had grown up a lot that I was deeply touched at that moment. Perhaps it was just a matter of saving face. Essay god. I was spared and saved by a girl. From that moment on, YS developed a strange feeling towards killing that he himself might not even know that he would have more fates with killing in the future. Hyperion's giant eyes constantly sized up the girl in red in front of him. Countless tentacles stretching out from behind wriggled like maggots. Extremely disgusting. Jia, an unfamiliar native, the general term the evil god used for all living beings in this world. Do you also want to add to my menu? His tone was full of mockery. Killing didn't talk to him, but responded with a red blade in her hand that a red sword slashed out. And the evil god actually still scoffed that it wasn't until the moment it hit him that he let out a painful roar. See ya. Damn thing. The flames spread along the severed tentacles. The evil god also took a serious look at the killing in front of him at that moment. Strange, really strange. The nightmare actually didn't work. The evil god muttered to himself, and the tentacles grew back. Countless threads spread from the tentacles to all over the world. Almost in an instant, thousands of assimilated beings had gathered in front of the evil god. Dragon flames, boom. Almost at the same time, a raging flame burst out on the right side of the evil god, and then a scarlet dragon appeared in front of my eyes. However, that flame hardly caused any damage. It seemed that only the flames of killing were effective in this world. Such a familiar magic power. The evil god's giant eyes turned to the right. Let me think. You were the one who escaped last time. Right. The dragon transformed into a human form and glared angrily at the evil god in front of him. "You should pay the price, disgusting monster." "Ha!" An ear-piercing laugh sounded. "Monster? I'm not a monster, I'm just a being closer to the Creator." At the same time, all the monsters rushed towards us, and then the evil spirits from hell also joined the battlefield. The evil god himself descended into the battlefield and began a decisive battle for the ownership of the world with killing. That battle lasted for a long time. Exactly how many days passed, I couldn't remember. Finally, actually, the evil god had the upper hand, but killing chose to perish together with him at the cost of her life. The magic power she emitted at that time was enough to annihilate all living things around. She had no heart, but before perishing together, she transferred me and Gerald, who were on the verge of death, away from that place. Transfer? How did she do it? Blanc asked. "It was done with a whale," Gerald replied. "Well, couldn't hold on anymore either, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it split into two, becoming the two world-famous weapons Bloodthirsty Soul Devourer and Dawn Scarlet today. Just like resentment and wish. I was in Dawn Scarlet by her, and that stupid goddess," Gerald pointed at YS, "was taken away by Bloodthirsty Soul Devourer." "Oh, that's how it is." Blanc meditated. "Then how did they come into being?" "I don't know about that. After all, I was sealed." Gerald spread his hands outwards, looking indifferent. Blanc looked at YS. At that time I was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, I saw them that I guess it should be humans who touched Bloodthirsty Soul Devourer and became the inheritor of the killing will. They were known as the demons crawling out of the abyss. The silver-haired and red-eyed vampires were born at that time. They could live for hundreds, even thousands of years. They had the drawback of being bloodthirsty. Blanc, is this really the history of the incredible? Are they and humans really from the same origin? It seems that there is also an inevitable result of their nature. However, Blanc was thinking, what these two gods said still had many loopholes, especially that changeable damn dragon, and her own dreams. The differences were too great from what he said. There were too many coincidences along the way, as if they had been arranged. Blanc became more and more frightened. She looked at Gerald. "And one last thing." "What?" Gerald asked. "Oh, you know how I got my heart." Hearing this question, Gerald's body trembled slightly, but then quickly stabilized. "What heart?" Almost in an instant, the red blade was once again pressed against Gerald's neck. Intuition told her that Gerald knew too much. It surged out again. "I'll only give you one last chance. Speak, or die." Bylon has her own reasons for doing this, if she is truly a pawn in someone else's hands, then when she has served her purpose. Not only she herself, but also everything she cares about is beyond Bylon's imagination. Even so, Jello still remained silent. In fact, he had already condensed all the answers into a single sentence. Pay any price for the future he desired. The atmosphere was at a standstill. Little Bylon. Although this damn dragon really doesn't do anything divine, what we said is true. I also witnessed everything back then. Jello is telling the truth. YS tried to smooth things over from the side. Perhaps as someone who was reincarnated as a mortal after experiencing killings, you naturally possess it too. Bylon noticed that YS's current appearance was completely different, that IT was a completely subconscious explanation without the slightest sign of lying. As if there were the truth, but I'm not him, that a cold voice uttered. Swish! The red blade still stabbed out, piercing through Jello's body. The feeling of being pierced by the grudges of the living was nothing short of excruciating pain. But it didn't take Jello's remaining soul's life. Ugh. Jello lay on the ground. Groaning in pain, he really couldn't hold on anymore. Bylon, Jello endured the pain and said, "I can only say that the years I've spent are far more numerous than yours. Time will erode my will. But my obsession has never changed. I would never harm you. I have reasons I can't tell." That Jello's remaining soul was slowly fading away. Bylon waved her hand and mended Jello's remaining soul. Bylon's heart was aching. When she came to her senses, tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes. Why is this happening? Bylon tried to wipe them away, but they just wouldn't stop, as if her very core resisted killing the newly born dragon in front of her. Damn it. Bylon could only keep wiping her tears. Let's call it a day. For now, we'll meet again. Old dragon. Bylon transformed into a blood-colored magic power and returned to reality from the sea of her heart. Before leaving, she gave Jello a glare. Jello slowly stood up with YS's support. There was an indescribable sense of loss in his eyes. YS also noticed Jello's unusualness. But at the moment, he didn't want to ask any more questions. In reality, the red magic power emerged, and Bylon fell from the sky. Thud! With her right foot touching the ground, she returned to reality and stopped her tears. Damn it, I seem to have forgotten to ask that old dragon about the seal. Bylon knew that back then, the killings were relatively simple, and seals didn't really make sense. What would happen to the old dragon seal after the fusion of the Dawn Scarlet? She decided not to think about it for now. There were other things to do in reality. Bylon touched her head and said. She looked around at the situation. Not much time had passed, but most people had already finished their repairs. The reconstruction of the kingdom still needed her help. As Bylon was pondering, hey, delicate and fair hands suddenly wrapped around Bylon from behind. Sister. Hearing this somewhat playful voice, Bylon knew who it was. All right, let go of me first. Leia. No. Leia kept rubbing against Bylon's fair back. You disappeared for several hours without a word again. Sister, do you like making me worry about you? Huh. She said it very softly, not having the heart to scold. Hearing this, Bylon stopped. Sorry, Leia, it's my sister's fault. That's right, it's all sister's fault. Leia pouted her lips. Huh. Bylon was stunned. This child usually liked to take the blame on herself, so, sister. Leia continued, let's go back to the Blood Realm. Huh. For the next few minutes. The people present saw two beautiful white figures tugging back and forth. In the end, Bylon outsmarted her and reached an agreement with Leia to handle the matters of both the blood race and humans together. At this moment, the blood race and humans reached a reconciliation. The blood race would give the humans corresponding help, and the humans would do what they could, but the deep-rooted prejudice in their hearts was destined to be worn away by time. Additionally, the relationship between the agents of the two races was very delicate. Even though they were both Bylon's younger sisters, there always seemed to be a bit of a tense atmosphere, compared to Leia's clingy personality. Baya was much more now. She preferred to watch Bylon and silently support and assist her from behind. Now, after the war, there were all sorts of things to handle. The blood race couldn't stay in the human world forever. After all, the evil god was still there, and his erosion of this world continued. The entire group of the blood race had to go back first, but Bylon still had to stay in the human world for a while. But she promised Leia and Irina that she would definitely return to the Blood Realm. Even though it sounded a bit funny, in the face of absolute power, all the preparations of the ants were in vain. But life couldn't stop there. Even for ants, life had to go on, and a temporary period of peace had arrived. The once devastated and empty main city became lively again, and people began to rebuild it. This was a long process, but fortunately, there was a versatile saintess. With the help of magic, the reconstruction speed was very fast, even though the people had suffered huge losses during this devastating plague. Fortunately, there was the assistance of the royal family. Bylon's magic mainly focuses on killing, turning things into gold coins, and such is out of the question that it doesn't look good. In the palace, in the dark underground dungeon, a person with both hands chained, covered in wounds, on the verge of death, could no longer bear the pain and was about to bite his tongue and commit suicide. Clap, clap. The sound of heavy iron saws approaching him grew louder. Just before he was about to die. It's His Majesty the King. The soldiers were ordered to clean up the palace ruins outside the cell, shouted in surprise. Hearing this, he gave up the idea of suicide. Long-term hunger had forced him into a coma. When he woke up again, he was already lying on the bed in the palace, and beside the bed was Baya, who had been enthroned as the new king. Even though she was busy with affairs, she still wanted to personally come and see her father. When he saw his daughter, his weak body visibly trembled, and he even wanted to raise his hand, but after a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head. There was an endless coldness on Baya's face. Long time no see, Your Majesty the King. The king looked at his daughter in front of him, who had a similar appearance to his wife, but a completely different cold personality. There was an indescribably complex feeling in his heart. After a brief silence, the king spoke in a hoarse voice. The disaster is over. Baya folded her arms across her chest, crossed her right leg over her left, turned her head to one side, and said disdainfully, Yes, the disaster is over. We won. Even though we paid a heavy price, we still won. Hearing this, the king's hanging heart finally dropped, and he loosened his tightly clenched hands. Also, this survival, including you, was ultimately saved by my elder brother. He is the hero of the entire kingdom. And you, Baya's eyes were empty as she looked at the king in front of her. Destined to spend the rest of his life in scolding and loneliness, it was hard to believe that these would be words spoken by a daughter to her father. But different pasts, the embers of memory were ultimately indelible. The king's eyes were full of shock. Perhaps he had never thought that the cold and heartless ruler of the country he had always wanted to create would end up like this. But he wasn't a prophet. How could he have thought that an ordinary knight would come to master the Dawn Scarlet, become the ruler of the blood race, and then save the entire country? This was obviously too unrealistic. It also disrupted the heartless path the king had wanted to lay out for his daughter. However, the final result was the same. The king was still a sinner in his daughter's heart. Now, Baya. The king looked up at Baya. I don't want to defend myself anymore. He really didn't want to defend himself anymore. The long-term state affairs and the various tortures he had endured in the prison had exhausted him both physically and mentally. He felt that he was not far from the end of his life. He trembled as he lifted the quilt and got out of bed on the other side of the bed. Facing the gesture of the maid wanting to support him, the king waved his hand and refused. The maid looked at Baya beside her. Baya shook her head, indicating that the maid should leave him alone. What he wanted to do was his own business. Baya, the king suddenly said, do you know why your uncle? No, that rebel left me alive until now. After brief thought, Baya replied, the possibility of simple torture is not high. He must have had something in mind, right? The king's lips curled slightly as he coughed continuously. Yes, the thing he wanted all his life, but he was destined never to catch up with it. Yes, he said that. He slowly walked to one side of the room and wiped the dust-covered painting on the wall with a cloth. Subsequently, he bit his own lip and smeared the blood on the painting. The next second, the red door swung open right in front of them. The king turned around and waved at Baya, motioning for her to come over. Hesitantly, Baya finally stood up and slowly walked toward him. In fact, no matter what lay behind the door, she didn't care. What she cared about had never been the throne. The king opened the door. Inside was just a smallish room, and in the center, the glistening golden light almost illuminated the entire room. Baya looked inside. That it was pretty much as she had thought it. It was a crown with a ruby in the center and was made entirely of gold and diamonds. This was the crown that had been passed down through the ages in the kingdom and was a symbol representing the highest power in the kingdom, which only the king was eligible to possess. Even so, I still want to do one last thing, Baya, my daughter, the king said solemnly. From now on, you will be the ruler of this country. You will surely be even more outstanding than I. His eyes were full of exhaustion as he forced himself to finish speaking. Baya scoffed at the power that was so close at hand that in fact, even if there hadn't been this, she would soon be the ruler of the country. Power was not what she wanted. But in order to help that person, she still chose to do so. That all you have to say? Baya folded her arms across her chest, not showing any excitement, still cold. The king's remaining sliver of hope in his heart completely collapsed, and the body that he had been holding on to finally gave way at this moment. Just before he fainted and lost consciousness, he squeezed out a sentence with all his strength. It's my fault that I'm sorry. The moment he closed his eyes, he saw the maids rushing towards him. While Baya stood still, Your Highness, the maidservant squatted beside the king, shouting anxiously for Bylon. Baya watched this scene, her heart jolting violently, and then she sighed. Heal him. Yes, Your Highness. Several maidservants then supported the king and were about to leave. Baya looked at the crown in the secret chamber. If this were remade, it should be able to make up for quite a bit of the deficit in the national treasury. If it were decorated a bit more and given to her elder sister and elder brother. But her eyes inadvertently glanced at the unconscious king again. I'd better think about it some more. Anyway, it's not mine. Heal him by all means. This was the first and only time in the history of the human kingdom that there was no grand ceremony for the transfer of the throne. And there was no opposition from the people. And on the other side, in the temple, there weren't many major damages to the temple, except for the foundation in front of the temple gate that had been damaged by the converts. The sunlight shone into the inner courtyard of the temple, illuminating two fair faces. Their golden hair glistened in the sunlight. Bylon's mother was combing Bylon's long, dust-free hair that reached her waist because something important was about to happen. This mother with a slightly vicissitudinous face regained her brightness at this moment. When the child was first born, Emily had fantasized about teaching her everything herself and knitting clothes for her herself. However, the torrent of reality had shattered her fantasies. Bylon's mother's story will be supplemented in the extra chapter. But she never imagined that one day she would be able to see her again. It was just her, but what did that matter? What was important was Bylon, no matter what kind of Bylon it was, that mother. Bylon still spoke in a rather shy manner in front of her mother. She still leaned more towards the Bylon personality. Yes, that silly goose. After all, Bylon hadn't known her mother for long, and it was normal to be a loss. What's wrong, my little darling? The mother pressed her face against Bylon's face and then hugged Bylon. She hadn't hugged her own child for a long time that Bylon's face turned red, and her heart was already flustered. After all, she was also the empress of the blood clan. Bylon stammered, not looking like a powerful person at all. Do you mind that I'm the blood clan? Tap? Emily gently tapped Bylon's head with her hand and then said earnestly, silly child, no matter what you become, as long as you're well, that's my greatest happiness. Tears welled up in her green eyes, and then she immediately held them back. She hugged Bylon. When you said you didn't hold grudges against me for being incompetent back then, that was already my greatest fortune. Bylon no longer worried and quietly enjoyed this moment of happiness of hugging her loved one. Speaking of, the mother suddenly spoke up, HM? Irene and Jalon, Bylon's heart jolted violently. Mother, why did you suddenly mention them? Bylon asked in a small and vigilant voice. Emily didn't hear clearly and just continued speaking on her own. Well, Leah and Bayar are your sisters and could be considered my daughters too. Well, that's clearly not appropriate. She prodded her face with her right hand and thought that Irene is really a nice girl. Well, she's beautiful and has charisma. Really nice. And Jalon is good too, cute and innocent. This one's also good. The more the mother said like this, the redder Bylon's face became. She unconsciously clutched her white dress tightly. She wanted to interrupt her mother's wild thoughts, but no matter how she signaled, her mother didn't listen. Anxious Bylon puffed up her cheeks. Sure enough, like mother, like daughter, that silly goose daughter. Mom, please listen to me first, Bylon finally shouted out, only then barely pulling back her wondering mother. The mother stared at Bylon, and only then did Bylon feel that she had been a bit impolite just now. She originally wanted to explain, but thinking carefully, what the mother said didn't seem to be too wrong. After a moment of silence, could it be? Emily showed a somewhat shocked look in her eyes. Lon, do you want them all? Bylon. At this moment, what Bylon was thinking more about was that the mother in front of her was really different from her first impression. She originally thought that as the previous saintess, her mother should be rather cold and untouched by the world, but the mother in front of her was lively and kind, not at all unapproachable and sacred. Ahem, Bylon was thinking when the coughing sound behind her interrupted her thoughts. Ladies, the ceremony is about to start. Please be more formal. The old pope then continued, with no in his eyes but a mildness that came from having experienced vicissitudes. It was hard to imagine what the old pope had gone through inside to be so kind. And why did you braid our saintess's hair into a ponytail? Only then did Bylon notice the smooth, golden long braid behind her. A moment of curiosity made her keep playing with the long braid. What do you mean? Do you have a problem, Ilan Mai? Bylon's mother put her arm around Bylon and stared straight at the old pope. It's not that it's mainly the ceremony. The old pope looked at Emily with an unfriendly expression and decided to let it go, that it's not a big problem. Humph, you have some sense saying that. Emily continued to tidy Bylon's clothes, and Bylon was already so stunned that she didn't know what to do to the old pope. Teacher, where's your... Bylon was shocked inside and looked at the old pope. Full of confusion, the old pope smiled and shook his head. Facing these two somewhat similar mother and daughter in front of him, the stubbornness in his heart finally let go. He too should step down. Emily held Bylon's hand and, under the guidance of the old pope, slowly walked towards the main hall. After continuous rectification and handling, the interior of the temple was now much cleaner and quieter. All the hidden thorns inside had been pulled out. That it could be said that there were no dissidents in the temple now. Although the old pope and the mother told Bylon that today's ceremony was very important, they didn't go into details with Bylon, but Bylon didn't have too many doubts either. After walking into the main hall, the statue of the goddess of life stood in the center of the magnificent hall, still with her hands in front, in a pious, guarding stance. But when Bylon looked at this sculpture, she still couldn't help rolling her eyes, because the country was still in the process of reconstruction. Not many people attended this ceremony, but there were still quite a few residents among them. Wow, Dad, that sister is really beautiful, just like a fairy in the sky. That a little girl pointed at Bylon and shouted at the father behind her. Sure, her father was obviously flustered and motioned for the little girl to be quieter. That's Your Highness. Your Highness, you can't be too rude. And she still. But Bylon noticed and waved at the girl, showing a bright and smile. The girl also happily waved at her. Who would have thought that the temple would be so approachable one day? The Duke watched all this and sighed. Garland was standing beside the Duke, staring blankly at Beryl. Beryl had no idea what was about to happen and just kept waving. Then she followed her mother to the center of the inner court, which was in front of the statue of the goddess of life. All the guests had arrived. There wasn't much solemnity, but rather it was like celebrating a narrow escape from death. When almost all the guests had come, the old pope began, "Thank you all for coming to the temple at this busy stage of the country." It's hard to imagine those words coming from the old pope, that I end the past disasters. We lost so much. The plague almost destroyed our entire country. He didn't mention the evil god to the people. Hearing this, the people on the scene couldn't help but lower their heads in silent mourning. But our Holy Maiden also, after some hesitation, the Pope continued, the former empress of the blood race, because of this disaster. Beryl's identity was almost known to everyone. Omitting it might not be a good idea. Perhaps all of us have more or less hatred towards the blood race, but we must admit that without the blood race and without our Holy Maiden, the outcome for us would be simply unimaginable. The guests were looking at Beryl, which made Beryl feel quite uncomfortable, so she could only wave awkwardly. I want to say that even though the age-old enmity between humans and the blood race is hard to resolve. In fact, I was once one of them. But from now on, I hope we can let go of our prejudices because the disaster is far from over, and today here I officially announce at this moment. Beryl didn't yet realize the seriousness of the problem and still smiled as she looked at Garland. I will abdicate the position of Pope, and from now on, the temple will be fully in the charge of the Holy Maiden. Then, the old Pope pointed at Beryl. For a moment, Beryl was stunned and was trying to digest what the old Pope had just said in her mind. There was complete silence on the scene. Wait a minute. Beryl was just about to raise her hand to refuse when the next second, applause broke out in the temple. After all, she was a hero who saved the world. Does Your Highness the Holy Maiden have anything else to add? The old Pope looked at Beryl, smiling with his eyes narrowed into slits. The people looked at Beryl with anticipation. And no, my leisurely fishing life, Beryl was really swamped now. Basically, she had to run back and forth between humans and the blood race. Although traveling by killing magic was really fast, she still couldn't keep up. She was completely swamped. After the absurd succession to the temple, Beryl had promised Leia that she would go back to the blood race. Originally, she still wanted to be closer to this clingy sister, but the reality was, alas, why do I also have to review memorials? Beryl looked utterly listless, holding a pen in her right hand and sighing as she lay on the desk. In front of her were mountains of memorials. How can you say that? Sister. Leia was propping her head up with her hand and smilingly looking at Beryl. These are all things that you, sister, need to handle. Beryl still wanted to struggle a bit. That Yaya. Actually, what's wrong, sister? Leia had already started dealing with her own things on her own. Nothing. Beryl waved her hand. She didn't expect her sister to have such a serious side. Beryl thought to herself. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. I'll go and open it. Beryl bounced towards the door in 3 steps and opened it, as if grabbing onto a life-saving straw. What met her eyes was a silver-haired beauty. It was Irene. Long time no see. My little Nana. Beryl directly hugged Irene, temporarily getting out of the tiredness of reviewing official documents. Your Highness? Irene was obviously a bit flustered. Her face slightly red. That actually what? Beryl slowly let go of Irene. Oh, you miss me. Then Irene pointed behind her. Beryl looked at what was behind Irene and then just froze. There were all kinds of official documents and mountains of various files. Actually, I'm here to deliver these to Your Highness, Irene said seriously. In no way. This is still my sister, my Irene, right? I must be dreaming. Beryl was in a low mood and went back to her original place to pick up the pen. Irene at the door and Leia, who was sitting, exchanged a knowing smile. Humph, who told Your Highness to make us worry for so long? This is just a little punishment for you. Thinking this, Irene smiled and carried stacks of documents into the room. After a long and boring routine of reviewing memorials, Beryl stretched. Finally, it was all done. She looked at the two who had finally fallen asleep beside her and slowly removed Leia's hand that was holding on to her. Next, it was time to get down to business. Beryl recalled the scenes in the killing memories and the friendly conversation with Jello. She finally knew the way to root out the bloodthirsty flaw of the blood race. Beryl came to the back garden of the palace, to be precise. It was a garden. Alice and Leia liked to play here when they were young. Now Beryl couldn't help but be touched by the scene. The moon, once a year, pure and flawless, with no trace of vacancy, shone brightly in the back garden, casting a silvery white glow. Whale. Beryl summoned the red blade and held it in front of her. Whale transformed into the shape of a sickle. With a gentle swipe, Beryl dripped a drop of her own blood onto Whale, closed her eyes, and recited the incantation facing the moon. Poor race, cursed by the blood curse for thousands of years. Today, in the name of the Lord of Killing, I swear that the curse will be buried by history forever. Dazzling red light emerged from around Beryl and slowly rose into the sky. The moon gradually took on a hazy red color, shining over the entire blood race land. From this moment on, the blood race no longer has to endure the pain of being devoured by bloodlust. After reciting the incantation, Beryl slowly opened her eyes. It should be about right, she murmured to herself. With the blood curse lifted, the blood race should no longer be restricted by bloodlust and should also be able to practice magic more proficiently. Back in the room, Leia and Irene were still sound asleep. After dealing with things all day, it was normal to be sleepy. Beryl tiptoed to Irene's side and slowly picked her up. Wow, so light. Beryl couldn't help but exclaim. The bright moonlight outside shone on Irene's face that the small pointed tooth was showing in her rosy little mouth. Beryl gently supported Irene's long silver hair that had fallen down. The fragrance of roses disrupted Beryl's thoughts. Before she knew it, Beryl had gotten closer to Irene's cheek, at such a close distance. Beryl could almost hear her breathing and her own heartbeat. Knock, knock, knock. Wait, what am I doing? Beryl suddenly realized that she was being a bit impolite and shook her head, slowly getting rid of the blush on her cheeks. She felt like she was taking advantage of the situation. Thinking of this, Beryl carefully carried Irene to her own room, gently placed her on the bed, and slowly covered her with the quilt. Good night. Have a good dream, Beryl whispered in Irene's ear. When Beryl left, Irene slowly opened her eyes and smiled. The same to you, my highness. After sending Irene off, there was still little Leia left. Hey, Beryl directly and quickly picked Leia up in her arms. This girl has gotten fatter. Beryl muttered quietly that Leia's closed eyes slowly swayed. Isn't she going to wake up? Beryl thought to herself. Then, Leia became calm again. Beryl carried Leia to her own room and was about to put her down. Why can't I put her down? Leia was tightly hugging Beryl. Beryl slowly reached out her hand and carefully loosened Leia's tender little fingers. Point one finger, 2 fingers, and the next second, whoosh, Beryl was directly pulled onto the bed and tightly hugged by Leia. The air completely froze at this moment. My dear sister, you're not asleep yet, right? Beryl managed to say these words with difficulty in Leia's arms. No, sister. I'm sound asleep. Leia pretended to be talking in her sleep. Beryl, then sister won't leave. Will you let go of sister first? Okay. You said so, sister. Leia immediately released and held Bylan's hands. Bylan enjoyed this moment of tranquility on this night. After all, such days were few. The next day, when the first gentle rays of the morning sun shone on her fair and delicate face in the house, Bylan gradually woke up under the gentle caress of the sunlight. She moved her hand and found herself feeling extremely heavy. Sure enough, Leia had basically curled up beside Bylan, and her shiny silver hair was very conspicuous. With yesterday's experience in mind, Bylan moved very carefully, afraid of waking her sister. However, just a slight movement, and Leia immediately frowned and moved even closer to Bylan. Sister, sleep for a while longer, just for a while. Leia kept rubbing against Bylan's chest. Her voice slightly lazy and charming, that Bylan's expression changed slightly. She couldn't stay in the vampire clan for long. If her previous speculation was correct, then the journey to the Beast Kingdom was necessary. Since she had to leave anyway, then change the way. Bylan slowly leaned close to Leia's small and lively ear and whispered gently, Sister, if you don't get up soon, I'm going to leave. What? Leia sat up suddenly in shock and then tightly hugged Bylan. Sister, you're lying to me, right? You must be lying to me, right? Why do you keep leaving again and again, sister? Do you hate Leia? Leah tried her best to hold back her tears, but still couldn't control them from flowing onto Bylan. And there were also endless sobs. Bylan's heart trembled violently at this moment. She asked herself, whether it was in the previous life or this life, she seemed to have always been like this. Acting on her own, it seemed that she had never cared about the impact of her departure on them, even though her departure was to protect them. But now, was she really protecting them? Leah's crying gradually stopped, but her body still couldn't stop shaking. Bylan tightly hugged Leah in her arms. Xiaoya, I won't leave. This time, I will never leave again. Hearing this, the uneasiness in Leah's heart slowly subsided. Sister, you won't lie to me, will you? No, I never will. In the sea of hearts, Jello, whose limbs were bound and hanging upside down in the air, looked at this scene in reality and felt all sorts of emotions. It seemed that having feelings wasn't perfect either, but it was okay, there was still enough time. Hey, newborn dragon, what are you whispering about again? Below Jello, ISS was holding a long whip and pointing it at Jello. This was the task given to him by Bylan, to whip Jello a few times every day. Jello looked at ISS with a black face. Didn't you eat, little angel? ISS. Crack. The sound continued, just like this. Bylan postponed her planned scheme again and again with just a verbal promise. The edge of the power world. The evil god had already gone crazy and was destroying the barrier of this world. Even though the barrier was constantly recovering at a visible speed to the naked eye, this puzzled him. But the evil god could feel that the barrier as a whole was still moving towards disappearance. Wait, that red-clothed bug. When my true self descends, I will definitely wipe you out completely and devour you. I have already controlled a country that my arrival is not far away, in the Beast Kingdom. Beside an extremely ordinary and shabby table, an old man with beast ears, covered with the marks of years, was quietly sipping tea and smilingly looking up at the depths of the sky. Who could have expected that the two sides would reach a delicate balance at this moment? Bylan paused and chose to restore and accumulate the strength of herself and the country. The evil god focused on destroying the barrier and didn't make any major moves. After a few peaceful years, the communication between the vampire clan and humans had become very close. Since the two countries established diplomatic relations, they had exchanged several times. Even many vampires had chosen to come to the human side to communicate and study. Of course, this was inseparable from the help of a certain Holy Maiden. In these years, Bylan had stayed in the vampire clan for a longer time and then fulfilled her responsibilities as a Holy Maiden on the human side. However, after Bylan took power, all the regulations in the temple that were unfavorable to her were abolished. Bylan also straightforwardly proposed that the believers in the temple should serve the people more, even though many people were initially arrogant. But after Bylan's friendly persuasion, they had to obediently lower their status. In addition, Bylan also changed the working hours of the temple to 9 to 5. No, it was her own working hours. To be honest, except for sitting in the center of the main hall, listening to the fanatical praises of the believers to the goddess and to herself, and teaching the use of magic power. Bylan didn't do much else. Sometimes it was still done by her teacher on her behalf. After a whole set of things, Bylan was just bored in her free time. She would look at Jalan, go shopping, and fished out, of course, not in the identity of a Holy Maiden, but using magic power to transform into the appearance of Bylan. But with black-haired, in her free time, she would also tease Yurine. The imperial city, which was dilapidated and empty a few years ago, was prosperous again now. But when talking about the natural disaster a few years ago, they still had lingering fears, but they had the Holy Maiden. In the palace, Baya, who had been on the throne for several years, was methodically handling state affairs. Who could have imagined that this young girl who inherited the throne at a young age could put the country on the right track in just a few years? Who could have also imagined her ability to recognize talents and make decisive decisions? Your Highness, rough and heavy voice sounded. Was Erlodi. In these years, he had become the general commander of all the knights. The strands of white hair on his head and the passage of years couldn't cover up his composure and strength as a knight. Him? Baya responded, and then slowly looked up. There were just too many things, and she was too busy. This was the list of the most talented and loyal young knights newly selected in the kingdom. Erlod respectfully presented the paper in his hand, but he still strictly observed the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects. Knights? Hearing the word knights, She immediately stopped the activity at hand and took it from Enochlan. The names on the list were all the new generation of talented knights, the latest generation selected through numerous elections. Baya carefully looked at the list and involuntarily read out the first name. Arthur? Yes, Your Highness, he almost got full marks in all the knight tests. Erlod replied. Really? A slight smile curved on Baya's lips. And then she slowly put down the list. It's about the same as him. Enochlan, you will teach him personally. Yes, Your Highness. Erlod performed the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects and left. Before leaving, he took a look at Baya. Unexpectedly, this little girl back then could also take charge of her own affairs now not the border of the kingdom. A team with beast ears had already arrived quietly. In the kingdom palace, after Enochlan left, Baya was still meticulously handling her work. The word knights still lingered in her mind. The boring handling of affairs had become a bit interesting for now. Thinking about it, a golden light suddenly shone behind Baya, and then a pair of fair, delicate, and tender feet gently touched the ground with a sound. The sound was very soft, and Baya, who was lost in thought, didn't hear it. The gentle breeze outside the window blew up the white dress as light as a veil. Her still spotless golden hair and her flawless white face were like an angel in the sky. She tiptoed towards Baya, and the rustling sound of the pen even covered her footsteps. She suddenly stopped and quietly looked at the red-haired girl handling the work in front of her. Her cute sister, if she disturbed her. Wouldn't she hate me? Bylan suddenly thought. After all, Baya was very serious when she announced national affairs in public. For a moment, Bylan hesitated a little, before she could figure out what to do. A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Unexpectedly, our busy Holy Maiden still has time to come and visit me? Alas, Bylan had to stay for a while every day. The next moment, she saw Baya leaning back against the chair. Her body tilted slightly backward, with a full smile on her lips and her eyes staring straight at herself. It turned out that the moment Bylan came, Baya had already felt that extremely familiar magic aura. She had just been quietly waiting. Oh, you noticed? Sister, I still wanted to give you a surprise. Bylan scratched the back of her head, with a slightly embarrassed expression. In Bylan's opinion, compared to Leah's clinginess, Baya seemed to be more serious now. Bylan didn't do anything too rude. However, this was just Bylan's own thought. As for the actual situation, I saw Baya quickly put down the pen, then quickly got up and approached Bylan with her head half down. No, couldn't it be that she's angry because I disturbed her? Seeing Baya's actions, Bylan couldn't help but worry. After all, there was a slightly blaming tone in Baya's voice just now. She watched helplessly as Baya approached her side and slowly stretched out her hands. Oh no! Bylan had already imagined Baya's angry look. The next second, Baya tightly hugged Bylan and brought her lips to Bylan's ear. Since Sister has been delaying giving me a surprise, isn't it fair for me to take it myself? Eek! Bylan was visibly startled and trembled involuntarily all over, her face flushing slightly. Baya slowly released Bylan and, right in front of Bylan, stared at her for a long time, even reaching out to twirl Bylan's long golden hair with her hand. Bylan, this is my sister. Bylan's heart was in a complete turmoil. This development wasn't right. She slowly took a few steps back as Baya approached step by step. Bylan's heart grew more and more panicked, and she quickly changed the subject. Right, sister, I'll help you handle some affairs. When Bylan said this, she didn't think it through at all. She just wanted to find an excuse to get out of this embarrassing situation. The next second, Bylan took the initiative, directly grabbed Baya's hand, and went back to the table. She casually picked up a document and caught a glimpse of a name on the paper at a glance. Hafi, the Border City Lord. Immediately, something came to her mind, but Baya didn't change her actions. No, it's not necessary, sister. This time, Baya directly put her arms around Bylan's neck. This distance. It was almost as if, just because of this. In her panic, Bylan lost her balance, and, together with Baya, Clang fell onto the table. The papers on the table scattered all over the floor, making quite a noise. Then, Baya was on top of Bylan. And time almost stood still at this moment. Bylan's pupils dilated, because at this moment the sister on top of her kissed. Right in the heart. Wow, baby dragon, look, little Bylan is at it again, Yet said while blushing and constantly patting the tightly bound Jello beside him. Although Jello was so tightly bound that he couldn't move at all, at this moment his annoyance couldn't be concealed, and he forcefully broke the ropes. Yith, in reality, Dong, dong, dong. The heavy sound of knocking on the door rang out. Your Highness, what's going on? The maid and the subject outside the room knocked anxiously and shouted. This sound broke the silence in the room. Baya quickly got up, turned her back, and tidied up her already disheveled hair. The blush on her face was almost fading, and at this moment, Bailon still hadn't come to her senses, but they both forgot Your Highness, just heard a loud noise, and the door was directly pushed open forcefully. Several maids rushed in anxiously, and then they saw the most absurd scene they had ever seen in their lives, the kind they would never forget. Papers were scattered all over the floor, and the papers on the table were also in disarray. The exalted Holy Maiden was lying on the table, her golden hair hanging down, and her fair feet were in the air. Standing beside the table was Her Majesty the Queen, who was hurriedly straightening her clothes. Maid, cough. A cold cough from Baya broke the silence. I hope no one will tell what happened today. Dio, you understand. Her sharp eyes scared the maids so much that they immediately knelt on the ground. Yes, Your Highness. Actually, it didn't help much. Later, it was widely rumored among the people that Her Majesty Baya was extremely domineering and even dared to confront the Holy Temple and forcefully take away the Holy Maiden. But in fact, Baya had her own selfish motives. Anyway, the rumors got more and more. Reacting, Bailon immediately got up, looked at the messy room, and the several maids who were trembling and kneeling on the ground. And Baya, who had never dared to turn her head and had her back turned, Your Majesty the Queen. Bailon suddenly spoke up. Please allow me to go to the dungeon. Her tone was very formal, probably because there were maids present. Well, do as you please, Your Highness the Holy Maiden. After this absurd conversation, golden magic appeared, and Bailon disappeared from sight. Is she gone? Baya said in a low voice, and then couldn't help it. She pressed her hands tightly against her completely blushing face. Oh, what on earth am I doing? Sister won't think I'm disgusting and hate me, will she? Thinking like this, she kept turning her head on the other side. Bailon had already come to the dungeon. The paper in her hand, briefly speaking, list of death row prisoners. Originally, she wanted to visit her sister, but now Bailon's thoughts were in complete chaos. She touched her lips with her left hand, and her expression was indescribably complex. After the kingdom was rebuilt, the entire prison was repaired and strengthened. The magic concentration around the prison was very high, and magic arrays could be seen everywhere. But for Bailon now, this was of no use. Bailon's fingers slid, and golden magic surged out between her fingers, transforming her into the appearance of an ordinary subject. The last time she came to this prison was when Master Inoculin was framed and imprisoned. She couldn't help but feel a bit touched. Halt, who are you? A long sword was pointed forward, aiming at Bailon. There were many guards standing guard at the entrance of the prison. The leading one was a knight with rich experience. A scar on his left was particularly eye-catching. Bailon could tell from his sword-holding movement and sharp eyes. Cough. Bailon coughed dryly and casually took out the pass given by Baya. Seeing this was like seeing the Queen. It's Her Majesty the Queen who temporarily sent me to interrogate the prisoners. After some hesitation, the knight carefully examined the token and unconsciously observed Bailon's expression. There were no signs of lying or falsehood. The knight neatly sheathed his sword and stepped aside. Well, there's no problem. You can go in. Saying this, he ordered the guards to open the dungeon. Bailon thus entered the dungeon, and that knight still followed behind her. With his right hand still holding the sword hilt, Bailon walked unhurriedly through the dim dungeon. There were many criminals in the dungeon. The dim light shone on their pale and weak faces. It seemed they had all suffered a lot. The two slowly walked through the dungeon where the prisoners were held. Even though the dungeon was often cleaned by soldiers, the smell of blood in the air couldn't be concealed. It was getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps because of her experiences, the smell here made her unconsciously slow down. The tyranny of the Queen and the kindness of the Holy Maiden were torturing Bailon's heart at this moment. Strange. Bailon closed her eyes, supported her forehead with her left hand, and a sense of dizziness came over. But after a moment, Bailon slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. What's wrong, my lord? The knight behind looked at Bailon's gradually slowing figure and asked. Bailon let out a long breath. Oh no, nothing, just feeling a bit uncomfortable looking at them. The knight immediately stopped and said expressionlessly, couldn't it be that you sympathize with them? Is there? Bylon turned her head and looked at the knight with a somewhat playful look, who was showing anger but suppressing it. After a moment of silence, the knight drew out his sword and pointed it at one of the prisoners whose feet had been disabled. The prisoner was so scared that he hugged his head with both hands, curled up in a corner of the cell, and kept trembling that it seemed he was already in a daze. He used to be one of the most powerful ministers in the kingdom, but he deceived those above and below, embezzled money, and domineered. You know how many people he once harmed? Bylon didn't answer, but just listened quietly to him continue. And the hand of the knight tightly holding the sword hilt suddenly trembled violently, and his expression changed from anger to a weeping pain. He forced himself to continue. He was also a pedophilia, his daughter, me. The knight still didn't have the courage to continue, and the sword in his hand actually fell at this moment. Clang! The sound echoed in the narrow but long dungeon for a long time. The knight lowered his head, didn't squat down, and just stood there silently. Bylon looked at the knight in front of her. So, the injuries on you were like this? Since the first moment she saw him, Bylon had noticed the various scars on his body, although he tried to conceal them. No, the knight interrupted. These were all left on the battlefield. Against the vampires. No, now it should be called the blood race, and those tree-like people, including the gully on the left shoulder and the brand on the back. Those are the places where you were most seriously injured. Hearing this, the knight's left hand unconsciously reached for his right shoulder. No, these are the ones you mentioned. From the knight's desperate eyes, Bylon could feel his helplessness when he was imprisoned and beaten by that powerful duke. Do you know? The knight continued. What? For a fleeting moment, I actually felt rather fortunate about this disaster that had befallen the kingdom. As you say this, aren't you afraid it will reach the ears of Her Majesty the Queen? And then, Blanc said as he stroked his neck with his left hand, what does it matter? Even if Her Majesty the Queen were to sentence me to death, I would have no regrets. A smile even formed on the corner of his mouth. Even though the previous king had been conducting a thorough investigation, there were still loopholes in the law and various interest relationships. So he couldn't do anything about it. But after Her Majesty the Queen ascended the throne, the entire country had lived a happier life than ever before. She had promulgated new systems and punished those with serious sins accordingly. No wonder there was such a thick stack of lists. Blanc remembered the full stack of documents on by Yu's table. Alas, seeing that the knight was still persevering in his chatter, Blanc stepped forward, bent down to pick up the sword on the ground, and handed it to the knight, who was lost in memories, interrupting him and saying, "You misunderstand. I have no sympathy for these scumbags." As he said this, Blanc suddenly turned his head to look at the prisoner curled up in the corner, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. They don't even deserve to go to hell. At the moment when the prisoner met Blanc's gaze, his eyes twitched violently, and terrified screams spread throughout the dungeon. He scratched his face painfully with both hands, and his fragile skin couldn't bear his sins. And his face gradually contorted. "Please kill me, kill me, please." He even wanted to stick out his tongue, but couldn't open his mouth wide. He was experiencing the pain of those victims deeply branded in his soul, and not even death could free him. When the knight saw this scene, he was first stunned, but immediately thought that it must be what the Blanc in front of him had done. The evil ones can't be killed off, and sins have no end. After Blanc handed the sword to him, he turned around again to so, "Knight, you still have a reason to keep fighting for the happy people now. You can't put down the sword in your hand, can you?" After saying this, Blanc didn't wait any longer, but walked deeper on his own. The knight behind him watched Blanc's figure and silently sheathed his long sword, with a slight smile in the corner of his mouth. What? Looking at him, he clearly seemed like a little brat younger than me. How could? He thought to himself. Thank you. He let go of the sword hilt with both hands, showing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Then he quickly caught up with Blanc, who was gradually walking away. Blanc walked all the way to the end of the dungeon. Here, she finally saw this old friend. At the end of the cell was the person who had committed the most heinous crimes during this great catastrophe. They had abandoned their faith as humans. Even at the beginning of the disaster, they had aided the evildoers and become members of the cult. Among them was this cowardly city lord, Hafi. Blanc grinned hideously at the fat city lord who had been tortured beyond recognition in the cage. The long-term simple food had made his plump body shrivel up, leaving only a layer of skin clinging to the ground. The knight who had arrived late finally caught up behind Blanc. Seeing that Blanc had stopped, he realized that the city lord in front of him was her target. But looking at Blanc's fierce eyes, the knight couldn't help but take a few steps back. In the next instant, Blanc flashed into the cell. She couldn't wait to see this old friend again. The knight behind was stunned for a moment. Strange, wasn't the cell arranged with magic arrays? How on earth? Blanc walked towards the dazed city lord on his own, muttering to himself, Hafi, city lord, who had been engaged in the human trafficking business and extorted the people's wealth before the disaster broke out. After the disaster broke out, he immediately chose to convert to the evil god and become a cultist, sacrificing living people to nourish the nightmare and making it run rampant. Blanc recalled the words on the list in his mind, and the expression on his face became even more ferocious. The weak city lord was stimulated by these words. His lying body struggled painfully to move, tried to lean back, but was already grabbed by Blanc's left hand on his head and lifted up with one hand. Only a few pieces of his plump skin were still hanging on the ground. The knight outside the cell didn't stop Blanc. He probably knew that Blanc was extraordinary. Who? You are who? He was so weak that he could hardly speak. Blanc's blood-red eyes stared straight into the city lord's eyes, and he slowly whispered, You've seen, knight, that as soon as the words fell, the black hair on Blanc's forehead gradually revealed a golden color. Hafi looked at Blanc's changing appearance in horror. His pupils gradually dilated, and his vision gradually cleared. It's you. How is it possible? How could you still be alive? The city lord screamed, but didn't know what was choking his throat and couldn't speak. I won't go into details about this. I just have a regret. Even thinking about it now makes me feel extremely remorseful. As he said this, Blanc gradually got closer to the city lord's pale face, and the city lord trembled unnaturally all over. It was really a pity that I didn't kill you back then. There was no trace of emotion in Blanc's words. Now, it's a bit late. Blanc's delicate hand gradually loosened, and the city lord fell to the ground again, motionless that of course, I don't want to disobey Her Majesty the Queen's order and execute you in advance, but enjoy these countless nightmares before you die. Just as you did to them before. Blanc was about to turn around and leave when another strange change occurred behind him. Unknowingly, there was a strange, evil smile on the city lord's face, and on his forehead, a huge eye was struggling to break through the skin and slowly opening. I didn't expect this. In an instant, Blanc sensed the familiar and nauseating magic power behind her and slightly turned to the side. Does even this fat guy have your back door? Big eyes. The city lord behind bared his teeth, and the eye on his forehead stretched wider and wider, quickly occupying half of his face. Of course that he's my favorite believer, that he sacrificed so many offerings for me that it's only right to open a back door for him. As he said this, he pointed at his pale face with his finger. Blanc remained silent, but the knight outside the cell was shocked by the scene in front of him. This magic power, he knew it all too well, was almost the same as that emitted by those human-faced trees. He was ready at any time. Don't be nervous. This body of mine doesn't have much magic power. These words were said to the knight outside the cell. So, you attached to him just to waste time with me? No, of course not. That I just came to announce. The city lord's face gradually distorted. Except for that big eye, the remaining part was almost curled together. I am about to descend on this land. And you, be prepared to become my fodder. Worm. Almost at the moment when he finished saying this, the city lord's body suddenly swelled rapidly, and the strange magic power was gradually rising. Come to the city of remoteness to find me. I will carry out a massacre there. Boom. The city lord's body suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power spread at this moment. Not good. The knight outside the cell felt an omen of misfortune. If it were me, I definitely would. He looked worriedly into the cage, but only saw Blanc stretch out his left hand, gathering the huge, strange magic power together to form a medium-sized sphere, which was gradually shrinking. Let's see. Disgusting monster, Blanc thought, and slowly lowered his hand. The next moment he appeared outside the cell, the city of remoteness. Blanc slowly recalled the past in his mind, that he remembered that as Alice. He had been there. It was on the other side of the sea. The capital of the Beast Country was called the City of Remoteness. He still vaguely remembered that capital located on the high cliff. From a distance, when the sun set in the west, the sun served as the backdrop for that capital. The scenery was really nice, but it also brought back bad memories. The beast people were relatively rough and open. He still vaguely remembered the appearance of two almost naked beast people wrestling. Oh, he had only been there once. My lord, what's wrong with you? The knight looked at the motionless Blanc and asked. By this time, the knight had already guessed Blanc's identity roughly. Nothing, just remembered some bad memories. Blanc rubbed his eyes, shook his head, and tried to forget that scene. The city of remoteness is really a good place. A hoarse and familiar voice sounded from the other side of the cell. Blanc turned his head and saw the cult prophet with a natural expression, a withered face, and a sly smile. After the disaster, the prophet had been imprisoned here. What's wrong? Missing your old home. Do you want me to send you back? Bai Lan's words were filled with a mocking tone. The gazes of the two met, and the air instantly became charged with hostility. The prophet's somber face forced a smile, and he then continued, of course not if it could become a ruin. That would be a true feast. It would be even better if there were a fireworks display. Bai Lan's expression softened, and she followed his words, saying, of course. After all, you are there, not even as good as a newborn. Your mother, because of you. When Bai Lan said this, the prophet's two hanging animal ears visibly trembled and then stood upright. He gritted his teeth, and his two tiger fangs were revealed under the dim light. How dare you say that again? He clenched his hands tightly, and his fierce eyes seemed to want to tear the person in front of him to pieces. After the disaster, Bai Lan had visited the depths of the prophet's memories many times. She had walked through the memory corridor of the prophet many times, hoping to find the secret of that big eye. Unfortunately, no matter how many times she looked, she never found any new clues. The prophet was also the child of the former king, and if there were no accidents, he should have been the heir to the kingdom. But as fate would have it, on the day the old king passed away, chaos ensued. The lion-shaped animal ears, the eyes full of greedy desires, and the two shiny fangs in his mouth. His body could even block the two people. The usurper of the throne was also the current king. The lion that in the memory, Bai Lan stood on one side, watching the soldiers pouring in from all directions without showing any emotion. That was a classic battle for the throne. Power was the same everywhere. The only thing that concerned Bai Lan was that during the coronation ceremony, there were quite a few humans, and there were also some among the soldiers that seemed that humans had also intervened in this dynastic change. One by one, the guards around her were killed. The queen tightly protected the young prophet. They had nowhere to escape. The lion approached the mother and son with a smile on his face and then gently separated the two. Please, you can have the throne, but don't hurt him. You can have everything here. The queen's helpless plea received no sympathy. The hand she reached out to the child was firmly stepped on by the lion. Then, the lion slowly reached out his hand to the young prophet's head and slowly removed the crown. The prophet was so terrified that his body only trembled, and his eyes were empty. Bang! With a flick of his hand, he threw the prophet off the throne, and only a painful groan could be heard, very faint, almost inaudible. Huh! The lion laughed maniacally and walked towards the throne, looking down from a high position. He pointed at the motionless prophet under the throne and said to the subjects of the former king, standing beside him, "Tell me, what right does such a useless person have to be the king of this country?" His voice was thick and, like an old and malfunctioning machine, that survive. How many people would stand by this young child, even though the previous king was considered a wise ruler, since no one objected? Then I'll do the hard work of being the king of this country, he said as he looked at the queen who was being stepped on. Her dress was in tatters, and most of her fair skin was exposed. He swallowed hard and grabbed the queen's long hair, bringing his face close to her tear-stained face. Do you want your child to live? Yes, please, whatever you want. Please spare him. There seemed to be a glimmer of light in her eyes. The lion's expression full of greed and lust made Bai Lan nauseous. Even though she had gone through this scene several times, the next part was still unbearable for her to watch. Who could have imagined that in the palace, in front of the child, this mother was helplessly torn apart in front of everyone? She was as numb as an immobile doll. If she knew further that her child was not unconscious and was even staring straight at the direction of the throne. These beast people really know how to play. Keep your voice down. Don't let these barbarians hear. So what if they hear? If it weren't for our help, how could that lion? Isn't this country on the verge of destruction? Under its leadership, in the corner, two humans whispered. Sure enough, newborns know no boundaries, Bai Lan thought to herself. Walking through the memory corridor, she reached out and severed their necks again and again. True anger cannot be seen. It needs to be proven by actions. Back to reality. The knight on one side watched this anxious scene and didn't know what to say for a moment. Fine, I apologize for my rudeness. Bailan closed her eyes slightly and said indifferently. After all, the prophet had broken up countless families. Speaking of which, Bailan suddenly opened her eyes. Now the beast country is the same as ever. You must be feeling very bad, right? The prophet's body visibly trembled, and his face became even uglier. He took a few steps back and said, "What do you mean?" Bailan's lips curled slightly, thinking the murderous intent in the prophet's eyes couldn't be concealed at all. Compared to controlling the beast country, he would rather see this country disappear into the long river of time. Even though the nightmares continued, that lion was still living well, right? Bang! The prophet pounded his fist hard on the solid pillar of the cage. Even though there was magic on it, it was still distorted a bit by this punch. No, it's already dead. It's just acting like that beast. The prophet interrupted eagerly. Really? Your expression doesn't seem like it. Bailan continued to provoke him. After all, she still had doubts about the actions of the evil god, and always had a sense of unease. No, they are really dead. There are no living people there. Believe me, there was a hint of helplessness in the prophet's eyes. He seemed eager for Bailan to believe. Bailan remained silent, but her eyes were full of disdain and distrust for the prophet. Then she said, "I guess your lord didn't grant your wish as a believer to destroy the beast country, but instead turned the beast country into a source for him to draw power. And you can only submit to that monster's decision. But the resentment in your heart can't be hidden. You keep reminding yourself that they are all dead, but the prosperity you see stings you. Right? You just wanted to use him, but in the end, you can only become his pawn, right?" The prophet was stunned and didn't have a single word of defense. Bailan had guessed most of the prophet's thoughts. Just one step away. So what do you want? After a moment of hesitation, the prophet asked, "I can help you." Bailan's red eyes stared straight at the prophet, and she slowly stepped forward. "Help you achieve what you've always wanted to do. Make the distant capital become a visible, eternal ruin." Paha! The prophet suddenly laughed so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. Before he could wipe them away, he continued, "You're really naive, Miss Vampire, whether naive or not. Does it matter? What matters is that you want to do this, right?" The prophet stopped laughing, and his expression suddenly became serious, showing a hint of madness. He is a god. The beast country is his food. Although I don't deny that he and they are of the same kind, and I don't deny in my opinion. You like a monster, but so you still want to. Bailan interrupted him. If one day, this monster of mine wants to fight that monster to the death, what will happen to everything around? Bailan's expression became even fiercer. This question stunned the prophet directly. "Oh, you mean you've decided to go to the distant capital?" he asked. How should I answer that? Bailan unconsciously closed her eyes. Bailan had once thought that her life was bound by an unknown pair of shackles. She was certain that she was definitely in a game of chess. She was a pawn, and that newborn dragon should be arrange someone's life. His power was not enough. There must be an invisible hand behind it. But if she followed the will of that hand, Bailan should go to the beast country. This was one point. The beast country was the territory of the evil god. This was also an important point. Judging from the prophet's memories, the beast country had become a city of the living dead. Their souls had not left their bodies yet. Strictly speaking, they were still considered living people. The evil god could absorb power from them. But correspondingly, Bailan, who possessed the power of killing, could also. The more people died, the stronger the killing power would be. If all those could be turned into the dead, perhaps his home ground could also be utilized by bequeaths. If his arrival could be prevented, though the probability of success was low. And most importantly, bequeaths didn't want to fight on this side of the sea. Whether it was humans or vampires, they were all reasons for her not to engage in battles here. Then, were the orcs supposed to die? Suddenly, the blonde-haired lady in bequeaths' heart gained the upper hand. They were also innocent. The silver-haired vampire lady suddenly pressed her lips against the blonde-haired lady's. But this was a disaster. We have a chance to let a few people survive now. They are innocent, and so are we. We are too weak to save them. However, if possible, let the people I love survive. Even if I have to massacre and become a sinner in history, I will do so. The vampire lady slowly moved closer to the blonde-haired lady's cheek. Hey, daydreaming. Answer me. The prophet asked impatiently. This woke Baikorin up from her contradictory fantasy. She shook her head slightly. Sorry, living too long makes one a bit tired. Is it because you've lived too long that you're a bit schizophrenic? The prophet joked. Baikorin pretended not to hear and instead answered his previous question. Without accident, in the near future, there will be two monsters having a decisive battle there. So, what do you want me to do? I lack a guide, that I don't know that place, and Baikorin suddenly looked at the prophet in the cell, that I'm interested in your ability early on in the prophet's memory. Baikorin saw a very interesting ability of the prophet, just as his name implied. Just some unrefined prophecy methods, it's very ordinary. The prophet showed a meaningful expression and often inaccurate ones. However, Baikorin couldn't sense the reaction of ordinary magic power. To be exact, when the prophet exerted his ability, Baikorin could only vaguely see blurred white ribbons. They were pure white without a trace of mixture, too single. This was very strange, making Baikorin have to guess that the source of this magic power was very unusual. At least in terms of its status. Oh, how ordinary, Baikorin suddenly asked. The prophet suddenly changed his expression, pointed at Baikorin, and continued, for example, I can't see your future and can't fathom your past. Is it an ability you were born with? You guess? Baikorin, forget it. You agreed to the previous proposal, right? The tone was full of threat. Of course, making that place completely disappear and letting my dear lord fight with you. This monster is really a great deal. The prophet showed a sick smile, and the corners of his mouth almost split to the back of his head. So, you agree? Yes. Then, good. Baikorin removed her disguise, and a smile couldn't be concealed on her face. It's time for me to make a request. What do you mean? The prophet felt a sense of unease. A blood-red magic power-wrapped contract emerged in the prophet's cell this moment. The prophet felt a sense that his soul was locked. There was only a short passage on the contract. Those who reach an agreement, everything belongs to the owner of the contract. Miss Vampire, that's not how a deal is made. The prophet showed a worried look on his face. Really? Baikorin showed an innocent smile. Let's not talk about this for now. Come on, good doggy, squat down. Swish! The prophet squatted down uncontrollably and even stuck out his tongue. Bark twice more? Woof woof, stop. Woof woof, you old witch. So obedient. Baikorin smiled and pinched the prophet's furry ears. They're quite soft, I have to say. The means of killing are quite useful. All right, Baikorin's face immediately turned cold again. Where did you get your prophecy from? Rummaging through the memory, Baikorin couldn't figure out that the prophet's ability only had the mature stage, but couldn't find the source. Maybe this memory was deleted artificially? I don't know, Master. Baikorin was directly stunned and felt a bit uncomfortable. Don't call me Master. All right, Master. Baikorin, it seems it still needs to be perfected. However, the prophet's ashamed, angry look and words didn't match at all, which made Baikorin feel much more comfortable. All right. She turned to look at the knight whose CPU had crashed beside her. I'll take this little dog away. Then I'll explain the situation to Her Majesty the Queen. The knight's eyes were glazed over and lost in thought. Hey, can you hear me? Baikorin waved her hand in front of him. He came to his senses, knelt on one knee. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden. He finally knew that this young man in front of him was actually that one. Moreover, he seemed to have just Her Highness, the Holy Maiden. And he also heard a lot of secrets. Am I going to be, after a moment of silence? Don't kneel. Get up. Baikorin stretched and showed a slightly smiling mouth. Then turned and walked towards the cell exit. The knight was still a bit scared. The previous scene kept flashing in his mind. There's no need to be so scared, least in my opinion. You're a knight worthy of respect. Baikorin waved her hand. Hurry up and followed. It's too dark here. It's not a place for you to stay for long. The knight came to his senses and quickened his pace to follow closely. The prophet, following behind Baikorin, stared closely at her in front of him and whispered, Since you have such means, why didn't you use them earlier? The voice was very small, but Baikorin still heard it. Well, Baikorin recalled that in the past few years, she had experimented dozens of times, all ending in failure. The most hateful thing was that she had used it on that newly born dragon more than a dozen times and was severely mocked by it. And today, she had come with a tried-out attitude, never expecting an unexpected gain. Alas, Baikorin heaved a long sigh. Maybe it's because you're too lucky, prophet, but this did remind me that I could try again. Baikorin muttered in a low voice, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. When they reached the prison exit, the dazzling white light outside the prison made the prophet feel uncomfortable, and he involuntarily closed his eyes slightly. Until the moment Byakuran walked out and overlapped with the light, he still stared at Byakuran. Byakuran, what on earth are you? The prophet lied. To be exact, it wasn't really a lie. He really couldn't fathom her past. What he saw were Byakuran's countless death scenes in the past. In other words, she should have died countless times already. Different appearances, different emotions, sad, miserable, willing. This was the deepest part of the memory that he had never told anyone. If Byakuran walked further into the end of his memory, she might discover this. Even if she had really been reborn, it shouldn't be like this. Why? Why? You should have long since ceased to exist in reality. The confused face then hooked up the corners of the mouth. Interesting, really interesting that if I could really live until the end, I really want to see if your ending will be more painful than mine. My lord, the soldiers outside the cell saluted the knight and Byakuran. The knight escorted Byakuran and the other person all the way to outside the gate. Why, lord, I can only send you here, he said, and made the knight's farewell salute. Byakuran made the knight's return salute. May you always remain the same. Then she didn't stay for long and left the prison. Next, where are we going? The prophet suddenly said, don't be in a hurry. You still need to disguise. Then Byakuran looked at the prophet with a wicked smile, and golden magic power began to flow on her right hand. The prophet slowly backed away. What are you going to do? He hadn't spoken like this for a long time. Just a dressing up magic. It doesn't hurt at all. Byakuran sneered and slowly approached the prophet. With a wave of Byakuran's hand, the prophet was instantly wrapped in golden light. But a few minutes later, the golden light dissipated. The prophet looked at his own body in surprise, with shame and anger on his face. His blue long hair hung down to his waist, his thick hands became delicate, and the two lumps on his chest made his body uncontrollably lean forward. Looking up, he saw Byakuran's expression of watching the show. Not bad, she muttered a sentence. Old witch, you're too bullying, you're not even human. What does it matter if I bully you? Byakuran added a knife. Then the air was filled with the fragrant flowers and birds' language from the prophet's mouth. Shut up. Byakuran grew impatient and said something. The prophet then couldn't utter a word. He said to go back to the temple first, as there were still some matters to be dealt with. She didn't care about the prophet's thoughts and walked straight towards the temple. But on the way back, you're just being superfluous, a familiar voice sounded in Byakuran's ear. Jello, who hadn't been seen for a few days, suddenly appeared on Byakuran's shoulder. To be precise, it was a mini Q version Jello. Byakuran didn't answer him, but sneered. Not bad, little Jello. After being tortured by me for so many days, you still have the ability to come to the real world to disgust me. Humph. Jello turned his head to the other side. I am the lord of 10,000 dragons. It's easy for me to come out. Swish, before she knew it, Byakuran had grabbed this little Jello in her hand and pulled his smiling face back and forth with her two slender and fair hands. When I praise you, you really dare to respond. You have no guts, but I am the lord of 10,000 dragons. Even though his face was being pulled out of shape, he still looked the same. I'm not in a mood to watch your antics. Before I get angry, get back quickly. Saying that, she didn't forget to keep pinching. To be honest, it was quite bouncy. Byakuran thought to herself, seeing that there was no way to talk. Jello was about to disappear. Wait, Byakuran suddenly remembered an important thing. What now? Little Jello rubbed his red face and asked. Let's make a deal. Byakuran stared at the mini Jello menacingly. What for? The look in Byakuran's eyes made Jello couldn't help but hug himself tightly with both hands. It took me a lot of effort to squeeze out this small part. I'm not selling it. But if it's for you and me, it's not impossible. Jello showed a forced expression. Byakuran really wanted to kill him right now. No, she must hold back. She squeezed out a smile. So you agree? Byakuran said. In fact, she didn't even think about what the deal was. Well, I agree. Since you're so domineering, I have no choice but to. Saying that, he grabbed his clothes with snot and tears. The air suddenly froze, and nothing happened at the moment. Byakuran looked at Jello, who was about to continue in a daze, and directly slapped him. It's okay. Get lost. Then she walked towards the temple indifferently. How can you change so quickly like this? Little Jello angrily raised his hands in protest in the distance, looking a bit stupidly cute. Until Byakuran walked away, he regained his usual serious expression, and his figure returned to the way it was when he first saw her, with a slight smile on his lips. What a fool! My master, you're still the same as always. Never changed. If you keep being like this until the day of our real separation, can I really let you go? Jello looked at her gradually disappearing figure and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Alas, I still want to steal some leisure time in the middle of my busy schedule. To be honest, I'm really not a qualified Holy Maiden. Bailon stretched and sighed in front of the anxious elders in front of the temple. It's really strange to hear such words from an old hag. The prophet behind her whispered and cursed. Bailon's earlobe twitched, and she smiled and snapped her fingers. The next second, ugh! The prophet covered his stomach painfully and tried not to make a sound. He was disgusted by the female voice coming from his mouth now. Your Highness the Holy Maiden. She seems a bit uncomfortable. The maid beside her reminded carefully, it's okay. Girls always have those days. Bailon showed an expression that everyone understood. Understood. The maid showed an expression of understanding and didn't ask any more questions. Hey, what do you understand? This woman has no bottom line in doing things. The prophet was bound by the contract and couldn't speak, so he could only keep cursing in his heart and carefully supported the wall with a bit of helplessness. Your Highness, your sudden disappearance really scared us. We thought something had happened to you. One of the older elders let out a sigh of relief and said. Bailon was just about to say an apology. You still have a lot of things to deal with. Only you are qualified to handle them, he added, Bailon. After a busy day, the next morning, on the second floor of the main hall of the temple, Bailon's eyes were slightly closed. She was wearing a white long dress adorned with light green lace. Her dazzling and spotless golden hair was wrapped in a pure white silk scarf and gently fell to the ground. She squatted in front of the statue of the goddess of life and guided the people in front of her to use magic. Golden halos lingered around them, exorcising evil and avoiding disasters, healing injuries. Even though the temple had spread its faith throughout the country now, there were still many outsiders from other kingdoms who came to the temple to pray in person. By the way, this wasn't an era when everyone could use magic. Standing in the corner, the prophet who was sweeping the floor and complaining about everything was looking at Bailon on the steps with a resentful face. So angry that he could hardly hold the broom in his hand. Mom, that pretty sister is the Holy Maiden's sister, right? A childish voice attracted the prophet's attention. He turned his head and saw a young human cub with a long braid excitedly tugging at the young woman who was praying with her eyes closed beside her and pointing at Bailon with the other hand and saying, Shoo. The young mother looked at the child beside her lovingly and whispered to remind not to disturb the sister. Oh, the little girl blinked her big watery eyes, covered her small mouth tightly with both hands, and got closer to her ear and said, Got it, Mom. The voice was very small. The prophet's face turned extremely ugly beside them. He remembered that his mother's magic had also emerged secretly. The next second, he knelt on the ground painfully without making a sound. Cut! The prophet gritted his teeth and looked at Bailon with her eyes slightly closed. Her lips curled up slightly, and then her expression froze. This familiar feeling. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked out of the window. Did he send another surprise? The next second, Bailon disappeared in a golden halo in front of everyone. The prophet also felt the magic from outside from him. It was a faint sense of unease. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he even snickered a bit. The next second, he flashed into the air. The elders beside them were all stunned. Why did she leave without saying a word again? He looked at the people who were about to open their eyes in front of him and fell in a deep thought. Alas, what excuse should he make? On the other side, a young man wearing silver mithril armor and 2 dark brown animal ears was strolling around in the huge palace of the kingdom. There were 2 human maids leading the way in front of him. This young man's name was George Alex. This is the palace of the human kingdom. He folded his arms in front of his chest, looking cynical and arrogant. Magic was so scarce here, such a fragile and inferior race. How could they possibly have someone worthy of my sacred her? He didn't hide it at all and didn't even look at anyone around him. The maids leading the way in front almost vomited in disgust. How could there be such a thing? The beast people are so annoying. They whispered softly, afraid of being heard by the one behind them. The young man from the beast kingdom behind still walked arrogantly, talking eloquently. Alas, someone give him... One of the maids couldn't bear it anymore and said. The next second, a blonde girl in a white dress with light green patterns fell from the sky and landed directly on his forehead. Humph, what a lowly race. They even used such lowly sneak attack methods. He confidently closed his eyes and recited the magic spell. The next second, the girl's fair knees hit his forehead heavily. Only a loud bang was heard, and he was knocked to the ground and didn't make a sound anymore. The young man who was hit on the head by the girl, falling from the sky, knew how painful it was. If there was a bone fracture, it would be even more troublesome. Immediately afterwards, the blonde Holy Maiden and her servant appeared in front of the two maids. Only the expression of the maid was not good. What's going on? Ugh. The prophet in the maid's dress looked miserable and half-squatted. You can't vomit with magic and have to travel like this. But he was vomiting so much that he could hardly speak. The two maids beside them were both stunned. They still didn't understand the situation. But the girl's blonde hair had explained most of the problem. Your Highness the Holy Maiden. The two half-squatted to greet Bailon. Bailon motioned for the two to leave first. Then she looked at the young man who had been accidentally injured by her. His two dark brown animal ears were particularly conspicuous. A beast person. The reason why Bailon didn't recognize that he was a beast person was mainly because there was no magic power of the evil god on him. In other words, he was actually a normal beast person. Strange, how could there be a beast person who wasn't contaminated by my lord? The prophet suddenly asked out of the blue. It didn't seem like it was deliberately arranged by the evil god. Then Blanc stared at the body on the ground, lost in thought. Just as she was thinking, the body on the ground twitched its eyelids. It looked like it was about to wake up. Which lowly human dared to sneak attack this lord? Who is it? He bared his teeth and opened his eyes. The blonde-haired girl in front of him came into view. The light shone on her long, beautiful blonde hair. Her eyes, as bright as jewels, stared straight at me, who was injured, with full of apology in her eyes that Alex's future recollection. His pupils dilated, and his heart suddenly started pounding wildly. He couldn't say a word and could only answer his heart. So it's the divine. On the other side, after all, Blanc was in the wrong first, so she couldn't retort. What kind of thing is this little Shiba Inu with a foul mouth? Blanc thought to herself with a disgusted look on her face. Cough, beautiful god, no, miss. Hello. Yelik's attitude was completely different from before. I am Alex from the Silver Moon Night Order. Nice to meet you. He leaned slightly to the side, put his left hand behind his waist, and reached out his right hand to hold Blanc's hand. It seemed like the kiss hand ceremony of the Beast Country people. Just as his hand was about to touch Blanc's hand, Blanc suddenly grabbed his finger with a backhand and exerted a little force. Ugh! A pained expression appeared on Alex's face, but he still pretended to smile. Beautiful, beautiful, miss you. You have a bit too much strength. Blanc didn't say a word, just had a black face and increased the strength. Perhaps due to face-saving reasons or other reasons, he kept holding on without using magic until his finger was about to break. Snap, snap, but it seemed like one could even hear the sound of his finger bones breaking. Stop. As his patience reached its limit, he couldn't help but shout, but his finger couldn't be pulled out. Suddenly, a very faint white light flashed on his hand. The white light? Blanc noticed. The next second, Alex's hand miraculously pulled out of Blanc's hand. If the first time could be passed off as a coincidence, then the second time would definitely not be a coincidence. There was no aura of the evil god, just the strange white light. Blanc sneered and thought to herself, "What are you laughing at?" The prophet asked by his real name. Fears. Nothing. I just had a bold guess. She smiled and looked at Alex, who was holding his finger tightly in front of her. Let's go to it's not far from here. Blanc said to Fears. The two of them just walked past the young Beast Countryman as if nothing had happened. Stop. Alex behind them suddenly shouted. What else do you want? Blanc asked coldly, what's your name? He shouted loudly, don't worry. We'll meet again soon. Next time I'll tell you. After saying that, Blanc walked away without looking back. Alex tightly held that finger with a slightly red face. And that sentence kept echoing in his mind. We'll meet again. We'll meet again. Does she have any interest in me too? In another place in the night training ground of the Imperial City. An old knight with strong bones, a strong build, and was swinging his sword vigorously. Years had not worn away his will and chivalrous spirit. He did his best in every battle. This was his knightly way. He was Enochlan, the teacher of Knight Blanc, and his opponent was an older orc with a mustache. His pair of dark blue beast ears were particularly noticeable. He was holding a purple-gold light sword. Judging from his movements, he was also an old man who had been through many battles. The sound of the sword blades clashing made the onlookers in the audience boil with excitement. On the left side of the ring, in the highest position, Queen Bayou was watching this competition. And in the audience below, Jalan, who didn't usually like to show up in such occasions, was also there. Originally, it was for a certain saint, but now she was cheering for this respected old knight. And on the other side were a group of envoys from the beast country. They came for friendly exchanges. The sound of cold weapons clashing made them feel excited. Baya's expression was slightly nervous. She knew that the physical strength of this old knight was not as good as before. As time passed, the orc's attack became even more fierce, and Enochlan gradually fell into a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Hee, it seems like your physical strength is starting to run out. Not only did he attack, but he even had the leisure to talk to Enochlan at this time. Enochlan didn't answer. He was still trying his best to conserve his physical strength. Now, a knight's battle was not just about swordsmanship anymore. The next moment, Enochlan took a step back and seemed a bit shaky in opening. The orc also showed no mercy and swung his sword down hard. The control of strength and speed was at its peak. Holy light protection. Enochlan cast the magic first. The golden shield instantly enveloped him. The orc's sword couldn't be withdrawn in time and directly collided with the shield. The next second, it was actually sent flying. But the moment he landed, he crouched down halfway, inserted the sword in his hand into the ground, drew a bright sword mark on the ground, and at the same time, chanted a magic spell. Thunderbolt, flash, boom! In an instant, like lightning, the orc was in front of Enochlan again. Next was a wonderful magic collision. The air waves set off made the people at the scene involuntarily step back. No wonder you're an old knight. You deliberately gave me an opening. There's nothing I can do. After all, you're very strong. Their mutual evaluations were quite familiar. In the audience seats, the black-haired man entered quietly with the beast-eared maid. Perhaps no one else would pay attention to the entrance, but the one sitting in the highest position, that is, Baya, saw these two people. When she saw the black-haired man, she was clearly stunned. Sister, no, brother. How did you change back? She was a bit surprised, but quickly regained her composure. Blanc smiled and put her finger to her lips, making a gesture that everything was okay. When she saw the lips, Baya immediately turned her head away so that no one could notice her expression. Could it be? This girl is really angry? Blanc looked bitter, scratched her head, and didn't know what to do. The two of them walked into the arena and sat in the seats next to Jalan. Jalan was still focused on watching the competition. Blanc didn't have the heart to interrupt her and instead looked at the two people who were competing. Fears was looking at the audience seats of the orcs, looking thoughtful. Didn't you notice? Blanc didn't make any movement, which made Fears even more eager to ask, I noticed. But it's not the time yet. Blanc replied with a smile, still staring intently at the two people fighting. From Blanc's perspective, those envoys from the beast country, even including the one fighting Enochlan, were wrapped in a dark green and strange magic power. On their foreheads, there were several green lines that extended all the way to the end of the sky. They were like puppets with self-awareness. And the moment Blanc arrived here, the orcs in the audience seats focused on Blanc alone in a synchronized manner. Although it was only for a moment, Blanc still noticed that disgusting feeling. That big-eyed fellow's method is really disgusting. She whispered a curse that aren't you afraid that this place will turn into ruins in the next second? Fears asked. Ruins? Don't you hope so? Blanc replied in a low voice that of course I hope so. Fears grinned. Mental communication. Then you're probably going to be disappointed. Blanc said out loud. Sister? The person next to her suddenly leaned closer to Blanc and asked. Did you notice? Blanc turned to Jalan and found that she was leaning close to her side, closing her eyes and sniffing gently its sister's fragrance that, Blanc was clearly stunned. The next second, Jalan pressed tightly against Blanc's shoulder, closed her eyes, and rubbed gently. Blanc couldn't resist either and responded with a smile. But, sister, why did you suddenly change back to that appearance? Even your hair. Jalan opened her eyes suddenly and asked, but after a moment. Well, there must be a reason for sister, she mumbled, but Jalan's eyes turned to the other side of Blanc and suddenly pouted. Who are you? Fingers pointed at Firth. Firth pretended to look around, then pointed at himself with his finger. Me? Garland nodded. Firth suddenly gave a sly smile, a vengeful one that of course I'm her. No. He quickly shook his head, his acting skills at full throttle. I'm already hers. Bylon. Really? Garland still smiled, but the smile was slightly distorted. She turned to look at Bylon and put her hands on Bylon's shoulders. Sister, you must have been threatened, right? Must have been threatened, right? Threatened, right? Before Bylon could answer, Garland answered on her OWIT must be like this. Seeing the tension escalating, Bylon quickly called a halt. Bang. A hammer blow knocked the troublemaking Firth unconscious. After some explanations, Garland was finally calmed down. And at this time, the battle on the stage was about to reach a conclusion. I saw Inachram's sword clash with the orcs once again. The clash of magics, the clash of light and lightning. The resulting air wave made the audience's hair fly everywhere. Whoosh, a roll of black substance suddenly floated towards Bylon. Swish, Bylon caught in her hand. What is this? Bylon couldn't recognize it at first. Alas, a rough voice came from afar. Bylon looked in that direction and saw a bald head waving cheerfully. That's mine. Thank you. Please give it back to me, Bylon. With a wave of his hand, he flung the wig onto his hand. Turning around again, Bylon looked at her master with a solemn expression. She could clearly feel that Inachram's magic power was severely depleted. She knew that Inachram was just holding on now. The veins bulging on his face and his constantly trembling hands made Bylon's eyes twitch slightly. The dark green threads on the orc's head were also constantly wriggling. But there was no feeling of continuous, surging magic power. Sister, no, brother. Garan beside her suddenly spoke up, looking a bit flustered and unconsciously moving closer to Bylon. That night, Grandpa seems to be struggling. In fact, after the reconstruction of the royal capital, Garan often visited the royal capital as a guest. When she couldn't see Bylon, she learned swordsmanship from Inachram, although it was just a passing fancy. She still remembered this kind and amiable old knight. Tap. Bylon gently placed her hand on her shoulder and smiled slightly. Don't worry. He's our teacher. No, he's my teacher. Bylon continued to watch the battle. Through her eyes, she saw that the magic power flowing on Inachram's body had gradually gathered into a thick golden mass. Give up. Considering your current condition, you've done quite well to hold on until now. There was a hint of arrogance in the orc's words, and even in the battle, there was a moment of laxity. Just at this instant, Bylon noticed the upward curl of Inachram's in a battle where the strength is not too different. Arrogance is the biggest weakness. A battle-hardened knight. Inachram never thought of giving up. That accumulated precipitation allowed him to seize every possible opportunity. In just an instant, the magic power burst out from Inachram's body, startled the orc. Bad. He quickly retreated and at the same time exerted his magic power. It must be said that this orphan was also extremely outstanding. He could actually give up? I've never thought about it. With this strike, Inachram exerted his magic power and swordsmanship to the extreme. Boom! The collision of magic powers actually caused the entire arena to shatter, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the two of them in a hazy world. Oh, who won? The audience involuntarily stood up, trying to find the two of them in the thick dust. Bylon. Is it a draw? Sure enough, as the dust dispersed, both of them were sent flying. Inachram covered his chest, and his heavy breathing lasted for a long time. He was too tired. It must be said that the scars brought by years are something that mortals can never change. Right? Clap. Clap. On the other side. That orc was actually able to stand up with ease, but this was just on the surface. Bylon knew that he had also exhausted his magic power. The orc said unhurriedly, constantly clapping his hands. Inachram stood up supported by his sword, and his eyes looked towards the audience seats, gradually meeting Bylon's gaze. The two of them just smiled faintly, but the master-disciple affection between them was only known to the two of them. Bylon nodded slightly. Don't worry, teacher. Your teachings will always be engraved in my heart. The two of them returned to the stage again. Inachram received the cheers and applause of the humans, but it was rather quiet on the orc side. Baya stood up from her seat and just waved her hand gently, and the entire arena fell silent again. Regardless of the result, thank you both for the wonderful competition. Baya slowly showed a smiling expression. In fact, compared to the result, she cared more about Inachram's situation. The two on the arena performed the knight's salute, but then the orc suddenly said, Your Majesty. Baya was a bit puzzled, and then her face gradually darkened. It seemed that she didn't have a good impression of these orcs either. Is there any other problem? From the orc kingdom. Baya stood on the high platform, looking down at the orc on the field with a slightly arrogant look in his eyes. Her eyes cold. In an instant, the atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point. Bylon stared closely at the orcs around her. Their behavior was still no different from that of ordinary people. Strange, So strange. Hasn't he made a move yet? In that previous life of Alice, she had seen the means by which the evil god controlled the knights, and no matter how meticulous the means were, there would always be a slight magic fluctuation, but it was so calm at the moment. Bailon was confident that she could solve these living dead present in an instant, but the current calm made her feel a bit uneasy. Is it not necessary? Or are they? Bailon was still thinking when the orc had already spoken. It's like this, Your Highness, he continued, as a glorious warrior of the orc kingdom and also the leader of the Silver Moon Knight Regiment. I don't accept this result. I hope you can grant my request for another competition. Huh. Bailon let out a soft sigh. What? Do you have to be defeated before you're willing to stop? Bailon thought to herself. Her eyes flickered slightly and instantly turned blood red, then returned to normal the next moment. The orc on the field couldn't help but tremble, and a bone-chilling cold instantly spread throughout his body. That feeling was called death. Yes, it is. His voice even changed. For orcs, they can only win. There's no such thing as a draw, whether it's a win or a loss. So, I hope your highness can let our disciples, the ones over there, have another sword fight. When the orcs on the field heard this, they immediately became excited and cheered. Yes, another fight, another fight. Are you sure? Baya asked with a dot. Yes, your highness. The orc still gave this answer. And a hint of dark green flashed across his eyes. Alas, Bailon sighed softly. She really couldn't understand these guys from the distant capital, and the Silver Moon Knight Regiment? What a familiar feeling. Could it be? Just as she was thinking, slow footsteps came from the entrance beside her, and there was a faint sound of armor clashing. Turning her head, Bailon saw those familiar long, pointed brown-yellow animal ears, the white fur, and that naturally flattened nose. However, his eyes were slightly closed, the corners of his mouth were upturned, and if you listened closely, there was a kind of laugh that Bailon detested. She wondered what he was thinking. Then he showed a lovesick expression in front of everyone. Does this little friend have some mental illness? Bailon thought that I hope to have a sword fight between knights of my disciple, that is the second prince of the orc kingdom. The orc on the arena pointed at Alex, not far from Bailon, and said, "Dada." Bailon had seen all kinds of strange things, but the scene in front of her still made her brain freeze. She had thought it might be that little Shiba Inu, but what did he have to do with a lion? In the Sea of Hearts, this fellow is actually a prince. Isn't the king in question a lion? The goddess of life excitedly grabbed the horn of Jello's dragon, and Jello looked utterly speechless. Young dragon, do you hear me? The wings of the goddess of life flapped incessantly. Don't grab me randomly. Jello broke free and adjusted his dragon horn. Short-sighted with those wings. Isn't it just a lion that looks like a dog? Humph. The goddess of life turned her head and placed her hand back on Jello's dragon horn. In reality. Well then, what about you, Knight Elrod? Baya asked gently. Elrod pondered and looked toward Bailon here. In fact, neither Baya nor Elrod cared about this competition. They both wanted to know, wanted to figure out his purpose. Including Alex, who was visiting in the Imperial City. That is the second prince who looked like a Shiba Inu in Bailon's eyes. Besides the two leading maids, there were countless pairs of eyes secretly staring at him. In the spectator stands, Bailon nodded slightly. It seemed that Bailon agreed. I have no problem, your majesty. Elrod inclined his body slightly and replied. Since that's the case then, from Elrod's student. Baya's eyes looked at Bailon, and Bailon was also making preparations. But the next second, Baya's eyes passed over Bailon, and her finger pointed at the young man behind Bailon. Bailon? Arthur, come and compete with this knight. The moment Bailon heard her complete words, her heart trembled slightly. This name. Then she looked back, and a tender and handsome face came in her sight. Then Arthur slowly walked down from the spectator stands and passed by Bailon. The Arthur in front of her merged with the little rascal she remembered seeing in Bailon's memory. Elrod's student? Him. Bailon turned her head and looked at Yinuo Killen in some surprise, and Yinuo Killen also looked embarrassed. Bailon didn't mind her teacher taking in a disciple at all. That it was just the things behind this opponent that made Bailon vigilant, as well as the flash of magic power for an instant. She looked at Baya again, and Baya's indifferent expression made her tremble slightly inside. Baya, to be honest, Bailon didn't want anything to happen to this young knight. Sorry, brother, I don't want you to... Facing Bailon's confusion, Baya thought to herself. Eventually, Arthur and Alex still stood on the arena. Compared to Arthur's being on high alert, Alex seemed rather lazy, and there was an uncontrollable strange smile on his face. With a slightly red face, a S expected, like teacher, like student. The next second, he faced Baya, tilted his body slightly, and said in an extremely respectful tone, "Your Majesty, I have a request that I hope you can consider it." His current attitude was quite different from the arrogance when he first entered the capital. The air froze again. But Baya looked towards Bylon. Her red lips moved slightly, but there was no sound. Bylon noticed and replicated Baya's meaning in her heart. "Why not just kill him directly, brother?" Well, Bylon broke out in a cold sweat. "I must have been seeing things. How could my sister say such a thing? It must be a hallucination." Bylon comforted herself in her heart. Then she shook her head and motioned for Baya to calm down. In fact, during this period, Bylon had marker magic power on everyone. As long as there was anything wrong, Bylon could transfer everyone out of here in an instant, just in a split second. Baya took a deep breath and then said, "What is it?" Alex felt a glimmer of hope and even showed an unprecedented smile. "It's like this, Your Highness, that if I win, I hope to see that blonde girl in the capital again. If possible, I hope to marry." Crack! A clear sound rang out, and everyone saw that the Empress Highness on the high platform had forcefully broken off a piece of the seat with her fair hand. "Blonde girl," Baya said. The people in the spectator stands also started whispering, "Blonde girl. Is there such a person in our country? You're stupid. Don't you remember that one?" "Oh, yes, could he be talking about? Doesn't he know?" A chill ran down Bylon's back as she looked at the grinning Alex on the arena. What on earth is this guy's purpose? Disgust showed on Bylon's face. To go to hell. Disgusting orc. Shouts erupted from the spectator stands. "Your Highness the Prince, what are you doing? Stop." Even the old orc who was fighting with Elrod couldn't help roaring at Alex. He knew that if Alex kept talking nonsense, they would never be able to return to looking distant capital. "Sorry, teacher, I know exactly what I'm doing. Please allow me to do this." "Alex," he anxiously called out the name of the second prince, but still couldn't change his mind. The old orc could only kneel on one knee and explain to Baya, "Your Majesty, please forgive his rashness. He's just..." "Rashness? How could it be just rashness?" There was no expression on Baya's face. "Then you..." "I agree." This answer shocked everyone present. Leaving aside whether he could win or not, just based on that one's temper, even the Empress, Alex was even happier on the condition that you defeat Elrod's 2 students. 2? Alex was puzzled. "Humph," Baya said, "besides the one on the stage, there's also him." Baya pointed at Bylon beside her. At the same time, he is also the guardian knight of that blonde girl. Named Bylon. Her guardian knight? Alex turned his head to look at Bylon, and Bylon also felt a strange hostility. The audience on the stage was also a bit confused and whispered to each other in low voices. "Guardian knight. Since when? Our all-powerful Holy Maiden Highness has a knight. Who knows? Since her Highness said so, then it must be. Don't you think he looks somewhat familiar?" A noble lady asked. "I have no impression. But he's quite pleasing to the eye." Cough. Baya coughed lightly, and the scene immediately fell silent. Then she looked at Arthur. This time. Anger had appeared on this young knight's face, and he couldn't wait to start the competition. "Arthur," Baya said seriously, "since it's a competition, you must do your best." But Baya's expression was more like she was saying to kill him. "I will follow your order." "Your Majesty, I will definitely." Arthur turned his head to look at Alex. "Go all out." The smell of gunpowder in the air thickened. "Since there are no more problems, then let's start," Baya said indifferently. Almost at the same time, Alex drew out his long sword and approached Arthur like lightning. This little Shiba Inu has something. Beside Bylon, Phil suddenly woke up and said, "Huh, woke up? Don't you want to sleep a while longer?" Bylon replied, "Or do you also want to?" The killing intent on Phil's face became stronger and stronger. After all, the little Shiba Inu was the offspring of his enemy. "This is really interesting," Bylon smiled as she looked at Alex in the competition. "How did you, this little Shiba Inu, manage to make everyone so unanimous?" On the arena, Alex showed a confident look as if his opponent was surely unable to react. In this situation, Arthur actually slowly closed his eyes. Only his ears twitched slightly. "It's over." Alex's lips curled up, looking a bit sinister. Bang! Steady! Arthur effortlessly blocked this sword. "Alex, how dare you desecrate our Holy Maiden to this extent?" Arthur asked contemptuously. "You don't have the qualification." In the next instant, Arthur shifted his stance and effortlessly deflected the attack of the Shiba Inu, then assumed an offensive posture. "Huh, how is this possible?" Alex's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't believe that the attack he was so proud of had been rendered completely ineffective. With a swift movement, Arthur launched a fierce sword strike that caught Alex off guard. He could only hurriedly defend himself. A faint smile appeared on Blank's lips. She never expected that the little brat she had met before would grow into the person he was now. On the stage, Alex was being beaten steadily backwards. A hint of annoyance mingled with his panic. Damn it! His breathing became increasingly rapid as he gritted his teeth, and two gleaming fangs emerged. Even the old orc in the audience couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had originally just wanted to restore some honor to the Beast Kingdom. How had it turned out like this? The sword continued to swing ceaselessly, and Arthur remained calm and composed. What? Is this all you've got? What gave you the courage to say such things? The clashing of swords intertwined with Arthur's cold words, "Dahaha." After just a few exchanges, Alex was already gasping for breath. Shut up. Alex was completely enraged and actually launched a magic spell. Orc, we agreed not to use magic. Bastard, the audience on the stage shouted angrily. Alex, the old orc, was also trying to stop him, but Alex on the stage had completely lost control. Blue lightning gathered around him. It must be said that in terms of the purity of magic alone, he was actually more powerful than the old orc. Just now, point one could say that the pupil outshines the master. However, Blanc thought to herself, it's all meaningless. Golden magic power converged on Arthur's sword, and a gentle stream of light spread throughout the arena, while there was a murmur of admiration from the audience seats. With the golden magic power surrounding him, Arthur's handsome face became even more captivating. I think this one looks even better. Blanc sat in her seat, gently touching the floating golden streamer in front of her eyes. And a smile reappeared on her face. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to entrust it to him? Blanc looked at Arthur again with a smile and thought to herself on the fighting stage. Arthur swung a heavy sword strike, creating a wave of air that blocked Alex and then sent him flying. How is this possible? Alex couldn't believe it, that it's over. In the next second, Arthur quickly approached Alex. The golden streamer on his shoulder made Alex's eyes tremble slightly. Was he afraid? I won't lose. He gritted his teeth and actually tried to block the sword with his own. Everyone thought that the outcome was already decided, including Blanc. As the swords clashed, at that very moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Blanc's pupils dilated, and she murmured, "How is this possible?" In Alex's hand, that was a good sword, but that was all. But Blanc witnessed with her own eyes that at the moment the two swords collided, it was like a pair of scissors meeting a piece of white paper. Arthur's holy sword was cut through without any resistance, and even the magic power. How could this be? Arthur couldn't understand either. And Alex's sword was getting closer and closer to his eyes. Swish! In the blink of an eye, it was so fast that even the audience couldn't see clearly. A figure with black hair and fair skin appeared behind Arthur. Shielding him and blocking the sword forcefully was Blanc. What happened? It seemed that Arthur Knight's sword had been impossible. The orc is playing dirty. Alex was also a bit stunned. He hadn't surrendered, but he never expected that with just a simple swing. Could it be that I've become stronger? A smile that couldn't be suppressed appeared on his face. But Arthur was very disappointed. He couldn't figure it out, but most importantly, he had lost. That meant the Holy Maiden, the vampire empress he had once met briefly, might. Thinking of this, Arthur felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. He lowered his head and tightly grasped the corner of his clothes. Once again, was there really nothing I could do for anyone? Blanc directly placed her hand on Arthur's head. Why be sad? You've done very well, but Stop. Blanc gently tapped Arthur's head. How could the person who's going to protect the country in the future be crying like this now? Arthur looked up at Blanc in front of him in disbelief. Who is crying? I was just myself to work harder. Huffed. Blanc couldn't help but chuckle. And, can you stop touching my head? We're almost the same height. Dong! Blanc knocked on Arthur's head. What do you mean, almost the same height? What are you talking about? Little brat. Arthur covered his head with his right hand. The person in front of him always made him think of. Before Arthur could finish speaking, Blanc interrupted. Go and recover first. Next, Blanc turned her head to look at the smug Alex. Leave it to me. Arthur stared at Blanc's figure in front of him and felt a strange sense of peace in his heart. Well, then I'll leave it to you. Saying that, Arthur picked up the short sword, closed it again, and walked back to the audience seats. When he saw the empty seat and was about to sit down, the girl next to him said something. "Excuse me, may I?" Before Arthur could finish speaking, he heard the girl say, "Kill him." It was quite loud and startled Arthur. "Are you okay?" Arthur asked tentatively. The girl didn't turn her head but kept staring at Alex on the stage. Then she still murmured in a low voice, "Kill him, kill him. That's my sister, and why?" Arthur also took a few steps back in fear and said, "Sorry to disturb you, but I'll leave first," after finding a seat a little further away. He sat down and carefully observed the situation on the stage. "Hee. I advise you to admit defeat too that you've seen my strength. Compared to you, I think I'm more suitable to be her." Swish, a flash of sword light. And even the movement of swinging the sword couldn't be seen. Alex felt a chill on his head. What happened?" Alex said, then felt his head. Immediately afterwards, there was a handful of animal hair in his hand. "Alex, my hair. How dare you?" His expression was even more devastated than before, outside the arena. "Hey, did you see that?" "Huh, stop talking that I saw it. That orc is bald, huh?" The audience on the stage pointed at Alex and laughed without restraint. Arthur looked at Blanc in surprise. I in his eyes. Alex was like, she's really amazing. When will I be able to be like her?" Blanc looked calm. She didn't end it with one strike because she was waiting for something. Alex launched a crazy attack, completely disregarding whether his magic power was sufficient. Just this kind of mentality? He's really weak. Blanc didn't even need to use magic. Simply dodging and combining with basic swordsmanship was enough. But what really disappointed her was that the fleeting white magic power never appeared again. Even when the sword was already at the throat of this little Shiba Inu, that feeling never triggered. However, Alex's expression was very bad. "You're playing with me." "Humph." Blanc sneered and didn't care about his words at all. She continued to repeat the previous actions. Once, twice, 3 times, the old orc in the audience swallowed his saliva nervously, and his clenched fists kept trembling. "Alex, if this were a real battle, you would have died 99 times already. How long has this been?" Alex was so enraged that he lost his mind, and Blanc lost her patience. Bang! With this sword strike, Alex was completely subdued. He could only half crouch on the ground with both hands, his face extremely hideous. "All right, Blanc said coldly, "you can die now." These words terrified Alex. "Wait." Alex still wanted to call for help. A flash of blood-red eyes passed by, which was the sign of the arrival of death. At that very moment, Alex stopped thinking because he saw the real hell. Swish! The sword pointed straight between Alex's eyes. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The miracle just now didn't appear again. The whole audience was silent, so silent that one could hear the sound of Byakuran sheathing his sword. Byakuran turned around and met the gaze of the old orc below the stage. The old orc below the stage didn't show any signs of panic. He just sneered coldly, and that smile even reached the back of his head, with his eyes showing no sign of vitality. Byakuran said nothing and ignored him. He turned around and bowed to Shareya, then stepped off the stage. Could it be that he is also paying attention to this little Shiba Inu? It seems there are still differences from those two. Achoo! The goddess of life rubbed her nose. Who was talking about me? Who would think of an old and useless bang? Gallo was beaten up again. Alas, the goddess of life sighed softly. Our little Byakuran is already so powerful, and he's becoming more and more stingy, not letting us see anything. She looked at the black screen in her heart and said, "It's just because you're useless," Gallo replied while struggling to pull. "Go to hell." In reality, there were exclamations from the audience seats. "This is so amazing. It's simply a massacre. Shira! Shira!" There were continuous shouts from the human side, while on the orc side, there was helplessness, disdain, but more of incomprehension. After all, the news that the proud second prince actually fell in love with a human, with a wave of Shareya's hand, the instantly became quiet again. Her Majesty the Queen is still so serious. Someone whispered softly, but what he didn't know was that Shareya couldn't speak at this moment. She was trying hard to bite her lip, otherwise she really couldn't hold back her laughter. When the competition was going on, she was thinking that if her sister had any reason to lose, especially due to an accident, she would just keep all these orcs here. But now there's no need. The outcome has been decided. Shareya turned to look at the orcs in the audience seats, the envoys of the orc kingdom. "Oh, you have any questions?" Her eyes were full of killing intent. The orcs all sat upright, shaking their heads desperately. This competition was coming to an end. This warlike race had no face at all in another country for the first time. This competition in the name of peaceful diplomacy came to an end. Sharia, on the grounds of inconvenient reception, temporarily left the envoys of the Orc tribe in a certain palace in the royal palace, not allowing them to enter or leave the gate at will, let alone enter and leave the royal palace casually. But what's the difference between this and house arrest? One of the Orc envoys slapped the table angrily. Our Orc tribe has never, forget it, thanks to the second prince's efforts. It's lucky enough that we're still alive that a group of Orc ministers in the palace were discussing heatedly. Only Alex sat by the window, quietly looking at the sunset outside, with a slightly sad expression. Alex, what on earth are you doing? Do you know what stupid thing you've done? The old Orc angrily questioned, with no trace of dark green in his eyes. Alas, teacher, he replied with a sad face. Is true love doomed not to be together? He stroked his chest, making a sad gesture. Old Orc, is it possible that the other party simply doesn't care? Alex was still indulging in his own world. On the other side, Arthur was still sweating in the training ground. The setting sun's twilight reflected his figure with a martial beauty. Tap, tap, the clear and pleasant sound of high heels sounded behind him. Arthur's ears twitched slightly, and the movements of his hands gradually slowed down. He held the sword with both hands and inserted it into the ground. Due to experiencing it many times, he didn't even turn around. Sorry, I'm not in a relationship yet. Huh, what relationship? The voice as sweet as the sound of a zither sounded behind Arthur. Arthur's heart trembled. He stood there like a wooden statue. He had remembered that voice in his mind forever from just a few short sentences. Impossible, he thought to himself, and quickly turned around. The gentle breeze at dusk blew the girl's distant blonde hair. The long dress with light green lace danced in the wind. She gently placed her left hand by her ear, and her green eyes like emeralds looked at the young knight in front of her. Saint, Saint, your Highness the Saint. Arthur looked flustered and at a loss. His hands waved in the air a few times and then grabbed the shaky sword again. His face turned slightly red, and he didn't dare to look directly into Byakuran's eyes. Byakuran didn't speak, just looked at him with a smile that Arthur's heart was in a mess at this time. He really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Arthur thought to himself. Arthur? Byakuran tilted her body slightly and called softly. Arthur's body trembled, and then he stood up straight again. Puffed. Byakuran covered her face and chuckled. Why are you getting more and more like a child as you grow up? Arthur waved his hands around in a hurry. No, it's not. Well, he couldn't even speak clearly. This made Byakuran have the urge to tease him, but Byakuran still had many important things to do, and there wasn't enough time. Alas, a little disappointed, and no time to play any more Byakuran's side. Arthur thought Byakuran was talking to him and showed a disappointed look as if expecting to be scolded. Sorry, Your Highness, I lost. He lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Huh. Byakuran was puzzled in her heart for a second, and then she remembered, oh right, this little brat lost. Byakuran thought for a moment and said, Shira has already told me. Arthur's eyes twitched slightly. He had a guess before, but Byakuran's words made him doubt his previous thought that, yes, that's so. Arthur muttered in a low voice. Then he is really your guardian knight? Arthur asked eagerly, with a more urgent look on his face than before. Weren't you still emo just now? Why are you suddenly? Byakuran thought her heart, her lips slightly parted. Well, Byakuran gently twirled the blonde hair by her ear with her left hand. Sort of, sure enough. There's an indescribable sense of loss in Arthur's words that what's wrong with this little brat. He was so unceremonious when we first met. Why is he like this now? Byakuran thought. Aren't you happy? Byakuran asked with a smile. No. I'm not. I'm just. When the words reached his lips, Arthur still couldn't say a reason, and instead replied, because he is strong enough to be your. Arthur looked up at Byakuran again. Byakuran didn't speak, but slowly opened her mouth. 4 bright, cute, and delicate little fangs were revealed like this. Byakuran raised both hands forward, with her fingers slightly bent, pretending to be fierce, and said, because I'm a blood-sucking vampire. Aren't you afraid of having your blood sucked dry? Arthur was hit 10,000 points in his heart. He really couldn't bear it. He turned around, covering his chest with one hand and holding the sword with the other. His face was as red as a ripe apple. Scared now. After saying that, she put her hands on her hips. Byakuran brought out the trick of scaring children. Anyway, in her eyes, Arthur was still a child. Calm down. I can't let your highness see me like this. Empty my mind, that I must calm down, after several struggles. Arthur finally managed to return to normal, but he turned around and replied seriously. It's not like that. Bai Lan's eyes widened, and she looked at the suddenly serious knight in front of her in astonishment. Arthur recalled the scene when the disaster covered the royal capital, that he and his mother were in the procession leaving the royal capital. He saw the picture of the vampire soldiers fighting together with humans. He saw the vampires helping him treat his injured mother, that time. His helpless cries, and the strange human-faced tree was about to crush him. And what he remembered most clearly was the back of Bai Lan solving the disaster alone. If there were no blood curses and no wars, then perhaps the vampires and humans could really. Thinking of this, Arthur's eyes became more determined. Yes, that's so. Bai Lan's eyes moved slightly. She didn't expect this child to strengthen her own thoughts again. Arthur, Bai Lan said solemnly. Yes, Your Highness. Arthur returned to his usual appearance. I want to entrust you with something more important than guarding me. Your will is where my sword points. Arthur placed his right hand on his chest and swore solemnly. Bai Lan stretched out her fair palm, and golden light slowly gathered in her hand. The next second, a holy sword appeared in Bai Lan's hand. The moment the holy sword appeared, Arthur clearly felt the heaviness and holiness of the sword. Your Highness, what is this? Arthur asked carefully. Bai Lan waved the sword casually, and the surging magic power illuminated the surroundings golden and shining. Break evil. Yes, a sword that will be worthy of you in the future. Bai Lan explained with a smile. There was still a little blood-red magic power remaining on break evil. Time went back a little earlier in the Heart Sea. What, little Lan, you gonna give break evil to that young knight? That's my painstaking effort. When the goddess of life heard Bai Lan's plan, she danced around anxiously and kept persuading Bai Lan to keep the sword. Little Lan, do you know what you're going to face? It's better to have more backup. Bai Lan remained unwavering. The goddess of life saw that she couldn't persuade her and turned to Jello for help. Newborn dragon, say something too. Little Bai Lan listens to you. Bang! Bai Lan still had no expression, but the ground under her feet had cracked. The goddess, Bai Lan, then looked at Jello, who still looked like it had nothing to do with him. As if these things had nothing to do with him. Bai Lan saw all this. Back to the present. Bai Lan was just about to hand the sword to Arthur. Shua. Arthur knelt on one knee, raising his hands above his head in front of him. Well, actually, there's no need to be so formal, Bai Lan thought, but this is also good. Bai Lan solemnly entrusted the sword to Arthur. Arthur, I hope that in the future, when I disappear, you can fight to the last moment for the people you love and for this country. Images of the people she loved appeared in Bai Lan's mind, but she couldn't help but lower her eyebrows. If there was such a day, Arthur took break evil and swore solemnly in front of Bai Lan. I will spend my whole life to fulfill it. Facing the setting sun, Arthur didn't hesitate at all. Under the setting sun, Arthur watched the Holy Maiden leave. His eyebrows curved slightly, his eyes were deep and silent, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This moment. His heart was filled with complex emotions in the book. Was it the surprise at her trust in him, or simply admiration for her? However, mostly, it was worry about the Holy Maiden's words. Her words always made him feel that it would be very difficult for him to see her again. The alternation of day and night was so hasty, and the flow rate of time was so unpredictable like this. The next day arrived. Are you ready to go to the distant capital? Phils asked the Bai Lan in front of her, wearing a maid's outfit and holding a broom, with a slightly angry look on her face. Yes, after hearing Phil's words, Bai Lan slowly opened her slightly closed eyes and stretched lazily by the way. Of course, but she looked at Phil's and continued, there is still one more important thing that must be done. On the other side, in the palace of the envoy from the Beast Country, except for the daily diplomatic conversations. They couldn't go anywhere, but a boring mood spread among them. Oh, my dear blonde lady. Alex held a rose in his right hand and kept dancing strange dances, muttering to himself, when will I see you again? When on earth can I get back? He stroked his chest with his left hand. The heart stolen by you. Among the orcs. Has the second prince always been like this? I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with his head. A very faint voice. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy knocking on the door sounded, pulling him out of his performance. All the orcs' gazes converged on the slightly shabby door. Alex's enthusiastic expression immediately turned cold. Another human coming to convey that we can't do anything. Alas, he sighed and motioned for the orc soldiers by the door to open the door. The soldier carefully checked. The moment he caught a glimpse of the person coming from the corner of his eye, his pupils suddenly dilated. How could it be him? Could it be to mock His Highness the Second Prince? The person coming was Bailon, who had transformed her magic power into black hair and white clothes. He waved enthusiastically at the soldier who opened the door, but the smile on his face had a sense of a rigid mask. Suddenly, the orc soldier's body shuddered, and a strange smile also appeared on his face. Then he whispered, "Jia, I don't need to look for the bugs. The bugs have come to me themselves." Bailan's face darkened. The next moment, bang! The orc was instantly kicked flying and landed on a table beside him. The whole table completely shattered. This guy's here to cause trouble. Is this how humans treat guests? The chaotic, clashing metallic noises of picking up weapons echoed continuously in the room. Bailon was already used to this kind of scene. Alex drew out his sword and glared angrily at Bailon in front of him. "Human, what on earth do you still want to do? Humiliate me?" Bailon didn't say a word. He looked at the orcs behind Alex. Except for Alex, there was a dark green fluorescence floating on all the orcs. Their hollow and hideous expressions made Bailon feel nauseous. Bailon moved her lips and wordlessly provoked the undead behind Alex. "If you're too scared to fight, then don't." 1313. The undead behind Alex rose and fell, and countless tentacles and eyes grew out of their bodies, gradually transforming into a non-human state. It seemed that he had been so angry that he had lost his mind. "Kill you! Kill you!" Their lip movements were, which made it even more eerie. Bainua. Alex thought Bainua was deliberately teasing him. Proud as he was, he roared and rushed directly at Bailon with his sword. This roar actually made the undead behind him stunned for a moment, and then they actually regained consciousness, and the green fluorescence naturally dissipated. In the moment before it dissipated, the corner of the undead's mouth twitched slightly. Without making a sound, it was probably muttering to itself. If it weren't for that damn temporary agreement. Bailon observed all this. Agreement? Who? Bailon thought, while dodging Alex's sword and giving him a chop on the back of the neck, by the way. Instantly, Alex's eyes rolled back, and he fainted to the ground. Alas, Bailon sighed. "I was just about to explain. Why are you rushing so fast, little Shiba Inu? Now I still have to wake him up." Hee, Bailon smiled slyly. Thunder comes. Z, for fear that he couldn't bear it, Bailon deliberately reduced the magic power, leaving only 1,000th. Woo, Alex opened his eyes suddenly, and the current was running through his body. He was almost doing breakdancing. The orcs who regained consciousness later wanted to step forward, but Bailon's look made them not dare to move half a step. Bailon removed her fingers from his arm. Alex lurched forward, gasping for breath, his neck tilted to one side. That kind-hearted Bailon even gave him a moment to catch his breath. She still looked at Alex with a smile. "What on earth are you up to?" Tears welled up in Alex's eyes. "You can't bully the lion like this." Bailon remained silent. Perhaps having never seen such a sight before, the orcs behind were at a loss as to what to do with Alex's appearance. "So vulnerable?" Bailon sneered. "Alas, it's a pity that she's still—" Alex immediately stopped crying, his eyes wide open. "Who could it be?" Alex asked with his eyes. Bailon smiled and pointed at her hair with her finger, her lips moving slightly. Blonde hair. Alex's face brightened at first, but then he calmed down instantly. "You answer me first. What's your relationship with her?" Alex was rather obsessive about love, but not completely crazy, judging from the performance of the person in front of him during the competition. He couldn't help but ask. Bailon's lips curled up. She thought to herself that he still had some sense. "As you can see, I'm her knight, but what? She prefers to call me brother. She still likes to listen to my advice. Alas, originally I wanted to come and inspect." Bang! Alex suddenly pounded the ground with both hands, startling Bailon. What on earth is this guy up to? The next second, he suddenly got up, his face full of smiles, took a step forward, and tightly grasped Bailon's right hand with both hands. "Oh, that's how it is. I misunderstood you. Brother-in-law." Alex tightly grasped Bailon's right hand and refused to let go for a long time. A familiar smell rushed towards Bailon, the kind that a domestic puppy has. Alex was extremely excited, so excited that the animal tail behind him was exposed and swaying from side to side in the air. Bailon smiled, her eyes narrowed into a slit. She said it was a lion, but it's just a domestic Shiba Inu. Bailon quickly pulled out her right hand, then pinched his animal ear, signaling him to come closer. Your Highness the Prince. The orcs behind were afraid that something might happen to Alex and reminded him. Alex turned back and glared at them. The orcs immediately shut their mouths again. Alex slowly approached. His excited eyes slightly tinged with suspicion. My sister. She's very interested in the distant capital. But due to her status, it's not convenient for her to go there herself. Bylon was about to continue when she noticed that Alex's body was trembling slightly. What's wrong with you? Bylon asked. Alex gave a sudden shudder, then pushed Bylon away, his face blushing up to the ears. Wait a minute, don't get so close to me. Bylon showed an expression of, are you crazy? Alex's nose twitched, then he kept rubbing the bridge of his nose with his right hand. What on earth was going on with him? Why did he smell like a girl? As a member of the... Not as she knew. His nose was more sensitive than that of a human. The moment he got close to Bylon, he smelled a rich, but not overpowering, gentle and elegant rose fragrance. Alex couldn't explain why, but stared at Bylon intently. Somehow, he always felt that the person in front of him was somewhat similar to her, especially the eyes, equally clear. Slap. A loud slap echoed in the empty room. Alex actually slapped himself. Bylon was stunned. Your Highness, have you been humiliated? Shall we? Or wait? Our own lives are more important, the orcs whispered. How about changing to another place to talk? Bylon thought that Alex was afraid of losing face in front of his subordinates. But wouldn't this be even more embarrassing? All right, fine, Alex said listlessly, and one dared to stop them. Then the two of them went into Alex's room. Oh, no wonder it's the room of a prince, Bylon exclaimed. Although it was an old and dilapidated building in the palace, but with the careful arrangement of the orcs, this room had become resplendent. All kinds of ornaments made of gold, judging from the style, should have been brought from the distant capital. Everything seemed quite harmonious, and no wonder he was a nouveau riche second generation. Bylon roughly looked around the room, and finally her eyes rested on an old-fashioned bookshelf. This bookshelf was the only discordant note in the entire room. Not only was it shabby, but on the huge bookshelf, there was only one book. Don't you like reading? Bylon asked as she walked towards it. Humph, books? Alex's lips curled slightly. A glorious warrior. How could he be bound by boring words? He folded his arms across his chest and didn't care about the book at all. Bylon stood on tiptoe and took down the only book on the upper layer of the bookshelf. She saw the title. The of Life? Bylon frowned slightly, then opened the first page of the book. The of Life. Life is just as eager to learn. Humans use black feather pens to record history. Humans place a blank piece of paper in a frame and start painting the endless and infinite colors of human history with the of white. If the world were originally a boundless expanse of dark color, then in the darkness, white would surely be the most dazzling. When the white was born, it was that there would be an endless life extension thereafter. Reading this, Bylon frowned tightly, and the inner mind was slowly becoming complete. Yes, if so, then perhaps, Bylon thought slowly in her mind and kept looking back. But if we assume like this, where did the current colorful colors come from? Did they appear out of thin air? Perhaps not. Just now we talked about life extension. So, could the colors also extend? We would think that perhaps the current different magics are also strange manifestations of colors. Bylon read quickly. She thought most of the content was irrelevant. This book didn't have many pages, and Bylon quickly reached the last page. But the last few sentences, the pure white canvas is the foundation for life too, just as maggots attach to bones and vultures cannot do without carrion. Which is equally disgusting. The canvas can never be separated from the frame. Life can never escape the canvas. The above has obvious personal emotions. Bylon took a deep breath and slowly closed the book. Enjoying it so much. Alex suddenly came behind Bylon and said, bang! Due to the conditioned reflex, Bylon knocked Alex out again. He lay flat on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Bad luck. Bylon covered her face. I hit too hard. It was another set of electroshock therapy. Alex painfully opened his eyes, covered his head, and wondered what had happened. Why did I faint again? But Bylon didn't explain. Instead, she directly held the book in front of him. Where did this book come from? Alex scratched his head, looking extremely reluctant as he recalled and said, I really don't know you'd be interested in such a boring novel. Let me think. Remembered. Someone just gave it to me casually before, saying that the journey was long and it could relieve my boredom. But I didn't want to read it after the first sentence that it's better to sleep. Do you remember his name? Bylon pressed. Of course, Alex replied simply. It's on the first page after the cover. He pointed to the book in Bylon's hand. Orpheus? Alex excitedly clapped his hands. Right, that's the name. He's very famous in our country. He can even make predictions. I am... Wait, Bylon interrupted Alex. You said predictions? Yes, it's predictions. I came here because of him. Can you explain it in detail? About him and the predictions? Bylon asked. Alex scratched his head. Well, this matter is a long story. Initially, Orpheus was the only prophet in our kingdom. But for predictions like this, how many people would believe them after they were said? Therefore, few people patronize his place. After Alex took a look at Blanc, he continued, of course, as the second prince, this lord of mine. Well, no. Alex looked at Blanc with a smile, and his attitude changed from arrogance to obsequiousness. As your younger brother, the process of recognizing relatives seems endless, Blanc muttered in her heart. And then? Blanc said. And then? Then it gets exciting. My father actually received this person whom I don't even understand myself. Later, he directly brought the prophecy to the palace and became our court prophet. Alex pinched his chin with his left hand. Regarding this prophecy, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Blanc looked at Alex and continued. Indeed, a dog really wouldn't believe it, originally. Alex pretended to be dejected, that I was invincible in the beast country. I thought I was destined to spend my lonely life in the beast country. I searched throughout the country, but still couldn't find a girl worthy of me. He tilted his head upwards, acting like he was reciting a poem. Wait. Blanc covered her face. Aren't we talking about the prophecy? Why did you suddenly bring up? Right, it's the prophecy. Alex's eyes lit up with excitement. Was he who prophesied that I would meet someone here who is worthy of me and will accompany me for the rest of my life? Alex was lost in his own fantasy. When he turned his head, he saw Blanc bending down, supporting herself against the wall with her back turned. Hey, what's wrong with you? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit queasy and uncomfortable. Blanc retched disgustedly. You can't continue. At first I thought since there aren't even any orcs, how could there possibly be a human worthy of me? However, he actually revealed almost all of my secrets that I had to try to believe. But I knew that my decision was right. Alex raised his fist high. Here, I met a golden-haired girl who combined strength, referring to the fact that Blanc knocked him out, and beauty, Blanc. Speaking of this, Alex suddenly frowned. But that old man actually said that there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that the golden-haired girl wouldn't respond to me. Just because of this, I even wanted to go back and smash the signboard of his prophecy. As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves and waved them in the air a few times, Blanc. But he really should smash his signboard. My brother-in-law is right. Alex flattered. Then I've said everything I need to say. Isn't it time for you to? Oh, of course. Blanc smiled. How could I forget? My sister hopes that I can go to the beast country on her behalf and draw the most beautiful sunset there. Blanc frowned as she said this. Alas, I really don't know what she's thinking. Blanc sighed. How could a mere knight like me possibly do such a thing? I can, Alex interjected eagerly. And to be honest, that he slapped his chest, that I'm one of the top painters in the beast country, that in fact, the beast country people who are known for their combat prowess, only tear up canvases and rarely paint quietly. Hey, Blanc pretended to be angry. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have been so annoyed. Alex looked a bit confused. Did I say something wrong? Alas, ever since she saw you last time, she's been mentioning you nonstop in front of me. Blanc pretended to be impatient. Alex scratched his head and couldn't help laughing. Blanc stopped talking and waited quietly for Alex's answer. The air suddenly fell silent. I'll take care of this matter. However, Alex questioned. How should I? I can go back to the beast country with you. Go back together? Alex looked embarrassed. Isn't that okay? Blanc blinked and asked. No, that's not what I meant. Alex looked to the side, scratching his head. It's just that you're a bit special. Your strength is too terrifying that it's not safe. Blanc remained expressionless. I asked that all. It seems my sister is still too young. Her judgment of people. Stop talking. I promise. Alex immediately retorted. Whatever. Anyway, he's just a human knight. Could he possibly destroy the entire beast country? Alex murmured in his heart. Which has been turned into a land of the living dead by the evil god. Almost every orc is very confident in their country. The beast country is the most powerful country in the world. They don't pay special attention to any other country. This abnormal arrogance is doomed to their end of being abandoned by the world. They will always live in an ideal dream until the moment their souls perish. Blanc smiled faintly. Since it's settled, she didn't want to stay here for long either. Alex waved his hand to bid her farewell. As Blanc walked on the road, the words in that book kept flashing through her mind. She needed to verify them. Jello? Blanc called out. The next second, a small red-haired boy with dragon horns appeared on Blanc's right shoulder. He lay on Blanc's shoulder, propping himself up with both hands and looking at Blanc. Have you missed me? Dear master? He still had that annoying look on his face. Blanc. Just perform for yourself. How could you be like this? Master. Humph. I don't want to talk to you anymore. He puffed up his cheeks angrily and turned his head to the side. Blanc didn't hold back and yanked him over. Constantly pinching his cheeks with both hands, looking ferocious, she pretended to be fierce and said, Young dragon, this is the last time I'm asking you a question that don't test my patience. Jello was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly nodded in agreement. First of all, do you know the supreme god that the big eyes mentioned? What supreme god? I've never heard of it. Jello looked completely confused, showing no sign of lying. Blanc was silent for a moment and then continued. Never mind. Then I'll ask you an irrelevant question. She faced the rising sun. Although she said it was an irrelevant question, her eyes were so solemn. You say, in this colorful world, is there a color that you love? Jello's eyes widened, and his expression froze at that moment. But he tried his best to maintain his unchanged expression, but finally couldn't help but lower his head. Why are you asking this question? Master, he replied very slowly, with a hint of inscrutable weariness in his words. Nothing, we're just asking casually. Blanc scratched her head and pretended to be ignorant. Red? Jello suddenly looked up, staring intently into Blanc's eyes and answering seriously. I'm loyal to red, especially blood red. Jello's sudden seriousness made Blanc a bit uncomfortable. Cough, I see. You don't have to be so. However, Jello interrupted, I don't dislike other colors except white, Blanc asked. Yes. Jello suddenly curled up into a ball. With a look of disgust in his eyes, I don't really like white, because white is too monotonous. Yes, that's it. Jello said this very quickly, almost at the same time as the previous sentence, as if on purpose. Avoiding something, Blanc. All right, I don't have anything else to ask you. Scram. Blanc stretched. Huh. Jello returned his usual self. That you're still like this. You just throw me away after using me. He was with a puffed-up face. Do I still have something to ask you? Jello said. Hm. Can you really not? He asked anxiously. After a moment of silence, Blanc gave the same answer as before. I can't. After saying that, she walked forward without looking back. It's impossible. How could it be? Clearly, every time it should have been possible. Jello muttered to himself and placed in the distance. Blanc's lips curled into a slight smile. Tea wasn't a wasted trip. At least I know what I'll ultimately play this game with. She thought to herself, but do I really have a chance of winning? She looked up at the sky. I can't follow what's said, but can I only bet everything on the future? What exactly is so special about me? Back at the temple. Done talking? So soon? Fears asked suspiciously. More or less that if we're lucky. Blanc's eyes flickered slightly. Soon, everything that will completely disappear in a history that you'd better do what you say. There was a hint of cunning in his eerie smile. It would be better if you were dead too. Remained silent, looking at him like he was a fool. That if I die, and they can live the rest of their lives without worry. That would be fine, unfortunately. Thinking of this, couldn't help but frown. It's impossible anyway. Waved her hand. All right, you're done for now. Leave. Humph, I don't even want to stay here. First turned around and walked straight out of the room without looking back. After First left. All right, next. Reached out her hand. Whale. A blood-red dagger appeared in his left hand that showed no expression and swung her left hand to cut a wound on her arm. Blood flowed out, and she closed her eyes tightly. With my blood, following my will, dividing my soul, building my bones, transforming my body, slowly opened her eyes. The blood that flowed out transformed into human figures when it touched the ground. There were two in total. One had cold white skin, ruby-like double pupils, silver hair that fluttered gently like the sound of the moon, and two small, shiny fangs. The other had golden hair, green eyes, a fair complexion, and an unchanging air of natural stupidity. The golden-haired girl looked at herself in disbelief, then excitedly hugged. It's successful. It's really successful. She cheered while gently rubbing against clothes. Don't be too happy too soon. This is only temporary. That if she dies, we will cease to exist too. The silver-haired girl folded her arms across her chest and said coldly. Ha sighed. Girls, put on your clothes first, okay? Huh. The golden-haired girl only then noticed that she was completely naked. She let go of and turned around, blushing. Sorry. What's there to be sorry about? The silver-haired girl's expression remained the same. Anyway, we're all one person I asked this necessary, remained silent, and stared directly at the silver-haired girl. All right. She waved her hand and replied impatiently. Put on clothes. I'll put them on right away. 1 minute later. Are you really decided to leave us behind and go alone? The silver-haired girl spoke first. Yes, without us, I'm afraid. The golden-haired girl clasped her fists together and echoed worriedly. Even with you, it won't work, retorted it. The golden-haired girl didn't know what to retort and said nothing angrily. Her cheeks puffed up. So, are you really going to bet that you won't die? The silver-haired girl said. Yes, but she turned her head to the side. That it's not really a bet anymore, as if the golden-haired girl still wanted to persuade. But the silver-haired girl stopped her and said first, if you disappear, I'll notify you in advance. Why then? Use your magic to take everyone as far away as possible. The silver-haired girl suddenly burst out laughing and even wiped the tears that oozed out. Are you kidding? Escape? Where? Pointed her heart. Are you joking? The silver-haired girl immediately turned cold. Send us to the abyss? Just for a while, replied. For a while. The silver-haired girl lowered her head and repeated these two words continuously. Her red eyes suddenly lit up and she emitted a terrifying aura. There, we can't get out without us there. There, it's better to. So, took a step forward, still expressionless. Just trust me. After a minute of stalemate, the silver-haired girl reluctantly stopped asking. Since it's decided like this, then tomorrow, perform well. Everyone. Have a good dream, he said, and turned away. She covered her heart, frowned slightly, and the luster in her eyes dimmed. She felt that her feelings were gradually disappearing. The morning sun tore through the thin veil of night, and dawn arrived as promised. Today is the day when the delegation from the Beast Country leaves. They have completed the tasks assigned by the king, and it's time to leave. Alex, I'll wait for you outside the city. Entrusted Alex. Alex was about to ask why when added. She will also come to see you off. Really? Alex got excited and didn't ask anymore. Anyway, as long as she's here. Isn't it okay? Left the capital first. Actually, not many people came to see them off, of course. This was also natural. These arrogant guys were very unlikable. Due to the diplomatic relations between countries, Bayeux reluctantly appeared at the farewell ceremony. Alex's eyes kept turning left and right as he searched for a figure in the crowd. Second prince of the Beast Country. What are you doing? Bayeux looked at him contemptuously and asked coldly. Alex was disappointed but still bent down and faced Bayeux, reciting that dull farewell speech. As time passed, his two erected beast ears gradually slumped down listlessly, giving a feeling of submission. What's wrong with this damned orc? He's become stupid after being locked up for a few days. Bayeux thought to herself and glanced at him out of the corner of her. Am I late? A gentle female voice sounded in the distance. At this sound, Alex's eyes immediately widened, and his two beast ears almost stood up to the sky. He straightened up suddenly and saw the golden-haired girl raising her left hand in the distance and greeting him apologetically. At that moment, his heart pounded, and he became stammering, and no, why you're not late. We're a bit early. Alex's face turned red, and he was at a loss. Bayeux, on the other hand, had a gloomy face. She asked the golden-haired girl, but looked at Alex. Your Highness, the saintess, why are you here? Bayeux's fierce look was as if she would kill the Shiba Inu in front of her the next second. The golden-haired girl was frightened by Bayeux's attitude and stammered. She could only clasp her hands together. Sorry, I wanted to see them off. Can I, The golden-haired girl looked at Bayeux with her green eyes twinkling and pleaded. Bayeux didn't expect her to suddenly do this.